Imagine slaving away 78 hours a week at a soul-crushing corporate job, only to drop dead and wake up in a fantasy kingdom that's doomed to collapse. Fast forward 10 years into the future, and this entire realm is set to get wiped off the map by a bunch of unhinged psycho disaster bosses. Talk about out of the frying pan and straight into the apocalyptic fire. Whoosh! Dark magic surges through the sky as a shadowy knight in pitch-black armor charges forward, wielding a massive cursed blade amidst the chaos. The culprits behind the impending world-ending doom? A group of legendary Calamity-class monsters known as the Five Great Sins, each capable of turning entire empires into ash overnight. Boom! With a blinding flash, the whole kingdom gets pulverized into rubble, leaving absolute zero survivors in its wake. So what does our reincarnated main character do to stop this apocalypse? Naturally, he decides to become their secret financial sponsor. Okay, stopping the end of the world through corporate sponsorship? That's gotta be the most galaxy brain move in manhwa history. He looks over the dossier of the 5 future realm destroyers, who right now are just a bunch of traumatized stray kids. Sitting at his lavish desk, he's already sweating bullets thinking about how out of hand this whole secret operation is about to get. Clink! Warm light glimmers off a magnificent golden chandelier inside a lavish mansion, showing off the absurdly wealthy lifestyle of high-class nobility. Before getting thrown into all this madness, our protagonist was just an overworked corporate slave putting in 78 brutal hours a week. Now, he's reborn as a filthy rich nobleman with servants waiting on him hand and foot. Honestly, going from corporate burnout to living like a king is every wage slave's dream. But there's a hilarious catch. When he tries reading an ancient spellbook, his butler politely points out he's holding it totally upside down. Turns out his new body is completely illiterate and doesn't have a single cheat skill. Sparkle, a gourmet feast loaded with roasted meats and fine delicacies, covers the long table, looking so scrumptious you can almost smell the sizzle right off the screen. Satisfied after stuffing his face, he gets informed by his attentive maid that it's time to take a warm bath before turning in for the night. Splash! Next thing he knows, 2 gorgeous maids are massaging his shoulders in a steaming hot tub while he sits there looking totally stunned. Man, the artist really flexed on the luxury vibes here, but the look of pure confusion on his face is absolute comedy gold. Soaking in the tub, he admits this VIP treatment feels amazing, even though he still has no clue what specific family or territory he was actually reborn into. The maid gently reminds him to get a good night's sleep because his 2 older brothers are due to return home tomorrow. Crack! The second she mentions the Palatio family name, a wave of pure dread paralyzes him as an ominous bell rings inside his head. Glub glub. In total panic, he dunks his whole head under the bathwater, bubbling and screaming internally while the maids freak out. Bzzzt. It hits him like a freight train. The Palatio family is from Psychedelia, the ridiculously brutal RPG game he used to grind till 4 a.m. Seriously, of all the cozy fantasy games to get transported into, he gets dropped right into a dark fantasy hellhole? Talk about terrible luck. Back in his past life, he spent countless sleepless nights staring at a glowing handheld screen, pounding energy drinks just to beat every single route of this impossible game. In this game's brutal lore, the moment the 5 great sins unleash their powers, the entire continent gets plunged into dark ruin regardless of what route you take. Each sin represents an unstoppable force of destruction: sloth, pride, greed, wrath, and obsession, all destined to burn the world to the ground. And his new family, the Palladio County, they're nothing but a bunch of corrupt, low-life villains. The eldest brother is a notorious syndicate boss, and the second brother is a literal drug kingpin. Honestly, this family tree belongs straight in a crime documentary. Thud! Alon sinks to his knees on the floor of his dimly lit room, realizing his new house is literally the target of a side quest before the main story even kicks off. He vividly remembers the game's side quest 1, Investigate Palacio County, where players are tasked with wiping out his family's evil crime syndicate. Swoosh! A cold breeze sweeps through the courtyard as he realizes his true identity. Alon Palladio, the useless third son who exists purely as a mob villain meant to get flattened for early game EXP. Lying flat on his bed like a corpse while clutching a random blue flower, he literally prays to the gods to send him back to his 78-hour workweek. You know a fantasy world is bad when someone actively begs to go back to corporate slavery. Tears stream down his face as he realizes having a rich, noble life is completely pointless if he's guaranteed to get slaughtered in 10 years anyway. Sob. He cries bitter tears over the fact that other reincarnated protagonists get cheat systems or overpowered magic, while he got absolutely nothing. Hap. Suddenly, an idea flashes through his brain. He sits straight up under the moonlight, realizing that knowing the game's future events 10 years ahead is his ultimate cheat ability. Snap! He breaks the flower stem in his grip with absolute determination, ready to rewrite his doomed fate. His plan? Track down the future 5 great sins while they're still harmless kids and rehabilitate them so they never turn evil. Man, trying to raise 5 ultimate final bosses with 0 cheat powers is either genius or pure suicidal delusion, and I am 100% here for it. Fast forward 2 months later, and Alon is hard at work in his private office overlooking the sunlit courtyard after secretly orchestrating a raid on a black market lab in the east. Standing before him is Yibon, a rugged personal knight with a dark eye patch, who was tasked with overseeing the rescued orphans. Alon coolly commends his knight, nodding along as he compliments Yibon's flawless execution of the mission. Yebin scratches his head in confusion, wondering if that deadpan comment was actually a compliment. Honestly, Alon's emotionless poker face is so icy, even his own loyal knight can't tell if he's being praised or threatened. To reassure him, Alon forces out a ridiculously wide, uncanny grin that makes Yibin visibly break into a cold sweat. Staring into the desk mirror, Alon pinches his own cheeks in frustration, realizing his new face barely shows any natural human emotion, no matter how hard he tries. But deep down, Alon knows Yebin is a gem. In a game world full of backstabbers, Yebin is one of the few top-tier knights who stays fiercely loyal to the end. Yebin strokes his chin and shifts the conversation to the main target of the rescue operation, a young girl named Yudia, admitting even he found her terrifyingly abnormal. Gulp! Yebin's tone turns dead serious as he reveals that, despite his years as a battle-hardened mercenary, that little girl gave off an aura that chilled him to the bone. He recalls standing outside the dungeon cell, looking at the dirty, shivering kids locked behind thick iron bars. Rumble. Inside the cell sat young Utia, her red eyes glowing with monstrous aura through her dark chains, looking like a caged beast that could tear the building down at any second. Yebon turns to Alon and asks the golden question: why rescue all the orphans but deliberately leave the strongest girl behind in the lab? You gotta love how Yebon isn't afraid to call out his boss when a decision makes 0 sense on paper. Alon leans back in his chair with a cold, calculating gaze, dramatically declaring that leaving her there is all part of his grand master plan. Swoosh, blood splatters across the screen as the name of the monster is revealed: Utia Bloodia. She's a member of the grotesque blood tribe who contracted with an eldritch horror, destined to become the horrifying Sin of Wrath who wipes out entire nations. Yes! Behind his deadpan face, Alon is internally doing a victory dance. By ensuring Utia grows up in a peaceful environment without trauma, she'll never transform into the Sin of Wrath. The artist's subtle smug expression on Alon here is top-tier hilarity. Not wanting to explain game knowledge to his knight, Alon clears his throat and gives a completely vague excuse, leaving Yebin totally baffled. Dramatic pause. Clasping his fingers together like a 300 IQ mastermind, Alon drops the ultimate line: the time is not yet right. And just like that, Yebin gets totally fooled into thinking his master is a galaxy brain genius. Ever wondered what happens when a guy who died from corporate overwork tries to outsmart the literal end of the world using game lore? Back in his office, Alon sits across from his loyal knight Yebin, ordering him to keep their secret rescue operation completely under wraps while handing out fat stacks of support money. With a mysterious vibe, Alon slides a wax-sealed letter across the desk, instructing Yebin to deliver it directly to Utia, the very girl destined to become a world-destroying calamity. Yebin raises an eyebrow, completely bewildered why a noble would send a handwritten letter to a terrifying child. Passing the sealed envelope over, Alon smoothly explains that a traumatized kid who survived horrific illegal experiments needs a little comfort to calm her down. Yebin is practically moved to tears by his master's apparent benevolence, promising to guard that letter with his life. Clop-clop, clad in a dark cloak, Yebin leaps onto his horse and gallops off into the distance, leaving dust trailing behind as Alon watches from his sunlit study window. Staring down at his departing knight, Alon lets out a nervous sweat, internally praying that a single letter can actually stop a future demon queen from snapping. Honestly, watching a guy with zero magic try to pacify a final boss through mail order is peak comedy. Flashback time, Alon recalls the original RPG lore where the Archbishop constantly preached about a holy spell capable of soothing the monstrous, grotesque blood tribe. In the game's original route, the holy priest chanted divine verses under glowing light, trying to suppress the terrifying sin of wrath before she unleashed total annihilation. But here's the catch. Those fancy ancient chants were nothing more than lore text meant to set up an impossible, blood-soaked boss fight in the game. Swoosh! Blood splatters across the night sky under a haunting crimson moon as the sin of wrath unleashes her apocalyptic power, wiping out entire armies in seconds. Man, the artist went absolutely insane with the dark red lighting effects in this panel. It's pure nightmare fuel. Transformed into a terrifying demon with a wicked horn and a glowing crimson eye, she declared it was far too late for mercy as she slaughtered everyone. Boom! In the original timeline, the holy spell failed completely, triggering a catastrophic battle that reduced entire kingdoms to smoldering craters. Fast forward back to the present. Alon stretches his arms with a satisfying groan, feeling super proud that he just disarmed one of the 5 world-ending doom flags. Stretching out his lazy back, Alon admits to himself that trying to tame a legendary calamity with a cheesy, fanatical chant sounds completely unhinged. But hey, since her tribe worships otherworldly entities, there's a solid chance her crazy brain will accept it. Turning toward the window, Alon smugly realizes that cultists and fanatics always operate on total moon logic anyway, making them surprisingly easy to manipulate if you know their specific triggers. Dramatic pause, because when someone is already deep inside the realm of pure fanaticism, their reactions are completely impossible for normal people to predict. Cut to the orphan hideout. Little Utia stands alone on the stone courtyard, silver hair draping down her dark dress as she stares intently at the opened letter from Alon. Gulp! Yeben watches her from a safe distance, breaking into a cold sweat as an overwhelming, unnatural pressure radiates off her tiny body. Seriously, this girl hasn't even hit her growth spurt yet, and she's already radiating final boss energy. Looking up with chilling, emotionless red eyes, Utia softly asks Yeben to confirm if this letter really came from Lord Alon himself. Yeben flinches like a startled cat. Rumble! Suddenly, dark crimson aura erupts around her like a blazing volcano, her long silver hair whipping through the air as she terrifyingly questions why her master didn't summon her directly to his side. Yeben stammers in sheer terror, realizing this young girl is literally visualizing raw mana in physical form, a feat only legendary grandmasters can achieve. Her glowing red eye looks ready to vaporize the entire region. Scrambling for his life, Yeben flashes back to Alon's calm, deadpan face in the study, remembering the master's exact words, "The time is not yet right." Sweat pouring down his face, Yeben quickly stammers that Lord Alon specifically stated the timing wasn't ready yet. Instantly, the terrifying pressure halts as Uti absorbs those words. Sparkle! Her blood-red aura softens into a warm, ecstatic glow as Utia clutches the letter tightly against her chest, reading Alon's secret quote about light and dark as a sacred holy covenant meant only for her. Yeben drops his jaw in pure shock as a monstrous shadow deity looms behind the smiling young girl. Realizing Alon's cryptic message didn't just calm her down, it completely unlocked her fanatical devotion. Creepy smile. Under the eerie glow of the full moon, Utia flashes a terrifyingly sweet yandere smile, completely devoted to carrying out her beloved master's divine will. Look at that wild expression. Alon thought he made a friend, but he actually created the ultimate loyal yandere monster. Whoa! Her feet float off the ground in a swirl of demonic magic as the system lore reveals her true identity. Utia, the Bloody Queen, ultimate sin of wrath. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Alon is tucked cozy under his plush blanket, smiling like a peaceful baby because he thinks he successfully turned a scary demon girl into a normal, happy orphan. Snuggling his pillow, Alon sleeps like a rock, completely oblivious to the fact that his calming letter turned a future disaster boss into his personal mega fanatic. Cute art style. A quick lore tip pops up showing Chibi Alon crying on his bed, explaining that placing a blue evening primrose on someone's wounds is an ancient kingdom ritual for healing grieving souls. So Alon literally sent her a floral death rite quote, thinking it was a wholesome greeting. Thud. Next morning in the Grand Library, a heavy hardcover book plops right on Alon's head with a hilarious loud clack. Rubbing his sore head on the floor, Alon grumbles while digging through piles of dusty texts, searching for clues about the third disaster boss. Right on cue, Yibin walks in to report that they successfully rescued the second target child from the slave market. Boom! Alon pops up with a big cartoonish bump on his head, anxiously making sure Yibin treated the kid with absolute luxury. But before Yibin can finish explaining, the library doors slam open with a massive crash. Kick! Striding in like he owns the place is Tonio Palladio, the obnoxious second son of the family, rocking a smirking face that just begs to get punched. Tonio walks right up and mockingly slaps his heavy arm across Alon's neck, laughing at his weak little brother for trying to learn how to read books like a real noble. Grab! Crushing Alon down toward the floor, Tonio aggressively demands that the half-wit show proper respect when his superior speaks. Alon swallows his pride, internally admitting he'd love to throw hands, but his current body has the physical strength of a wet paper towel. Flop! Without a second thought, Alon hits the carpet in a total bow, politely excusing himself so his big brother can have the whole library to himself. Talk about masterclass survival instincts. Stomp! Tonio arrogantly plants his boot straight onto Alon's back, cackling mockingly at how easily the third son grovels before him. Man, this guy is speedrunning the most hateable villain award in record time. Thwack! Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp dagger shoots through the air like a bullet and embeds itself deep into the wooden bookcase right next to Tonio's head. Gasp! Tonio spins around in a rage as a dark shadow sills the doorway, demanding to know who dared throw a blade at him. Badass entrance! Stepping out of the light with a terrifying eye patch and an ice-cold stare is Leo Palacio, the eldest son of the family and a notorious underworld crime lord. Sparks fly! Leo and Tonio lock eyes in a deadly stare-down, spit-roasting each other with insults about illegal drugs and commoner filth. Meanwhile, Alon does the smartest thing possible, low-crawling across the carpet on his stomach like a stealthy snake to escape the blast zone. Lord drop time! A game window pops up reminding us that the Palacio family runs an unstoppable criminal empire named Avalon, involved in black markets and illegal cartels across the kingdom. Both brothers are ruthless crime bosses fighting for the family headship. The eldest is the ruthless king of flesh who controls the underworld entertainment sector, while the second brother Tonio is the infamous king of drugs ruling over massive illegal cartels. Crash! Alon panics internally as he remembers these two maniacs destroy anyone who gets in their way. Seconds later, a massive wave of destructive magic erupts inside the library, blasting dust everywhere. Kaboom! The entire study gets obliterated into matchsticks as the two psycho brothers start throwing lethal spells at each other right inside their own home. Dust off. Yibin gently pats the debris out of Alon's hair while Alon kneels on the shattered floor, completely deadpan, reaffirming his life goal to act like a useless, frail dummy so his scary brothers ignore him forever. Thud. Collapsing flat on a soft couch like a lifeless rag doll, Alon lets out an exhausted sigh. Yibin strokes his chin, casually mentioning that the second rescued child seemed extremely unusual too. Lazily lifting his head off the cushion, Alon blinks in confusion, asking what on earth could be weird about a rescued orphan. Confused knight? Yibin stares at his lazy master with massive question marks floating around his head, deeply questioning how an incompetent, frail noble boy keeps accurately pinpointing secret illegal labs and legendary high-risk targets across distant lands. Looking at his master slumped over the furniture like a deflated balloon, Yibin can't help but wonder if this lazy guy can even take care of himself, let alone manage world-ending disasters. Slouching on the plush sofa without a care in the world, Alon casually nods along as Yibin brings up how they just shipped off that super rare target kid straight to an orphanage. Propping his head up lazily, Alon reminds his loyal knight that calling that kid merely unusual is the understatement of the century. We are talking about a walking, talking, world-ending calamity. Right in the heart of the Callian kingdom, this kid was recently rescued from a dark, illegal slave market, an innocent boy destined to become the game's horrifying second boss, Deus Macallion. Trapped behind cold iron bars, the poor kid suffered endless abuse and trauma, surrounded by malicious figures dragging him into utter darkness. Talk about a brutal backstory for a child. After being passed around like property and tormented endlessly by ruthless captors, his mind completely broke under the unbearable weight of suffering. Kaboom! Surging with terrifying purple magic, the boy unlocked the catastrophic power of Slothone of the 5 Great Sins, screaming in utter agony as dark energy exploded around him. Slash! Blood splattered across the battlefield as his newly awakened powers shredded entire armies and reduced whole kingdoms to blood-soaked ruins in seconds. Man, the dark atmospheric lighting here is straight out of a nightmare. Standing tall over a mountain of corpses under a haunting crimson sky, his ruthless cruelty left game players completely traumatized back in the original timeline. Sweat dripping down his face, Alon nervously sips his tea, remembering how this so-called sin of sloth was insanely diligent when it came to brutal revenge. That's why he repeatedly drilled into Yebben's head to treat the kid like royalty. Taking another quiet sip, Alon nonchalantly remarks that sending the kid off was all part of the master plan. Yebben quickly connects the dots, asking if Alon's secret letter to Utia was secretly preparing for this second child all along. With a straight face, Alon admits he added some lighthearted small talk to the letter, subtly making sure Utia would take extra good care of the frail new arrival. Cut to the Sunny Orphanage courtyard. While normal kids are running around playing with wooden swords, the frail boy stands alone in the shadows, completely disconnected from the cheerful atmosphere. Bathed in a cool beam of moonlight, the young boy looks completely empty inside, carrying the heavy marks of his tragic past on his frail frame. Stap! Utia glides out of the shadows with her silver hair flowing, taking one look at the kid and instantly sensing the shattered soul hidden within him. Staring down at his heavily scarred hands and arms, Utia immediately recognizes the sinister physical marks left behind by dark, forbidden forces. Piercing through the gloom with her glowing eyes, Utia low-keys calls out the ancient cult behind his suffering, realizing the dreaded black goat was responsible for his scars. Glow! Radiating an ethereal pink aura, Utia flashes a wicked smile, dramatically declaring that the Great Moon has officially chosen him for a grander destiny. Talk about top-tier dramatic villain energy. Swoosh! Raising her hand with theatrical flair, pink magic swirls wildly through the air as she urges the boy to unleash the dormant power locked deep within his soul. Extending her hand with a terrifyingly sweet smile under the bright full moon, Utia promises him that absolute loyalty to their master is the ultimate key to his salvation. Rumble! Massive tendrils of purple energy shoot out from the boy like high-voltage lightning as Utia assures him that serving Lord Alon will grant him the sweet revenge he craves. Flashing a charming grin while holding up Alon's letter, Utia watches the boy floating in midair, completely spellbound by the overwhelming wave of dark magic. Staring at the handwritten note beneath the glowing moon, Utia decides it's finally time to send her very first written reply back to her beloved master. Clack! Back at the library, a heavy hardcover book plops onto Alon's head while he searches for information on the third boss, only for Yebben to slam the doors open yelling about urgent news. Covered in cold sweat, Yebben frantically stammers that something unthinkable has just happened to the second son of the noble family. Rubbing his sore head with a book still perched on his hair, Alon blinks in complete shock, totally unprepared for what's coming next. Boom! Dark purple lines slice through the air as the arrogant second brother, Tonio, lies lifeless on the ground. Alon internally gasps, realizing that obnoxious villain was wiped out way ahead of schedule. A giant dramatic panel pops up screaming, "Already?" because nobody expected this major antagonist to bite the dust this early in the story. Cut to the solemn funeral hall. Black-clad nobles gather around a luxurious open coffin as sad organ music echoes through the high-vaulted ceilings. Meanwhile, sitting right on the cathedral steps, the family patriarch is casually lounging with 2 attractive women, completely ignoring the solemn funeral of his own son. Seriously, this dad deserves the absolute worst Father of the Year award. Looking over his shoulder at the ridiculous circus happening in the background, Alon groans in disgust at how utterly corrupt and unhinged his noble family really is. Gazing down at Tonio's body resting peacefully among blue flowers, Alon ponders how an accidental fall killed a guy who was supposed to be a major late-game threat. Flashback lore time. In the original game timeline, Tonio spent years crying and struggling through bloody battles just to finally eliminate his rivals and claim the family title. Glancing at the sinister elder brother smiling like a maniac in the dark corner, Alon instantly realizes that Leo and his ruthless criminal faction definitely orchestrated the sudden assassination. Dramatic pause! Standing silently in the dim funeral hall, Alon knows that regardless of who holds power in the house, his mission remains completely unchanged. Looking down with cold, calculating eyes, Alon reaffirms his ultimate goal. He must systematically neutralize all 5 great sins before they destroy the world. With the succession crisis abruptly solved, Leo completely absorbed the illegal drug trade, making the terrifying Palacio crime family more powerful and stable than ever before. Cut back to the cozy study. Alon and Yeben enjoy a peaceful afternoon tea, with Alon casually revealing that he has become regular pen pals with the future demon queen Utia. Munching happily on sweet pastries, Alon smugly tells himself that building friendly rapport with potential world bosses is the smartest investment anyone could ever make. Reading through Utia's sweet update letter, she describes how all the rescued kids are playing games, performing puppet shows, and living happily together like normal, wholesome orphans. Clink! Yaban points out that the orphanage's official donation list keeps mysteriously skyrocketing with massive anonymous funding. Alon just shrugs it off, happy that things are running smoothly. Tapping a confidential document on the table, Yeben reveals that their top secret information guild has finally tracked down a crucial new clue. Sparkle! Pumped up with excitement, Chibi Alon realizes this clue points directly toward ancient records regarding the location of the elusive third disaster boss. Bathed in warm sunlight, the Master and Knight share a quiet, peaceful moment together over tea, completely oblivious to the horrific chaos unfolding in the dark alleys outside. Slash! A blood-curdling scream echoes through the nighttime streets as dark, shadowy slashes shred through the darkness. 2 smug thugs in dark uniforms walk down the alley, tossing a pouch of gold, bragging about how generously the eldest Palatio brother pays his criminal mercenaries. Gasps! Suddenly, the 2 thugs freeze in absolute horror as they stumble upon dozens of their fellow cartel members lying dead in pools of fresh blood. Creak! Glowing purple strings bind the guard's body like a puppet. Screaming in sheer terror, his own hand raises his blade against his will as invisible magic forces him to strike. Tush! Panicking hysterically, the assassin watches in horror as purple thread magic completely controls his body, turning him into a helpless meat puppet. Honestly, the puppet master magic visuals in this scene look insanely cool. Crash! Razor-sharp magic threads slice cleanly through the night air, ruthlessly executing the criminal thugs in a matter of seconds without leaving a single survivor behind. Slash! Imagine thinking you're just a background character in a dark fantasy game, only to realize the villainous cultists you're up against are getting sliced to ribbons in a total bloodbath. Crimson spray paints the dark alley as ruthless mercenaries bite the dust in sheer agony. Deep in the shadows of the city, a mysterious hooded figure moves like a ghost through the night, ignoring the desperate pleas of dying criminal syndicate thugs. Talk about cold-blooded execution. This phantom isn't leaving a single witness alive. Underneath the pale moonlight, a young boy with glowing purple eyes manipulates razor-sharp magical threads attached to his fingers like a master puppeteer. Beside him stands silver-haired Utia, watching over her newly recruited apprentice with eerie calm. Swoosh! As the purple strings fade into the cool night air, the young boy turns to Utia, questioning whether going on these brutal killing sprees really serves a higher purpose. Glowing magic tendrils streak across the dark night sky while the crescent moon hangs high over the silent city rooftops. Utia looks down at the boy with a playful tilt of her head, asking if he actually feels pity for scum who prey on the weak. Honestly, the night lighting in this panel is absolutely gorgeous. 10 out of 10 atmosphere. Surveying the alleyway littered with dead cartel members, the boy cold-heartedly admits these thugs deserved what they got for grinding innocent people into illegal drugs, though he still doubts if this vigilante work speeds up their ultimate revenge. Rumble. Swirling with a dramatic pink magic aura, Utia assures the young puppet master that wiping out these criminal networks is strictly foundational prep work for their Grand Lord's eventual return. Flashing a dangerously seductive smile with glowing crimson eyes, Utia dramatically declares that when their master finally claims his throne, it must remain pristine and unblemished. Bound by her dark charisma, the boy quietly nods in agreement. Kaboom! A blinding shockwave of pink and purple magical energy erupts from the alleyway, blasting straight up toward the heavens in a dazzling display of raw firepower. Floating gracefully side by side against the starlit sky, Utia and her young protege look down upon the city like dark deities, declaring that every single event in this world moves according to their master's grand design. Flash! A brilliant beam of magic cuts clean through the darkness, illuminating the sleeping town below as their secret operation draws to a close. Standing under the cool glow of the crescent moon, Utia vows that their newly formed secret organization, the Blue Moon, will serve as the ultimate unbreakable blade for Lord Elan. Man, these villains are out here starting a whole syndicate in his name while Elan is probably somewhere taking a nap. Sunlight breaks over the cobblestone streets the next morning, revealing a giant crescent moon mark carved deep into the shattered pavement where the cartel once stood. The aftermath of the nighttime purge leaves the local underground completely paralyzed as rumors of the terrifying phantom executioners begin to spread throughout the kingdom. Fast forward, 2 whole years pass in the blink of an eye since Elan first established his secret pen pal connection with Udia. Time flies when you're accidentally building a villain army, right? Pant. Inside the luxurious Palladio family estate, Yeben comes sprinting through the grand halls, frantically gasping for breath as he searches everywhere for his elusive young master. Plop! Yeben collapses onto the lush green backyard lawn, completely exhausted, while Elan sits nearby cross-legged, lazily playing with a glowing orb of magic like it's a fidget spinner. Giving a proud thumbs up while sprawled out on the grass, Yeben gasps out the big news. The 5th and final Calamity Child has been safely transported to the orphanage. Elan instantly gasps in utter shock, slapping his hands over his mouth. Bathed in warm sunlight, Elan sits frozen on the lawn while Yeben remains flat on his back. Against all odds, Elan has successfully intercepted and saved all 3 remaining future world bosses before their villain arcs could even start. Chomp! To reward his overworked loyal knight, Elan personally feeds Yeben a delicious slice of cake off a fork. Watching a top-tier knight eat pastries off the ground like a happy puppy is peak comedy. Swoosh! Leveraging his ultimate cheat code, his memories as an avid gamer, Elan tosses a tower of colorful macarons into the air, while Yeben leaps across the garden at supersonic speeds, catching every single sweet midair. Sliding gracefully onto the grass while munching on macarons, Yeben catches his breath as Elan crosses his arms, confirming that their long, grueling rescue mission across the continent is officially complete. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Elan relaxes his shoulders, thoroughly relieved that the terrifying threat of the 5 great sins breaking the world has been successfully averted. Rustle. Roll it over onto his side, Yeben notes that Elan doesn't look happy at all for someone who just saved humanity. Elan deadpans that he is extremely happy inside, though his face says otherwise. Tweak! Close up on Elan using his pointer finger to manually force the corner of his lip upward into the most half-hearted, unmotivated fake smile in webtoon history. Seriously, give this guy an Oscar for low-effort enthusiasm. Reaching his fist dramatically toward the bright blue sky, Elan takes a moment to absorb the glorious sunlight and celebrate his quiet victory over fate. Flop, slumping flat on his back into the soft grass, Elan rests his hands behind his head, marveling at how shockingly smooth his grand plan played out. Flashback lore check. In the original dark timeline of the game's Psychedelia, the 5 final bosses were innocent children subjected to unspeakable human experimentation, chained up in dark dungeons and tortured until their minds snapped. Trapped behind cold iron bars, these 5 traumatized orphans were destined to awaken as the catastrophic 5 great sins, fueled purely by hatred for the world. Outstretched hands reach out from the dark abyssal depths toward a warm light, representing the near-zero probability of rescuing all 5 tragic souls before their inherent corruption. Cut back to reality. Instead of horrific torture labs, all 5 children now stand safely together in the bright, peaceful courtyard of a cozy orphanage. Talk about a total timeline overall. Relaxing under the shade, Yeben hands Alan the latest update letter, reporting that everything at the orphanage is running like clockwork without a single hitch. Yeben highlights how the formerly traumatized kids, including the adorable fox-eared girl, are laughing and playing happily every day, meaning they won't even need to hire extra caretakers. Glancing at the letter, Elan ponders how Utia managed to run an entire orphanage so flawlessly, realizing her hidden character trait, deep attachment to the orphanage, worked completely in his favor. Leaning in close with curiosity, Yeben asks if there's any juicy details in the report, while Elan scratches his head and admits that Utia is actually a surprisingly wholesome kid when given a proper life. Sparkle! Floating against a clear blue sky sprinkled with cherry blossom petals, Utia's handwritten letter describes how splendidly the children are growing under the warm sun. The visual panels showcase a heartwarming scene. Utia in a lovely red dress holding hands with a young girl reading a book, while the other kids play tag across the lush green gardens. The wholesale cozy vibes here are off the charts. Reading the letter with Yeben at his side, a heartwarming sense of pride washes over Alon as he realizes that simply providing a loving environment was enough to keep 5 world-ending monsters from turning evil. Lean, Yeben suddenly inches closer, asking Alon when he finally plans to visit the orphanage in person to meet his adopted protégés face-to-face. Deadpan? Sweat dripping down his temple, Alon drops a total bombshell. He has absolutely zero intention of ever meeting any of those kids in person. Yaban's brain completely short-circuits with a giant question mark floating over his head. Crack! Dramatic shattered glass visual. Alon remembers the game's terrifying flashback, showing the monstrous, bloodthirsty personalities of the 4 awakened sins screaming with demonic eyes. Holding his hand over his face in sheer paranoia, Alon shivers at the thought, knowing that even if he saved them early, being around potential world-ending calamities is way too terrifying for a lazy noble boy. Sweat beads flying everywhere, Alon nervously suggests that maybe waiting another 5 years before visiting would be much safer, and Yeben hilariously nods along in agreement. Glow? Sitting up on the grass, Alon conjures a sparkling orb of light magic, reminding himself that in a brutal, dark fantasy world, having decent self-defense skills is the only way to sleep at night. Sparkle! Flexing his natural magical talent, Alon boastfully floats the glowing mana orb around his body, only for Yeben to abruptly ruin the vibe by asking if he's heard of a group called Blue Moon. Spin. As the magic orb zips around Alon cross-legged, he blankly responds that he's never heard of them. Yeben explains they're a mysterious vigilante faction that recently blew up in popularity for ruthlessly wiping out criminal cartels. Crackle! Channeling lightning magic into his hand, Alon nonchalantly remarks that cleaning up underground scum sounds like good public service, brushing them off as a non-canon group that will probably fade away soon. Dramatic shock! Yeben dramatically pokes his tongue out with exaggerated blood effects, casually adding that this Blue Moon faction has even started assassinating high-ranking nobles. Chibi panic. Alon instantly shrinks into a tiny, terrified ghost form floating in midair, screaming at Yeben that starting tonight, he is officially sleeping in the room right next to his for 24/7 protection. Night falls over the city streets as a warm lantern flickers in the shadows, where a chilling voice echoes from the dark. Now then, shall we hear Blue Moon's activity report for the week? Looks like Alon's peaceful days are officially over. Imagine building a super-secret shadow organization without even realizing it, while your top enforcers are out here taking orders from imaginary signals. Deep in their hidden hideout, Udia tilts her head in total confusion as news from the Northern Territory reaches her ears. Rubbing her eyes with a mischievous little grin, the fox-eared girl Seo Liang casually drops that she just wrapped up her assigned mission like it was a walk in the park. Perched on a wooden crate like a smug little predator, Seo Liang winks and proudly boasts that she literally took off the heads of all the local slave traders. I mean, look at that cheerful smile. This kid treats high-stakes assassination like an afternoon playground game. Dangling upside down from the rafters like an absolute acrobat, Seo Liang gushes over her fresh outfit while laughing about how she gave her victims a chance to guess her eye color before finishing them off. Talk about cold-blooded comedy. Thud, slamming her heavy leather book shut, Rineth the Sin of Greed calmly reports that every single body has been buried without leaving a shred of evidence behind. Glancing over her shoulder toward the stairs, Ryan confirms the Southern Underground network has also been completely wiped clean. The efficiency of these kids is actually terrifying. Sitting on the cold stone steps with a dark smirk, the silver-haired boy chimes in, listing off all the illegal human experiment labs they just tore apart piece by piece. Crackle. Channeling glowing blue magic into his hands, his eyes flash with manic energies. He chuckles about pulverizing their enemy faction, Avalon, into absolute dust. Honestly, the lighting effect in this panel gives me straight-up final boss energy. Glow! With crimson eyes burning in the shadows, Utia dramatically declares to her squad that every single target was eliminated according to their master's grand vision, pledging total devotion to the Great Moon. Under the starry night sky, the terrifying secret syndicate known as Blue Moon stands united, though Utia suddenly pauses, realizing a major roadblock has just popped up in their flawless plan. Holding up a recovered secret document, the young puppet master whispers to Utia that Avalon's top leader is actually the Count's eldest son, who's secretly plotting treason against his own father. The leaked document confirms the worst. The shady eldest brother is actively conspiring to poison the Count and seize control of the entire territory. Rumble. Utia's face darkens as a terrifying pink and purple magic aura erupts around her body, her red eyes locking in with pure, unadulterated fury. The room temperature plummets to absolute 0 as the boys watch Utia's magical aura flare violently because nobody disrespects Lord Accolon's family name and gets away with it. Cowering in fear on top of the desk, Xiaoliang trembles alongside Rhine as Utia's dark mana scorches the poison contract right off the paper. Man, when Utia goes full yandere mode, even her fellow disaster children know to back away. Crunch. Clenching her fists so hard her knuckles turn white, Utia vows that anyone threatening her master's peaceful future will face immediate, merciless execution. Fast forward 2 full years, and the solemn sound of church bells fills the Grand Cathedral as Count Palladio is officially laid to rest inside a flower-draped casket. Peaceful in death, the old Count looks like he simply fell asleep, with official reports claiming he succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest. Standing near the coffin in sleek black mourning attire, Alon listens in as whispering nobles discuss how the Count's heavy drug abuse and continuous pressure from Blue Moon finally drove him to the grave. Off to the side, the dark-haired eldest son, Leo, speaks grimly with guards about Blue Moon's latest night raid, realizing this vigilante syndicate is wiping out high-ranking targets one by one. Watching his sinister older brother from the shadows, Alon secretly smirks, noting that the kingdom is finally starting to treat his accidental villain army with the terror they deserve. Step, step. As the mournful funeral wraps up without a single person shedding a genuine tear, Alon turns his back on his father's memory and heads out the door with Yibin. Looming high up on the second-floor balcony, Leo glares down at Alon with venom in his eyes. Seriously, this guy has future antagonist written all over his face. Back inside his private quarters, Alon is frantically stuffing gold coins, glittering jewels, and heavy chests into travel trunks, while Yebin stands there looking utterly confused. Slam! Tossing a heavy suitcase straight into Yebin's hands, Alon deadpans that they are packing up and dipping out of the main estate effective immediately. What? Yebin drops to his knees with massive question marks floating around his head while Alon nonchalantly explains they're relocating down south. Stacking 4 giant trunks on top of each other like a human crane, Yebon double checks if their destination is the quiet, secluded territory of Rodmill. Clop, clop, bathed in gorgeous golden sunset light, a magnificent horse-drawn carriage rolls out of the estate gates, carrying Alon away to the tranquil southern village of Rodmill. Warm sunlight washes over the grand marble estate, casting long, dramatic shadows across the empty courtyard as the carriage disappears into the distance. Resting his chin on the balcony railing, Leo watches Alon leave with a dark, scheming expression. You just know this guy thinks he won the inheritance lottery. Sizzle! Jump cut to pure culinary perfection. Thick slices of French toast sizzle merrily in a hot skillet alongside a perfectly fried sunny-side-up egg. Flip! Looking like an absolute master chef in his kitchen apron, Alon casually tosses a golden slice of egg-soaked toast midair with total finesse. Ta-da! 3 blissful days pass in paradise, with Alon plating gourmet breakfast while Yebin prances in the background carrying jars of organic honey and berry jam. Now this is the peaceful retirement life our boy dreamed of. Despair! Cut back to total chaos. Just 3 days into his peaceful vacation, Alon is forced to return to the mansion, clutching his head in sheer agony at the news of another funeral, this time for the eldest son. Sweating bullets and tugging at his collar, Alon panics internally, wondering how on earth all the story's original death flags got scrambled so fast. Lying inside a pristine coffin carpeted in blue blossoms, Leo rests completely lifeless, his cause of death listed as a single blade thrust cleanly through the heart. Staring down at his dead brother's face, Alon's brain goes into overload trying to figure out who could have pulled off such a clean assassination inside a guarded mansion. Whip. Alon turns to politely ask a nearby knight about the autopsy details, but the guard instantly lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. Bow! Sweating buckets, 2 royal guards drop to their knees and bow frantically, begging Alon for mercy just for accidentally making eye contact with them. Talk about dramatic overreaction. Deadpan, sweat dripping down his cheek, Alon stands there completely baffled, wondering why every single staff member is suddenly treating him like the Grim Reaper in person. Swoosh! The entire hallway parts like the Red Sea as maids and knights scramble against the walls in complete panic the second Alon takes a single step forward. Swoosh! Swooping in out of nowhere, Yeben leans right into Alon's ear to break the juicy scoop he just uncovered from the guards. Whisper? Yeben quietly whispers the terrifying rumor going around the estate. Everyone believes Alon personally wiped out the entire Avalon Syndicate and assassinated his own brother overnight. Gap! Alon stands frozen in dead silence with his jaw practically hitting the floor while the surrounding servants look at him like he's a demon king. Man, task failed successfully in the wildest way possible. Flashback time, rewinding to a few days ago, the golden carriage clatters down the scenic road as Alon and Yeben were making their journey toward Rodmill. Sitting inside the luxurious carriage, Yeben curiously asks why Alon chose a tiny remote village instead of moving to a bustling high society city. Evil glow. Dark shadows cast across Alan's face as he dramatically declares that Rodmill is the absolute core, final step of his master plan. Flashback inside a flashback. Shattered glass visuals show the dark original timeline where the 5 great sins were chained in subterranean dungeons, reminding Alon how he successfully rescued all 5 calamitous children from their horrific fates. Sparkle! Instead of growing into tragic, world-ending villains, all 5 adorable kids are now enjoying a peaceful, sunshine-filled picnic under a shady tree, laughing and sharing pastries together. Look at how cozy this timeline turned out. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Alon chuckles to himself. Rodmill has zero connection to the main storyline's tragic events. Plus, it comes with a cozy private villa where he can finally nap in peace forever. Or so he thought. Ever dream of retiring early to a peaceful countryside villa, leaving all your stress behind, only to realize the universe has other plans? Out in the quiet borders of Rodmill, Alon rests his hand in his hand, soaking in the quiet town and dreaming of a lazy, sweet, noble life where nothing can go wrong. But standing right beside him, Yeben hitches a serious posture, squinting through his eye patch as if trying to read Alon's soul. He warns his master that he's not buying the innocent act anymore, calling out Alon's habit of brushing off major concerns whenever he's deeply bothered. Sweating bullet points in cute chibi form, Alon nervously chuckles and tries to play it cool, internally panicking over just how ridiculously sharp his loyal servant can be when it comes to reading his expressions. Clack! Clack! Meanwhile, high above the estate balcony, sunset casts long, sinister shadows as Leo watches Alon's carriage roll away. Leaning over the marble railing, a dark, murderous thought crosses his mind as he debates whether or not he should just execute his younger brother on the spot. Narrowing his cold eyes, Leo rationalizes that Alon is completely useless to him regardless of where he goes. He admits to himself that he originally planned to slip poison into Alon's drink right after their father's death, but hesitated. Bow! Glancing down at his bowing henchman in the dim corridor, Leo concludes that since Alon is willingly banishing himself to the remote frontier without putting up a fight, there's really no point in wasting effort to murder him anymore. Tap, tap, tapping his fingers impatiently against the railing, Leo lets out an irritated huff. He grumbles to himself about how recent operations with his secret syndicate, Avalon, have been hitting major roadblocks lately. Seriously? Look at this guy's petty inner monologue. He's literally blaming his bad mood on his little brother just for existing. It's the classic villain trope where if anything goes wrong in their life, it's automatically someone else's fault. Step, step. Turning toward the darkened doorway, Leo calls out to his right-hand man, Alaman, giving a swift and cold command to tail Alon's carriage down the road. Stepping out of the shadows with a masked face, Alan pauses and bluntly asks if his master's ordering an immediate assassination on the young prince. Caught completely off guard, Leo turns around with a bewildered expression. He internally wonders why his usually silent, blind, obedient subordinate is suddenly asking questions instead of blindly following orders. Swing! Stab! Before Leo can even finish scolding him to shut up and obey, a gleaming blade pierces straight through his chest in a terrifying burst of dark blood. Gasp! Coughing up blood as the cold steel skewers his heart, Leo clutches the balcony railing in utter disbelief, gasping out how his own trusted right-hand man could commit such a sudden, brutal betrayal. Talk about an absolute top-tier plot twist. Standing under the glowing crescent moon, Alman holds his bloody sword with ice-cold eyes, casually confessing that he's always loved playing war games and had a blast pretending to serve him until now. Rumble! Crimson magic and dark fog swirl through the night air as the ancient creed of the secret organization echoes. Blue Moon is the supreme sword, moving solely as their true master. The Red Moon wields it. Flash! A sinister image of Alon's glowing red eyes flashes in the background as Almond drives the blade even deeper. He declares that the moment anyone dares plot harm against the Great Moon, their leash is officially off. Slash! With a clean, merciless arc, Almond cuts Leo down, blood spraying across the marble floor as the treacherous eldest brother drops like a sack of bricks. Pant, slumping against the pillars while bleeding out, Leo gasps in sheer horror, realizing Almond deliberately waited 2 whole years for him to utter those treasonous words just to execute him under official guild protocol. Thud! As Leo takes his final breath, warning that Avalon will avenge him, Almond casually steps away, dark magic swirling around him as he cold-bloodedly announces that Avalon will be completely erased from the continent by morning. Honestly, the sheer coldness in Almond's eyes right here is absolute cinematic perfection. You gotta love how the artist uses deep shadow casting to make this guy look like an unstoppable Grim Reaper. Bathed in eerie moonlight, the empty balcony stands silent as Leo's body lies lifeless, receiving the ultimate punishment for ever daring to target the Great Moon. Ding dong! The next morning, warm golden light washes over the peaceful clock tower of Rodmill, signaling a bright new dawn in the idyllic countryside village. Stretch! Stretching his arms wide in his silky pajamas, Alon wakes up with a massive grin, practically glowing with happiness over his newly found paradise where he can sleep in as late as he wants. And rubbing his eyes blissfully, Alon revels in the sheer luxury of total freedom, waking up whenever he pleases and living the ultimate cozy slacker dream. Munch. Sitting down to a lavish breakfast spread with Yabon, Alon happily munches away on delicious golden toast, completely convinced that his peaceful retirement life is locked in forever. Savoring every bite, Alon sparkles with delight, jokingly thinking to himself that his homemade French toast is so ridiculously good, he might as well open up a bakery business. Flutter! Right on cue, Yebin bursts into the dining room holding an urgent letter calling out that an official telegram has just arrived from the main territory. Plop! The piece of toast slips right out of Alon's mouth as he reads the grim message requesting his immediate return following the sudden death of his older brother Leo. Talk about the world's shortest free trial of paradise. Fast forward back to the gloomy cathedral, and Alon stands beside Leo's flower-filled casket, completely drained as he finds himself dragged right back into the family drama. Shiver. Stepping into the hallway, Alon is baffled to find every maid and knight trembling in utter horror, pressing themselves against the walls as if a demon king just walked into the room. Ice crash. Yiban leans in and casually asks Alon when on earth he became the mastermind who destroyed the entire Avalon Underworld syndicate, leaving Alon completely frozen in shock. Squat? Huddled together against the wall like 2 broke college students, Alon clutches his head in sheer mental exhaustion over how fast his peaceful life keeps derailing. With tears of pure frustration brimming in his eyes, Alon pathetically begs Yebin to explain in plain terms how in the world he suddenly got framed as a ruthless criminal mastermind. Zap! Yebun breaks down the logic, explaining that since Leo was assassinated immediately after Alon left, Alon has a bulletproof alibi, making him the sole inheritor who gains everything from his brother's demise. Freeze! Yebun casually adds that with Avalon completely wiped out, there's nobody left to question the succession, turning Alon into a literal frozen statue of despair. Ta-da! Striking a ridiculous showman pose in a tuxedo and top hat, Yebun sarcastically congratulates Alon on becoming the top dog of the county with a swordmaster under his thumb. Man, Yebun's deadpan snark is unmatched. Throb! Nursing a massive headache, Alon tries to wrap his brain around the situation, knowing that no ordinary shadow organization should have the power to annihilate a massive syndicate overnight. Gasp! A sudden thought strikes Alon, and he turns to ask Yebun if this could be the work of that mysterious dark syndicate known as the Blue Moon. Yebun shakes his head, revealing that information guilds ruled out Blue Moon because they always leave their signature crest behind, whereas Avalon's bases were brutally carved up purely by swords. Ghostly chill! Yebun describes the massacre as a literal scene out of hell, causing Alon to sweat profusely as he realizes why everyone thinks he hired a bloodthirsty swordmaster to do his dirty work. Ponder. Alon internally reasons that Blue Moon was a minor group that collapsed before the game's main story even started. So there's no way they could be behind this, right? Oh boy, is he in for a shock. Meanwhile, deep inside their dimly lit subterranean hideout, Utia stands at the center of the room, calmly checking in with her squad to see if any traces were left behind during their raid. Glow. Swirling with green magical energy while clutching her dark tome, Ryan calmly confirms that they wiped out every single trace without leaving a shred of evidence for the authorities to find. Spark! Grabbing her dagger with lightning-fast speed, Xiao Liang eagerly chimed in, grinning ear to ear as sparks of electricity crackled around her body. Twirling her blade with a cute yet terrifying smile, the fox-eared assassin giggles about how many bodies they left piled up, treating high-level slaughter like a fun weekend hobby. Creak! The heavy stone doors swing open with an ominous aura as the remaining squad members stride into the central hall to give their final body count report. Flutter! Radiant purple wings spread wide as the young puppet master hovers in the air, surrounded by floating rapiers while reporting that 486 remaining enemy combatants were successfully located. Clang! Resting a massive buster sword over his shoulder, the silver-haired boy flashes a wild, manic grin, proudly reporting that they chopped every single enemy in half just like their master wished. Glow. With her crimson eyes burning with demonic magic, Utia lets out a sinister smile, declaring that the target known as Avalon has officially been purged from the kingdom. Boom! Under the cover of darkness, the terrifying secret army known as Blue Moon stands completely victorious, having wiped out a major syndicate, all to secure their beloved leader's peaceful future. Crash! Bang! Imagine grinding through a high-stakes fantasy world only to watch an entire underworld empire get completely reduced to dust in under 5 days. Bodies are scattered across the ruined courtyard like discarded trash, surrounded by broken steel and ash. Deep inside their hidden sanctuary, Utia turns her cold, red gaze toward Almond, pointing out that their ruthless purge isn't quite wrapped up just yet. Russell! Almond pulls out a sealed folder tied with dark string, casually dropping the bomb that several high-ranking nobles were secretly pulling strings behind Avalon's criminal network. Looming behind the shadowy council room, silhouettes of the elite Altia Duchy family appear with eerie, glowing eyes, looking like the final bosses of corrupt noble society. Gasp! Utia clutches the folder tightly against her chest, her mind racing as she realizes how deep this corrupt rabbit hole actually goes. Man, you gotta love how the artist uses deep, dramatic shadows here. She looks like a cold mob boss calculating her next move. Swoosh! Red magical energy flares around Utia as her eyes glow crimson, instantly setting a terrifying mood as she prepares to issue her next brutal directive. Spark! The rest of the squad stands ready in the split view, Xiao Liang grinning like a wild fox, Ryan clutching her dark tome, and the puppet master levitating in shadow. Clang! Flashing a manic, predatory grin, the silver-haired boy slangs his giant buster sword onto his shoulder, ready to butcher anyone standing in his master's way. Chirp, chirp! Meanwhile, in total hilarious contrast, our main guy Alon is living his absolute best slacker life in the cozy town of Lodmill, sipping morning tea in his pajamas without a single care in the world. Talk about the ultimate tonal shift. Beep! Before we jump back into the chaos, here's a quick system pause. Looks like the Shadow Network is running a background scan while Alon blissfully enjoys his morning breeze. Throb! Back in the dark underworld, Utia's red mana flares up once again as she fixates on the corrupt nobles who dared plot against her master. Swing! The elite assassin squad lines up in full formation, ready to unleash absolute annihilation on anyone foolish enough to threaten the Great Moon. Letting out a soft sigh, Utia calms her swirling crimson magic, closing her eyes as she composes her dark thoughts. Flip! Turning toward Ryan, Utia double-checks if the information guilds were completely scrubbed clean of any evidence connecting the massacre to their squad. Rustle! Ryan flips through her glowing magic book while Xiao Liang happily dances in the background, confirming that every single guild believes Blue Moon had zero involvement in the bloodbath. Seriously, Xiao Liang celebrating a brutal syndicate massacre like it's a birthday party is wildly hilarious. Swish! Levitating report pages with dark purple magic threads, the puppet master adds that the underworld is calling the massacre the Hell of the Swordmaster, entirely framing Alon's road bodyguard instead. Clutch! Utia tightly squeezes the dossier against her chest, her red eyes burning with absolute obsession as she reminds everyone that this secret operation must never reach Alon's ears. Sparkle! The puppet master casually points out that since Leo tried to assassinate Alon first, destroying Avalon wasn't even an official command. It was pure, ruthless vigilante justice for their boss. Rumble. Towering in the dark shadows, the puppet master delivers a cold speech about how they are merely a loyal weapon, and a true sword never questions its master's divine destiny. Shine. Bathed in cold moonlight leaking through the high ceiling, the ancient motto of Blue Moon hangs heavy in the ambient night air. Glare? With her glowing crimson eyes locked onto her squad, Utia commands everyone to remember that Elan knows everything, warning them to never ever disappoint the Great Moon. Sweat? Watching Utia panic over the tiny risk of getting scolded, the puppet master sweats profusely, internally wondering why an all-powerful supreme commander gets so insanely nervous around Alon. You gotta admit, seeing top-tier assassins act like scared kids around their clueless leader is comedy gold. Grab. Snatching the folder with his purple magic threads, the puppet master agrees to handle the remaining surveillance duties without stirring up any unnecessary trouble. Ho! Underneath the starry night sky, Alon's grand estate stands peacefully, completely unaware that a secret army of hyper-loyal psycho-assassins is waging a war in his name. Thud! Cut back to reality, where poor Alon is face down on his desk, drowning in a massive sea of paperwork as sheets scatter everywhere. Sob. Clutching his head in pure misery, Alon cries comic tears, complaining about how he spent an entire month working like a dog when all he wanted was to be a lazy, rich noble. Alon internally vents about how Leo's premature death derailed the entire original game timeline, forcing every bit of overwhelming county administration directly onto his shoulders. Stomp. Just when he thinks he can catch a breather, a squad of eager retainers marches into the office carrying mountain-sized stacks of scroll boxes and heavy ledgers. Twitch! Looking at his hyper-energetic staff, Alon internally screams in confusion, wondering why these lazy vassals are suddenly working like corporate overachievers when they used to take shortcuts every day. Overwhelmed by Alon's brooding aura, the vassals tremble in terror, whispering among themselves that the secret dark mastermind is angry and they'll be executed if they don't work faster. Man, this whole self-fulfilling misunderstanding trope never gets old. Deadpan. Channeling his inner corporate slave energy from his past life, Alon just silently grinds through the paperwork, completely clueless that his staff views him as a ruthless tyrant. Scribble. Deep down, Alon just lets out an exhausted sigh, wishing his subordinates would handle the county work on their own so he can go back to sleep in 12 hours a day. Crackle. Transitioning to a cozy fireplace late at night, juicy skewers of meat roast over bright glowing embers in a warm, relaxing atmosphere. Chuckle! Sitting by the fire with dark circles under his eyes, Yeban looks over at Alon, admitting that he's genuinely blown away by his young master's sudden growth. Zap! Spark! Standing in the room, Alon effortlessly summons a crackling orb of lightning magic, shocking Yeban by reaching the second tier of magic in just 2 years of self-study. Flame! Yeben breaks down the lore, explaining that reaching the second tier usually takes 4 years of intense training, making Alon look like an absolute prodigy. Sweat. Alon tries to play it cool, closing his eyes while internally remembering that he only trained so hard because he was deathly terrified of getting assassinated in this wild world. Whoosh! Controlling multiple lightning sparks around the room with pinpoint precision, Alon demonstrates incredible mana control while secretly beating himself up inside. Dark silence. Because in reality, having cool spell effects doesn't mean a thing when your core fundamentals are fundamentally flawed. Glow. Reflecting back on his journey in the garden, Alon remembers how hyped he was when he first realized he could actually cast real magic in a fantasy realm. Swish! Back then, he naively thought he could just take his sweet time practicing basic spells while hiding out in safety. Dramatic shadow. But now that survival is an actual daily struggle with assassins lurking everywhere, the brutal truth finally hit him square in the face. Poof! Crash! Shouting in hilarious despair as his magic spark completely fizzles out, Alon despairs over the tragic realization that his mana hole is ridiculously tiny. Look at Yeben in the background just watching his master dramatically lose his mind. It's gold. Diagram? Alon visualizes a martial arts diagram, noting that mana holes are set at birth, like an athlete's physical build, and his personal mana pool is practically microscopic. Gloom. Dressed in a martial arts suit, Alon slumps into a gloomy shadow as he accepts that no amount of hard work can overcome his pathetic innate mana capacity. Flutter. Breaking the sad mood, Yeben holds up an official blue envelope sealed with wax, announcing that an elite ball invitation has finally arrived for the new head of the family. Blink. Alon glances up from his roasted meat, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the shiny invitation letter. Sparkle! Chandelier! Cut to the lavish ball hall filled with sparkling chandeliers, high-class nobility in luxurious dresses, and grand marble staircases. Dressed to the nines in an insanely drippy noble suit with a dark cape, Alon takes his first step into the hall looking ready to pass out from sheer social exhaustion. Glimmer. As noble couples waltz under glittering golden lights in the Asteria Kingdom's southern realm, Alon prepares to face the political viper pit as the newly appointed count. Ever try making a sleek first impression at a high society party, only for everyone in the room to look at you like you're a walking disaster? Our boy Alon adjusts his collar, determined to make some useful political connections tonight, while Yaban just stands behind him munching on a mountain of high-end desserts. Swoosh! The moment Alon takes a single step forward, the crowd literally parts like the Red Sea as terrified nobles scurry away into the shadows. Eek! Alon barely raises a hand to throw out a friendly greeting, and this poor noble guy instantly looks like he's staring down an apex predator about to snap his neck. Scramble! Look at these nobles sprinting for their lives in the background. It's like a fire drill, except the emergency is just Alon standing in the middle of the room, existing. Yevon chuckles and pats Alon's shoulder, telling him not to take it to heart. But Alon insists he's totally fine and expected this reaction before heading off to try another angle. Walking with the dramatic flair of his dark cape, Alon remembers that while his great-grandfather was an absolute legend, House Palacio is currently seen as the ultimate black sheep of the East. Talk about inheriting a ruined public image. Swipe. Grabbing a glass of red wine from the banquet table, Alan vows that he didn't come here unprepared. He's going to put those social skills he secretly practiced to the test right now. Swirling his wine glass smoothly, Alon approaches a noble lady, complimenting the unique taste of the drink like a proper gentleman. Glare! Except he tries to pull off a gentle, welcoming smile and instead hits her with a blood-curdling demonic villain grin while sinisterly hinting that he'd love to take a few bottles home. Man, the artist went absolutely wild on this lighting. He looks like a psycho killer serial murderer. Shiver! The poor noblewoman turns pale as a ghost, completely trembling under the crushing weight of what she thinks is a lethal threat from a ruthless mob boss. Gasp! Screaming that she'll talk to her father and prepare the entire wine shipment right away, she dashes off like a sprinter, leaving Alon reaching out in sheer confusion. Sweat? As Alon stands there completely baffled, background nobles whisper in pure terror, accusing him of extorting a helpless young lady for limited edition wine. Talk about a hilarious misunderstanding. Yevon pats his dejected master on the back while Alon tries to cope with the reality check, internally convincing himself that the lady was just extraordinarily shy. Shine. Underneath the glowing ballroom chandeliers, the hilarious consequences of Alon's terrifying aura continue to pile up. Nom nom. Yaban casually reads off a massive laundry list of luxury gifts scared nobles sent over to appease him, while Alon slumps into a gloomy corner, depressed that his actual wine studying went to waste. Staring into space, Alon realizes that between his family's terrible reputation and the wild rumors that he's slaughtered his own brothers, he's practically a walking biohazard in noble society. Looking out over the ballroom, he watches every single group deliberately step away from him, officially declaring his networking mission a complete and utter failure. Throwing in the towel for now, Alon tells Yevon he's stepping out onto the balcony for fresh air, totally unaware that a striking red-haired noblewoman is tracking his every move from behind her fan. Glimmer! With a mysterious smirk playing on her lips, the crimson-haired lady sips her wine, watching the enigmatic head of House Palacio head toward the gardens. Out on the quiet balcony under the cool night sky, Alon takes a deep breath, letting the calm night breeze wash away his social exhaustion. Gloom! Leaning over the railing, he stares into the dark gardens, internally crying as he wonders where his life went so horribly wrong. Gasp! Suddenly breaking the silence, a soft voice calls out to him, making Alon turn around in shock that someone actually dared approach him. Creak! Peering toward the dark balcony doors, he holds his breath, wondering who could possibly be seeking him out in the middle of the night. Thump! A hesitant figure steps forward from the shadows, nervously introducing herself. Sparkle! Standing among white flowers is a stunning young lady with long brown hair, emerald eyes, and an elegant green dress looking like a delicate heroine straight out of an Otome game. Blink! Hearing her family name, Alon immediately recognizes her as a daughter of House Altia and greets her with a calm bow. Dramatic shadow. Quick lore drop time. House Altea is known as the Black Sheep of the North, one of the 3 ultimate villain families in the entire game world. Honestly, the dark gothic artwork here setting up her family tree is peak webtoon aesthetic. Alon looks her over, puzzled, because despite his deep game knowledge, he doesn't recall seeing this specific girl anywhere in the original storyline. Desperate. Stepping up with tears in her eyes, the girl cuts straight to the chase, desperately begging Alon to lend her his infamous strength. Meanwhile, dramatic blue lighting flares behind Alon as he naturally assumes another high-stakes plot is brewing. Blush! Clutching her hands to her chest, the brown-haired girl blushes nervously under his intense gaze, preparing to drop a massive bomb. Boom! Standing on the high balcony under the starry sky, she tearfully confesses the terrifying truth. She is going to be assassinated very soon. Chibi pause. In a hilarious little flashback panel, we see cute Chibi Alon in the library grinding through beginner self-help books on how to make friends. If only he knew those books wouldn't help him handle assassination pleas. Tremble. Back in reality, the Altea girl clutches her dress, confirming her desperate predicament with a heavy heart. She explains that as the mistress's daughter, her father's favor kept her safe. But now that the Duke has fallen ill, her ruthless sisters are actively plotting to murder her to clear the succession line. Realization? Connecting the dots, Alon suddenly remembers why she was missing from the original game. She was killed off long before the story even began. Talk about a dark plot realization. Flinch? As she begs him to use his terrifying power to protect her, Alon gives her a cold reality check with a blunt "I refuse," prompting her to quickly clarify that she's willing to pay a massive price. Swish! She offers him half of House Altea's vast domain, but Alon simply turns his back on her, politely bidding her farewell and walking away without hesitation. Walking back toward the hall, Alon feels bad for her, but knows he can barely protect himself, let alone save someone else, especially since he doesn't actually possess the godly power rumors claim he has. Glance. He takes one last look over his shoulder, watching her stand heartbroken under the cold moonlight. Heartbreak. She clutches her chest in utter despair, looking completely lost as her last glimmer of hope walks out the door. Whew! Reaching the doorway, Alon lets out an exhausted sigh, feeling the weight of the cold, unyielding fantasy world around him. Light! Stepping back into the warm glow of the ballroom, Alon throws out a casual parting remark to ease his own conscience. Something good will happen for you. Shine. Internally, he genuinely prays that she manages to find a powerful ally who can actually save her life. Creepy! High above the ballroom floor, shadowed figures in dark hoods listen to his words from the balcony railings, taking his innocent comment as a cryptic, high-level tactical command. Whisper! The Shadow Assassins note that since she isn't involved with Avalon's corrupt schemes, she isn't on their hit list, meaning their secret syndicate doesn't need to eliminate her. Glimmer! Down below, the innocent brown-haired girl stands under the soft light, completely oblivious to the Shadow Army hovering above her head. Rumble. The assassins coldly decide to massacre every other member of House Altea instead, executing the Red Moon's command to purge the corrupt nobles while cutting off all information flow. Silence. Their ultimate mission? Make sure the bloody underworld massacre of Avalon never reaches Alon's ears so their beloved boss stays stress-free. Clueless! Cut to Alon walking blissfully through the hall, totally unaware that his casual exit line just accidentally sentenced an entire corrupt Duke's family to complete annihilation. The misunderstanding trope in this manhwa is absolute cinema. Tap, tap, still feeling the awkward social barrier surrounding him, Alon sighs about being lonely, until the gorgeous red-haired lady suddenly steps right into his path with a sultry hello. Looks like his night isn't over just yet. Hearing someone call out to him, Alon turns around with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, wondering if a normal noble is actually trying to be friendly for once. Glimmer! He turns around only to see a strikingly beautiful red-haired lady hiding behind a fan, instantly recognizing her as another high-tier villain from the original game. Realizing that nobody normal in this ballroom would willingly approach him first, Alon internally sighs while trying to keep his cool. Oh my! The crimson-haired noblewoman smirks behind her fan, amused that the infamous new head of House Palacio recognizes her on sight. Bowing with practiced elegance, Alon smoothly compliments her reputation, keeping his tone polite and composed. Dark lore. Quick history lesson for everyone. Asteria is ruled by 3 legendary villainous houses, House Altea in the north and House Palladio in the east. serpent glow. And in the west sits House Zenonia, represented by Kalia, the dangerous eldest daughter of Count Zenonia, surrounded by a lethal snake aura. Zenonia runs a ruthless corporate-style underworld syndicate, leaving cute chibi Elan internally hyperventilating because all he wants is a quiet, peaceful life. Honestly, the artist contrast between Kalia's mafia boss energy and Elan's internal panic is absolute gold. Swipe, trying to bow out gracefully, Elan compliments her beauty, hoping to end the conversation before getting wrapped up in another villain plot. Kalia invites him for a private chat, but Elan hits her with a cold villain glare, claiming too many eyes are watching, when internally he's just begging her to let him go quietly. Kalia simply smirks behind her fan, completely misinterpreting his terrifying face as a brilliant strategic decline. Bidding him farewell until next time, she steps away, leaving Elan totally dumbfounded that his awkward excuse actually worked. As Kalia glides back through the glittering hall, nearby nobles part way, terrified of the intense power play that just went down between two villain houses. Standing alone under the bright chandelier light, Elan blinks in confusion, still processing what just happened. High above the ballroom, shadowed assassins keep watch, reporting that the Avalon cover-up is safe, but a new spy has appeared. Glare. Spotting a hidden observer tracking Elan, the Shadow Squad realizes someone is tailing their revered leader. Dash! Vaulting across the upper rafters, the loyal Shadow Corps decide to quietly execute the spy to ensure their boss stays completely stress-free. Bright sky. Fast forward to the next morning under a brilliant blue sky as a loyal subordinate asks if they've reached their destination. Rumble. Standing before a towering mossy canyon sealed by an ominous magical barrier, Yeban doubts if this desolate ravine is really their target. Shine! Holding up a crest badge, Elan gets super hyped. Despite the gloomy canyon lighting, he's finally found his true objective. Step? Walking down a rune-carved stone path, Elan reflects on how much harder this walkthrough location was to find in real life compared to the game UI. Map unlock, secret lore time. The whole reason Elan traveled south under the guise of noble business was to raid the Labyrinth of Whispers. Legend has it this spot holds an S-rank item capable of changing the balance of power in the continent. Naturally, both the Empire and the Church are drooling over it. If Elan can grab it, he'll solidify himself as a power player and maybe even attract some strong allies. He tells the girls to gear up. This raid isn't going to be pretty. In fact, some players who previously entered were never seen again, literally vanished like they never existed. That's how dangerous this place is. But Elan's got a plan. He casually mentions he's freed another spirit, one who knows this dungeon inside and out. Meet Undine, the spirit of the water. With her help, they'll navigate the labyrinth's treacherous pass. But of course, things went sideways, fast. They get ambushed by an army of undead lizards. These guys are basically immune to physical attacks. Just when things look bleak, Undine steps up, using her power to purify those skeletal lizards right out of existence. Talk about a game changer. Glow? To clear this ancient dungeon, a challenger has to solve complex riddles across 8 dangerous trial chambers. Sparkle? The reward? A game-changing artifact. Elan smirks internally, ready to use his max-level walkthrough knowledge for some easy speedrunning. Seriously, seeing a transmigrated MC abuse game wikis like a speedrunner never gets old. Glowing blue ancient runes light up the stone floor, guiding their path deep into the labyrinth. Swoosh! Entering the cavernous entrance, Elan admits that seeing the dungeon in person feels way more intense than staring at a PC screen. Yebin asks how he could possibly know about such a hidden ancient ruin, and Elan casually deadpans that he used to visit all the time. Creepy smile. Seeing Yeban's horrified face, Elan laughs it off as a joke, though his sinister dark expression makes Yeban think he's staring at a demon lord. Suddenly, screeching red wyverns dive out of the pitch-black abyss, swooping straight down at him. Keek! The winged beasts roar with bloodlust, filling the cavern with ferocious screeching sounds. Crash! A colossal stone fist slams down with terrifying impact, crushing flesh and rock into platter. Looking up at the giant stone fist hanging above them, Yebin nervously points out that one wrong riddle answer will turn them into roadkill, while Elan casually ponders his next move. Boom! As blood and rock dust rain down around them, Yebin stands terrified while Elan remains completely stone-faced. Stunned, Yeban's mind explodes with pure awe, wondering how his lord can maintain such absolute composure in a total death trap. glow. Under the cinematic atmospheric lighting, Alon looks like an all-knowing, ruthless mastermind who predicted every single variable. Yeban thinks back over their 4 years together, paying off random debts, freeing slaves, taking on organizations, realizing none of it made sense until now. Click! Alan cheerfully solves the ancient riddle, casually explaining that the door won't open until the trap mechanism finishes its cycle. Rumble. The massive stone gears grind, echoing sound effects across the heavy dungeon walls. Creak! As the ancient stone door slides open, Yeben internally marvels at how following his mysterious master always leads to insane outcomes. Yeban eagerly awaits the legendary reward, wondering what high-level grand scheme Alon is pulling off. Sweat! Meanwhile, Alon is internally throwing up from nausea, having nearly broken his own neck trying to avoid looking at the gruesome gore behind them. Talk about top-tier comedy execution. Glitter! Stepping into the inner vault, they are greeted by a blinding mountain of gold, jewels, and an eerie dark hand pedestal. Completely ignoring the vast fortune of gold, Alon points directly at a plain black ring resting on the pedestal's thumb. While Yeban scoops up massive gold bars, Alon tries on the oversized black ring, warning his aide to leave the gold behind so they don't draw unwanted attention. Shine! Holding up his hand, Alon smiles internally. He finally secured the constraint, the ultimate game item he came for. Reassuring his aide, Alon promises that the path back out will be totally safe and peaceful. Yeah, right. Sweat. Bragging about how easy the speedrun was, Alon is suddenly interrupted by Yeben asking if he predicted this part of the dungeon too. Red alert! Turns out those decorative piles of stones scattered outside in the canyon weren't terrain. They were ancient guardian golems. Clang! Dozens of giant stone golems with glowing eyes and massive spears awaken simultaneously, sealing off the canyon exit. Sword draw. Drawing his blade in complete panic, Yeben prepares to fight a hopeless battle to buy his master time to escape. Talk about an epic cliffhanger ending. Just as Yeben prepares to meet his untimely demise, Alon calmly steps forward and announces that he's taken over this round, leaving his aide completely bewildered. Yeban practically screams over the deafening noise that whatever insane plan his master has cooked up, surviving and escaping needs to be priority number 1. Boom! Giant stone golems tower over the tiny duo, raising massive glowing spears that threaten to squash them into flat pancakes in a split second. Swoosh! The golem brings down its colossal spear with terrifying speed, proving these ancient security guards don't play around when it comes to trespassers. Honestly, the scale of these monsters makes our MC look like an absolute ant. Crash! The ground shakes violently as the sheer weight of stone and ancient magic rattles the entire canyon floor. Yeban breaks into a cold sweat, wildly calculating their survival odds and realizing his low-tier spells won't even scratch these massive stone behemoths. Blow! Completely unfazed, Alon holding the ancient black ring activates its hidden power, whispering the activation command, Constraint Commence, with supreme chill energy. Rumble. A heavy, suffocating silence instantly engulfs the canyon as dark cosmic energy ripples outward from the artifact. Flash! Time itself grinds to a complete halt, freezing the monstrous stone golems mid-strike in a surreal display of divine power. Suddenly pulled into an eerie void of swirling stars and cosmic mist, Alan stands face-to-face with a terrifying ancient deity towering in the sky. Resonate? An overwhelming, booming voice echoes through the cosmic expanse, addressing Alon as the successor to an ancient forgotten power. The mystical entity commands him to speak the 2 restrictions he chooses to impose upon himself to claim the ultimate reward. Alon blinks in surprise, internally noting that back in the original game, this was just a simple pop-up UI menu, so talking directly to an eldritch god is a total unexpected upgrade. Talk about an immersive VR update. Lore Drop. The constraint artifact works on a high-risk, high-reward system. By placing self-imposed nerfs on your own spellcasting, your magic power explodes exponentially. Feeling the weight of this terrifying reality, Alon composes himself and prepares to deliver his first self-imposed restriction. Click! Forming a complex hand sign, Alon declares that every single spell he casts will strictly require the ancient Babylonia hand seals. A floating skill icon locks in his choice. Thunder. The cosmic voice demands to know what power he seeks in exchange for giving up instant spellcasting, and Alon boldly demands the ability to bend the world's physical laws. Flash! The cosmic entity booms its approval, granting his first condition as blinding light seals the contract. Without wasting a breath, Alon smoothly moves on to stack his second constraint, making the divine entity lean in with interest. Locking his hands into a second intricate sign, Alon announces that his magic must also require chanting the sacred words of Babylonia. Glow! When asked what he seeks this time, Alan deadpans that he wants even more raw power, triggering another glowing contract icon. Silence. The cosmic entity goes dead silent for a long, agonizing moment, leaving Alon standing under its intimidating stare. Alon internally panics, sweating bullets, wondering if he messed up by mimicking the game's exact skill icons. But hey, stacking both hand signs and chants is the ultimate meta build for max DPS. Reminding himself that he memorized every single cringe hand sign and long-winded chant through hundreds of speedrun playthroughs, he prays his hardcore gaming knowledge pays off. Boom! The giant entity finally responds with a resounding accepted, shattering the tense silence. Swirl, shadows surge as the cosmic entity praises the human who remembered the forgotten god's secrets, while Alon is left totally confused about what grand legacy he just inherited. Shine! The physical ring crumbles into glowing particles, dissolving directly into Alon's hand as the constraint contract finishes binding to his soul. Snap! Reality snaps right back as Yebben's panic-filled voice cuts through the air, still screaming about their useless low-tier magic. Roar! The giant stone golem continues its lethal overhead smash, completely unaware that the MC just finished installing a game-breaking cheat code. Yebben dramatically raises his sword in a desperate effort to block the impending doom, ready to lay down his life for his master. Glare! Alon's eye narrows with absolute focus, completely calm amidst the chaos around him. Spark! A faint blue lightning sphere flickers in his palm. Without the constraint active, his natural mana pool was so pitifully low that even at max effort, it could barely light a candle. Staring at the tiny spark, Alon reflects on how no amount of normal training could ever bypass his character's strict, hard-coded stat limits. Crackle! But now it's time to unleash the newly activated constraint build and see what this extreme handicap actually buys him. Aiming his glowing hand directly at the massive golem rushing toward them, Alon begins weaving his magical stance. Lightning! Blue electricity sparks wildly, binding to his arm as the artifact begins multiplying his spell energy through sheer restriction. Swoosh! Electric currents whip across his boots, creating a dazzling aura of high-voltage mana that shakes the nearby rocks. Cut to a hilarious chibi inset where Alon casually admits he's zoned out during the cosmic cutscene, while Yiban is still over there losing his absolute mind. The tonal shift in this manhwa is pure comedy gold. Rumble! The colossal golem's fist drops down like a falling meteor, ready to crush everything in its path. Sparkle! Holding the blazing orb of electric energy, Alon prepares to test the true limits of his high-risk gamer build. Chant! Striking an incredibly stylish hand seal, Alon calls out the first sacred command, Refraction. Zap! The faint lightning orb instantly swells, multiplying into thousands of violent, blinding electrical arcs that tear through the air. Boom! Weaving his hands into the second position, he shouts the next phrase, Rebound, causing the magical energy to violently detonate outward. Flash! A blinding dome of pure heavenly light explodes above them, illuminating the dark canyon in brilliant azure radiance. Thundercrack! Invoking blue light, apocalyptic bolts of lightning rain down from the sky with catastrophic force. Epic shot! Standing tall on the cliff edge like a god of thunder, Alon directs a massive storm of lightning that completely engulfs the entire canyon of golems. Man, the artist absolutely cooked with this wide shot. Snap! Rapidly switching through complex finger configurations, Alon unleashes a linear diffraction to channel the residual energy. Crackle! Streams of supercharged electricity surge forward from his fingertips in a devastating beam of pure destructive magic. Kaboom! A gigantic nuclear-level lightning explosion obliterates the army of ancient stone golems into total atomic dust. Sparks crackle through the smoky air as Yebben stands completely petrified, his jaw on the floor after watching his weak master casually wipe out an entire dungeon raid with one hand. Talk about an epic display of power. Talk about an absolute overkill entry. Sparks fly across the canyon as Alon's supercharged lightning magic tears through the ancient stone guardians with zero effort. Blue electricity whips through the canyon air like wild serpents, completely vaporizing any golem dumb enough to step into range. Rumble! Massive stone behemoths collapse into worthless rubble, leaving our duo standing in awe at the sheer destruction. Kaboom! Blinding light erupts across the canyon floor as the final remnants of the Golem army get wiped out in a single legendary burst. Crickets. Heavy silence falls over the canyon, leaving nothing behind except glowing magical runes painted on scattered rocks. Yeban breaks into a cold sweat, staring at his master like he just witnessed a walking natural disaster. Damn it, this is totally unbelievable! Walking past the smoldering debris, Yeben nervously asks if Alon was secretly hiding god-tier magic this whole time. Yeben rambles on about his 15 years of mercenary experience, completely unable to wrap his brain around how that nuclear blast was supposedly just low-tier magic. When Alon casually hits him with the simple yup, Yeban's jaw hits the floor so hard it creates a second canyon. Internally, Alon is just as stunned. He mentally double-checks his game knowledge, realizing the spell was never this ridiculously overpowered back in the game. Lore time! In the original turn-based game, stacking sigils and incantations gave you a nice little 10% stat boost. Nothing crazy. By combining 4 separate chants and sigils, he managed to supercharge a standard chain lightning spell over 5 grueling turns. Stacking those Thunderblades created a massive magical synergy designed for large-scale destruction. But here's the twist. Inheriting the legacy of an ancient, forgotten god amplified his magic by like 1,000 times. Talk about a broken real-world conversion rate. Whew! Stepping out into the golden sunlight, Yeban lets out a massive sigh of relief, while Alon casually admits that second-tier magic might have been a tad overkill. Thud! Completely drained from the emotional roller coaster, Yeben slumps against a rock, complaining that babysitting his master is harder than actual combat. Gazing back at the ruined canyon crater, Yeben mutters about whoever designed such a death trap, while Alon gets a sudden brain blast. A sharp glare hits Alon's eyes as he remembers that this dungeon actually had a secret second name back in the game files. Flashback. He remembers ancient forum posts discussing the Paleon Labyrinth and its mysterious origins. Community guidebooks revealed that skipping the main boss reward allowed players to grind endlessly in the Labyrinth of Paleon. Alon blurts out that the place was built by a legendary figure named Paleon, leaving Yeben completely lost once again. Helping hand, grabbing his exhausted aide by the shoulder, Alon announces they're heading back east to kick off his next grand plan. Yeben hits him with a hilarious chibi side-eye, surprised that his master is already eager to jump back into work. As they trek through the forest, Alon analyzes how matching element sigils and chants maximize spell efficiency in the original game logic. But unlike the game where numbers just went up on a HUD, in this real world, every single rune physically warps and shapes the magic spell in real time. Chibi monologue. Alon strokes his chin, wondering if his insanely precise mana control is what allowed him to perceive these hidden spell transformations. Reaching their tethered horses at nightfall, Alon resolves to test out his new magical setup once his mana pool refills. Atmosphere shift. High up in the dark canopy, a mysterious hooded girl with piercing green eyes watches their every move from the shadows. With unnatural grace, the mysterious watcher leaps off the cliff ledge, diving straight down into the shadowy ravine. Glow! She lands softly before a giant stone monument covered in glowing azure glyphs, the ancient script of the long-lost Alanef Empire. Pushing back her hood, the green-haired scholar stares intently at the ancient inscription carved into the rock wall. The glowing text tells the heroic tale of Swordmaster Palan, who stood his ground to protect a dear friend left all alone. Tracing the glowing letters with her fingertips, she feels the lingering ancient mana echoing through the stone wall. Flashback lore. Legends say Paleon single-handedly repelled the invasion of the horrific Black Ones and vanquished the nightmare dragon Al-Akalaka. Epic shot. Standing tall against a cosmic dragon of darkness, the radiant Emperor Paleon shone like a beacon of hope in ancient times. Man, this art panel is pure eye candy. The girl reflects on how she was born and raised inside the sacred ancient library, granting her access to forgotten history no normal human knows. She looks down in quiet contemplation, realizing the world's recorded history is missing critical pieces of the truth. Remembering Alon's terrifying encounter with the Bloody Queen, she realizes this mysterious boy is rewriting history right before her eyes. She recalls seeing Alon stand before the grand statues of antiquity with an icy composure that matched the ancient legends themselves. Chills. What scares her most is that Alon's lightning incantation doesn't exist in any library record anywhere, making his true identity a complete, terrifying mystery. Russell. Standing in the dim forest clearing, she waits patiently as a shadow glides down from the treetops. Clasping her hands together under the moonlight, she blushes softly, feeling deeply ashamed for having doubted the divine truths told by the crimson moon. Step. A hooded figure perched atop a high branch addresses her coldly in the dead of night. Asking if she secured the secret intelligence, the informant gives a terrifying response. The operative in black is already dead. Snap! A brutal flashback reveals the assassin's body flying through the air, his neck snapped like a twig by an invisible, ruthless force. Her expression darkens to absolute ice as she realizes they need to report this back to HQ before things spiral completely out of control. Swoosh! Like two phantoms in the night, both hooded agents vanish into the moonlit forest without leaving a single footprint behind. Scene change. Meanwhile, inside the opulent estate of Count Zenonia, a mysterious red-haired noblewoman sits elegantly by the window, sipping hot tea. Smirk, lowering her teacup, her crimson eyes narrow as she confirms that the crazy rumors circulating about Alon are actually true. Recalling Alon's abyssal, emotionless stare, she mutters to herself that his gaze holds the endless depth of an abyss, and you just know she's plotting something huge. What a way to wrap up this chapter. Imagine thinking you're the ultimate mastermind, pulling all the strings from behind the curtain, only to realize you've been playing checkers while your target is playing 4D chess. Red-haired Lady Kalia sips her tea in style, musing over how bizarre it is that someone who usually keeps a low profile suddenly became the talk of the entire town. Wandering over to her father's desk with an eerie, composed grace, she casually asks him if he doesn't find this sudden burst of fame just a little bit suspicious. Her father barely looks up from his paperwork, replying in a flat, emotionless voice that it's only natural since he is, after all, the high and mighty Count. Snap! With a single sharp click of her fingers, crimson magic swirls beneath her gaze, revealing the terrifying truth of who really holds the leash in this household. Leaning over her father like a puppet master admiring her favorite toy, Kalia smirks about how nobody would ever guess she's the true ruler of the house while her father plays the brainless front. But her smile fades as she wonders, how on earth did Alon figure out her secret? Talk about a villainess getting hit with an unexpected reality check. Shadowy whispers fill the room as Kalia huddles with her secret operative, admitting that too many eyes are watching them now. And worse, the spy she planted on Alon has already been sniffed out. Clack, clack! Heavy footsteps echo down the grand hallway as a panicked guard comes sprinting toward Lady Kalia with absolute terror written all over his face. Stopping to catch his breath, the guard frantically begs her to drop everything and return to her private quarters immediately. Thud! Stepping into her room, the atmosphere plunges to sub-zero as she finds her operative's bloody corpse slumping against the floor, radiating a chilling purple aura. Her guard breaks into a cold sweat, noting that the magic seal didn't activate, meaning the spy died before leaking any secrets. But leaving the body right inside her bedroom? That's a direct, cold-blooded message. A twisted smile creeps onto Kalia's face as she lets out a chilling laugh. Honestly, the artist cooked so hard with this dark expression. She's terrified but loving the lethal disrespect. Looming against the backdrop of a gigantic, shadowy viper, Kalia realizes Alon completely cornered her with a devastating countermove before their game even started. Crickets? Cut to our main boy Alon casually sitting on the sofa, scratching his head in utter confusion, while Yibon is completely passed out, snoring on his lap. The tonal shift here is pure comedic gold. Pro tip time! A hilarious chibi pop-up reminds us that Labyrinth Golem soldiers are total low IQ bots. Avoid eye contact for 3 seconds and you can slip right past them. Rumble! Night falls over the Grand Altia ducal territory as a luxurious horse-drawn carriage pulls up to a colossal moonlit estate. Inside the carriage, a heavy silence hangs in the air as a voice admits that Alon is definitely not a man to be taken lightly. Clenching her fists in frustration, green-eyed Lady Loria sits in the dim light, her expression twisted in deep anxiety and despair. She remembers Alon being called the noble of the underworld, possessor of eyes as cold and ruthless as her own tyrant fathers. Boom! A terrifying dark aura looms over her memories as she recalls the overwhelming, soul-crushing pressure Alon exerted, a monster you must never make an enemy of. Loria lowers her head in heartbreak, reflecting on how Alon was supposed to be her last lifeline, yet he refused a deal that offered him no profit. Her eyes quiver with tears as she realizes a cold-hearted strategist like him would never accept a trade with such heavy financial losses. Flashback. We see her treacherous siblings, Tamalian, Marianne, Philine, and Kig, standing like ruthless vultures who stripped her of every last shred of wealth and status. Man, talk about the ultimate toxic family dynamic. Left with absolute zero leverage or power, Loria stood all alone in the shadows, cast out by her own bloodline. Looking up at the massive ducal palace, she sighs, knowing she only survived this long by desperately clinging to the faint shreds of her father's pity. Creak! Pushing open the heavy wooden doors of the estate, she mutters to herself in utter hopelessness, wondering what steps she could possibly take next. Suddenly, the quiet night is shattered as frantic maids burst out from the corridor, screaming in sheer panic at Lady Loria's unexpected return. Gasp! Running toward her with tears streaming down their faces, the maids drop a nuclear bombshell. Lady Philine and Lord Kig have both taken their own lives. Loria's eyes widen in utter disbelief as the terrifying news hits her like a freight train, completely freezing her in her tracks. Crimson strike marks slash through the silhouettes of her dead siblings, as Loria thinks logically. People who were greedy enough to backstab family would never willingly end themselves. Something sinister is at play here. Kia! Blood-curdling shrieks ring out from the upper floor, echoing through the cavernous halls of the mansion. Panicked servants tremble on their knees as another horrific discovery is made further up the grand staircase. Graphic warning, in a terrifying crimson-stained hall, eldest son Tamalian and eldest daughter Marianne are found double impaled by massive steel blades. The sheer brutality in this panel is absolutely insane. Peeking from behind the heavy velvet curtains, Loria stares at the bloody scene with her stomach churning in complete terror. Swoosh! High above the estate rooftop, a white-haired shadow assassin leaps through the night sky like a phantom bird of prey. Looking back over his shoulder with a chilling, ruthless smirk, the deadly enforcer whispers a single cold word: eliminated. Whoosh! A violent gust of magical wind sweeps across the entire city as the unseen shadow vanishes into the darkness without leaving a single trace. Heavy silence falls over the estate once again as the dark reality of what just transpired settles over the blood-soaked palace. Backpedaling in sheer shock, Loria's mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour trying to piece together this unbelievable massacre. Flashback. A golden memory flashes before her eyes. Elan standing at her doorway with that calm, unbothered expression, casually telling her that good fortune would come her way. Chills. The terrifying truth hits her like a lightning bolt. Elan was the true shadow mastermind hidden behind the Count's house all along, quietly executing every enemy in his path. Trembling uncontrollably from head to toe, Loria finally understands the ominous meaning behind his parting words. Green magical mist swirls across the screen as the narrator drops the craziest plot twist. Overnight, every single contender to the throne was wiped out, leaving Loria as the sole heir of the Altia Duchy. A dry, breathless chuckle escapes her lips as she stands alone in the vast, empty corridor. Clutching her thumping chest, Loria trembles in pure horror, wondering what kind of horrifying demon she accidentally signed a contract with. But with all her rivals dead, there's no turning back now. Gazing down the long, dark hall, she reminds herself of the tragic fate that awaits anyone foolish enough to betray Elan's trust. With no other options remaining on the board, she steels her resolve, accepting that she must walk this dangerous tightrope to the very end. A sharp, blazing fire ignites in her green eyes. She might be terrified, but she's determined to play her part in Elan's grand design. Sunshine! Cut to the next morning at a gorgeous sunlit mansion where official messengers announce they've arrived directly under the authority of Duke Altia. Kneeling respectfully before Elan, an envoy presents a sleek black wooden chest while Elan tilts his head, wondering why Duke Altia is sending him gifts. Click! Opening the box, Yebin's eyes light up with pure hype as he recognizes a bottle of legendary Cernax wine. Looks like being a terrifying criminal mastermind comes with some top-tier perks. Imagine dropping thousands of gold pieces on a single bottle of wine just to say thank you. Opening the sleek wooden chest, a bottle of ultra-rare Cernax wine sits wrapped in silk, radiating absolute luxury. Glancing at the delicate thank you card attached to the bottle, Elan realizes this insane gift didn't come from the old Duke at all, but from Lady Loria herself. Talk about an over-the-top gift from someone who felt bad for getting rejected. Still trying to wrap his head around the gift, Elan asks the messenger if this was truly meant for him, but the envoy bows deeply and confirms it was hand-delivered directly under the Duke's personal orders. Gasp! A sudden realization strikes Alon like a bolt of lightning as his jaw practically hits the floor. Wait, if the Duke sent this under his official seal, that can only mean one thing. Loria didn't just survive her toxic family, she completely inherited the title and officially became the new Duke of Altia. Cut to Loria sitting gracefully in her massive office, quills scratching across official scrolls under the soft moonlight. Whew! Stretching her arms above her head with a long sigh, Loria reflects on how the past 2 months passed like an absolute hurricane of political chaos. Standing up from her luxurious desk, she gazes around the grand room in awe, remembering how she wasn't even allowed to set foot inside this room back when her siblings ruled. Flashback. Crimson blood stains the marble floors as a dark memory reveals her ruthless siblings double impaled by massive steel blades, completely eliminating every single rival in one fell swoop. Swoosh! Recalling how she dodged all suspicion thanks to her rock-solid alibi at the royal ball, Laurier remembers the sheer despair of returning home after her secret network was utterly wiped out. Standard villainous backstory moment. Standing alone in a grand ballroom surrounded by metaphorical blades, she had truly lost every shred of leverage she owned. Chills. Trembling uncontrollably as she clutches her chest, the cold reality sinks in. Alon didn't just help her, he manipulated the entire board from the shadows without sweating. Boom! Red aura flares dynamically in her memory as she recalls Alon turning down her initial proposal with complete apathy, only to dispatch his ruthless shadow assassins immediately after. She realizes that while he pretended not to care on the surface, he secretly executed a flawless strike that eliminated all her enemies overnight. A shadowy, ominous haze fills her thoughts as she shivers in terror, wondering just how many moves ahead this terrifying mastermind is playing. Sweat drops bead down her pale cheek as her green eyes quiver. Seriously, the artist drew her expression with so much tension here, you can literally feel her heart pounding through the screen. She remembers deliberately keeping her father's death a secret to avoid burdening Alon, yet somehow he moved before she could even say a word. Wandering down the grand moonlit corridor of her palace, she comes to the chilling conclusion that Alon only backed her because his grand design strictly required control over House Altia. Thorn rose vines wrap around the stone walls, symbolizing her sudden rise to power amidst dangerous political traps. Staring at her family's crest surrounded by blood-red roses, she admits that even though she unified Altia, her entire realm pales in comparison to the hidden power Alan commands. Mysterious, dark aura swirls across the frame as a single name echoes in her mind: Palazzo! Clink! Gold coins rain down around Alon as he sits like an untouchable mob boss on a throne of endless wealth, proving his status as an underworld tycoon who built an empire purely through business. Wisps of purple smoke drift through the dark space as Loria realizes the one thing a shadow mogul lacks is top-tier noble legitimacy, and that's where Altia comes in. Looming over a massive chessboard like a cosmic puppet master, Alon casually moves his pieces, treating powerful noble houses like simple pawns in his grand design. Walking down a quiet portrait gallery, Loria gazes up at the painted faces of her ancestors, taking in the full weight of her new position. Steeling her nerve under the dim light, she resolves to focus on managing her territory while patiently awaiting her mysterious benefactor's next move. Glow! A beam of soft light cuts through the shadows, illuminating Loria as she stands tall, fully transformed into a capable ruler ready for whatever comes next. With a confident, gentle smile adorning her face, she proves she's no longer the helpless damsel who was pushed around by her family. Talk about a top-tier character glow-up. Cut back to the present. Bowing politely at the doorway, the envoy takes his leave after successfully delivering the priceless gift and confirmation. Huh? Turning to Yeben with a completely bewildered look, Alon mutters to himself that something feels totally off. How on earth did Loria go from being under death threats to becoming the actual Duke? Time skip! A serene cloudscape flashes across the screen as the narrative shifts back a few months, 5 years before the main story even begins. Gentle snowflakes drift softly over a grand, snow-draped estate nestled deep within the winter mountains. Walking down a quiet palace hallway, young Alon keeps his hands in his pockets, strolling along with his signature relaxed attitude. Footsteps. Thebin comes running down the corridor, playfully catching himself before addressing Alon as the new count, though Alon nonchalantly notes he can officially use the title now that the new year hit. A heavy drop of disappointment hits Alon as he reflects on his failed goal. His grand life plan was just to live a lazy, peaceful life full of gourmet food, not deal with noble titles. But a cute chibi pop-up of Alon smiling shows that once he got used to the rank, he quickly realized being a noble comes with some pretty sweet perks. Slide, handing over a wax-sealed letter, Yiban hands Alon a fresh update sent directly from Utia. Walking side by side into his private study, Alon casually asks if there's any progress on tracking down the assassins who killed Leo, though Yeben reports the Info Guild is still digging. Taking a seat at the tea table, Yiban narrows his eye and directly asks Alon if his true goal in all of this is revenge against the perpetrators. Looking down at the letter, Alon calmly explains that his actions are just a way to prepare for unexpected butterfly effects caused by his presence altering the original game storyline. Eben smirks sarcastically, teasing him that he actually sounded like a proper dignified count for once. Honest opinion, Eben's casual banter with Alon is easily one of the best dynamics in this entire series. Unfolding the parchment paper, Alon hums with curiosity, eager to see what wholesome update his sponsored kid sent him this time. Wholesome alert! The letter describes how everyone at the orphanage is thriving, complete with an adorable sketch of Davis performing full-blown professional puppet plays for the children. Cut to a sunny flashback panel showing cute catgirl Seolong happily running around playing tag and games with their childhood friends in the courtyard. Swoosh! Meanwhile, young Radon sits peacefully in the garden with a tiny shovel and textbook while another child waters the vibrant flower beds next to her. Proud dad smile. Looking at the reports, Alon lets out a warm, affectionate grin. Even though he's never met these kids in person, watching them grow through his sponsorship makes him feel like a proud father. Pausing for a second, Alon suddenly turns to Yeben and asks how old those 5 rescued children are getting now. Yeben adjusts his eye patch thoughtfully, pointing out that most of the kids Alon personally saved are right on the verge of coming of age and stepping into proper society. Flashback! An adorable group portrait of the 5 rescued orphans pops up, surrounded by blooming flowers, reminding us of how far they've come since Alon saved them. Bow! Dressed in traditional garments, the 5 children bow deeply in reverence, while Alon awkwardly scratches his cheek, realizing it's almost time to let them spread their wings. Yeban reminds him that he originally kept those sickly children close for a specific reason, but Alon smiles gently, admitting they've grown strong and healthy enough that it's time to help them build their own futures. What a heartwarming moment to end on. Ever wonder what happens when you try to prevent 5 traumatized orphans from becoming apocalyptic villains, only to accidentally set off a massive chain reaction? Alon is sitting here convinced that as long as he stops these kids from awakening as world-ending sins, they'll totally manage on their own in society without turning the realm upside down, right? Looking off to the side with a calm, stoic gaze, Alon genuinely believes he's got this entire grand strategy figured out down to the smallest detail. Yeben pops in with a cute little chibi speech bubble confirming that now that all 5 kids are healthy, well-fed, and fully recovered, everything should go smoothly from here on out. Flashback! Just a quick refresher on who these kids actually are in the original game storyline. Utia with her insane talent for divine faith, and Deus with his terrifying unmatched aptitude for the sword. Boom! Add in Ryan's genius research skills, Seolong's brutal combat instinct, and Radon's natural-born leadership? Seriously, this entire group is a walking cheat code that could easily overthrow a kingdom. Click! Clasping his wooden desk, Alon tells himself that if he just places each kid in the right position across the continent, they'll shine bright without causing any chaotic plot twists. Swoosh! Throwing paper sheets into the air like a proud dad who just solved world hunger, Alon is convinced he just drafted the most flawless life plan in human history. Holding up a feather quill with a soft smirk, he decides to write personal letters and prepare special gifts for each kid. You know, just to be extra wholesome. Glow! A bright golden flare fills the office as he finishes up, declaring his master plan officially complete. Sniff! While Alon celebrates at his desk like he won the lottery, Yeben sits on the sofa wiping away tears, totally moved by how caring his boss is acting. Tucking the stack of letters under his arm, Yeben dashes out the door with a cheeky smile, casually wishing that if Alon's big plan works out, he might even score a nice bonus. Swoosh! The camera tilts up to a gorgeous sunlit sky as birds fly through the clouds, marking a huge turning point for the kids stepping out into the wider world. Cut to a shadowy hideout where Utia holds the sealed letters, announcing to the rest of the group that their master personally hand-delivered directives just for them. Standing together in the dim light, the 4 other orphans stare at their sealed envelopes in absolute awe, realizing their secret savior is finally giving them official assignments. Yippee! Catgirl Sealong literally spins around in pure excitement, cheering out loud because she finally got a direct message from the boss. Meanwhile, Ryan and Yudia exchange dead serious glances, fully aware that any direct command from Alon carries the weight of a massive shadow operation. Quick wholesome chibi moment, Seolong excitedly asks Ryan if she likes her special gift. Honestly, the art style shift here is so ridiculously cute, you almost forget these kids were destined to destroy the world. Returning to the serious atmosphere, Yudia points out that receiving personal directives means their master officially considers them ready for prime time. The group huddles close as Yutia prepares to explain how to decode Alon's ultra-mysterious instructions. Shine! Her red eyes flash in the shadows as Yutia warns them to review the older letters first, claiming that Alon's directives are always high-level 4D chess moves. Sealing's cat ears perk up with hype while the guys lean in, thrilled that they're finally allowed to look at the master's secret correspondence. Close up on the parchment paper, the letter literally just says, "How are you these days? You have so many talented friends. Let me know if you need anything." Deadpan, the entire squad stares blankly with dot eyes, completely baffled because this super high-level secret directive literally reads like a normal, friendly letter. Talk about hilarious misunderstanding. Yutia smiles calmly at their confusion, explaining that Alon explicitly ordered them from the start to disguise every single secret message as casual, everyday conversation. Mind blown! Pointing at hidden lines, Yutia reveals how a simple line about brother using me as a chair actually designated the assassination target, while another sentence assigned their entire syndicate. The kids are literally hovering over the paper in sheer awe. Das nods in deep respect, concluding that carrying out their master's grand strategy requires reading between the lines to protect classified intel at all costs. Raiden raises a fair point, asking why they don't just use magic communicators or visit in person, but Yutia reminds them that absolute discretion is mandatory. Chills! With a shadowy background set in the mood, Yutia marvels at Alon's terrifying level of devotion to secrecy, and honestly, watching her overanalyze his casual dad letters is peak comedy. Rah! Chibi Sealong pumps her fist in the air, hyped out of her mind as she prepares to rip open her brand new secret directive. Sunlight filters down through a hanging lantern in the warehouse as all 5 orphans gather around to read their individual assignments side by side. Deus reads his paper and finds out he's ordered to head to Caliban, the land of knights, while Seolong droops her head in despair after realizing she's stuck going to a desert colony. Ryan discovers she's assigned to the pleasure city of Raxus, while Radon finds out his path leads straight into the dangerous labyrinth city of Lartania. Glow! Radiant purple light surrounds Yutia as her red eyes gleam with intense determination. Her own direct assignment takes her straight to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. A dramatic crimson background highlights the fact that every single one of them now has a distinct, tailor-made role to play in their master's master plan. Deus notes that he was instructed to become a knight. Seolong happily adds that their funding will continue steadily, and Ryan finds out Alon left exact coordinates to hidden legendary gifts. Warning! Turning around with an intense glare, Yutia strictly reminds them that no matter what happens, no one is allowed to ever mention the name Blue Moon unless Alon brings it up first. Clutching her directive tightly against her chest, Yutia vows in her heart that they will carry out his vision to perfection, no matter what it takes. Sunshine! Cut to a bright, clear sky filled with warm sunlight, signaling the start of an epic new chapter. Step, step, dressed in dark traveler cloaks, the 5 future legends walk out into the busy city streets together, ready to conquer their assigned territories. Time skip! 3 months later, bright sunlight streams in Alan's study where massive stacks of ancient grimoires and research papers cover his entire desk. Sitting back in his armchair with dark circles under his eyes, Alon rubs his neck while reading a magic book, realizing he has to experiment with magic directly. Turning to Yeban, Alan asks if the Info Guild found anything on the assassins who murdered Leo, but Yeban confirms they haven't uncovered a single clue. Sweat drop! Sweat trickles down Alon's face as he realizes that saving the 5 kids completely shattered the original storyline, creating an uncontrollable butterfly effect. Flashback! A dark snowstorm surrounds Loria, reminding Elan that a character who was supposed to die is now the Supreme Duchess of Altia, rapidly building up an underworld empire. Waving his hand, Elan casually tells Yibin to completely call off the investigation into the assassins, leaving Yibin totally dumbfounded. Cosmic aura. Swirling blue galaxies and glowing runes fill Elan's thoughts as he realizes that if the Ultimate Information Guild can't find these killers, it's definitely a better-not-to-know situation. Shivering with a funny panic expression, Elan decides that prying into off-quest mysteries will only trigger a death flag, and he values his lazy life way too much for that. Crash! A dynamic red flashback showing secret assassins taking down targets reinforces Elan's theory. Shadow organizations won't bother him unless he pokes his nose into their business first. Yibin bows respectfully and nods, confirming he will officially put an end to all investigations into the mysterious assassins. Adjusting his eye patch, Yibin casually drops a major update. Diaz has officially been knighted in the land of Caliban. Elan smiles with satisfaction, totally clueless that his simple dad advice just created the world's strongest knightly legend. What if you gave a stray orphan some friendly advice, only to find out a year later that he casually went out and built an entire military legion on his own? Elan is just enjoying a nice stick of grilled meat with Yibin when his trusty aide drops a bombshell. Diaz didn't just get knighted, he literally went ahead and founded his own elite knight order. Gasp! Elan nearly chokes on his skewer right there on the park bench, his jaw dropping in complete disbelief. I mean, creating a knight order means Diaz isn't just some rookie playing with swords anymore. The kid must be at an expert rank or higher. Let's break down the sword power rankings real quick. You start as a basic sword user, grind your way up to sword expert, and finally reach the legendary status of sword master. Elan is staring at the system chart like, wait a minute, Diaz was literally a total beginner a second ago. Meanwhile, Yibin casually adds fuel to the fire, mentioning rumors that the continent's 5th Master Knight is predicted to spawn within 10 years. Elan's internal dad pride kicks in as he envisions Chibi Deus spinning around with a glowing blade like a miniature whirlwind. In the kingdom of Caliban, Master Knight is the absolute highest title a swordsman can achieve, and both Elan and Yibin realize that Caliban must be turning completely upside down over this prodigy right now. Zoom out! The sun shines brightly over the grand estate as time skips forward a full year since the 5 former sins left Elan's nest. Cut to Elan's massive library study. Elan has finally settled into his cozy routine as a count, practicing magic tricks at his desk, when Yibin steps inside with a serious look on his face, announcing he's got some scorching hot news fresh off the press. Scratch. The quill pauses over the parchment paper as Yibin drops the official report. Diaz didn't just join the military, he officially claimed a seat among Caliban's legendary 5 swords. Crackle. The magic sparks in Elan's hand literally fizzle out in pure shock as Yibin confirms Diaz has been crowned a full-fledged Master Knight. Seriously, look at Elan's deadpan expression here. It's like his brain completely short-circuited. Elan sits there holding his quill with floating question marks surrounding his head like a cartoon character. Isn't a Master Knight title strictly reserved for God-tier swordmasters? How on earth did a kid who barely touched a sword a year ago skip 20 steps in the leveling system? Glow! In this universe, becoming a true swordmaster requires awakening a mythical, unique ultimate technique known as a derivation, a hyper-specialized aura power that separates the ordinary swordsman from absolute battle gods. Elan wipes a sweat drop from his forehead and asks Yibin if Diaz actually achieved a derivation already. Yibin shakes his head, clarifying that technically Diaz hasn't unlocked his derivation yet, but the royal court granted him the Master Knight title anyway. Talk about getting a cheat code promotion. Slash! A dramatic battle flashback shows Diaz dashing across the field, taking down the legendary 4th sword in a single brilliant strike. Yibin explains that Caliban was desperate for top-tier military power after losing one of their original Master Knights in the endless war against the northern barbarians. Elan rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully analyzing the political situation. Caliban has been locked in a bloody border conflict for over a decade, so grabbing an insanely talented prodigal knight to fill their vacant commander slot makes complete sense, even if it breaks all traditional rules. Yibin adjusts his eye patch and breaks down the harsh reality of sword progression. Normally, it takes 15 grueling years just to learn how to properly control mana, and awakening a derivation takes literal decades of life and death combat. Boom! To put Diaz's terrifying growth rate into perspective, look at Reinhardt, the legendary first sword of Caliban, who is considered the ultimate prodigy. Reinhardt trained relentlessly from early childhood and still only achieved the Master Knight rank at age 32. System pop-up. In the original game storyline, Reinhardt was introduced in Episode 3 as a temporary powerhouse companion, boasting that he'd been wielding a sword since he was 5 years old. The game literally hype-trained him as the youngest swordmaster in history. Alon stares into space as he realizes how completely broken the scaling has become. Reinhardt spent over 20 years grinding to reach the top, but Deus went from 0 swordsmanship knowledge to a Master Knight position in just 12 months. Honestly, the power creep in this story is moving faster than an endgame speedrun. Chibi Alon rubs his chin with a sly smirk while Chibi Yaban nods along in agreement. If Deus learns a derivation, he's going to surpass the main story's strongest knight effortlessly. Alon starts giggling to himself, thinking he might actually reap some massive clout and perks from having such an overpowered foster kid. Sweat drop, but then a sudden realization hits Alon like a bucket of ice water, making his smug smile instantly vanish. Wait, will he actually get any perks at all? Chibi Alon slumps over his desk in full-blown dark depression while Yabin watches awkwardly. The tragic truth is that none of the kids ever write back to Alon directly. Every single secret letter and update gets routed exclusively through Utia. Close up on the ancient parchment paper letters. Even after Utia moved to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, her incoming letters are constantly packed with detailed updates on what the other kids are doing across the continent. It's totally obvious that the 5 former sins are running an underground group chat behind Alon's back. Alon stares off into space with a pouty, disappointed face. I mean, come on, he sent them custom luxury gifts and game-changing intel, and he can't even get a simple thank you text? The fatherly heartbreak here is both hilarious and deeply relatable. Slap! Alon forcefully slaps his own cheeks with both hands to snap himself out of the pity party. He reminds himself to focus on the bright side. At least his foster kids awakened as heroic sins rather than turning into realm-destroying catastrophic villains like in the original game timeline. Sunlight. Standing side by side in front of the giant sunlit arched window, Yaban gently pats Alon's shoulder. Alon sighs softly, deciding that as long as those kids are well-fed, safe, and living happy lives out there, that's all a proud parent could ever ask for. Transition! The scene shifts to a breathtaking sunset glowing purple and gold over Kirdom, the high noble residential district in the capital city of Caliban. Talk about top-tier background art. The lighting details here are absolutely stunning. Clang, clang. Down in the grand courtyard of the Lunar Eclipse Night Order headquarters, recruits line up in heavy armor, swinging their heavy broadswords in synchronized training drills under the evening sky. Step, step. Inside the quiet, vaulted hallways of the upper estate, a high-ranking figure draped in dark spiked armor slowly walks toward the grand glass windows overlooking the courtyard. Meet Deus Macallion, captain of the Eclipse Knights and the youngest Master Knight in history. Gazing out the window with a calm, stoic expression, the former traumatized orphan looks like an absolute dark fantasy menace in that purple-accented armor set. As he peers down into the courtyard below, something catches Deus's eye through the glass window, causing his stoic gaze to instantly freeze in place. Sparkle! Down in the courtyard stands a sweet purple-haired girl waving her hand enthusiastically up at him, surrounded by floating floral sparkles. It's none other than his precious long-lost younger sister. The icy, cold demeanor of the legendary sword captain immediately melts away. Deus offers a soft, gentle smile toward the window, looking like the happiest brother on earth. Deus clears his throat, placing a gloved hand over his blushing face as a dark shadow passes over his thoughts. Even a year later, looking back on the moment they reunited, still makes his heart swell with deep embarrassment and emotion. Flashback! Crimson blood splatters across a nightmare memory as a tragic scene unfolds. Young Deus lost everything he held dear when dark shadow beasts brutally slaughtered his family and burned his hometown to the ground. Despair! Terrifying shadowy tendrils reached out and snapped his younger sister away into the abyss, while young Deus stretched out his trembling hand, helpless to save her as she vanished into the darkness. All his sister could leave behind as she was pulled away was her tears and a glowing crystal pendant falling toward Deus's fingertips. A painful memory burned into his soul forever. Roar! Swirling dark energy consumed the young boy's mind as the traumatic loss twisted his grief into an uncontrollable demonic rage against the monsters that ruined his life. Trapped inside a cold, dark dungeon cell, young Deus sat bruised and battered on the wooden floor, staring blankly at his sister's crystal artifact while waiting for death or vengeance. glow. That's when the mysterious silver-haired leader of the Blue Moon Shadow Syndicate appeared like an ominous savior. While being saved by the Syndicate wasn't enough to earn Deus's blind loyalty, the leader's promise that Deus would get to enact his own revenge was the sole reason he agreed to serve as an assassin. Swoosh! For years, working as a Blue Moon Shadow operative meant surviving brutal deathmatch missions and mastering the deadly art of razor-sharp purple aura threads to slice through enemies. Then came that fateful day when Deus received his very first personal directive from Milan. Standing beside Kakarol Soilong, Deus stared at the mysterious envelope, completely unsure what high-stakes shadow operation his master was assigning him to execute. Close-up on Alon's handwritten letter, the note casually instructed him to travel to a small tavern in southern Caliban called Regat 10, where a special gift was waiting for him to inspect immediately. Creak! Disguised in a dark traveler's cloak, Deus pushed open the door to the quiet tavern late at night, his heart pounding as he wondered what secret weapon or intel his master had hidden inside. Gasp! As warm golden light bathed his face, Deus's eyes widened in total shock, his breath catching in his throat as he stared across the room in absolute disbelief. Thud. His heavy cloak slipped right off his shoulders and hit the floor as he spotted a young maid holding a broom near the fireplace. The gift Alon sent wasn't a weapon at all, but his long-lost sister alive and well. Sob! Breaking into a full-speed dash across the tavern floor, Deus threw his arms around her, tackling his sister into a tight, desperate embrace as the broom clattered to the ground. The purple-haired girl gasped with wide, teary eyes, completely frozen in shock as she realized the Grand Knight hugging her so fiercely was her beloved big brother. Wah! All the pent-up trauma, pain, and grief Deus held inside for years exploded all at once. Tears streamed hysterically down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably into her shoulder. Sobbing, kneeling together on the tavern floor under the warm tavern lights, the hardened assassin broke down completely, clutching his sister like he'd never let her go again. Honestly, if this emotional reunion doesn't bring a tear to your eye, nothing will. Deus gently pulled back, his face soaked in tears, as he cupped her face, softly asking his sister Shilly what on earth happened to her after they were torn apart on that tragic night. Shilly gently wipes the tears from her eyes, offering a sweet, radiant smile as she holds her brother's hands tight. Thanks to Alon's secret orchestrations, two broken souls finally found their way back to each other. Sitting across from each other in the cozy, warm ambient light at the tavern room, Deus and his long-lost sister Shilly finally get a quiet moment to catch their breath and talk. Holding her teacup with a gentle yet somber expression, Shilly lowers her eyes as she begins recounting the horrifying ordeal she went through after they were torn apart on that tragic night. Darkness. A sinister parchment note appears with a chilling confession. For years, she was trapped in total darkness, waiting in terror for her turn to face an unknown fate. Visualizing her horrifying nightmare, the panel reveals a massive, multi-tiered dungeon complex filled with iron cages where helpless captives were locked away like cattle. Talk about an absolute horror movie setting. Blood slasher. Up on the high altar, a shadowy cultist stands over lifeless bodies dripping with crimson blood. Honestly, the artist went all out with the dark fantasy atmosphere here, making this cult look irredeemably evil. Flash! Suddenly, a brilliant ray of golden light pierces through the suffocating darkness, shattering the grim atmospheric illusion. Young Shilly tumbles through the air, crying out in terror until a mysterious hand reaches out and catches her wrist just in the nick of time. Text pop up just when she was about to be auctioned off to ruthless slave traders in the black market. Snare. Writhing shadow tendrils burst from the floor, coiling tightly around the terrified girl to drag her back into captivity. Slash! A blinding light of sword aura cuts clean through the darkness with a sharp metallic ring. Swoosh! Lightning-fast blade strokes crisscross through the chamber in an instant, slicing those creepy shadow tendrils into absolute ribbons. Landing smoothly in front of the traumatized girl, the mercenary Yebin stands tall with his steel drawn, shielding her from danger. Can we appreciate how cool Yebin looks here? The guy's literally a walking bodyguard archetype. Fast forward to the present, Shilly explains to Deus that ever since that heroic rescue, she continuously received top-tier medicine, living expenses, and complete protection from an anonymous patron. She pulls out an elegant gold-trimmed card inscribed with a handwritten guarantee of safety under the noble authority of Alon Palacio. Shilly holds up the card with a soft, affectionate smile, expressing how deeply grateful she is to Lord Avalon for saving her life and reuniting her with her brother. Deus stares at the signature in absolute shock, his mind reeling as he realizes Alon staked his own family's prestigious name just to guarantee a stranger's safety. Diaz grips his arm, deep in thought as a cold sweat breaks out. How on earth did Alon know about his secret sister when Diaz never uttered a single word about his past to anyone? Revelation! A stark red text frame confirms the terrifying truth. Alon didn't just guess. He literally knew every single detail from the start. Flashback to young Utia with her crimson eyes glowing under the crescent moon. Diaz remembers how Utia always seemed unnaturally calm whenever Alon gave out orders. Click! All the baffling mysteries and unanswered questions suddenly locked together in Diaz's head like missing puzzle pieces fallen into place. Puzzle panels illustrate Utia holding a secret chest, showing how she wasn't just acting out of blind fanaticism, she was executing Alon's master plan down to the letter. Another puzzle piece shows Alon standing in the doorway, casually dropping cryptic advice like, "Something good will happen," proving he foresaw every single outcome before it even occurred. Memories of young Diaz and Xialong wearing traveler cloaks pop up. Alon was dropping hints to guide the lone survivor all along. Seriously, Alon's 4D chess moves are so insane that even his own followers think he's a prophet. A single teardrop glimmers at the corner of Diaz's eye as the overwhelming weight of Alon's profound kindness and godlike foresight hits his heart. Softening his expression, Diaz gently pats Shili's head, silently reassuring her while accepting that Alon's grand orchestration was purely designed to save them both. Boom! A terrifyingly epic image shows Alon's majestic shadow towering over Diaz like a master puppeteer holding the threads of destiny. The purple lighting in this panel is peak aesthetic. Shili reminisces about serving hot meals to Alon back at the tavern, feeling pure warmth from the man who gave her a brand new life. With a radiant, sunny smile, Shili carries a tray of hot stew and fresh bread, looking completely happy and fulfilled in her new quiet life. Flashback to Utia's red eyes flaring against a fiery crimson backdrop as she once declared that everyone would eventually understand why she devotes her entire existence to Lord Alon. Letter read, close-up on Alan's written directive commanding Diaz to travel to Caliban and climb the ranks to become a high-ranking knight. Purple flare. A dramatic text card burns against a dark background. Diaz swears on his soul that he must repay Alon's overwhelming generosity no matter what. Close-up on Diaz's sharp, glowing purple eyes. The former traumatized orphan has fully transformed into a resolute warrior with an unwavering purpose. Text pop-up. His singular, uncompromising mission is now crystal clear. Title card to conquer the military hierarchy of Caliban and claim the ultimate title of Master Knight. Eclipse! A glorious cosmic solar eclipse blazes in the dark sky, casting golden rays of light around a pitch-black moon. Talk about maximum dramatic staging. Speed lines flash dynamically across the frame, setting up the tense transition to the next big military campaign. Inside the vaulted moonlit manor, Demius stands shoulder to shoulder with his second-in-command, gazing down at the grand court with total tactical focus. Down in the illuminated stone hall, row upon row of heavily armored Eclipse Knights stand in rigid formation, ready to march at their captain's command. Declaration! A bold text banner announces that this upcoming northern expedition will lay the unstoppable foundation for the Eclipse Order's dominance. Click! Close-up on Diaz's hand gripping the dark hilt of his broadsword, adorned with glowing purple mana crystals. Boom! Drawing his massive blade, Diaz holds it high against the cosmic eclipse, surrounded by a roaring aura of dark purple magic power. Now that is how you rally an army. Motto: prove yourself beneath the moon. Snowstorm. Text card announces that the Eclipse Knights have officially embarked on their brutal campaign against the northern barbarian hordes. Wide cinematic shot of the Night Order marching in a long, dark line through the freezing, snow-covered mountain valley. The scale of this artwork is absolutely breathless. Cute transition. Meanwhile, back at the peaceful estate, our main guy, Alon, is lazily lounging on the sunny stone floor, surrounded by piles of open magic books like a tired college student during finals week. Flutter! Suddenly a gentle breeze blows through the archway, catching his loose research notes and sending papers flying everywhere. Panic! Alon instantly loses all his cool, noble composure, flailing around on the floor like a desperate cat trying to snatch the floating papers out of the air. The comedy timing here is golden. Sweat dropping with an awkward expression, Alon wipes his forehead while staring down at the scattered notes he managed to catch. Scribble. Grabbing his quill pen, Alon begins furiously organizing his handwritten research notes regarding ancient phrases and hidden magic formulas from the labyrinth. Chibi Allen squints with hilarious determination as he scribbles into his notebook, bound and determined to decode all the cheat code magic secrets before the next big plot twist hits. Imagine trying to figure out a magic system with no instruction manual, only for your random experiments to end up terrifying the strongest mages in the land. After grinding through endless stacks of old research notes, Alon finally organizes his breakthroughs on hidden magical phrases. He discovers that adding a refraction phrase actually distorts the magic circle, spreading out the area of effect instead of just firing a single targeted bolt. Next up in his research notes is repulsion, which completely pulverizes the physical structure of a spell's projectile to force an instant spatial transfer. Adding blue light into the formula boosts parallel spellcasting, letting electrical currents snap and crackle like a localized thunderstorm. Honestly, this magic system feels like assembling custom code blocks in a video game, because chaining linear diffraction straight up grants full armor penetration. With a deafening crash, the combined attributes deliver a guaranteed critical hit that can tear right through high-tier defensive barriers. But here's the catch. Because of his limited mana haul, poor Alan can only attempt a single spell per day, meaning it took him 2 whole months of daily testing just to discover these 4 basic cast rolls. Since the ancient lore of Babylon was totally forgotten in the original novel, he had to figure out every self-defense shortcut entirely from scratch. Stepping out into the crisp morning air of the courtyard, Alon decides it's finally time to test his brand new custom phrase combination in real time. With a sharp snap of his fingers, tiny sparks of scion electricity ripple across his knuckles as he prepares the casting sequence. By deliberately removing the central core of the gathered manosphere, he forces an intense electrical imbalance that violently unleashes raw energy. On its own, this unstable spark looks completely weak and harmless, but Alon is about to stack his cheat phrases on top of it. Golden ancient runes materialize in the air as he invokes fixation, locking the unstable ball of lightning directly in place. Electric arcs shoot out in every direction, scorching the ground with a harsh sizzle as the spell begins to build up immense pressure. Next comes compression, tightly packing all that wild atmospheric mana into a dense, high-frequency energy orb. Crackle, he triggers collapse, causing the packed lightning sphere to suddenly implode on itself in total silence. Boom! The sky turns dark as jagged violet lightning violently tearing through the air, proving that even a garbage spell gains god-tier power when pushed through the right sequence. For his final trick, Alon chants fleeting full bloom to unleash the full visual output of his creation. Raising his hand toward the sky with main character swagger, he commands the compressed spell to detonate. Kaboom! Absolutely massive column of blinding cyan light shoots straight up into the clouds, illuminating the entire domain in a brilliant flash. The sheer scale of the light show is so massive that the artist went absolutely wild with the special effects here, turning the entire courtyard into a glowing sea of magic. Branching out across the sky like colossal lightning tendrils, the energy begins taking the distinct shape of a giant cosmic tree. A breathtaking tree of glowing cyan mana blossoms high above the estate, casting a majestic radiance over the entire fortress. Standing under the giant glowing canopy, Alon watches the breathtaking magical display fade into a gentle shower of sparkling light. As the lingering residual sparks flicker away into the quiet breeze, the atmosphere settles back to normal. Alon casually strokes his chin, realizing that the ordering of phrases is super crucial, since putting collapse first during yesterday's test resulted in a total dud. But as he turns around, his casual expression completely freezes in terror as his eyes widen in realization. Standing right under the archway behind him are Lady Kalia and her dangerous Grand Mage companion, both frozen like statues with total shock on their faces. Dramatic pause. The entire air turns heavy as a single horrifying realization dawns on the unexpected visitors. Poor Alon breaks into a nervous sweat, frantically screaming in his head over why on earth Kalia of the Zenonia faction is sneaking around his back garden. Bianchel, the ruthless Grand Mage, gasps for air in sheer panic, recognizing that creating a living phenomenon like an energy tree is a supreme feat reserved exclusively for legendary 7th Circle Archmages. Seeing the hierarchy chart flash in his head, Alon gets super confused because he knows he's nowhere near a 7th Circle monster. Meanwhile, back in the Kingdom of Caliban, knights who gain royal recognition are allowed to form their own order, which explains why Diaz is grinding so hard in the military, just for Alon's sake. Moving over to the formal reception room inside the Palladio Manor, an awkward, suffocating silence hangs over the grand tea table. Sitting stiffly on the couch, Kalia tries to keep her composure while secretly sweating over how south this visit has already gone. She originally came here to investigate Count Palladio's true motives, knowing he holds a hidden leverage card that could completely dismantle her faction's political influence. Her plan was to have Bianca use his high-tier mana perception to gauge the strength of the Shadow Organization backing Alon. But instead of finding a modest noble house, she looks over to see her terrifying Archmage bodyguard trembling like a leaf in total horror. Keep in mind, Bianchel is an infamous 5th-rank rogue mage who was kicked out of the Mage Tower for illegal experiments, a guy who can vaporize an entire military battalion without blinking. Seeing this ruthless monster hyperventilating in sheer panic beside her completely shatters Kalia's sanity, making her wonder what kind of godlike entity Alon actually is. She frantically ponders if that incredible cosmic light show was actually an ancient origin spell created by a hidden Rome cultivator. Creak! The heavy double doors swing open, cutting through the tense silence of the lounge. Alon strolls smoothly into the room with a cold, unreadable glare, casually asking what urgent business brought them to his estate without an invitation. Kalia immediately bows her head in polite apology, claiming she merely wandered into the gardens while searching for him. Alon smoothly nods, stating he won't hold the intrusion against her. Leaning forward with a dark, commanding gaze, Alon sets his hands together and firmly corrects their massive delusion by stating that what they witnessed was definitely not an origin spell. He casually downplays the entire event, explaining that if someone were forced to rank his little trick, it would barely qualify as a low-tier second circle spell at best. He points out that the light tree had 0 offensive or defensive power, making it practically useless in actual combat. Threatening aura, shadows fall over his face as Alon quietly warns both of them that it would be in their absolute best interest to keep everything they saw in the courtyard entirely to themselves. Bianchel immediately stammers out a terrified confirmation using extreme honorifics while bowing his head. Kalia almost loses her mind seeing her elite mage act like a terrified puppy. Inwardly, sighing with massive relief that his bluff worked, Alon comfortably relaxes on the sofa and politely asks for the real reason behind their unexpected visit. Talk about living in a high-stakes dark fantasy world where one wrong move gets you ended. Our boy Alon sits back with peak main character calm, politely telling his dangerous guest that he's way too busy to waste time on small talk. Completely overwhelmed by his terrifying aura, Lady Kalia hurriedly bows and takes her leave before she accidentally pisses off an alleged secret god-tier archmage. Just as she's heading out, Alon casually strokes his chin and drops a casual piece of advice, telling her she should probably go chat with Duke Altia instead. Dramatic lighting. Sunlight streams through the window as Alon stares her down with an unreadable look, hinting that she and the Duke might surprisingly see eye to eye. Gulp. Kalia swallows hard, cold sweat dripping down her neck as she tries to decipher if this is a friendly suggestion or a dark command from a mastermind. Trying her absolute best to keep her composure, Kalia offers a polite curtsy and agrees to follow his instruction without daring to question it. Wheel crunch! Outside the Grand Palacio estate, their ornate carriage rattles along the cobblestone driveway as they beat a hasty retreat. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Alonzaid wonders out loud why a fallen faction like Zenonia would come sniffing around their doorstep. Honestly, if you saw a guy summon a giant glowing mana tree in his backyard, you'd probably check his background too. Panic mode. Inwardly, Alon is throwing a total fit in his mind, imagining swarms of ruthless dark fantasy villains hunting him down if rumors spread that he can cast origin-level magic. Strolling through the marble hallways with his trusted aide, Alon mutters to himself about how bizarre it would be for Zenonia to reach out to their mortal underground rivals. Dark shadows? With a gloomy expression hanging over his face, Alon warns his aide to never let visitors sneak up on him like that ever again. Meanwhile, rolling down the peaceful countryside road, the luxury carriage carries 2 deeply rattled passengers. Inside the carriage, Kalia turns to her Grand Mage bodyguard, anxiously asking if the unbelievable phenomenon they just witnessed was truly an origin spell. Grand Mage Bianchel shakes his head with a pale face, admitting it wasn't an origin spell at all, which somehow makes the reality 10 times scarier. He explains that origin magic is a divine privilege reserved strictly for Supreme 7th Circle Archmages who rewrite the fundamental laws of reality itself. Glow! Activating his specialized observation eye, blue magic circles swirl around his pupil as he recalls scanning Alon's spell sequence during the explosion. Eerie silence. The atmosphere inside the carriage grows freezing cold as Bianchel prepares to reveal what he actually saw. Intense aura. In his mind's eye, Alon didn't just cast magic, his body was enveloped in a terrifying crimson malice that blotted out the light. Bianchel clutches his head in horror, recalling how Alon didn't follow the laws of magic, but violently warped and crushed them into submission. Crackle! The Scion Light Tree wasn't a standard spell. It was an unnatural miracle produced by forcing unstable mana to obey his absolute will. Boom! The sheer visual effect of the giant glowing mana branches surging toward the sky was so absurdly broken that it defied every rule of traditional magic. Talk about an accidental flex that completely shattered a Grand Mage's sanity. Shatter? Bianchel's eyes tremble violently behind his spectacles as the illusion of basic magic logic shatters right before his eyes. Overwhelmed by visions of a giant cosmic demon eye glaring down behind Alon's dark shadow, Bianchel feels like he looked directly into the abyss. Gasp! Clutching his face in sheer agony, the old mage desperately tries to force himself to stop overthinking before his own brain collapses from mental strain. Sweating profusely, Bianchel reminds Kalia that he dedicated his entire life to researching ancient forgotten magic, so his warning isn't just a guess, it's an absolute fact. Blood red warning. In bold, terrifying text, his final judgment rings clear. Whatever you do, never oppose Count Palladio, and never make an enemy out of him. Letting out a shaky breath, Kalia realizes that trying to figure out Alon's true motive is completely pointless, deciding that visiting Duke Altia might actually be her only choice left. Puppet Master. An incredible cinematic visual shows Alon as a giant, shadowy god hovering over the Kingdom board game, holding dice while casually moving noble houses like disposable chess pawns. Cold sweat trickles down Kalia's cheek as she swallows the terrifying realization that she has already fallen directly into his Grandmaster strategy. Creak! Sometime later, back at the estate, the office door swings open as Alon's loyal aide Yevon steps inside. Alon looks up from his desk, quill in hand, casually asking if there's any fresh news regarding the whereabouts of his young disciples. Zap! Yevon drops an absolute bombshell, revealing that the Zenonia County and the Altia Ducal House have officially formed a subterranean alliance. Alon's jaw practically drops to the floor in complete shock. Yevon nods casually, confirming that the two biggest powerhouses of the criminal underworld have officially shaken hands under the Underworld Accord. Comedic meltdown. Alon grabs his hair and screams in total mental distress, wondering why on earth the two deadliest factions just joined forces when he was trying to keep things peaceful. Flashback. A dramatic replay hits Alon's brain as he remembers casually telling Kalia, if you need someone to talk to, go visit Duke Altia. Wave! Panicking in cute chibi form, Alon frantically waves his hands, trying to convince himself that a cold, arrogant noble like Kalia would never actually form a real alliance over an offhand comment. Realizing that his casual remark literally reshaped the kingdom's geopolitical landscape overnight, Alon stares blankly at the floor in sheer disbelief. Scribble! Grabbing a fresh sheet of parchment, Alon begins furiously scribbling a desperate apology letter to Kalia, begging her to forgive his blunt tone, so she doesn't think he was threatening her. Handing the sealed envelope to Yevon, Alon tells him to dispatch it immediately through the Mercenary Guild while continuing the search for his missing disciples. Russell. Leaning back with a heavy sigh, Alon reviews a report, deeply worried because his talented students, Radon and Sialong, completely vanished after reaching their destination. A hilarious chibi ghost of Sialong appears in his mind as Alon genuinely panics over whether his poor catgirl disciple accidentally bit the dust out in the wild. Glow! Ancient lore text materializes, explaining that if the young warriors managed to locate the hidden gift mentioned in the letter, they could unlock a legendary warrior's mark. Radiant Burst. By completing the trial, she could even ascend to the revered status of a legendary Baba Yaga. System Window. The item tooltip reveals the Sacred Beast Gauntlet of the Golden Mane tribe, granting a whopping 20 critical hit chance boost. Seriously, who needs a complex magic circle when you can just equip high-tier pay-to-win gear? Alon sits by the sunny window, remembering how he specifically left clues to that exact hidden treasure so Siolong could fund her journey and thrive. Cut to a breathtaking cinematic shot of the harsh, sun-drenched canyon cliffs of Colonia, a brutal desert nation where absolute power rules the land. Deep inside a mysterious, moonlit underground cavern, a familiar pair of cat ears twitches as someone walks through the glowing crystals. Victory pose! Raising her hand high into the air, the wild beast girl Seolong cheers at the top of her lungs, celebrating that she finally conquered her grueling trial. Sparkle! Equipped on her right arm is a massive, gleaming golden gauntlet that sparkles like pure sunlight under the cavern light. Smirking smugly with a fang poking out, Sailong chuckles in delight, realizing that what she thought was a silly tribe charm was actually a god-tier weapon left behind by her master. Ever wondered what happens when a broken test subject unlocks a god-tier ancestral power? Just look into those eyes. Pure, unfiltered revenge is brewing, and the whole world is about to feel the heat. Growing up, everyone treated the ancient legends like simple bedtime stories, but truth has a funny way of slapping you in the face when you least expect it. Inside a glowing, golden-draped tent, the elders of the Langan tribe gathered around their little ones, passing down stories of their glorious heritage as the true kings of all beastkin. Man, look at that sweet head pat. Young Seolong was out here living her best life, completely clueless about the insane destiny waiting for her down the road. Sparkle! The ancient texts weren't lying. The Golden Mane tribe held a legendary heirloom that carried hundreds of years of raw, divine power.
Talk about a flex! The artist absolutely cooked with this panel showing the legendary beastkin warrior wearing the sacred golden gauntlet. Honestly, that design is pure eye candy.
Glow! Tucked away inside a crystal cavern, the sacred beast gauntlet rested on a stone pedestal, waiting for its rightful master to claim it. Boom! Equipping the gauntlet, Seolong lets out a fierce roar as golden flames storm around her. She didn't just pass the trial, she completely shattered her limits. Swoosh! Standing tall in the blinding light, she stares down at her new weapon, realizing that every single story she heard as a kid was 100% real. But behind that incredible golden shine lies a dark, tragic past that almost wiped her out before her journey even began. Gasp! Flashback time, and it's heartbreaking. Young Seolong was left bleeding and bruised on a cold floor, treated as nothing more than a disposable test subject. Flash! Flames flare up in her eyes as she swears to repay the debt of grace to the man who dragged her out of that dark abyss. Roar! Erupting with an overwhelming pillar of golden aura, her divine power surges to levels that would make any high-tier boss shake in their boots. Claw slash. Swinging her massive golden gauntlet through the air, Seolong scoffs at the idea of just being an ordinary gladiator. She's playing a whole different game now. Intense stare. With a cold, calculated gaze, she locks her eyes on her ultimate target. Burst! The radiant tiger crest of the Golden Mane tribe materializes behind her as she vows to unite her scattered people and reclaim their forgotten glory. Kaboom! Raising her gauntlet to the sky, a massive blast of golden lightning detonates overhead. Seriously, the visual effects team on this manhwa deserves a massive raise. Blood-curdling declaration, her final goal is etched in stone. She isn't stopping until she slays the legendary black dragon itself. Crunch! Stepping out of the cavern into the cool desert night, her shadow stretches across the vast canyons of the colony. Moonlight shine! Bathed in the ethereal glow of a full blue moon, Seolong looks up at the sky, dedicating every single victory to her beloved master, Alan. Smirk! Flashing a sly little fang with a dangerous smile, she casually mutters that it's finally time to start the real hunt. Ancient prophecy text lights up the night sky, declaring that after 5 long centuries, the true kings of beastkin shall rise once again under the blue moon. Meanwhile, back in the safety of his lavish office, our boy Alan is flipping through reports, completely oblivious to the legendary monster he just unleashed on the world. Sitting on the velvet sofa, Alan checks in with his eye-patched aide Evan, who is casually polishing a massive broadsword like it's a normal Tuesday afternoon. Zap! Cut to a hilarious chibi memory of Seolong zapping armored guards into dust in the desert. Alan scratches his chin, trying to remember where he heard the title Golden Flash before. Chibi Evan deadpans with a nod, confirming that the colony is a brutal, lawless wasteland where might makes right and crazy strength gets you famous fast. Alan shifts the topic to his other disciple Radon, asking if there's any update on his training out in Raxus while Evan keeps wiping down his blade. Deadpan stare. Alan hits Evan with the ultimate manager side-eye, asking if he actually has work to do. Evan nearly drops his rag, offended that his boss thinks he's slacking off. Alan casually drops the news that they need to pack up for a full month of travel to the Magic Tower, causing Evan to jump out of his seat in total disbelief. Sigh. Poor Evan drops into chibi mode, completely exhausted by Alan's habit of dropping massive travel plans out of nowhere. Alan clarifies that they aren't going to the nearby Green Magic Tower, but the distant Blue Magic Tower located right near the famous Labyrinth City. Accepting his chaotic fate, Evan bows politely and heads out to start packing the supplies for their long journey. Flop! As soon as the door closes, Alon dramatically melts into his couch, groaning about how painful carriage rides are for his frail body. Man claims to be a secret archmage but gets motion sickness. Leaning his head on his hand, Alon stares at the ceiling, reminiscing about his past game-playing days in the infamous Labyrinth City. Glow! A stunning flashback reveals the grand multi-tier labyrinth, the ultimate grinding spot in the game where thousands of players entered, but nobody ever reached the bottom. Sparkle! Rare grimoires, legendary battle axes, and glowing mana potions drift in the air, showing how artifact hunting in the labyrinth turned magic appraisers into filthy rich elites. Alon recalls his brilliant disciple Rein, imagining her carefully inspecting a gem through a magnifying glass as she prepares for her official appraiser certification exam. Laying back with his hands behind his head, Alon starts worrying that the little secret cheat item he gave Rein might have been a bit too modest for her insane talent. Sweat. He mutters to himself that if her starter gear isn't enough to carry her to the top, he'll just have to send her even more overpowered loot. Panoramic shot! Cut to Lartania at night, the bustling, lawless city of mercenaries and fortune seekers where no single ruler holds power. Rain-slicked alley. Navigating through the glowing streetlights of the Southern District, you find a hidden, mysterious storefront tucked away in the shadows. Lights on! Welcome to Murd, the most exclusive appraisal shop in the city. Quiet enough to stay hidden from commoners, but famous among A-rank explorers and top-tier nobles. Inside the elegant shop, a high-ranking noble lord grins in satisfaction as the appraisal for his newly discovered dungeon treasure comes to an end. Wearing a gorgeous green masquerade mask to protect her identity, Rein presents a beautifully crafted ornate lantern that converts raw mana into continuous flames. Shine! A close-up reveals the incredible golden and crimson detail of the lantern, glowing brightly with an embedded magic imprint. The Lord of Lartania erupts in laughter, thrilled that a single pinch of mana can keep a magic lantern burning for hours on end. Ding dong! Bowing politely, the noble takes his leave, leaving a generous stack of cash on the counter for Murd's unbeatable service. Whew! Taking off her green mask, Rein lets out a long, tired sigh after dealing with another wealthy client. Running a secret shop is hard work. Beautiful panel! The lighting in this close-up panel is gorgeous. Rein looks up with those calm green eyes, looking like a total main character herself. Suddenly, a strange glint catches her attention on the counter, setting up the next big event in her journey. Ever wondered what happens when a total cheat code item lands in the hands of an absolute genius? Hold on to your hats, because Rein just pulled out an unassuming spyglass that can imprint and absorb magic like a total sponge. With a mysterious glint in her eyes, Rein steps out into the evening breeze, preparing to execute the master plan her mysterious benefactor set up for her. Glow. Deep inside the chamber, an ancient artifact known as the Eye of the Tail floats inside a ring of celestial light, ticking down its power counter like a ticking time bomb. Flashing a confident smirk, Rein remembers her master's cryptic advice to become a magic appraiser. And honestly, with looks and brains like that, who could possibly stop her? Seriously, that lighting design makes her look like an absolute final boss in disguise. At first, the whole plan sounded like a total mystery to her. I mean, who sends their top apprentice to run an appraiser shop in a crime-ridden city to fight cosmic horrors? Flashback time! It turns out Alon left her specific instructions to head straight to the magic city of Lartania and set up shop, all to prepare for the inevitable clash against the mysterious black things. Standing in the crowded streets of Lartania with a heavy suitcase in hand, Rein couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. How on earth is appraising dusty old trinkets supposed to help kill world-ending monsters? Creak! Pushing open the heavy wooden doors of her hidden shop, her eyes lock onto a dangerous chain-bound relic glowing with a menacing blood-red aura at the center of the room. Swoosh! Activating her special eyes, Rein inspects the chained relic, supposedly just an appraiser tool, and immediately senses that its true power goes way beyond anything written in standard magic textbooks. Talk about a massive upgrade hiding in plain sight. Crack! The moment her fingertips touch the pedestal, the heavy ceiling chains explode into fragments as an overwhelming surge of golden energy fills the room. Kaboom! Golden light blasts through the entire chamber as the ancient curse binding the relic is completely obliterated in a matter of seconds. Radiant shine! Revealing its true form, the golden eye floats into the air, radiating pure divine magic that leaves Rein completely speechless. Staring up at the unleashed artifact, Rein realizes that to unlock its ultimate power against the dark forces, she needs to feed it high-tier magic sacrifices. Talk about a high-maintenance pet project. Zap! Directing a beam of pure mana from her spyglass straight into the floating eye. The energy counter spikes upward. Man, the visual effects team definitely went all out on these glowing light rays. Sparkle! Checking her spyglass, she notes that 252 sacrifices are still needed for full bloom. Smirking in satisfaction, Rai knows she's one step closer to her ultimate goal. Chibi time. Sipping her tea like a total boss, Chibi Reen casually notes that if she feeds it the wrong trash item, all that accumulated power literally vanishes into thin air. No pressure at all, right? Hugging the massive golden relic tightly, Ryan smiles, knowing that only someone possessing the legendary Library of Eternity could ever manage such a ridiculous power. Intense gaze. With a cold, calculated smirk, she vows to hunt down the Black Wolf and fulfill the ultimate will of the Great Moon, dedicating every single move to her beloved master. Meanwhile, cutting across the kingdom, a luxurious horse-drawn carriage pulls up to the breathtaking Blue Magic Tower, a massive skyscraper of magic that dominates the skyline. Inside the grand lobby, we meet Pedia Clint, the fierce six-circle vice master who looks like she hasn't slept in 3 weeks and wants everyone out of her sight immediately. Step, Alon and his eye-patch sidekick Evan stride into the room, totally unfazed as Pedia slams her documents down and tells him to make it quick. Alon stares at her, instantly recognizing her from his past gamer days. In the original story, this girl is an absolute prodigy who hits the 8th circle and becomes Tower Master before turning 25. Honestly, that stern tsundere vibe is off the charts. Glow! Surrounding them are massive floating magic circles and telescopes, showcasing the sheer wealth and political dominance of the magic tower that rivals the high nobility. Alon keeps his cool, introducing himself officially as Count Palladio, though inside, he's fully aware that a high mage's authority here could easily squash standard nobles like bugs. Rummage? As Alon mentions he's here about the time rift, Pedia goes into full multi-arm panic mode, shuffling through endless stacks of paperwork like an overworked anime intern. Pause? Dropping a casual bombshell, Alon calmly states that he can completely remove the time rift, causing Pedia's hand to freeze right over her desk. Roar! A dark flashback shows terrifying void dragons pouring out of a purple dimensional tear, a destructive spatial anomaly created whenever high-level magic goes haywire. Glare! Activating her magic analysis eye, Pedia scans Alon's mana signature, scoffing under her breath at his seemingly weak magic pool. Dismissing him with a wave of her hand, she tells him to scram, leaving poor Alon sweating bullets as he tries to explain that he actually has the real solution. Tick mark. With a vein popping on her forehead, Pedia sarcastically mocks him for thinking he can just walk in, close a rift, and claim the secret dungeon loot inside. Slam. Pedia slams her hand onto the desk in absolute rage, screaming about how many fake mages and clout chasers try to pull that exact same scam on her every single day. Sweat drop, dropping into chibi mode, Alon groans in utter disbelief at her terrible attitude, pleading with her to just give him a single chance to prove it. Smug smile. Looking down on him, Pedia remarks that she knows he's just desperate for a publicity stunt after inheriting his title through pure dumb luck. Wow, tell us how you really feel, lady. Burst! Blue aura erupts around Pedia as she warns him not to cause a public disturbance inside her domain if he values his life. Whoosh! A massive shockwave of mana pressure fills the room, pinning Alon and Evan against the floor with crushing weight. Staggering under the pressure, Alon winces, realizing that keeping a low profile has caused these ridiculous rumors about his strength to spread everywhere. Lightning zap! Pedia's eyes glow with terrifying white light as intense magic lightning crackles around her like a dragon about to unleash its ultimate breath attack. Whisper. Evan leans over to Alon, sweating profusely as he confesses that his anger was instantly cured by her terrifying aura. Man's survival instincts kicked in real quick. Step. Pushing through the crushing magic storm, Alan takes a step forward, offering to sign over his entire noble fortune if he fails to close the rift. Dramatic shot. With paper flying around his face, Alon locks eyes with her, offering to swear a binding mana oath right on the spot just for a few minutes of her time. Pedia stares back in complete shock. I mean, who in their right mind wagers an entire county's wealth on a task that no human mage has ever accomplished? Clang! Escorting him down to the underground vault, Pedia stands by a massive vault door, reminding him that the moment he fails, his entire estate belongs to her. Creak! As the heavy iron door slowly swings open, Pedia crosses her arms, still convinced that Alon is nothing more than an arrogant noble who stumbled into power. Side-eye! Smirking to herself, she can't wait to see the look of total panic on his face the moment he realizes what he's actually up against. Watching him walk past, she mentally breaks down his tiny mana core, writing him off as a pathetic second circle amateur who's way out of his depth. An ancient diagram reveals that time rifts normally just spit out a random chest and vanish after 3 months, meaning literally 0 mages in history have ever managed to close one manually. Glow! In the center of the dark stone chamber, a jagged, luminous spatial crack glows bright blue, shooting rays of erratic magic straight into the ceiling. Pedia smirks arrogantly, telling him to hurry up and give up so she can collect her new fortune without wasting any more time. Gasp! But as Alon raises his bare hand toward the rift without even drawing a staff, Pedia's jaw drops in shock. Casting high magic directly through hands is an ancient technique thought to be total myth. Shock! Yelling in sheer disbelief, Padilla tries to stop him from doing something crazy, completely unaware that our main character is about to break the rules of magic right before our very eyes. Rumble! Talk about stepping into an ancient dungeon, only for the floor to shake violently as massive stone pillars begin to crack under sheer pressure. Now that's what I call a grand entrance. Pedia finds herself completely paralyzed, her eyes widening as a mysterious ancient magic locks her body in place. Boom! Out of nowhere, a blinding red pillar of energy shoots straight up into the sky like an apocalyptic laser beam. Standing right in front of that fiery red calamity is Alon, looking completely unfazed, like he just stepped out for a casual evening stroll. Honestly, the level of main character aura here is utterly ridiculous. Roar! Deep within the crimson vortex, a monstrous eye opens up, emanating enough killer intent to make any regular mage faint on the spot. Pedia can barely keep her footing as this suffocating aura crushes the entire chamber, leaving her completely helpless. Crackle! The demonic pressure reaches its absolute peak, completely saturating the air with raw crimson energy. Cold sweat pours down Pedia's face as she realizes time itself seems to have stopped dead in its tracks under this mind-boggling aura. Desperate for answers, she activates her special magic analysis eye, frantically trying to figure out what kind of cheat code monster she's actually facing. Her inner system interface immediately goes wild with red flags, warning her that whatever Alon is doing completely transcends the known laws of magic. Ding! As complex magic gears align in Alon's mind, closing an impossible spatial rift turns out to be nothing more than a simple walk in the park for him. Pedia frantically tries to shut down her own thoughts, terrified that even perceiving his true power might accidentally erase her from existence. Man, the inner panic here is hilarious. Whoosh! A spectral giant hand forged of blood-red mana manifests above, threatening to crush everything into dust. Under the terrifying weight of that absolute command, Pedia can only nod in submission, completely traumatized by Alon's casual display of godhood. Glare! The ominous crimson eye gives one final chilling stare before fading back into the dark void. Breathing heavily, Pedia drops her stance, her eyes still sparkling with magic rings, and complete, utter shock. Flash! The fiery illusion vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a serene blue celestial magic circle across the vast vault room. Turning around like he just finished folding laundry, Alon casually announces that the dangerous dimensional gate is officially closed, causing Pedia to jump out of her skin. Smirking inwardly, Alon inspects his new prize, an ancient bracelet, thinking about how easy life is when you already know all the secret item locations from the game. To make sure she stays out of his way in the future, Alon casts a quick mind-tricking spell, wondering if his theatrical bluff actually worked on the high and mighty Vice Master. Trembling like a leaf, Pedia stammers out that she'll take his secret to her grave, while chibi Alon stands there completely baffled, wondering why she's acting so terrified. Clatter! When Alon takes a single step forward to calm her down, Pedia practically dives to the floor, screaming at the top of her lungs that her lips are sealed forever. Desperately clutching her chest, she begs him to believe her, looking like a college student begging a professor for a passing grade on a final exam. Standing there with giant question marks floating around his head, Alon can only wonder why the sixth circle prodigy lost her mind all of a sudden. Shrugging it off, Alon turns to leave with Evan, but Pedia panics and shouts for him to wait just a single second. Ta-da! She suddenly pulls out a luxurious velvet box packed with glowing blue elixir bottles, begging him to accept her custom-made mana recovery potions as a peace offering. Examining the shimmering liquid, Alon realizes these aren't just regular potions, they're top-tier high-grade elixirs handcrafted by a master. Pedia timidly asks if he likes them, while Alon mentally calculates the insane price tag, realizing just 2 of these bad boys could buy a whole mansion. Wondering if she's just insanely generous, Alon watches as Padilla continues sweating bullets, swearing up and down that she won't leak a single word about his true identity. Padilla completely loses her cool, offering to swear a binding mana oath right on the spot. Meanwhile, Chibi, Alon, and Evan are sweating buckets thinking, is it really that serious? Sweat dropping down his face, Alon realizes there's been a massive communication breakdown somewhere along the line. Clang! Glowing blue magic chains erupt across the room, binding them together in a formal binding oath ceremony. Talk about total escalation. Rattle! The magical chains wrap around them tightly, securing the secret pact before Alon can even get a word in edgewise. With a shaky, desperate smile, Pedia proudly shows off her bound chains, leaving Alon completely deadpan as he accepts that this misunderstanding is officially beyond repair. Rumble. Leaving the blue magic tower behind, Alon and Evan ride smoothly in their horse carriage as Evan inspects the ancient bracelet, noting how primitive it looks for a legendary treasure. Adjusting his cuff, Alon coolly explains that regardless of its outdated appearance, it's the exact piece missing from his collection. Known as the Seal of the Unholy One, this artifact constantly absorbs atmospheric mana and stores it inside its gem core. Glow! The bracelet pulses with brilliant blue light, providing Alon with a steady mobile battery pack to fix his tiny mana pool. Slumping back into his seat, Alon sighs at the fact that an accessory has more magic capacity than his actual body, before quickly coping by telling himself that he's a researcher, not a frontline brawler. Satisfied with his cope, he nods to himself, leaving poor Evan completely confused in the corner. As their carriage drives away, Alon wonders why Pedia became so absurdly polite, while outside, Pedia is literally bowing 90 degrees until their wheels disappear into the horizon. Thumbs up! Alon remembers telling her he was just a weak second circle wizard, only for Padilla to eagerly give him a thumbs up while agreeing way too aggressively. Leaning back, Alon realizes this isn't the first time an overly powerful woman reacted to him with absolute unhinged dread. A quick mental flashback reminds him of how Kalia trembled in sheer terror before him, making him realize that high-tier mages have a terrible habit of overthinking everything. Shrugging it off, Alon looks out the window, deciding that as long as he never sees those terrifying ladies again, ignorance is pure bliss. Clip-clap, the carriage rolls down a serene, sunlit countryside road, surrounded by fluttering green leaves and peaceful summer vibes. Swoosh! The scene shifts to the breathtaking mountaintop palace belonging to the prestigious Duke Altia. Inside an elegant tea room, a gorgeous brown-haired noble lady softly sips her tea, warmly welcoming her honored guest, Lady Zenonia. Smirk, gazing back with an elegant smile, the vibrant red-haired Zenonia replies that it's a pleasure to see her old friend looking as radiant as ever. As the two high society powerhouses relax over tea, they discuss how refreshing it is to talk without worrying about political rank, marveling at Count Palacio's unbelievable foresight once again. Ever wonder what happens when a guy tries to act like a weak nobody, but his casual flex accidentally convinces 2 top-tier noble ladies that he's a criminal mastermind trying to overthrow the entire kingdom? Under the quiet glow of the night sky, Duke Altia and Lady Zenonia take a tense stroll through the garden, their minds completely spiraling over Alon's cryptic advice. Look at the sheer horror on their faces! Both of these high society powerhouses are realizing that compared to Count Palatio, they're basically playing checkers while he's playing 4D chess. Against a dramatic backdrop of glowing crests, Alon stands like an absolute final boss, totally oblivious to the fact that his minor errand just united 2 rival factions under his implicit command. Gulp. Back inside the sunlit tea room, the mood turns dead serious as Altia slams down the letter Alon sent her, wondering what dark hidden agenda is buried inside it. Unfolding the parchment with trembling hands, Altia scans through the elegant handwriting, desperately trying to read between the lines. On the surface, the letter seems super polite, with Alon just checking in and casually dropping thoughts about his recent visitors. Sweat drop! But as Zenonia points out, Alon subtly mentions how few nobles actually align with his personal taste, sending alarm bells ringing through both their heads. Glancing at each other with panicked eyes, the two ladies agree that a guy as powerful as Alon wouldn't just send a friendly greeting without a massive political motive. Altia starts breaking down all the names mentioned in the letter, realizing Alon listed key figures from both the noble faction and the royal faction, like a total hit list. Dramatic pause. Their eyes widen in sheer panic as the crazy realization hits them. Does Alon hate both major political factions so much that he's planning to wipe them all out? Sinking back into their plush velvet couches, they try to catch their breath and talk themselves down, agreeing they gotta analyze this with cold, hard logic before they completely lose their minds. Boom! But the imagery in their minds is terrifying. They envision Alon standing in the dark like an ominous shadow king, ready to demolish the old noble order and build a brand new regime on their ashes. Altia gasps as a sudden light bulb goes off in her head. Realizing Alon didn't just help her become a duke at a charity, he specifically needed her immense reputation to back his upcoming revolution. Red-haired Zenonia nods in total agreement, sweating bullets as she realizes that if the hegemon of the West is backing him, nobody in the realm stands a chance. Clink! With sunlight pouring into the grand chamber, the two newly formed co-conspirators lean over the tea table, ready to draft a defense plan for a war Alon isn't even fighting. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the camera cuts to the magnificent, towering spire of the Blue Magic Tower, standing tall against the bright blue sky. Inside the sprawling office, we see poor Pania completely slumped over her desk like a defeated college student after finals week, while a mysterious silver-haired man looms over her. Man, just look at that legendary pout. Her cheeks are all puffed up, completely traumatized by Alon's godly display back in the vault. Cough, cough. Cut back to our main boy Alon, who is currently losing a battle against a hot roasted sweet potato by the campfire, while Evan frantically asks if he's dying. Choking down a huge gulp of water from Evan's flask, Alon plays it totally cool, insisting that despite nearly suffocating, rural campfire snacks are top-tier cuisine. Sigh. Looking up at the warm orange sunset, Alon mentally groans, wishing he could just teleport back home and avoid all these dramatic misunderstandings. Staring into the flickering flames, he calculates the timing, knowing it's almost time for Yudia's official report to arrive. Ding dong! Deep within a grand, sun-drenched holy cathedral, church bells chime peacefully as a graceful figure glides along a path lined with pure white lilies. Under her holy white hood, a subtle, charming smile forms on her lips. And let me tell you, this lady definitely has some secrets up her sleeve. Ta-da! Meet Yutia, looking absolutely stunning in her holy priestess attire, complete with high-thigh stockings and a mischievous glint in her crimson eyes. Ding! A funny little system tip pops up to remind us that the insight eye skill usually only awakens at the 6th circle, though some crazy geniuses are just born with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a loud, booming voice echoes across the heavens as someone shouts that they finally returned to see their favorite disciple. Under the clear sky, the majestic Blue Magic Tower shines brightly, completely unaware of the chaotic reunion about to take place inside. Step, step. Entering the private chambers, we meet Selim Micardo, the 8th Circle Master of the Blue Magic Tower, who immediately looks around confused because he can't feel the ancient spatial rift anymore. Thud! Hearing his voice, Penia slowly raises her head from the desk, groaning out that she's successfully finished the impossible task he dumped on her. Tower Lord Selim stops dead in his tracks, his eyes bulging in pure shock. Why on earth is his notoriously arrogant disciple acting so meek and submissive? A quick flashback shows us the old Pena, who used to strut around pointing her staff at everyone and yelling at her mentor for bringing in weak rookies. Talk about a 180-degree personality wipe. Glow. The old man reflects on how he expected her to naturally grow humble once she hit the 7th circle and saw the vastness of true magic, but this sudden change makes zero sense to him. Leaning over her desk with a nervous sweat drop, Selim asks if the journey up north broke her spirit or if the work was just way too exhausting. Puff. Penia just gives him the ultimate death glare pout, puffing her cheeks out in absolute frustration because she physically can't explain the cosmic horror she witnessed. Glimmer. Glancing over at the glowing test tubes, Selim processes the news that Count Palacio single-handedly closed an ancient time gate. Crossing his arms in disbelief, he asks her if it's true that she can't explain a single detail because she signed a magical binding oath. Lowering her eyes with a solemn expression, Penia quietly confirms that her lips are legally sealed forever, leaving her master completely in the dark.
Pat, pat. Salim gently pats her head, internally freaking out because Penia is so demoralized she didn't even try to bite his hand off. He begins suspecting Alon used some lost origin magic.
Narrowing his eyes, the 8th Circle Grandmaster strokes his chin, mentally filing away the name of Count Palacio as someone who needs serious watching. Crash! Scene change. The quiet countryside air shatters as massive chunks of earth burst into the air from a brutal localized explosion. Whoosh! Standing amidst the settling dust, Alon inspects his hand glowing with brilliant blue mana, thrilled that his new Mark of the Corrupt artifact is speeding up his spell research. Pulling out his pocket notebook, Chibi Alon scribbles down brand new incantation rules, realizing that stacking similar spells actually triggers overlapping multiplier effects. Scratch! Alon tilts his head in confusion, wondering why the spatial layout affected the spell, just as Evan walks up behind him with a shocked expression. Walking over the ruined grass, Evan admires his lord's progress, noting out loud that Alon's magic output seems to be growing exponentially stronger every single day. Evan points out that just a few months ago, Alon was struggling with basic spells, but now his mana manipulation looks like something out of a high-tier Archmage textbook. Boom! Check out this massive crater! A standard 2nd Circle gravity spell is only supposed to make things feel heavy, not gouge out a literal meteor pit in solid rock. Chibi Alon gives a modest side-eye, secretly thrilled that his spell tweaks worked, while Evan continues showering him with endless nightly praise. Ta-da! An awesome closing chart illustrates his progress, showing how repeated practice refined spell manifestation from a crude clay blob on day 1 into a masterpiece on day 3. Ever wonder what happens when a guy accidentally hacks the entire magic system just by treating incantations like simple light switches? That's right, our main boy Alon is breaking down high-tier magic like it's basic coding, realizing spell words are just triggers to change properties. In his mind, he's basically delivering a college lecture, showing how tweaking spell arrangements slightly boosts his overall magic output. Man, this guy is out here treating grand wizardry like an Excel spreadsheet optimization. Back in reality, Alon scratches his head in total disbelief, telling Evan that his sudden power spike has gotta be an optical illusion or just a good streak. But right on cue, Evan steps up and hands him a freshly delivered letter from Utia. Grabbing the envelope with a relaxed smile, Alon thanks his loyal knight and decides it's time to head back inside to enjoy his mail in peace. Evan tilts his head in surprise, asking if he's already wrapping up for the day. Alon casually confirms it, pointing out that he already used up his strict quota of 3 spells for today. Talk about maintaining a work-life balance. Walking down the vaulted hallway, Alon strokes his chin in quiet reflection, still trying to solve the mystery of why his magic suddenly surged. Was it some bizarre side effect from a curse, or maybe something even stranger? Oof! He remembers creepy Eastern rituals where sacrificing something grants insane power, a classic high-risk trade-off with skulls and dark talismans. But shaking his head, Alon realizes nobody in his inner circle is even from the East, ruling that dark theory out immediately. Then another thought strikes him. Could his massive buff be powered by receiving raw, unfiltered faith from devoted followers? But Chibi Alon instantly slaps himself back to reality. He's literally just a low-ranking count from a backwater territory that the underworld completely ignores, so having a religious cult worshipping him sounds totally absurd. Brushing it off with a casual shrug, Alon figures sometimes it's best not to overthink free power-ups, blissfully unaware of the absolute cosmic lie he's living. Swoosh! The camera sweeps across the night sky, bringing us to the radiant Holy Kingdom Rosario, glowing softly under the moonlight in honor of Goddess Saronia. High up in the tranquil Eastern convent, a grand statue of the moon goddess gazes over the peaceful courtyard. A handsome paladin named Locke, clad in heavy silver armor, approaches Sister Utia, bowing his head in quiet reverence as she softly offers a warm welcome. Glow. Utia turns around, her crimson eyes gleaming slyly from under her holy white hood as she charmingly checks in on her visitor. Honestly, that suspicious smirk alone is enough to send red flags flying across the entire cathedral. Staring at her, Locke inwardly notes that on paper, Utia is just a low-tier nun without a single drop of official divine grace, placing her way below a holy paladin in status. Bow! Yet Locke willingly drops to a respectful posture, excitedly reporting that during his recent mission, he's successfully saved 25 lives and 8 children, all thanks to her mysterious guidance. Utia places a delicate hand over her chest, humbly deflecting the praise and telling the paladin that the credit belongs entirely to his own heroic deeds. Looking up with genuine devotion, Locke insists that a nobody like him would have been totally lost without her divine wisdom leading the way. Flashback, a dark, moody shadow covers Locke's face as he remembers the crushing despair he felt 20 years ago, completely broken because he lacked the holy power to become a true knight. Gasp! Back then, he was slumped against a cold wall in complete defeat until a mysterious, cloaked figure softly stepped into his view, offering him a lifeline when he needed it most. Shine! Under a glowing crescent moon, the mysterious sister leaned in with an eerie smile, telling the desperate young man to place his absolute faith in the moon instead of traditional gods. Locke blinked in total confusion, questioning what praying to the celestial moon could possibly do, but her glowing red eyes promised him that true power would follow belief. Grit! Clenching his fists in the dark, Locke realized that a man hanging on by a thread had zero reason to refuse, ready to try literally anything to escape his miserable weakness. Boom! And just like magic, after praying dedicatedly to the moon for a few nights, brilliant holy light exploded around his blade, turning him into a god-tier paladin overnight. Sweat! Though he was ecstatic over his sudden power, a heavy wave of guilt washed over him, realizing he had given in to dark temptation by worshipping the moon over goddess Saronia. Dramatic shift. An ominous green backdrop drops over the scene as the heavy question weighs on his conscience. Had he unknowingly stepped onto the blasphemous path of a heretic? Swoosh! But every single divine artifact he picked up still blazed with pure, authentic holy energy, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that his miraculous power was completely real. Clutching his sparkling crescent rosary close to his chest, he found absolute peace, knowing the divine power inside him was undeniable. Talk about a loophole that would make theologians lose their minds. Back in the present, Locke steps forward, finally asking Utia the burning question that's been eating at him for decades. Why did she tell him to pray to the moon in the first place? Smirk. Utia glides toward the window, explaining in her soothing tone that abstract faith takes years to build, so giving people a real, visible object makes total belief infinitely easier to grasp. She turns back with a terrifyingly beautiful glint in her eyes, softly reminding him that the moon is something you can actually see every single night. Whoosh! Bathed in glowing evening light, Utia dramatically raises her arms toward the massive lunar orb, declaring that the moon is always watching over them. Watching through the window lattice, Locke's eyes widen as a huge light bulb goes off, realizing the goddess and the moon are one and the same, making his prayers totally legitimate. Nod? A dramatic close-up reveals his newfound clarity, convincing himself that her advice was simply a brilliant method to help doubtful humans find true faith faster. Bow. Bowing so deeply his head almost touches the floor, Locke offers his deepest gratitude to Utia for saving his soul and granting him purpose. The two stand in the majestic, moonlit hallway, creating a scene so picturesque it looks straight out of a high-budget anime finale. Gentle invitation. Turning back around, Utia softly offers him a chance to join her in tonight's holy prayer session. Salute! Locke proudly places his hand over his chest armor, eagerly accepting the invitation, while Utia gives a shadowy, playful side-eye. Creak! Heavy wooden double doors swing open, revealing a massive sanctuary packed to the brim with hundreds of devout followers praying in unison.
Tap, tap. With graceful steps, Utia's sleek boots click against the pristine marble floor as she walks down the central aisle like a true religious leader.
Check out this insane wide shot. The entire cathedral is drenched in dazzling violet light pouring through massive stained glass windows shaped like crescent moons. The art team absolutely cooked here. Glow! Throwing her hands into the air with intoxicating charisma, Utia calls out to the gathered crowd, commanding everyone to begin praying to their supreme lord. Boom! Cut to the towering spire framing a massive full moon as her voice echoes out, leading the chant to the great moon. Reveal! A dramatic title card pops up for Sister Utia Bloodia, who clutches her crescent rosary with a wicked, blushing smirk that screams pure yandere devotion. Look out, world! Alan's accidental cult leader is operational.
Chibi time! Cut back to Evan casually grabbing mail from a suburban mailbox, while a cute system tip explains that mercenaries double as local mailmen.
Inside his sunlit study, Alone leans back over his wooden desk, carefully unfolding Utia's newly delivered letter. Scanning the parchment with a bored expression, Alon mentally complains that there's literally nothing special here either, just normal, mundane updates about her daily life. Plop! Chibi Alon slumps his face straight onto the desk, pouting like a kid who didn't get any mail on his birthday. Dramatic depression. Surrounded by dark emo waves, he groans out loud about how depressing it is that nobody else in the entire kingdom ever writes to him, except Utia. He tries to comfort his wounded pride, reasoning that to all those high-ranking nobles he helped, he's probably just some random, nameless old guy who gave them a hand. Oh man, if only he knew they're currently drafting military pacts out of sheer terror. Imagine putting your blood, sweat, and tears into raising kids to save the world, only to realize you have zero control over how they turn out. Inside his quiet study, Alon slumps onto his desk, staring blankly at a single letter. He tries to reassure himself that as long as his adopted disciples aren't destroying the planet, he should consider his mission a total success. Leaning back with a heavy sigh, he lets out a weak smile. At least Utia, his eldest, still keeps in touch every single month like clockwork. A dark cloud of parental existential dread hovers over his head as he realizes that out of 5 kids he raised, only the eldest bothers to show any gratitude. Creet! Suddenly, the door snaps open, nearly sending Alon into cardiac arrest. Evan nonchalantly pokes his head in to ask if he's busy, leaving Alon clutching his chest in pure shock. Composing himself, Alon asks why Evan is still hanging around. Turns out Evan just received fresh intel from the Information Guild about the rest of Alon's adopted kids. Now this is where the drama gets spicy. Evan steps up to the massive carved wooden desk, dropping the atmosphere to dead serious, as he brings up Redante, the boy Alon asked about earlier. Dun dun dun! Evan announces that they finally decrypted the secret intelligence report. Alon sits there with giant question marks floating above his head, wondering what kind of wild news is heading his way. Gasp! A hilarious vision pops up of a Straw Hat pirate grinning like a lunatic, declaring he's turned to a life of high seas piracy. Alon's face instantly goes stone cold, demanding Evan break down every single detail immediately. Talk about an ultimate parent nightmare. Sitting across from each other on plush leather sofas, Evan explains that Seolong and Deus are currently making the biggest waves across the continent. Crackle! An electric flashback shows Seolong, the wild wolf girl, striking a triumphant pose amidst roaring lightning after crushing her opponents. She's already racked up 32 straight victories toward her goal. Man, this art style goes ridiculously hard when showing off character powers. Roar! The report mentions the current record holder is the legendary Lion King with 41 wins, whom Alon instantly recognizes as a game-breaking party member from his past life's RPG playthroughs. Sweat? Looking at the chaotic brawl of elite fighters, Alon strokes his chin, utterly dumbfounded that his former student is already on the verge of dethroning the literal peak of military might. Turning to Deus's update, Evan reveals that Deus's Holy Knight Order just pulled off the impossible by exterminating Kurga of the Snowfield, one of the feared 8 barbarian chiefs. Swoosh! An epic shadow panel shows Deus standing tall amidst a frozen wasteland littered with fallen foes, holding a glowing crescent flag high into the freezing blizzard. Thud! Flashback visuals reveal Kurga as a terrifying, tattoo-covered barbarian warlord wielding a massive battle axe. Alon breaks into a cold sweat remembering how in the original game, defeating these guys summoned their bloodthirsty god Altus. Facepalm. Chibi alone panics at the thought of dealing with world boss deities, but snaps back to reality, realizing Deus's crazy achievement now ranks him right alongside the legendary first sword Reinhardt. Think! Wandering down memory lane, Alon notes that Ryan opened a mysterious appraisal shop called Murday, applying black imprints to supercharge magical artifacts. Honestly, these kids are out here building complete monopolies, while Alon sits in his office like a retired NPC. Dramatic shift. Darkness falls over Alon's face as he folds his hands, locking in on the real burning question. What on earth happened to Radon, and did he seriously become a pirate captain? Gulp. Evan hesitantly brings up the infamous 7 archipelagos off the coast of Raxus, a treacherous sea domain where the most brutal sea lords reside. Boom! A majestic silhouette reveals Radon standing tall as the supreme captain ruling the first archipelago, the largest pirate territory. Upon hearing this, Alon literally collapses onto the floor in complete despair. Clutch! Holding his head in pure agony, Alon remembers an old internet meme about sponsoring a kid who inexplicably became a pirate lord instead of a normal citizen. The irony's so thick you could cut it with a cutlass. Splash! A soothing wave of azure water shifts our perspective as a flashback explains Radahn's original lore. He possesses an extraordinary innate gift for enemy sensing. Glow! Belonging to the rare sea god race, young Radahn glides effortlessly through the ocean depths, unlocking a glowing treasure chest. Alon specifically advised him to become a peaceful treasure hunter, and even gifted him a special sensing artifact. Clap, clap! Back in the office, Evan enthusiastically claps, pointing out that being a pirate king basically makes Radahn the supreme ruler of an entire island nation. Alon can only give a hollow, defeated agreement. Staring into space, Alon tries to wrap his head around how a young boy could possibly defeat the monstrous former captain of the first archipelago. Flash. He imagines the former pirate captains as monstrous superhumans dominating the high seas, then gets a sudden light bulb idea. Did Radahn just scavenge overpowered ancient artifacts using his cheat tier sensing ability? Glow! Alon remembers spending countless late nights in his past life grinding the treasure hunter minigame for broken endgame gear, realizing Radahn might have literally paid to won his way to pirate royalty. Silence. A heavy, dark shadow covers Alon's face as he sits in utter silence, processing the sheer absurdity of his advice backfiring so spectacularly. Dissolve! Alon turns completely pale like a drained ghost, while Evan frantically checks if his lord is passed out from emotional damage. You gotta love how the artist turns tragic misunderstandings into comedy gold. Panorama! The scene shifts dramatically to the sparkling shores of the Duchy of Korkia, highlighting the grand maritime city of Raxus under a vibrant blue sky. Lush palm trees frame the crystal waters leading into the legendary Seven Paradises of Pirates, where ocean outlaws reign supreme. Shine. Golden sunlight bathes the sprawling harbor city of Raxus, filled with majestic castles, bustling docks, and towering naval ships anchored along the coastline. Crack! Deep inside a wooden stronghold, a shattered cutlass lies broken on the floorboards, the weapon of the feared Red Slayer Al-Kride, who once claimed the blessing of the Heavenly King. Stomp! A sleek leather boot lands heavily on the balcony railing with an explosive sound effect, signaling the arrival of a new power on the high seas. Whoosh! Bathed in brilliant golden sunset light, Radahn makes his glorious debut. White hair flowing in the breeze, unbuttoned shirt, and an easygoing smirk. This guy screams main character energy. Radahn tilts his head slightly, staring intently with sharp golden eyes as he ponders a deep mystery. Resting atop the highest ledge of the coastal fortress, he looks down over his vast domain, scratching his neck in quiet frustration. He mutters to himself about the mysterious identity of the Great Moon, admitting he never paid much attention to religious titles back when he was focused purely on survival. Breeze! As autumn leaves float through the warm evening air, Radahn recalls his first impressions of Alon, initially viewing him as just a kindly, generous old benefactor. Flashback. Heavy, dark mist engulfs the memory of his tragic past, horrifying childhood, where he was destined to die as a test subject in illegal biological experiments before Utia saved him. Shadow. Recalling his days in the secret syndicate Blue Moon alongside Utia, Radahn admits he was simply following orders until a direct command arrived straight from the mysterious Great Moon himself. Moonlight. Under a bright full moon, young Radahn reads Alon's personal letter, thoroughly bewildered by the bizarre instructions written inside. Sitting atop a moonlit roof, Radahn questioned why on earth he should waste his life becoming a peaceful treasure hunter when his heart burned for bloody vengeance. Glare! His eyes glowed with terrifying killing intent as he remembered the ruthless monsters who destroyed his life and family, refusing to let them go unpunished. Splash! Dynamic ocean currents reveal the tragic fate of the sea god race, whose pristine aquatic paradise was brutally slaughtered by mysterious dark entities. Crash! Giant, grotesque shadow hands reach down through the water, dragging down innocent sea god children into the pitch-black abyss in a harrowing massacre. Slash! After barely escaping to the mainland, greedy human hunters track down his exhausted parents, mercilessly slaughtering them before his eyes. Blood SFX, a cruel mercenary grabbed young Radahn by his hair, stabbing through his loved ones and tossing the boy straight into the slave trade. Clank! Bound in heavy iron chains, young Radahn glared through the dark with furious, glowing eyes, vowing to paint the world red with the blood of his captors. Swoosh! Back in the present, Captain Radahn stands high on a coastal cliff overlooking the vast ocean at sunset. With his tragic backstory unveiled, his journey to conquer the seas takes on a whole new depth. Under the dark night sky, Radon stares down into the shimmering harbor, telling himself he'll just have to play along with these orders for now. Down below, fireworks explode in a dazzling display of lights over a massive pirate vessel anchored near the cliffs, filled with the loud sound of drunken crewmates celebrating. Glancing down at the brightly lit deck where floating magic lanterns illuminate wanted posters on the walls, Radon's eyes narrow as he watches the chaotic party unfold. Wine pours freely as the rowdy crew drinks and laughs together, completely unaware that a deadly apex predator is watching their every move from above. Sitting back with a smirking face, a scarred pirate captain lights a cigar straight from his fingertips, boasting about the Heavenly King's blessing and wishing eternal life to the 7 archipelago captains. Seriously? Lighting a cigar with magic fingers? Talk about the ultimate party flex, but this guy's ego is clearly way bigger than his ship. Sudden fury flashes in Radon's eyes as he stares down, recognizing those exact scoundrels as the ruthless murderers who slaughtered his parents years ago. Darkness clouds his face as he scoffs at their claims of a heavenly king, calling it total propaganda spread to cover up the sickening truth. Vibrant blue water magic swirls around a hand holding a glowing crystal, revealing that this power isn't from any king. It's divine energy granted by the sea god Clyard through horrific rituals using stolen pieces of the sea god race's bodies. Floating wanted posters drift above the festive harbor while Radon realizes every single captain ruling the 7 archipelagos gained their superhuman rank using the remains of his slaughtered people. So every single boss in this entire ocean territory is literally running on stolen holy energy? Talk about a total fraud syndicate. Shadows fall heavy over Radon's menacing, glowing cyan eyes as he vents his burning hatred toward those merciless hunters. A gruesome crimson wave splashes across the dark memory, highlighting how those monsters intentionally desecrated and divided his parents' physical remains to share the power. Submerged deep into an abyss of dark water, a ghostly silhouette drowns in endless grief and fury as the weight of his tragic past pulls him down. Bright fireworks burst across the night sky above the unsuspecting pirate ship, creating a bizarre contrast against the dark vengeance brewing on the cliff edge. The artist's choice to contrast sparkly party fireworks with Radon's pitch-black villain origin story is honestly top-tier storytelling. Staring down into the turbulent sea with lightning flashing behind him, Radon gets hit by a sudden, chilling question. How on earth did the Great Moon know about any of this? Looking over the glittering harbor ship, he admits he never uttered a single word of his tragic past to anyone, leading him to believe Alon specifically engineered this entire setup just for his revenge. Wrapped in his dark traveling cloak, Radon turns his back on the festival and walks quietly across the grassy hilltop under the starry sky. Clenching his fist tightly as fireworks reflect off the water below, he reminds himself that he can't rush in head first because these sea captains wield superhuman divine abilities. At least he's got enough brain cells not to run blindly into a boss fight without gearing up first. Down on deck, the oblivious pirate crew continues their reckless celebration, launching sparklers and downing drinks without a single care in the world. Pausing near the edge of the hill, Radon pulls back his cloak as a sudden light bulb goes off in his head. Reaching into his shirt, he pulls out a glowing golden sun pendant necklace, realizing Alon's gift wasn't just a random piece of jewelry, it was the ultimate key to his revenge. Holding the golden chain high against the bright full moon, he looks down at the ship below, convinced that the Great Moon arranged every single piece of this grand puzzle in advance. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, Radon cradles the glowing relic close to his chest like a sacred treasure. Bro is holding that necklace like it's a high-tier gotcha item, and honestly, given Alon's absurd luck, it basically is. Staring up at the moonlit sky with intense, glowing eyes, he swears that Alon laid down the ultimate foundation for his long-awaited retribution. Whoosh! A dark, dramatic transition panel signals a shift in time and location. Sunlight bathes a magnificent tropical coastline framed by lush palm trees, towering cliffs, and sparkling ocean waters. Tat, sprinting at top speed across the mountain ridge, a pair of bare feet launches off the cliff edge, diving headfirst into the open sky. Splash! A towering plume of ocean water explodes upward as Radon plunges into the deep blue sea. Diving deep into the crystal-clear azure waters, the golden necklace around his neck shines brightly, guiding his way down to the ocean floor. Diving barefoot off a mountain cliff straight into the ocean with zero breathing gear? Sea god race genetics really hit different. Undersea perspective reveals his eyes glowing bright blue through Amrita's goggles, the chi artifact gifted by Alon that highlights hidden deep-sea treasures. A glowing blue HUD ring locks onto a forgotten, ancient wooden treasure chest resting among the colorful coral reefs on the ocean floor. Opening the chest underwater, blinding golden light erupts, uncovering legendary rings, gems, and relics designed to instantly elevate his strength past human limits. Bare feet adorned with heavy, intricate gold bangles step firmly onto the sandy beach, water dripping down his ankles. Look at him rocking those solid gold anklets. He went from a broke, vengeful fugitive to a dripped-out sea lord in a single diving montage. Standing proudly under the radiant full moon, Radon carries the heavy treasure chest, filled with gratitude that the great moon kept his promise. Floating water droplets and radiant magical relics surround his silhouette as he absorbs the overwhelming aquatic power hidden within the artifacts. Surging water streams swirl around his body like living dragons, boosting his combat capabilities straight into god-tier territory. Radon smirks, slicking back his dripping wet white hair, boasting that he finally fully understands the secret message hidden in Alon's letter. Holding the treasure chest with absolute confidence, he claims Alon's true objective was for him to slaughter his enemies and take total control over all 7 archipelagos. Meanwhile, back in his cozy office, Alon literally just wanted the kid to collect seashells and live a quiet life. The level of misunderstanding here is absolute comedy gold. Red glowing text floats across the dark night sky, repeating the ominous belief that every single move must serve the master plan. Flashback panel shows Yudia perched high on a roof under the moonlight as Radon recalls her telling him that everything is being prepared for the great day. Soft starlight shines overhead while Radon reflects on how his blind obedience over the years gradually morphed into absolute unbreakable trust. Close-up of Radon's emotional face, tears of devotion welling up in his glowing cyan eyes as he swears his undying loyalty to the great moon. Standing alone on the deserted beach beneath a gigantic, luminous full moon, Radon holds his treasure chest in deep, reverent silence. The cinematic framing here is genuinely gorgeous, though knowing Alon is sitting at home completely clueless makes the whole scene hilariously tragic. Transition, vibrant red and orange autumn leaves frame a crisp blue sky as 3 months pass, marking the arrival of the biennial Asteria Grand Social Gathering. An opulent, gold-decorated royal carriage pulled by magnificent white horses glides smoothly down a leaf-covered forest road. Inside the carriage, an utterly exhausted Alon slumps back against the plush seats, complaining bitterly about being forced to attend this mandatory 4-year high society gathering. Top-down aerial view shows a massive high-security convoy of noble carriages from the Krailed and Edorn families traveling down the road. Evan sits directly across from Alon in full formal night attire, wearing his signature eye patch, while Alon looks like he's about to pass out from pure boredom. Leaning his head against the window frame, Alon mentally groans about noble etiquette and having to travel in huge groups just to avoid petty roadside bandits. Honestly, I relate to Alon on a spiritual level here. Forced corporate social events with snobbish rich people sound way worse than fighting a demon king. Night falls as the convoy stops at a roadside inn, where Alon sits at a wooden table holding a wooden mug with a completely deadpan expression. 2 arrogant nobles stand over Alon, smugly mocking Count Palacio for bringing only a single guard and openly snickering about whether his family treasury is completely broke. Imagine sitting down for a peaceful evening, only to have 2 pompous nobles make ridiculous faces and mock you to your face. Yet you're so unbothered, you basically tell them to take their gossip elsewhere. You see, back in the day, the Palacio family built their empire on astronomical wealth funneled straight out of the Eastern underworld. But as for Alon, he's currently living his best life lounging on a giant cozy bed, thinking to himself that the underworld is way too dangerous and he's doing just fine without it. Grrr. A ferocious wolf snarls in the darkness, giving a hard no thanks to ever stepping foot into that corrupt criminal mess again. Talk about zero desire to get involved. With the main power vacuum left open, a pack of bottom-feeding scavengers is now hungrily charging in to take over the Eastern underworld. While a juicy steak glistens on an oversized fork, Alon strolls through his thoughts, reflecting on how everyone seems to think he became a count through sheer luck. Swoosh! Looking utterly deadpan, Alon remembers when people used to call him the ruthless mastermind of the county, only to downgrade him to a lucky brat. The two arrogant snobs keep cackling and fake crying right in front of him, taunting him about how broke his family treasury supposedly is. Honestly, these two grown men throwing high school bully-level banter in a fantasy tavern is beyond embarrassing. Restless chin on his hand, Alon watches them throw their little temper tantrum, silently noting that these jerks are really starting to cross the line. Bing! Suddenly, Alon's eyes widen as a sharp realization hits him right on the spot. Snap! Chibi Alon points his finger with absolute clarity, realizing these two goofs are basically the official heads of the Palladio Victims Association. A hilarious visual breakdown reveals that the Crailed and Adorned families used to be total pushovers under the old Palladio reign, getting carried around like literal footstools. Now that the power dynamics have shifted, those two are spewing years of pent-up anger at Alon, even though he wasn't even the one who bullied them in the first place. Whoosh! Alon decides to treat these petty nobles like basic internet trolls, right as Evan walks over carrying a wooden bowl stacked high with freshly grilled corn cobs. Thud. The two annoying nobles literally collapse over each other on the bench in sheer dramatic frustration, while Evan casually serves Alon dinner. Look at that glistening golden roasted corn on the cob. The artist really pulled out all the stops, making budget tavern food look like a 5-star masterpiece. Nom nom. While Alon and Evan happily munch on the roasted corn, the two nobles bust out hilarious hip-hop rapper poses in the background, trying to roast Alon for having 0 troops. Sitting back casually, Alon lets their nonsensical trash talk wash over him, thinking their angry background noise is starting to sound like a solid diss rap beat. As night falls over the cozy roadside inn, all Alon and Evan can think about while falling asleep is how much better that corn would have tasted with extra butter. Whoosh! Far to the north, a brutal snowstorm sweeps across an endless frozen wasteland ruled by harsh barbarian tribes. Scattered across the pale white snow, fallen warriors lie motionless as a heavily wounded barbarian chief crawls through the freezing ground, gasping for breath. Crack! Gritting his teeth with veins popping, the chief rages against the dishonorable Caliban forces who ambushed him, revealing his identity as one of the 8 great Kulkan barbarian chiefs. Slash! A bloody flashback shows the barbarian way of life, where battle is sacred and dying with a weapon in hand brings ultimate glory. A radiant golden sigil shines brightly with the ancient law, death in combat is honorable and glorious. Manhwa artwork hitting us with maximum epic lore right after a corn-eating comedy scene is such peak pacing. Flame burst. But this wasn't an honorable change. The chief was cowardly backstabbed during a rigged duel proposed by a treacherous Caliban knight. Cough! Blood spatters across the icy wind as the wounded chief clutches his shattered chest in excruciating agony. Thud! His body gives out, crashing head first onto the frozen ground as his vision begins to fade into darkness. Lying abandoned in the middle of a barren snowfield, the mighty Kurgai of the snowfields collapses under the bitter cold. Shivering in the ice, he cries out that he met an end so disgraceful he can't even close his eyes in peace. Throb! Blood streams down his face as an ominous, pitch-black voice echoes directly inside his fading consciousness, calling out to his bloodline. Glowing snowflakes drift through the night as the dark voice commands him to call for aid. Top-down framing shows his motionless body surrounded by fallen weapons as the divine presence urges him to speak its holy name. Flash! Beams of heavenly light cut through the blizzard, awakening the ancient god once worshipped across the northern lands. Gasper! Kurga's eye snaps open, blazing with a terrifying ethereal blue light as divine power surges back into his chest. Rumble. The snow around his body begins to melt from the sheer thermal heat radiating from his awakening muscles. Snap! Pushing his massive arm into the frozen earth, the chief forces himself back onto his feet with unmatched resilience. Roar! Throwing his head back toward the stormy skies, he bellows out a deafening prayer to the great god Old Tultis. Emerging behind him in a blinding blue spectral aura, a magnificent silver-haired god appears, gazing down upon his devoted warrior. That divine creature design is breathtaking. Honestly, one of the coolest deity reveals in the entire series so far. Creak! The shadowy figure flashes a terrifying razor-sharp demonic grin, glowing with malicious pink energy as it accepts the summons. Glowing white runes float against the abyss, promising to grant the dying chief his absolute heart's desire in exchange for total allegiance. Transition! Vibrant autumn leaves showered down over a scenic mountain road as the grand noble convoy continues its long journey. The two annoying nobles point and roar with laughter, mocking Alon for sitting outside on a rock eating basic corn like a peasant. Completely unfazed, Alon stays calm under the autumn trees, living by the golden rule of never feeding the trolls, while Evan casually catches a giant fish straight out of the river with a hand net. Deep twilight settles over the Crimson Forest as the convoy leaders call for everyone to set up camp and rest for the night. Victory! A funny game HUD screen declares Alon the absolute winner. While he and Evan roast their fresh catch over a campfire, the two snobbish nobles bite their nails in utter defeat because their insults didn't get a single reaction. Under the cover of night, the two petty lords plot secretly, using a magical artifact to confirm that Alon truly has 0 hidden bodyguards with him. Smirking evilly, they celebrate that Alon is easy pickings, completely unaware that Evan is right beside him, asking if he should just slice those two idiots into pieces right now. Sneaking off into the dark woods, the two nobles prepare to activate their secret plan to seize control of the eastern underworld. Glimmer, blinding gold coins, and legendary jewels fill their greedy imaginations as they dream of capturing astronomical wealth and power. Just as they boast about teaching Alon a lesson, a terrifying, blood-curdling scream echoes out from the dark forest, putting the entire camp's knights on high alert. Just when you think a peaceful light in the woods is on the menu, high-pitched shrieks shatter the dark as red glowing eyes lock onto the convoy. Turns out, something terrifying is stalking them from the shadows. Panicking instantly, the squad leader barks orders for their mage to light up the dark forest while knights unsheathe their blades, bracing for an incoming ambush. Whoosh! The mage fires off a brilliant flare into the night sky, carving through the darkness to expose whatever nightmare is lurking in the trees. Krrg! The light reveals grotesque, muscular goblins covered in glowing purple crystal growths and wielding massive cleavers. Honestly, if regular goblins hit the gym and started taking magical steroids, this is exactly what they look like. Seeing the creatures, the guard breathes a sigh of relief, scoffing that they're just basic forest goblins, completely ignoring the glaring red flags right in front of them. Scream! But that relief instantly vanishes as hundreds of glowing red eyes light up the forest floor, proving that quantity can easily become a knight's worst nightmare. Thud! Shadows engulf the camp as the frontline defense collapses, leaving the remaining guards sweating bullets under the sheer pressure of the onslaught. A massive crystal boot crushes a fallen guard as the survivors panic, realizing every single scout on Outer Watch has already been wiped out in seconds. Staring at the hulking beasts, the knights realize these aren't normal green pests. Their massive builds and crystal armor point to a terrifying new mutation. Seriously, who gave these low-level mobs boss-tier upgrades? Swoosh! To make matters worse, the monsters are heavily infused with raw mana, leaving the knights no choice but to throw up emergency defensive slashes. Crash! The squad leader screams in horror as the mutated beasts hit with brute strength that completely defies normal beast biology. Swarming like relentless predators, the crystal goblins leap through the air, overpowering the defensive line with terrifying speed. Axes slam into armor as the guards desperately swing back, but the horde's momentum is simply too overwhelming. Manhwa artists really know how to turn a basic goblin fight into a straight-up horror movie battle. Shatter! A giant clawed monster charges down on the troops, smashing through their formation with 0 hesitation. Rumble! Massive earthen spikes explode out from the terrain as the ground breaks apart under the sheer physical impact of the clash. Crunch! Jagged rocks pulverize the front rank, spraying blood across the battlefield as the defense completely disintegrates. Roar! The monsters howl in victory, surrounding the surviving knights like wolves closing in on helpless prey. Suddenly, a massive wall of rock and a high-tier magic barrier rise up out of nowhere, stopping the horde dead in its tracks as the enemy mage looks around in utter confusion. Step forward, Alon, clenching his fist, he casually begins weaving high-level enhancement and compression magic through his gem-encrusted bracelet like a seasoned archmage. Boom! A massive shockwave of purple energy erupts through the monster horde, instantly crushing dozens of crystal goblins into dust. Talk about pulling out an orbital strike on low-level mobs. High above the battlefield, a dense orb of concentrated spatial magic forms, crackling with terrifying gravitational force. Walking forward with ultimate main character energy, Alon steps past the dumbfounded knights who can barely process what kind of powerhouse is standing on their side. Against the backdrop of a swirling magic singularity, Alon commands the entire battlefield single-handedly, while the remaining guards stand completely frozen. Snap! Activating his vacuum spell, the dense sphere begins violently sucking in nearby rocks, debris, and crystal goblins into its whirling vortex. Flash! Extending his palm, Alon unleashes Return to the Primordial, bathing the landscape in brilliant prismatic light. Glowing gems on his bracelet flare with blinding brilliance as raw, unfiltered mana floods the air. Kaboom! The compressed sphere implodes, sending a shockwave through the forest that completely vaporizes the attacking forces. Splat! Blood and shattered purple crystals shower down like gruesome rain across the cratered wasteland. Standing tall amidst the destruction, Alon looks like a divine god of war, even though we all know he's internally sweating bullets right now. Eek! Meanwhile, those two arrogant, snobbish nobles peek out from behind a tree, trembling like leaves as they realize they almost got turned into monster snacks. Swoosh! Alon casually flickers his wrist again, sending out another wave of force to clear out any stragglers lingering in the dust. Blang! Spurred on by Alon's jaw-dropping display, the remaining knights find their courage and start slicing through the disoriented goblins. With total control over the battlefield, Alon directs the flow of combat like a grand conductor leading an orchestra. Slash! Devastating arcs of magical light slice through the front lines, turning the tide of battle into a complete one-sided slaughter. Flash! Evan steps up with his signature eye patch style, unleashing a glowing crimson blade technique that cuts down 3 beasts in a single heartbeat. Thud! A guard thrusts his spear straight through a mutated goblin's chest, officially putting an end to the surprise attack. As the morning sun rises over the horizon, quiet returns to the valley, revealing dozens of defeated crystal monsters scattered across the ground.
Phew! The cowardly noble stumbles out from his hiding spot, shouting in relief that the nightmare is finally over.
Panting heavily and leaning on their weapons, the surviving knights slump over in pure exhaustion, barely able to stand. Turning their gaze toward the solitary figure in the cloak, the guards whisper in utter astonishment about the mysterious powerhouse who saved their lives. Bathed in the golden morning light, Alon strikes an impossibly cool posture, leaving everyone convinced he's an ancient high-tier archmage in disguise. Panic, but inside his own head, Chibi Alon is throwing a full-blown internal tantrum, screaming that he almost died and his heart is beating out of his chest. Turns out, his magical bracelet only allows 3 or 4 spellcasts per day before completely draining his mana pool, leaving him utterly defenseless. Classic fantasy MC luck right there. Evan rushes over with deep concern to check if his lord is hurt, while Alon puts on a cool front, even though he internally admits that losing his self-defense powers was flat-out terrifying. Waving off Evan's worry with a nonchalant gesture, Alon realizes that sticking with a full convoy was actually the smartest decision he's made all week. But as he glances at the purple crystals, serious dread sets in. The presence of these mutated beasts signals a divine descent, a terrifying event where outer gods try to invade the mortal realm. Flashback. Remembering the ferocious swarm, Alon connects the dots between the crystal mutations and dark divine intervention. Walking side by side through the carnage, Alon and Evan examine the remains, realizing the timeline of this world is breaking down way faster than expected. Rumble. Apocalyptic visions fill Alon's mind. Fringe outer gods with massive wings and eye motifs that were only supposed to show up after the world's laws completely collapsed. Cracks spread across burning castles as Alon realizes the ultimate truth. An ancient evil is preparing to descend upon this land, and war is coming whether he likes it or not. Hold on to your hats, folks, because if you thought being reincarnated into a high fantasy world was all sunshine and power trips, try being Alon, who is currently having a massive existential crisis over why his future villains haven't even awakened yet. Underneath the crisp autumn trees, the calm breeze completely contrasts the absolute chaos brewing inside our protagonist's overthinking brain. Walking side by side toward their next destination, Alon reminding himself that gathering intel the second they arrive is literally his only survival strategy right now. Gulp! With a cold, sharp glare, Alon realizes that if things keep spiraling out of control like this, heads are definitely going to roll sooner than expected. Meanwhile, those 2 petty noble lords from earlier are sweating absolute bullets, clutching their heads in sheer terror over the monster they think they've pissed off. Honestly, watching these 2 snobs squirm is top-tier comedy. Bright and early the next morning, the grand rotograde ducal house comes into view, practically glittering with ungodly amounts of wealth and royal arrogance. Despite looking like a dark and mysterious anti-hero, Alon steps out of the carriage clutching his stomach, completely defeated by classic motion sickness. As the crowd pours into the grand cathedral venue, the high society drama officially kicks into overdrive. Gold chandeliers, shimmering vaulted ceilings, and snobbish aristocrats dressed to the nines? Seriously, the artist went all out making this place look ridiculously extra. Clink, sipping his wine, Evan casually glances at the extravagant decorations, whispering that stealing one golden artifact from these rich snobs wouldn't hurt anybody. Laughter echoes through the grand hall as the nobility shower Duke Lothar with endless flattery, while Alan stands in the corner planning a swift exit. Boasting like a king among his brown-nosing followers, the Duke laps up every single compliment like a pampered cat. Deciding he'd rather swallow glass than socialize with these arrogant aristocrats, Alon turns to slip away until a shaky, desperate voice interrupts him. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, those two terrified nobles pop up, bowing nervously and practically begging Count Palladio for a quick second of his time. Ta-da! Presenting imaginary platters of prime-grade meat and entire chests brimming with gold, the duo tries offering massive bribes just to buy Alon's forgiveness. Talk about a complete 180-degree turn in attitude. Staring blankly at them, Alon is internally losing his mind, wondering why on earth these two idiots are suddenly kissing his boots. Shiver. But because Alon defaults to a cold, dead-eyed stare, the two nobles mistake his confusion for deathly anger and start trembling like leaves. Tears streaming down their faces, they internally scream that picking a fight with Count Palladio was the single worst decision of their entire lives. Flashback, remembering how Alon casually obliterated an entire monster horde with high-tier magic while looking completely unfazed. The memory alone leaves both snobs petrified in absolute horror. Stammering in disbelief, they reevaluate every single detail of the magical shockwave they witnessed in the forest. Swoosh! Desperate for answers, they literally kidnap Baron Armand's mage right out of her squad to interrogate her. Cornering the poor third-tier mage, they frantically ask if the explosive spell Alon used was just a basic second-tier magic attack. But the mage gives them a side-eye look of utter pity, shutting down their cope instantly. She admits that the spell far exceeded her own capabilities, confirming their worst nightmare. Alon's humble claim of becoming Count Palladio by pure luck was a total lie. Man, misunderstandings in manhwas always escalate at light speed, doesn't it? Derp. Their eyes turn into giant anime white circles as the terrifying realization hits them right in the face. In their minds, Alon stands like an unstoppable dark god over a mountain of dead monsters, proving he never needed bodyguards in the first place. They picture his terrifying cold smile, convinced he's secretly a ruthless mastermind who slaughters enemies without blinking. Glowing red text seals their fate. He wasn't weak at all, he was just hiding the cold, cruel nature of a true Palladio lord. Desperate to avoid getting erased from the map, the two plotters prepare their final resort: pathetic begging. Thud! Dropping straight to the floor, both nobles bow down in full prostration right in the middle of the crowded venue. Sob! Crying at the top of their lungs, they scream for mercy, while Alon and Evan stand there in dead silence, wondering what kind of circus they just walked into. Cracking his knuckles, Evan leans over and asks if he should just execute them right now, while Alon mutters that creating a scene would be way too exhausting. Internally puffing out his chest, Alon tries playing along with his high and mighty act to keep up appearances. Glare. Alon warns them that he'll deal with them personally, privately, hiding the fact that he doesn't even have enough mana left to cast a spell, causing both nobles to collapse in sheer terror. Clasping their hands together, the two snobs sob like babies, utterly convinced their execution date has been set. A giant text bubble sums up their entire existence in 3 words: "We're dead meat." Shaking off the absurdity, Alon reminds himself that with Evan dispatched to the Information Guild, he needs to gather intel on the other noble factions himself. Munching on a fresh golden egg tart at the buffet, Alon spots 2 shadowy nobles whispering in a secluded corner of the room. Bzzzt, channeling a tiny bit of mana into his ears, Alon subtly enhances his hearing to spy on their private conversation. Eavesdropping while eating snacks? Peak protagonist behavior right there. Overhearing the gossip, he learns that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia are secretly making moves to form their own power alliance. Chomp, taking another bite of his tart, Alon scoffs internally, knowing those two greedy families hate each other's guts and their alliance won't last a week. Crunchy, buttery goodness explodes in his mouth as he focuses on what truly matters in life: free high-end catering. Sparkle! In his mind, Chibi Alon is literally floating in egg tart heaven, completely blissed out, while the nobles drop a huge bomb about a mysterious hidden leader. Eavesdrop nobles reveal that neither Altia nor Zenonia is actually the true mastermind behind this terrifying new faction. Glimmer! The nobles whisper the name of the alleged mastermind, Palacio. Meanwhile, Alon is still happily enjoying his dessert, completely clueless. Crackle! Suddenly, dramatic anime lightning strikes through Alon's soul as the words register in his brain. The nobles repeat it with utmost seriousness, confirming that the mysterious head of the villainous alliance, Splat, is none other than Count Palladio. The egg tart drops straight out of Alon's hand, smashing onto the pristine marble floor in slow motion. Panic, standing motionless with a giant question mark floating over his head, Alon internally screams in absolute horror as he realizes he just got named leader of an evil syndicate without even trying. Ever wonder what happens when the most powerful political schemers in the kingdom mistake an exhausted transmigrator for a ruthless dark lord? Welcome to Alon's chaotic life. Holding his throbbing head in sheer disbelief, Alon can't believe the utterly wild rumors spreading about him being the mastermind behind an evil syndicate. Looking around the glittering banquet hall, Alon scratches his head in confusion as every high-ranking noble suddenly stares at him like he's a walking cheat code. Out of nowhere, a ridiculously flamboyant noble named Carmine Comelon struts over, tossing his purple hair like he's starring in a shampoo commercial. Carmine bows with over-the-top dramatics, clearly trying to establish dominance over Alon in front of the entire party. With a downright sinister smirk, Carmine attempts to belittle Alon, taunting him for becoming a count through nothing more than sheer luck. Alon just stares back with dead, soul-crushing eyes, internally groaning that even human pretzels are somehow talking back to him today. Boom! Before Carmine can utter another rude sentence, three towering figures suddenly materialize behind him, exuding pure murder intent. Marquis Mardanio glares daggers right at Carmine, barking in a thunderous voice, asking if he seriously has the nerve to insult Asteria's top noble? Gasp! Carmine's smug expression instantly shatters as his brain short-circuits. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be an easy target? Time for a quick backstory. This clown is Carmine Comelon, a self-proclaimed romantic who traveled all the way here to marry Duke Lothagru's youngest daughter. Posing dramatically among rose petals, Carmine narcissistically believed that no woman on earth could ever turn down a flawless gentleman like him. But during his date, Carmine couldn't stop body-shaming other noblewomen right in front of his prospective bride. Talk about negative romantic awareness. Tapping her cheek with a forced smile, his fiancée barely contains her rage while Carmine keeps bragging about how generous he is for liking her. Swoosh! Fed up with his toxic vanity, Lady Lothagru cancels the marriage on the spot and walks off, leaving Carmine screaming for mercy on his knees. Stomp! Throwing a toddler-tier temper tantrum in the hallway, Carmine stomped around cursing everyone for ruining his grand marriage plans. That's when he spotted Alon peacefully enjoying an egg tart in the corner and decided to pick a fight just to blow off steam. Licking his lips like a cartoon villain, Carmine convinced himself that picking on a supposedly weak count was the perfect stress reliever. Fast forward back to reality, and the three faction leaders are practically ready to execute Carmine on the spot for disrespecting their nation's ally. Looming over him like giant stone statues, the three titans tower over a shrinking, trembling Carmine who stammers out pathetic excuses. In Alon's mind, Carmine looks like a tiny purple bird getting ruthlessly pecked to death by three massive alpha birds. Honestly, the art team cooked with this gag. And who are these three men protecting Alon? They are literally the absolute heavyweights holding up the entire Asteria kingdom. You got Duke Lothagru leading the nobles, Marquis Mardanio heading the royalists, and Count Palin anchoring the neutrals, all united in bullying this poor pretender. Count Palin smiles like a friendly neighbor, while Mardanio glares with enough heat to melt steel, sending Carmine into total shock. Alon stands there flabbergasted, wondering why on earth these three political rivals are suddenly forming an impenetrable human shield around him. Flashback, seeing Carmine get gang-chewed by superiors triggers Alon's past life military trauma of drill sergeants chewing out helpless recruits. Sweating bullets with a military cap on his chibi head, Alon shivers as memories of his mandatory military service come flooding back. Unable to withstand the crushing atmospheric pressure, Carmine breaks down in tears and sprints away screaming apologies at the top of his lungs. Turning around, the three terrifying titans immediately soften up, asking Alon if he's okay with sickeningly sweet concern that creeps Alon out even more. Channeling mana into his ears, Alon eavesdrops on the surrounding chatter, hearing that Eladia and Zenonia are preparing to launch full political warfare. Sweat drops down Alon's cheek as he realizes everyone believes he is the shadowy puppet master controlling the entire evil faction. He gotta clear this up. Duke Lothagru steps forward with a pleasant smile, casually remarking that it's high time they had a proper friendly chat together. Stroking his mustache, Marquis Mardanio chimed in, offering to gift Alon high-grade magical artifacts from his personal collection. Not to be outdone, Count Palan joins the bribe train, showering Alon with praise and promising priceless treasures just to get on his good side. Nam! System prompt pops up. Alon fully intended to clear up the misunderstanding, but the offer of 2 legendary artifacts and 5 mana potions was simply too sweet to resist. Money speaks loud, folks. Later that night, away from the party's noise, Marquis Mardanio sits across from a mysterious figure in a dark candlelit room. Clasping his hands tightly, Mardanio explains that gifting precious relics to Alon was their official pledge of allegiance to the new order. Hoo-hoo, drama! Sitting elegantly in an ornate chair, a mysterious woman shrouded under a black veil chuckles softly, thoroughly pleased with how smoothly things went. Candlelight flickers against the grand stained glass windows as Mardanio credits Duke Altia's genius strategy for putting everyone in line. The veiled lady speaks in a tone laced with cold authority, welcoming Marquis Mardanio into her inner circle. Shrouded beneath her dark lace veil, a dangerous smile forms across her face as she declares that their ultimate goal is finally within reach. Side note, fun transmigrator trivia break, Duke Lothagru's castle isn't just huge, it literally contains multiple separate mansions built exclusively for his concubines. Talk about living in ultimate luxury. Returning to the dark chamber, the veiled lady leans back, casually inquiring about how the other faction leaders responded to the proposition. Mardanio reassures her that every single target swallowed the bait without a second thought, completely trusting the bogus rumors. Visualizing chess pieces and golden scales, Mardanio realizes that Duke Altia has been treating the entire kingdom's political structure like a board game. Swirling clouds of dark energy represent the chaotic rumors consuming the nobility, driving all the major players right into Altia's web. Sweat trickles down Mardanio's intense, determined face as he resolves to seize this golden political opportunity at any cost. Staring into the dancing flame of the candle, the veiled mastermind whispers that the grand stage has finally been set. Chills! Piercing green eyes glow with malevolent brilliance beneath her lace veil. Duke Altia is officially ready to bring down the kingdom. Bathed in warm golden sunlight, the grand towers of the ducal castle shine brightly as the 4th day of the banquet officially begins. Looking down at the glittering banquet hall, the party is still in full swing with nobles chatting away, completely oblivious to the chaos brewing behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Alon stands in the hallway holding a shiny, high-grade gift box, realizing that all these rich aristocrats are showering him with bribes because of a completely bogus rumor linking him to the villainous factions. Smirk! Throwing on his best scheming villain face, Alon internally chuckles, deciding he's just gonna pocket every single bribe and hit the road before anyone realizes he's a total fraud. Hiccup! Suddenly, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder, startling Alon so hard his soul almost leaves his body while he desperately clutches his loot. Turns out it's just his trusty eye patch-wearing aide returning. Alon quickly plays it cool, coughing into his hand like he was just lost in deep political thought all along. Escaping to a quiet room, the mood instantly shifts as Alon gets hit with terrifying news. An ancient outer god has officially descended in the Northern Territory. Eyepatch Bro explains that the region of Caliban is in complete uproar, with old texts claiming that rare amethysts are linked to these cosmic nightmares.
The scene shifts to a serene view of a northern town near Ashkelon, where the key person Alan needs to find is currently hiding out.
Dramatic pause. Resting his chin on his hand with a dead serious glare, Alon decides they're dropping everything to head straight for Caliban. Eye Patch Bro is totally caught off guard by the sudden detour, but Alon just tells him to gear up because he'll explain the details on the road. Bathed in the soft light of dusk, the grand estate stands quiet as the crew prepares for an immediate secret departure. Thud. The moment he's alone, Alon face plants onto the sofa, holding his head in absolute agony as the existential dread finally catches up to him. Gasp! In his mind, terrifying visions of eldritch outer gods and winged cosmic horrors fill the darkness, signaling apocalyptic ruin for the world. Covering his face in panic, Alon realizes the game's main timeline is moving way faster than it did when he played it in his past life. Crash. Visualizing the world shattering like cheap glass, Alon knows that if the Allied kingdoms fought these monsters, his peaceful slacker lifestyle is officially dead. Flames devour entire cities in his mental vision, reminding him that otherworldly powers are about to turn the continent into an absolute wasteland. Dark clouds hover over his thoughts as Alon tries to figure out a loophole to stop the apocalypse before it even starts. Glow! He remembers crucial Lorien outer god has to sleep in a cocoon state for months before awakening into a fully powered living god, meaning right now is its only vulnerable window. Scratch. Taking out a feather quill, Alon furiously writes a high-priority letter and seals it with dark purple wax, taking his fate into his own hands. Staring out the moonlit window, Alon holds the sealed envelope, wondering what kind of ridiculously expensive gift a young game protagonist would like. Rush! Over at a sunlit military fortress, an armored guard comes sprinting up to a high-ranking commander with Alon's urgent letter in hand. The purple-haired military commander unfolds the letter, his eyes widening in pure shock as he reads Alon's mysterious instructions. Standing at strict attention, the vice commander waits nervously for his chief's orders after seeing his boss look so intensely shaken. Glow! Drenched in dramatic sunlight, the commander orders the northern military schedule delayed by 2 whole weeks. Alon's political flex work like a charm. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Patron, a bright and picturesque village nestled north of Ashkelon Kingdom. Sparkle! Out of nowhere, a ridiculously enthusiastic kid with bright blue hair bounces up, waving like a puppy seeing its owner. Ta-da! Say hello to the main protagonist of the RPG game Psychedelia, looking like a total cheerful cutie pie in his little vest and shorts. Behind the kid, abstract blue energy displays character selection avatars, while Alon internally fawns over how ridiculously pretty this main character looks in real life. Posing with maximum main character energy, the boy brightly greets the strangers, completely thrilled to meet someone new in town. Alon stares down at him with deadpan eyes, reflecting that no matter how weird this world gets, a main character is always destined to become an overpowered god. Spotlight! A dramatic beam of light shines on the kid as Alon acknowledges that this little guy will eventually carry the entire world's fate on his back. Standing face to face with his former player avatar feels super surreal for Alon's, but he keeps his cool while complimenting the kid's bright attitude. Clink! Without warning, Alon pulls out a massive, heavy sack full of pure gold coins and shoves it straight into the kid's hands. Swoosh! Before the boy can even process the cash, Eye Patch Bro kneels down and opens a luxury case filled with ultra-rare glowing mana potions. Boom! A gigantic mountain of brightly wrapped gift boxes literally materializes behind them, leaving the poor kid standing there with spinning spiral eyes. Talk about aggressive pay-to-win sponsorship. Alon deadpans that this isn't charity, it's a high-stakes investment because he knows the kid is going to be a massive deal in the future. Grabbed tightly by the shoulders, the kid looks up in awe as Alon internally screams at him to grow up super fast so he can kill all the cosmic gods for him. Tap, tap. Having dumped a full endgame inventory onto a level 1 beginner, Alon coolly turns around and walks away like a boss. Glancing back over his shoulder, Alon gives himself a mental high five, totally convinced he just bought the main character's eternal loyalty.
Oops! A cute chibi head pops up as Alon suddenly realizes he forgot the most important part of making a dramatic exit.
Turning around against the clear blue sky, Alon dramatically drops his name. Count Talaccio, the ultimate rich sponsor you should thank when you save the world.
Patter! Running after the departing carriage, the adorable kid clutches his gold bag and shouts heartfelt gratitude to his new benefactor.
A delicate hand waves back from the carriage window as the morning sun beams brightly overhead. Beam! The blue-haired protagonist waves goodbye with the most radiant, pure smile you've ever seen in a dark fantasy series.
Peeking out from the carriage curtains, Alon tilts his head in confusion, wondering why a protagonist from a depressing dark fantasy game is so ridiculously cheerful. In chibi thought mode, Alon rubs his chin, finding it super suspicious that a kid living in a monster-infested world has zero trauma. Relaxing inside the luxury carriage, Alon flexes his galaxy brain logic to his aid, declaring that skipping the friendship-building phase and going straight pay-to-win is the ultimate life hack. Eyepatch Bro looks at his reflection in the window, casually pointing out that the young boy actually possessed mind-blowing hidden talent. Flashback! A dramatic era panel reveals the kid was secretly overflowing with suffocating dense mana and wearing high-tier concealed artifacts under his basic clothes. Seriously, the artist cooked with this aura design. Alon sits back in thought, realizing that the game's hidden lore runs way deeper than he thought. This kid was stacked from the very beginning. Ever get that sinking feeling that messing with the timeline just created a massive butterfly effect? That's exactly what's keeping Alon up at night as he stares into the cosmic void, questioning if boosting the game's main protagonist was actually a big mistake. But hey, throwing his hands up in full slacker logic, Alon figures as long as his easy retirement plan stays intact, the stronger the kid gets, the less work he has to do himself. Talk about a top-tier return on investment. In his memory, the game's original party layout flashes by, complete with giant beastman and legendary heroes. So really, what could possibly go wrong with giving a literal hero endless cheat codes? Gasp! Suddenly, a sudden chill runs down his spine as he remembers the kid's surprisingly sweet demeanor. Wait, is this hero actually way too kind-hearted for his own good? Turning to his trusty eyepatch aide, Alon gets super fidgety, asking if the mysterious Deus will even agree to meet him after he dodged visiting the orphanage out of sheer anxiety. Clack! Leaves rustle in the crisp autumn air as their luxury carriage rolls along the dirt path, heading straight toward their destination with unanswered questions lingering in the air. Eyepatch Bro sifts through a mountain of sparkling jewels and gifts inside the carriage, calling out Alon for hoarding literal mountains of loot like a fantasy dragon. 10 whole days pass in the blink of an eye as the golden sunshine guides their carriage into the bustling capital city of Caliban Kurdum. Yawn! Slumping into the velvet cushions, Eyepatch Bro groans from pure travel fatigue, while Alon casually complains about navigating that ridiculous labyrinth back at the border. Twirling a dark, glowing gem pendant around his fingers, Alon reminds his aide that every single stop on this grueling trip was carefully planned to gear up for the upcoming war against cosmic horrors. Sparkle! And let's not forget the ridiculous amount of high-grade gifts currently taking up every square inch of their riding space. Sitting atop a literal throne of wooden chests packed with golden treasures, Alon channeled his inner doting dad, wondering if Deus will be properly blown away by this aggressive flex. Outside, the horse-drawn carriage pulls up to the main city checkpoint as the guards call out that they're finally next in line for entry. Eyepatch Bro steps out to handle the routine paperwork, giving a confident nod while telling Alon he'll be right back after a quick identity check. Stretch! Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Alon chuckles to himself, relieved that border control in this country is smooth sailing. Door creaks. The door opens and Eyepatch Bro pokes his head inside with a super tense face, dropping the bad news that a sudden roadblock has just hit them. Looking outside, a heavy squad of fully armored knights has completely blocked the grand archway, demanding the Count's carriage pull over immediately. Thud! Stepping down from the carriage, Alon is confronted by a smirking knight who arrogantly calls him out by name in front of the entire gate inspection team. Posing like he's the main character of his own story, this smug guy introduces himself as Viren, direct disciple of the legendary Fourth Sword, Master Knight Fiola. Zoom in! With an insufferable smirk plastered across his face, Viren looks down his nose at Alon, practically begging for an audience to bow down. Tick, an annoyance vein pops on Alon's head as he deadpans that he couldn't care less who Fiola is, asking why on earth an entire knight squad is blocking his way. Viren steps closer with a haughty grin, claiming that a dear noble friend back in Asteria sent word about a certain score that desperately needs settling. Flashback! A vision of Carmine, that ridiculous, rose-obsessed, pink-haired snob, appears in Alon's head, making him instantly realize where this headache came from. Rage! Crimson energy flares up as Viren snarls that Alon utterly disgraced and humiliated Carmine during their last encounter. A cracked magical communication orb shows Carmine screaming hysterically in total agony, ordering Viren to completely cripple Alon the second he sets foot in Caliban. Glare! Clutching his face maniacally in the red light, Carmine tempted the knight with rare abyssal bodies just to guarantee Alon's total destruction. Back in reality, Viren arrogantly shrugs under the clear blue sky, declaring that since he owes his friend a favor, he's got to put on a little beatdown show. Tilt your head and look at this guy's face. The artist gave Viren the most slappable, smug expression in the entire chapter. Swing! On command, the surrounding guards draw their longswords simultaneously, forming a deadly perimeter around Alon and his single aide. Sighs. Alon internally facepalms, utterly exhausted by the fact that Carmine lost a fight, ran away like a coward, and hired a cheap hitman to do his dirty work. Sliding his blade from its scabbard, Viren mockingly offers a deal. Hand over every single valuable item inside that fancy carriage, and he might go easy on him. Viren smirks internally, convinced that harassing a weak fringe noble with zero local connections is a risk-free walk in the park. Crackle! Purple lightning sparks across Alon's hand as his eyes darken. He already calculated that Vron's a total nobody, hiding behind his master's clout, and patience just ran out. Dash! Viren lunges forward with a crazed grin, swinging his sword down while assuming his high-ranking master will just cover up any mess he makes. Crash! Out of nowhere, a terrifying pitch-black shadow drops straight from the sky, grabbing Viren by his throat in mid-air before he can even finish his sentence. Clatter! Viren's sword drops uselessly to the dirt as he chokes violently, his smug arrogance instantly shattering into pure panic. Gasp! Eyes bulging out of his head, Viren desperately claws at the dark armored hand crushing his trachea, completely unable to process what just hit him. Boom! A heavy atmospheric shockwave blasts across the dirt road, freezing every single guard in their tracks. Reveal! Standing tall in terrifying dark draconic armor, Deus holds the arrogant knight aloft with a single hand like a piece of trash, coldly demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Glowing purple eyes burn through the dark visor as Deus snarls in absolute fury, asking how a weakling like him dares lay a finger on his precious benefactor. The surrounding knights stand completely paralyzed in sheer terror, sweating buckets as the dark aura radiating from Deus suffocates the entire area. Slam! Without a second thought, Deus smashes Viren face first into the dirt with crater-forming force, painting a glorious picture of instant karma. Stomp! Raising his heavy armored boot, Deus casually stomps down onto the fallen knight, leaving no room for retaliation. Grab! Reaching down, Deus yanks Viren back up by his hair, leaving the poor guy sobbing and gasping for mercy as his title as Swordless gets brutally earned. Hoist! Lifting the battered knight up high, Deus looms over him like an absolute grim reaper, silencing every attempt Viren makes to plead his case. Zoom in. Beneath the dark shadow of his helm, Deus' lethal purple eye gleams with terrifying murderous intent. Nobody disrespects Master Knight Deus McCallion's savior. Tremble! The extra guards tremble in their boots as an oppressive dark aura suffocates the clearing, with Deus coldly telling them to use their imaginations on what happens next.
Swoosh! A dark purple shockwave slices through the air with a brutal sound effect that sends shivers down your spine.
Gore! Blood sprays across the sky as Deus completely obliterates the arrogant knight, blasting him into the distance like a broken doll. Staring with wide, shocked eyes, Alon realizes that the present-day Deus isn't just strong. He's a ruthless force of nature who just warned his enemy to be grateful he was kept alive. Imagine picking a fight with a noble, only for a literal demonic Shadow Knight to descend from the heavens like an angry god. Before the arrogant captain can even process what's happening, Deus drops in with crackling purple mana, ready to erase him from the realm. Crash! With a single bone-shattering blow, Deus slams the poor knight straight into the dirt, sending shockwaves through the forest. The guy doesn't even get a chance to scream before he's coughing up blood and regretting every single life choice that led to this moment. Thud, thud, thud. What follows is an absolute unfiltered beatdown as Deus pummels the captain into a fine paste without breaking a sweat. Watching from the carriage, Alon can't help but admire the sheer brutal efficiency, chuckling that his prodigy really knows how to make an entrance. Okay, let's be real for a second. Alana's sitting here glowing with proud dad energy, completely ignoring the horrifying violence taking place right in front of him. He's reminiscing about how he sponsored this kid years ago, touched that Deus still remembers his benefactor despite never writing a single letter back. In his mind, Alon pictures Deus as a cute little kitten that grew into a majestic lion, feeling like he's finally reaping the sweet rewards of parenting. I mean, who wouldn't want an overpowered loyal Shadow Knight handling all your personal rivalries? Wham! Meanwhile, in the background, Deus is still actively tenderizing the enemy knight like a cheap steak. Alon just nods along approvingly, taking full credit for raising such a fine, well-mannered young man. Look at this art upgrade, though. The artist gave Deus the ultimate main character lighting, complete with bloody knuckles and a cold, breathtaking gaze. Honestly, if this is what being an upright young man looks like in a dark fantasy world, sign me up. Wiping away a fake tear, Alon declares how proud he is of his adopted son, while his eye patch aide looks on in absolute disbelief. His aide literally has to remind him, "Hey, master, you do realize your beloved boy is currently beating a man within an inch of his life, right?" Bam! Covering his ears in full denial mode, Alon tunes out the logic because seeing his kid jump into action to defend his honor is just too sweet. Meanwhile, Deus delivers another brutal knee straight into the guy's ribs, turning the bully into a crying mess. Boom! The heavy atmospheric pressure crushes the surrounding area as the dust finally begins to settle on the battlefield.
Tap, tap. Leaving the broken, battered knight unconscious in the dirt, Deus casually steps over the body without even looking back. Alon takes a quick peek and secretly thinks, okay, yeah, maybe that beatdown was a tiny bit excessive, but hey, message delivered.
Turning around under the bright blue sky, the massive Shadow Knight towers over the area, his dark armor glinting in the light as a sudden realization hits Alon. Looking up into those glowing purple eyes, Alon remembers a terrifying piece of hidden lore from the original game. Deus wasn't just a strong hero. He was destined to become one of the 5 great sins, a walking calamity. Bow! But before any existential dread can kick in, Deus drops to his knees in total reverence, bowing deeply before Alon like a humble servant. The rest of the Knight Squad can only stand there paralyzed, unable to comprehend why this monster is showing such absolute loyalty. Lifting his visor, Deus flashes a charming, handsome smirk that instantly melts away all the dark aura. Seriously, the contrast between his terrifying demonic power and his sweet, devoted loyalty to Alon is top-tier character writing. Before we dive into the next epic chapter, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button to keep up with all the weekly Webtoon recaps. Quick possessor tip breakdown for you guys. Evan here is officially sitting at the sword expert level. Not only is he a top-notch escort knight, but his mana perception allows him to read a person's aura with scary precision. Boom! Shifting perspective to the freezing northern front, a massive dark pillar crashes into the snow-covered wasteland with violent force. Whoosh! A howling blizzard sweeps through the icy mountains as heavy snowfall covers a scene of utter devastation. Dozens of scorched barbarian corpses lie scattered across the frozen tundra, smoke still rising from their charred remains in a grim display of total warfare. Flutter! A blood-red banner bearing a glowing sun emblem snaps in the icy wind as a victorious knight stands over the fallen tribe. Roar! Raising his bloodied sword to the sky, Captain Delman of the Crimson Flame Knight Order triumphantly announces that the great barbarian chief Kulkan and his entire clan have been wiped out. Cheers! The Imperial Knights erupt into wild celebration, raising their weapons high to celebrate what seems like a historic victory over the northern tribes. Delman orders his troops to fall back to headquarters and regroup, satisfied with the massive achievement under his belt. Gritting his teeth with hidden jealousy, Delman monologues to himself that after securing a win of this scale, there's no way he'll lose prestige to that newly appointed Master Knight back at court. You see, Caliban and the Northern Barbarians have fought for generations under a strict code of mutual honor and sacred duels. It's an ancient tradition etched into the very walls of history. Flashback, but Delman doesn't care about honor at all. He sneaked up on Chief Kulkan, ambushing him from behind with a squad of elite assassins like a total coward. Sneer. He bragged about slaughtering the entire clan just to prove his worth, even though Kulkan's body somehow vanished during the chaotic battle. To make matters worse, Delman coated his blade in a deadly green alchemical poison, convinced that even if Kulkan somehow survived the initial strike, the venom would melt his organs within hours. With a sickening smirk, Delman struts across the snow, totally convinced that reporting this fake honor victory will seal his status as a legendary hero. Suddenly, Delman's boots freeze in place as a thick, unnatural dark fog rolls across the icy ground. Looking up in horror, he discovers that their entire forward base camp has been completely demolished, littered with the crushed bodies of his own garrison. Howl, standing amid the swirling snow and wreckage, is a lone, towering barbarian figure radiating an aura of pure, suffocating malice. Glare. With glowing red eyes burning through the shadows, the mysterious warrior fixes his deadly gaze on Delman, calling out the coward's name with spine-chilling hatred. Shing! Panicking, Delman ignites his sword with fiery aura, sweating profusely as he realizes the sheer weight of the pressure crushing his chest. How is this monster still breathing? The shadowy entity roars in demonic rage, demanding to know why Delman defiled a sacred battlefield duel with such low-class treachery. Swirl, waves of bright cyan matter surge around the barbarian's body like a raging tempest, manifesting a power capable of annihilating entire armies in a single strike. Clenching his teeth, Delman realizes the terrifying truth. This isn't just Kul Khan coming back for revenge. This thing is an entity far beyond any mortal warrior. Dash! In the blink of an eye, the barbarian closes the distance, striking at Delman with speed that defies human limits. Clang! Delman barely blocks the incoming blow with his flaming longsword, mockingly yelling back that expecting honor on a bloody battlefield is the ultimate rookie mistake. Kaboom! A massive fiery explosion erupts as their blades collide, tearing open a massive trench across the frozen snowfield. Stepping through the flames completely unharmed, the barbarian stares down Delman with cold contempt, offering him one last chance. Face me in a real duel, human. Powered to the very end, Delman refuses the 1v1 and orders all his surrounding knights to jump the barbarian at once. Talk about having zero shame. Snap! Raising his hand with absolute indifference, the barbarian snaps his fingers, declaring that a human devoid of honor deserves no respect. A chilling wave of dark energy pulses outward as he vows to deny these dishonorable knights a clean, peaceful death. Creak! Black-purple corruption instantly infects the lead knot's leg, turning flesh and armor into decaying slag within seconds. Scream! Horrific shrieks echo across the mountains as the dark curse spreads like wildfire through the Night Squad, turning their flesh inside out. Melt! The corrupted knights fall to their knees, weeping and begging for death as the horrifying dark flames consume them from the inside out, man. The artist did not hold back on the body horror here. Swoosh! Slipping through the screens and black miasma, the barbarian charges straight toward Delman like a relentless phantom. Splash! With a single devastating slash, crimson blood sprays across the snow as Delman screams in absolute agony. Instant karma comes at you fast. Imagine beating down an Imperial captain so hard that the ground literally splits open like a localized earthquake. Deus drops from the sky with a terrifying strike, slamming the arrogance right out of his opponent in an instant. Boom! The raw kinetic force launches the guy into the air like a rag doll, surrounded by flying debris and shattered stone. Honestly, if you ever needed a textbook definition of overkill, this is it. Wham! Without giving him a single second to catch his breath, Deus connects with a lightning-fast kick that sends violent shockwaves ripping through the sky. Crash! A brutal follow-up punch lands with sickening force, bursting blood and high-pressure mana across the air in a terrifying show of absolute dominance. Every single frame here is pure spectacle. The artist was definitely flexing their budget on this beatdown. Coughing up blood and wheezing for air, the captain hits the dirt with an agonizing groan, his arrogance completely shattered. He went from talking trash to regretting his entire existence in less than 30 seconds. S.O.B. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the guy literally begs for mercy, crying out for someone to just put him out of his misery. Man, talk about an absolute reality check. Suddenly, the screen shifts to a pitch-black realm as glowing red eyes ignite in the darkness, whispering a chilling truth about the realm's darkest lore. The ominous voice echoes through the dark, declaring that all the ruthless savagery in this land was born from the unremembered deaths of fallen warriors. Creepy! The veil lifts to reveal the bloody Colosseum, a nightmare landscape littered with countless fallen knights under a crimson sky. Talk about an instant vibe shift from standard fantasy to full-on Elden Ring horror. The ancient text reveals the identity of this terrifying entity, El Tulris, father of duels and the supreme god of the barbarians. Gasp! The demonic deity smiles down with a menacing glare, offering a twisted form of salvation by granting an honorable death to those who dare enter his arena. Eerie blood droplets levitate in midair as the god issues an ultimate challenge, demanding these arrogant knights prove they aren't mere savages through a bloody duel to the death. Back under the bright blue sky, the heavy bloodlust vanishes as Deus casually walks up to Alan's carriage, politely offering to act as his personal escort. The total contrast between demonic menace and loyal puppy energy is top-tier comedy.
The surrounding knights stand there completely paralyzed, rubbing their eyes in utter disbelief as they watch the legend known as the Swordless lower his head without a single hint of pride. You see, in the kingdom of Caliban, Deus Macalion's reputation is so legendary that his ambitions are said to soar as high as the heavens themselves. Flashback. This is the same ruthless monster who previously slapped the second prince senseless in front of the entire court just because the prince made a rude comment about his younger sister. Talk about the ultimate protective big brother response. In fact, lore dictates that Deus bows his head to absolutely nobody in the entire world, offering his strict courtesy only to the king himself. So you can imagine why the onlookers are having a total brain melt watching this terrifying juggernaut bow so deeply to Alan, an obscure count from a foreign nation. Watching from the side, a bewildered knight sweats profusely, desperately trying to figure out what kind of hidden god Count Palacio actually is to command such absolute reverence. Sparkle! To make things even crazier, Deus rolls out a ridiculously lavish royal carriage covered in blinding glitter and jewels, eagerly inviting Alon to step inside like a grand VIP. Alon sweats nervously at the sheer ridiculousness of the situation, realizing this over-the-top parade is going to draw every eye in the realm, while his aide casually tells him to just roll with it. Clack! Stepping down from the shimmering carriage at their destination, Alon takes a deep breath, mentally preparing himself to see where his former prodigy actually resides. Whoa! Looking up at the sky, Alon is left completely speechless by the sight of a gigantic white Gothic cathedral mansion towering into the clouds. He can't help but feel like a proud dad seeing how absurdly successful his young boy has become. Walking down the vast marble corridor, a thick, suffocating silence settles over them, making Alon sweat as he overthinks whether Deus feels awkward around him after all these years. Shaking off his internal panic, Alon decides the best way to handle this awkward energy is to lay all his cards on the table and get straight to the point. As Deus steps toward the massive double doors of his inner sanctum, Alon calls out his name to halt him in his tracks. Standing under the dramatic sunlight streaming through the windows, Alon solemnly announces that the main reason for his sudden visit is to ask for a massive favor. Shock! Deus stops dead in his tracks and turns around, his glowing purple eyes wide with genuine surprise as he realizes his benefactor actually needs his help. Look at this intense close-up detail on Deus's eyes. The artist nailed that exact moment when a cold, badass protagonist suddenly turns into an eager student waiting for an assignment. Meanwhile, Alon's internal anxiety spikes to max level, nervously wondering if he's being completely shameless by asking for help right after meeting up. Smoothly breaking the tension, Deus politely suggests they take a seat inside first so they can discuss everything in proper comfort. Settling onto luxury velvet couches over high-end tea, Alon takes note of how Deus intentionally takes the lower position, treating Alon with the utmost respect, like a revered father figure. Clearing his throat, Alon delivers his first big request, asking if Deus would be willing to accompany him on a dangerous expedition to the frozen north. Yes! Before Alon can even finish his sentence, Deus accepts without a second thought, revealing he had literally just finished preparing his own northern expedition anyway. Talk about convenient plot timing at its absolute finest. Leaning back in his chair, Deputus mentions that while the northern trip is a done deal, the second request might prove to be a much bigger headache. Alon reveals the true heart of his mission. He desperately needs to secure the legendary Ring of the Mad One, hidden deep within Caliban's vault. Glint? The mysterious artifact gleams atop a velvet cushion, radiating an ancient, dangerous aura that could alter the fate of the realm. Alon explains that borrowing the Ring of Radiance from the king will place them in immense political debt to the royal family, but it's an absolute necessity for his grand strategy. Creak! Just as the atmosphere grows dangerously heavy, the doors pop open as Evan walks in, apologizing for his delay, giving Alon the perfect excuse to reset the mood. Sparkle! Determined to kill the awkward tension once and for all, Alon internally decides it's time to unleash his secret weapon, bribery through high-end gifts. Turning to his aide, Deus asks if the items were brought, and Evan snaps his fingers with cool confidence to bring him right in. Ta-dam! Suddenly, the coffee table is swallowed whole by an absurd, sparkling mountain of luxury-wrapped gift boxes and golden treasure chests. Proudly picking up a sleek black jewelry box, Alon presents an exquisite gem-encrusted necklace, boasting about how popular it is among high society to create a warm vibe.
Look at the ridiculous level of detail on this sparkling pendant. Alon really went all out, shopping like a doting parent trying to make up for lost time.
Crickets. However, an absolute dead silence fills the room as Deus stares at the pile with a completely unreadable expression, making Alon sweat bullets as he awkwardly asks if Deus is going to open them. For a long, tense moment, Deus just gazes silently at the heap of colorful boxes, his quiet aura making everyone in the room hold their breath. Slowly extending his hand, Deus reaches out toward the gifts with incredible care, as if handling fragile ancient relics rather than simple presents. As he unwraps the intricate present, a wave of genuine emotion washes over Deus, realizing just how much thought and effort his benefactor put into choosing every single item. Looking up from the gift box, Damaka's usual cold demeanor completely melts away, his purple eyes glistening with intense loyalty and appreciation.
Smile! With a rare, gentle smile on his face, the terrifying swordless hero accepts his master's gifts with open arms, showing that no matter how strong he becomes, his devotion to Alon will never change.
Imagine trying to shower someone with luxury gifts to win them over, only for them to hit you with the cold, polite, "I'll open these later in private." Alon is out here sweating bullets, thinking his budget bribes weren't enough for a high-tier power player, blissfully unaware of the absolute idol worship going on in his companion's head.
Deus turns around radiating pure main character sparkles and casually drops that if Alon really needs the legendary Ring of Radiance, he'll just go grab it for him immediately. Talk about an absolute flex!
Alon almost chokes on his own breath, pointing out that the ring is locked inside the heavily guarded royal treasury of Caliburn. Usually, getting an artifact like that takes weeks of political maneuvering, but Deus is acting like he's just running down to the local corner store.
Dun dun dun! A dramatic shift in lighting hits Deus's eyes as he goes full tactical mastermind mode, calculating the fastest way to pull off a heist for his favorite benefactor.
With zero hesitation and a deadpan expression, Deus casually calculates that eliminating about 50 royal guards should make the theft smooth sailing. Alon and Evan stand there paralyzed with chibi horror, realizing this man is 99% serious. Turning around with shadows covering his face like a hitman on a mission, Deus asks if they should pack up and head out right now. The sheer unhinged aura radiating off him is top-tier comedy. Alon frantically waves his hands to dial back the body count, telling him violence isn't necessary. Deus quickly pivots, promising to retrieve it as fast as possible without a mass massacre. Watching Deus bow his head so thoughtfully, Alon can't help but feel a warm wave of gratitude for how much respect the guy treats him with.
Sudden vibe check. But then the comic hits us with a giant wavy text banner because, honestly, even Alon knows this level of loyalty is borderline terrifying.
Walking through the bright, sunlit marble halls of the cathedral mansion, the grand architecture really showcases just how ridiculously wealthy Deus has become. At a tap, suddenly, lightweight footsteps echo down the corridor as a cute purple-haired girl in a pink dress comes running up shouting for her big brother. Evan's face instantly lights up as he enthusiastically greets little Siley like an old buddy, while Deus hovers in the background looking like a protective guard dog. As Evan and Siley hold hands and spin around like absolute goofballs, Alon remembers that in the original game timeline, he only ever saw Siley's tragic death scene. Seeing her alive and well, Alon notices she's the literal carbon copy of Deus. But right behind her, a terrifying dark shadow falls over Deus's face as he glares at Evan touching his sister. In a hilarious display of overprotective brother energy, Deus physically pulls Siley back and cold-bloodedly warns her that Evan isn't her buddy. He's just a creepy old mister. Crash! The emotional damage lands hard on Evan as he clutches his head in disbelief, while Alon realizes Deus's attachment to his surviving family is on a completely wild level. Connecting the dots, Alon realizes Deus treats him like a holy deity precisely because Alon previously ordered Evan to save Siley from her tragic fate. The light bulb moment hits Alon so hard, you could practically hear the lightning strike sound effect. Chibi Alon gets a massive ego boost, realization kicking in that he essentially holds the leash to the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Curtsying gracefully, Siley approaches Alon with wide, bright eyes, timidly checking if he's the famous Count Palladio she's heard so much about. Alon smoothly nods, while in the background, Deus is still aggressively teaching Silly to call Evan Mr. Alon plays it cool on the outside, knowing he's single-handedly prevented Deus from becoming an unstoppable villain. Gasp! Siley gently takes Deus's hand, looking up at her big brother with pure adoration and warmth. resting her head against his arm under the soft golden sunlight. The heartwarming family dynamic here is such a wholesome contrast to all the bloody beatdowns. Alon watches the touching reunion unfold, acknowledging inside that even if his motives were strategic, seeing them happy genuinely feels great. A soft, genuine smile breaks across Alon's face. The artist really nailed the subtle lighting and warm aesthetics in this panel. As twilight paints the Gothic cathedral in shades of pink and purple, Alon officially settles in for a stay at Deus's grand estate. Cut to the next morning, Deus casually pops open a velvet jewelry box containing the Ring of Radiance, while Alon nearly chokes on his morning tea. It's literally only been 24 hours. Bam! Holding the gleaming ring on its chain, Alon is completely dumbfounded, until Evan slams through the double doors sweating like he just ran a marathon. Panting for air, Every presses his hand to his chest, desperately trying to report the absurd gossip currently breaking the capital. Spaff. Evan reveals Deus marched right into the royal palace, demanded the national treasure, and when the second prince talked back, Deus double bitch-slapped him into next week. Alon's soul practically leaves his body in sheer panic. Fast-forwarding 3 days later, the scene shifts to the freezing northern snowscapes as royal flags flutter high in the icy gale. Clap, clap. Heavy horse-drawn carriages forge through the blizzard, carrying the expedition deep into the hostile frozen territory where bad news awaits. Crackle! A horrifying flashback panel reveals the grim reality of the Northern Front. Allied knights butchered with gaping chest wounds while furious warriors scream in blood-soaked madness. Emerging from the dark miasma, a giant, terrifying outer god entity looms over the battlefield with glowing teal claws. The dark fantasy atmosphere here is insanely cool. Back in the snowy military outpost camp, intense shouting echoes from the main command yard as officers clash over battle strategy. Paff! Inside the tent, a commander slams his hands on the table, frantically pointing out that their forces are decimated and without the first blade, staying is suicide. Heavy silence falls over the war room as Deus sits calmly at the head of the strategy map, completely unbothered by the surrounding panic. Stepping forward with cool composure, Commander Fiola, the fourth blade of Caliburn, calls for everyone to take a breath and evaluate their options carefully. Whoosh! Walking out into the crisp Arctic air, Philo and Deus inspect the perimeter together under the dreary winter sky. Fiola updates Deus on the bleak situation, explaining how the outer god's dark corruption is reanimating dead soldiers across the front lines. Graphic battle scenes show that Delman, the third blade, has been completely wiped out, while Curiana, the second blade, is fighting for her life while critically injured. Fiola notes the creeping dread taking over the camp, while Deus narrows his eyes, sensing a strange, malevolent aura pulsing in the distance. Glow! The sky turns a terrifying shade of crimson as waves of corrupted, demon-like mana pollute the atmosphere. Floating high above the terrain, the twisted energy creates a chilling spectacle that only awakened high-tier warriors can visually perceive. Realizing the sheer scale of the threat, Fiola mutters retreat might be their only option, until Deus suddenly blinks, catching a weird whiff of smoke nearby. Whoosh! The camera pans down to hot coals sizzling under a pile of perfectly roasted, steaming sweet potatoes. You cannot make this up. Deus stands there in utter disbelief as he finds Alon and his aide casually having a winter barbecue right in the middle of a world-ending war zone. Rah! Over on the side, a blue-haired female mage holding medical scrolls angrily yells at soldiers, refusing to waste her magic on useless treatments. Deus recognizes her as the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower. Flouncing her long blue hair, she snaps at her squad to just monitor the corruption rather than bugging her. Si fiche! When Deus steps up to tell her off, she turns around ready to scream, only to freeze in absolute bone-chilling terror as Deus's dark aura smothers the air. Shivering in total panic, her eyes lock onto Alon sitting silently in a dark cloak, resting his chin on his hand like an enigmatic evil mastermind orchestrating the entire battlefield. What an iconic cliffhanger to wrap up this chapter. Check out this majestic wallpaper panel. Deus is out here looking like an absolute high fashion model wrapped in luxury chains and glowing purple aura. Freeze! The Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower turns around, ready to throw hands, only to completely freeze in bone-chilling terror as Deus's suffocating dark aura smothers the entire area. Sweating bullets, her eyes lock onto Eilon sitting silently in his dark cloak, resting his chin on his hand like an enigmatic evil mastermind running the entire battlefield. breaking the dark mastermind illusion in hilarious fashion, Alon casually waves his hand over, inviting the terrified mage over like they're old pals from high school. Gulp. The blue-haired vice master stammers nervously about being out of stock for medical supplies, but Alon hits her with the ultimate guilt trip expression, making her question her entire existence. Scream! The psychological pressure becomes too much to handle, causing her to lose her cool and scream that she can totally whip up the potion right away. When Alon casually mentions his wallet is looking a bit thin, she panics so hard, she offers to craft top-tier magic potions for a single lousy gold coin. Talk about a discount of the century. Boom! Alon smoothly accepts her unbelievable generosity while her two magic tower subordinates stand in the background with their jaws dropped to the frozen floor. The two subordinates are absolutely losing their minds watching their notoriously strict boss smiling while getting completely swindled out of hundreds of gold coins. Zoom! With zero time to lose, the Vice Master dashes off like a blue lightning bolt to brew the concoction before Alon changes his mind. Sparkle! Watching Alon bend the high and mighty Magic Tower Vice Master to his will, the subordinates can't help but look at him with pure, unadulterated respect. Nam! To celebrate another effortless psychological victory, Alon strikes an anime-worthy pose while taking a majestic bite of his roasted sweet potato. Honestly, the ARC team didn't need to go this hard for a potato scene. Whoosh! Suddenly the cozy winter barbecue mood is completely shattered as a sudden pulse of malevolent red energy ripples through the sky. Deus instantly draws his sword as dark corruption spreads across the snowy horizon, alerting the entire northern base that an army of undead is knocking on their door. Clash! The battlefield erupts into brutal violence as waves of corrupted undead soldiers rush the outpost, driving swords straight through the defensive guard line. Crackle! Monstrous reanimated knights with blades protruding from their chests howl in dark madness. The dark fantasy atmosphere in this chapter is genuinely insane. Ice Shard. High above the gory battle, a sharp magical chant pierces through the freezing blizzard wind. Commander Fiola, the fourth blade of Caliburn, narrows her eyes in intense concentration as she prepares to unleash her high-tier ice magic onto the advancing horde. Krisk! Jagged pillars of solid ice explode from the frozen ground, instantly flash-freezing dozens of corrupted ghouls mid-charge. Boom! Waves of pure frost mana detonate across the front lines, shattering the undead army into thousands of glittering ice fragments. Slash! Not to be outdone, Dia streaks through the frozen battlefield like a purple shadow, carving through enemy lines with blinding speed. Watching from a distance, the Vice Master tracks Deus's ridiculous combat maneuvers through her magic scope, completely stunned by his terrifying strength. Underclap. Just when it looks like they have the upper hand, crimson lightning tears open the sky as an overwhelming entity begins to descend. Crash! A massive kinetic shockwave obliterates the snowy landscape, blowing away soldiers and military fortifications like dust in the wind. Emerging from the crater in red smoke, a blue-skinned, muscular entity steps out, looking down on the mortal army like mindless insects. Laughing maniacally, the outer god Eartholtus flexing his immense mana aura as red lightning dances across his bare chest. Swoosh! Refusing to back down, Commander Fiola lunges forward with a blinding quick sword strike, thrusting her blade straight into the demon's chest. Clang! But the sword barely scratches his skin. Fiola's eyes widen in sheer horror as she realizes her ultimate attack was completely useless. Slash! With a casual flick of his sharp claws, Eartholtus unleashes a devastating wave of dark energy, slicing right through Fiola's defenses. Crash! Fiola hits the bloody snow, gravely wounded and paralyzed as the outer god stands over the fallen warriors with a terrifying sneer. The surviving Imperial soldiers freeze in utter desperation, watching their top commander get dismantled in a single second. Step? Dropping his potion bottles into the snow, Alan calmly steps onto the blood-soaked battlefield, heading straight toward the terrifying entity. Glow! Ancient golden runes suddenly erupt into light around Alon as he recites the sacred words of the Oath of Calgunia. Flick! Throwing back his dark cloak, Alan stares down the massive outer god and boldly challenges him to a legendary duel of Babylon. Hearing those words, a razor-sharp, terrifying grin stretches across Eartholtus's face. He definitely didn't expect a mortal to know ancient god lore. The outer god bursts into thrilled laughter, thoroughly entertained that someone present actually understands the ancient rules of engagement. Boom! With a wave of his hand, shadow blades butcher nearby soldiers to gather the raw blood required to manifest the formal arena. Splash! A swirling ring of dark crimson blood erupts around both fighters, constructing an inescapable coliseum of death right in the middle of the war zone. Whoosh! The blood barrier completely seals off the battlefield, creating an isolated realm where external intervention is absolute zero. Golden magic pact runes encircle Eartholtis as the ancient system binding contract registers the terms of the challenge. Throwing his hands wide, Eartholtis officially accepts the Duel of Babylon, locking both combatants into a strict set of ancient duel rules. Thump, thump, but behind Alon's smooth facade, his heart is pounding like a jackhammer as the suffocating pressure of an outer god hits him like a freight train. Eartholtis radiates terrifying power under the storm clouds. Alon realizes this god is already dangerously close to complete physical manifestation. Alon mentally wipes sweat off his forehead, knowing that without that buff potion he chugged seconds ago, his body would have collapsed from pure fear alone. Standing face to face inside the blood arena, both sides prepare for the turn-based battle of high stakes to officially commence. Boom! As the challenged party, Eartholtis takes initiative under Rule 1, launching himself across the crater with earth-shattering force. Pulling back a lightning-infused fist, the blue giant screams in ecstasy, ready to wipe Alon off the face of the earth with a single hit. The surrounding soldiers scream in terror for everyone to take cover, but Alon casually raises his hand, signaling them to stay back and watch. Freeze! Under Rule 2 of the Duel of Babylon, the defender is strictly forbidden from moving until their defense phase begins, and Alon stands motionless like a statue. Boom! Eartholtis hurls a mountain-splitting punch straight toward Alon's face, praising his honorable stance as Rule 3 confirms turn-based position swapping. Talk about an unbelievable cliffhanger. Imagine taking on a literal outer god in a strict turn-based duel where a single mistake means instant annihilation. As the defender's turn kicks off, Alon quickly realizes that standard barrier magic isn't going to do squat against an entity that can shatter mountains with a pinky finger. With zero room for error, he stacks every single high-tiered defensive buff in his repertoire: immobilization, condensation, reinforcement, and deepening, literally burning through his entire mana pool just to survive a single hit. Wah! Above him, the gigantic blue deity hurls an apocalyptic pillar of crimson energy down with horrifying speed. Da-da-da-da! The sheer pressure of the descending divine strike tears the sky apart as Alon stands his ground, clutching his potion bottle like his life depends on it, because it literally does.
Bam! Crack! The crimson beam detonates directly on top of Alon, unleashing a blinding kinetic shockwave that completely vaporizes the frozen crown.
Bam! Giant boulders are tossed into the air like paper confetti as waves of raw destruction obliterate the center of the blood arena. As the blinding explosion fades, a terrifyingly deep canyon is left carved into the snowy landscape, proving just how insane the Outer God's attack power truly is. Shah! Thick red smoke and burning dust swirl heavily over the impact zone, obscuring whether anything could possibly survive such a strike. Watching from a distance, Deus and the Blue Magic Tower Vice Master squint through the haze, genuinely wondering if Alon was just turned into microscopic dust. Talk about high anxiety! Voom! Suddenly, an intricate, radiant red lotus mandala flares into existence amidst the ruin, revealing Alon still standing on his feet, battered, bloodied, but undeniably alive. Fresh! Oh, cough! Coughing up blood, Alon winces as his ancient anti-death pendant cracks into pieces after absorbing the lethal blow. Honestly, having a literal extra life artifact in your pocket is the ultimate gamer cheat code. Flashback to a few minutes ago where the Vice Master proudly handed him her absolute best craftings, the Potion of Excellence and the pain-nullifying Remetheon Potion. Plick! Back in the present, Alon wipes blood from his chin, admitting that without those high-tier potions, his bones would have been pulverized into fine powder instantly. Shah! Swirling golden light surrounds the yellow potion in his grip as a devious smile creeps onto his face. Turns out, getting hit by a god was part of his plan all along. Splash, fwa. Without hesitating, he pours the supreme healing concoction directly over himself, letting divine liquid magic stitch his broken body back together in real time. Cough? With his eyes gleaming through his matted, bloody hair, Alon realizes he's finally checked off every single prerequisite needed to unlock his ultimate frenzy mode. Binding Summon. Threading golden magic rings through his fingers, he begins weaving an ancient spell string right under the god's nose.
A system screen flashes a warning that reading duel rules is recommended, displaying the formidable, glitching outline of Earth-Thultis in all his terrifying glory.
Alon chuckles internally, recalling how he intentionally accepted this god's challenge to lock him into the rigid parameters of the Duel of Babylon. Between his death-defying pendant and the Vice Master's top-shelf potions, he turned what should have been instant suicide into a calculated tactical risk. Toodadoo! Raising his hand to cast Binding Summon, Alon knows that activating the legendary Ring of Radiance specifically requires the caster to stand at death's door. Dark, swirling cloud motifs spread across the realm as reality itself begins acknowledging the activation of hidden world rules. Adjusting his ring, Alon locked in his eyes. The world system constraints are officially active and ready to be exploited. Boom! Bathed in glowing golden ribbons, he reminds himself of Rule 2. Inside this sacred duel, defensive shields and counterattacks are strictly forbidden during the attacker's phase. Glops? Remembering his original playthrough in the game, he notes that while buff timers were real-time back then, in this physical world, there's no time limit ticking down on his spell setup. He invokes the first constraint, stating that whenever high-tier magic is cast on snowy terrain, he gains the authority to bend the fundamental rules of the world just a little bit. Clack to doo-doo! High above in the cosmic void, gigantic, terrifying red and blue eyes open up, staring down at the mortal battleground. The art team went absolutely legendary with this cosmic panel. Diffraction! Tick-tick, crackling purple lightning sparks across his hand as he initiates the secondary phase of his multi-layered spell combo. Crizzed! Invoking the second constraint, casting magic while standing on the brink of death, he channels Primordial Point, shooting violent violet lightning from his index finger. Extinction! Shoo! Combining condensation and extinction, a massive, hyper-concentrated laser beam of destruction shoots out across the blood arena like an orbital strike. Wow! He triggers the third constraint, fighting directly against a divine deity, allowing him to warp the laws of reality to an even absurd degree. Cruzz! Unleashing Silent Front, crackling lightning surges around his face as his gaze turns ice cold with murderous intent. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da! Invoking the fourth constraint, a monolithic wall of cosmic purple energy obliterates everything in its path, surging straight toward the outer god. System text confirms the ultimate condition. When magic of this caliber is deployed against Earth-Thultis, the great god of duels, da-da-da-da, the sky cracks open as a pillar of pure, unfiltered divine judgment hammers down directly onto Earth-Thultis' head. Even as the world-ending energy engulfs him, Earth-Thultis bares his sharp fangs in a manic, euphoric grin. This god literally lives for absolute violence. Boom! The sheer explosive force shatters the arena floor into millions of flying fragments, drowning the entire area in blinding light. Breathing heavily in his golden aura, Alon prays with everything he's got that this single strike was enough to wipe the god out in one go. Shoo! But as the smoke settles, Earth-Thultis is still standing tall, with a literal massive glowing hole blown clean through his chest, yet still wearing a terrifying grin. Sarit! Glaring back through the clearing haze, the outer god casually smirks and admits that the kid's attack wasn't half bad. Da-doom! Panic hits Alon like a truck as cold sweat drops down his face. Did he really exhaust all his amplified magic constraints just to leave the guy smiling? Looking at his depleted magic bracelet, Alon's heart sinks into his stomach, thinking his absolute ultimate move completely failed to finish the job. Earth-Thultis bursts into thrilling laughter, looking at Alon with sudden realization and asking if he could actually be the true heir to his divine will. See Fiji? Alon freezes in total bewilderment. Wait, why is the giant blue demon suddenly acting like a proud martial arts master instead of trying to crush him? Boom! Shah! Drops to one knee, golden divine flames begin dissolving Earth-Thultis' body as he formally declares Alon the victor of an admirable duel. Realizing the god is actually fading away, Alon watches in awe while Earth-Thultis chuckles, remarking how eager he is to see the upcoming war between the black entity and the blue entity. Shh! Since he lost the sacred duel, Earth-Thultis bestows his divine belt artifact upon Alon, letting the legendary gear float softly toward the exhausted mortal. Ascending into a sea of sparkling golden light, the ancient god recites a solemn praise for the noble warrior who remembered the long-forgotten sacred rituals. Catching the glowing divine belt in his hand, Alon gazes over the fractured, battle-scarred battlefield, taking in the reality of his unbelievable triumph. Suddenly, deep within the dark void, a terrifying shadow beast with glowing red eyes howls in fury, warning that when the ancient usurpers break free, Alon better be ready to call upon his name. Talk about an epic setup for the next arc. Just when we thought we knew everything about this terrifying entity, the giant reveals that his true identity isn't some generic title, but the legendary god of chaos himself. Talk about a massive lore drop right when the battle ends. As his massive divine form begins to dissolve into swirling cosmic energy, Alon stands holding the newly awarded artifact, completely stunned by the realization of who he was actually fighting. With the outer god officially vanished, the battle-worn troops finally get a chance to breathe, quietly burying their fallen comrades under the snowy mountains before heading back toward Caliburn.
On the long carriage ride back, the Blue Magic Tower Vice Master tries to quiz Alon on his magical prowess, mistakenly guessing his rank while he casually corrects her. Honestly, her hyperactive energy inside a quiet carriage is top-tier comedy.
Trying to dig for real answers, Alon confronts her directly about the mysterious blue and black things, causing the poor girl to shake her head violently in sheer panic, swearing she knows absolutely nothing. Before he can even process her response, she scrambles right out of the moving carriage in terror. Alon can only sit there sighing, wondering why everyone keeps treating him like some terrifying dark lord when he's just trying to ask basic questions. Leaning back against his seat, Alon rubs his temples in frustration, utterly baffled as to why the god vanished on its own, even after his ultimate attack technically failed to finish him off. Glancing down at his new loot, he inspects the Belt of the Forgotten, a game item that literally doubles all damage dealt and received. Talk about a double-edged sword for a guy who almost died taking one hit. Reading the glowing inscription on the leather strap, he discovers a cryptic message directing the heir to Kahala, the city of ancient gods, a place even a max-level game veteran like him has never encountered before. Suddenly, the carriage door swings open as Deus steps in, looking annoyed that the Vice Master ran off without giving Alon a proper high-level send-off. With purple lightning crackling around his eyes, Deus casually offers to go execute her on the spot. Alon instantly waves his hands in panic, realizing his knight's loyalty is getting dangerously out of hand. Meanwhile, somewhere far outside in the freezing wind, the poor Vice Master suddenly gets hit with a wave of severe goosebumps, completely unaware of how close she just came to meeting her creator. Fast forward 2 full weeks later, the expedition officially wraps up as the main force arrives in Kidrum, the capital city of Caliburn, returning the sacred ring of radiance to the royal court. Standing beside his luxurious carriage, Alon bids farewell to Deus, ready to part ways after surviving what felt like an eternity of non-stop near-death encounters. Seeing whole wagons loaded with sparkling treasure chests, Alon nearly sheds a tear of joy. After completely draining his savings just to buy defensive potions, getting fat loot from the king is the ultimate blessing. Deus watches him quietly with a serious expression, clearly having something heavy weighing on his mind before letting his master depart. Stepping under the warm sunlight, Deus looks Alon dead in the eye and asks if someone like him could ever hope to reach the same heights of power. Alon gives him a total blank stare, internally questioning what this prodigy is talking about. The guy's literally known as the youngest Master Knight in history, but apparently Alon's flashy lightning spell left him thoroughly humbled. Remembering the future main characters of this world, Alon reflects on how each of these young kids possesses terrifying innate talent that'll inevitably make them monsters, especially Deus in pure swordsmanship. Putting on his best wise mentor persona, Alon reassures him that with enough hard work he'll reach his goals, while secretly seething with jealousy over the kid's cheat code level birth talents. Waving off his worries, Alon turns around to head into his carriage, casually telling his loyal knight that it's time for him to take off. But before he can take 2 steps, Deus stops him in his tracks, asking why Alon always treats him with polite favors instead of simply handing down strict orders like a real boss. Deus lingers on his question, genuinely struggling to understand the mindset of the noble who took him in and invested so much in him. Turning around with a subtle, warm glance, Alon softly answers that nobody hands out cold, heartless orders to someone they consider part of their own family. The words hit Deus like a lightning bolt, leaving the young Master Knight completely frozen in absolute shock as he watches his benefactor look away. As the long convoy of treasure-filled wagons rolls down the cobblestone road, the entire battalion of knights snaps a crisp, unified salute to send off their hero with absolute respect. Inside the quiet carriage, Alon buries his face in his hands, sighing deeply as he second-guesses his emotional speech. Collapsing into a full comedic meltdown, he cries about how he spent his hard-earned fortune out of pure goodness, wondering if the kid thought he was grooming him for some evil plot all along. Seriously, his internal monologues are gold. Meanwhile, as night falls over the grand royal estate of Caliburn, the peaceful atmosphere masks the deep emotional shift happening inside. Sitting alone in a dimly lit, lavish room surrounded by unopened gifts, Diaz sits quietly on the sofa, replaying Alon's words over and over in his head. He rubs his chin softly, reflecting on how he initially followed Alon purely out of a sense of financial debt, only to realize his master continuously gives without asking anything in return. Reaching up to touch his earlobe, Dahlia stares blankly into the room, totally consumed by the idea of what it truly means to belong to a family. Raising his hand toward the center of the dark room, Diaz attempts to replicate the precise magical flow he witnessed back on the battlefield, quietly chanting, "Silent Front." He snaps his fingers back and forth, trying to mimic the complex gesture string Alon pulled off so effortlessly during his battle against the deity. Resting his chin on his hand, he sighs softly to himself, wishing he had the innate talent to weave high-level magic with the same casual elegance as his master. But as he looks around at the room full of gifts, a genuine warm smile spreads across his face. The thought of being considered family meant more to him than any level of power ever could. Cut to a hilarious side-by-side transition showing Alon happily roasting sweet potatoes over a campfire with his kid, munching away like all the world's problems suddenly disappeared. Arriving at his massive estate after 3 grueling months away, Alon raises his arms in triumph, ready to finally enjoy the peaceful, lazy, noble life he's been dreaming of. But the moment he swings open his office door, his soul instantly leaves his body. Waiting inside is a terrifying, skyscraper-tall mountain of unread paperwork. The comic artist goes full me mode, drawing the stacks of paper as cheerful little monsters, waving hearts and welcoming him back to the den of overdue work. And honestly, it's every corporate worker's worst nightmare. Horrified by the sight, Alon immediately slams the door shut, grabbing his briefcase and trying to sprint away as if he accidentally walked into the wrong house. He pauses in the hallway for a solid second, contemplating if he can somehow pretend he never saw any of it and just flee the country. Realizing there's no escaping his duties, Alon slumps at his desk with dark circles under his dead eyes, promising himself that once this nightmare backlog is cleared, he's taken an unbreakable vacation. Scribbling frantically on scrolls with ink flying everywhere, he screams in utter despair, wondering when he'll ever get to live the cozy, effortless, noble life he was promised when reincarnating. Flash forward to 1 week later. True to his word, Alon officially takes a full week off, happily cooking fluffy French toast for his companion and soaking in the peaceful bliss of pure idle living. Laying flat on the couch and idly summoning tiny ice crystals with his fingertips, Alon sighs, realizing that his corporate employee instincts are so deeply ingrained that being idle actually starts making him feel anxious. Pacing back and forth across his room, his mind begins racing through all the cryptic clues left behind by Eartheltus, from ritual gestures to the god of chaos and the heir to his will. He ponders the ancient system notifications regarding the Forgotten God's secrets, admitting that while he knows the lore names from the game, the actual mechanics in this world run way deeper. Staring into space, he questions why a Western-style deity like Eartheltus would possess a hidden, forgotten true name structured just like the ancient Eastern gods of this setting. As the image of the golden, long-haired deity flashes in his memory, Alon notes how unsettling it was to watch a literal god evaporate into golden light, setting up an incredible mystery for the next arc. Ever wonder what happens when an ancient deity drops into your backyard, leaves you a shiny piece of loot, and then peace out into cosmic dust? Well, our guy Alon is sitting alone in his chamber, stressing out over the fact that if one outer god managed to slip into this world, an entire pantheon of nightmare entities might be lining up next. He tries to console himself, thinking that at least these divine beings give a courteous heads up before wrecking the scenery, unlike those unpredictable 5 sins who just love crashing parties unannounced. Honestly, his ability to find silver linings in apocalyptic scenarios is top-tier cope. Pulling out his handy-dandy secret notebook, Alon leans back on the sofa, contemplating a trip to Kahala, the ancient city of gods, even though he knows attempting to speedrun that map right now would completely wreck the timeline. Rustle of pages. Gazing down at his handwritten game lore notes, he double-checks the timeline for the secret dungeon of Coloni, realizing the area shouldn't even be discovered by world explorers for another 3 years, meaning any hasty moves on his part would only stir up unnecessary trouble. just as he's deep in his strategic planning, a voice suddenly calls out for the Count, breaking his train of thought and snapping him back to reality. Brrr! His eye patch-wearing aide shivers as he steps into the office, rubbing his arms and complaining about the bizarre Arctic draft lingering in the room. Looking down from a bird's eye view, the frosty aura slowly begins to dissipate across the library carpet. Turns out all that secret magical research Alon grinded out during his week off is finally paying off, even if it turned his study into a meat locker. The aide hesitates for a second, rubbing his chin with a super serious look on his face, trying to figure out the best way to break some mind-blowing news. Dropping the bomb, he announces that an undiscovered ancient city was just unearthed over in Colony, and watching Alon's deadpan expression instantly break into pure shock is peak comedy. Boom! Cue the dramatic title card drop, I became the patron of villains. Soft chime. Cut to a mysterious, dimly lit chamber as a shadowy voice announces that today's gathering has officially come to an end.
Enter the stunning silver-haired beauty, casually holding a glowing crystal orb during the semi-annual Blue Moon meeting, a top-secret council where the realm's most dangerous figures usually wrap up their corporate business in under 10 minutes flat.
But today, as the 5 council members float on the magic display, the energetic cat girl eagerly jumps up to ask Deus what it was like seeing the mythical Great Moon face-to-face during the Caliburn crisis. Normally, Deus acts like an edgy anime protagonist who refuses to say a single word. So when his purple-lit face actually pops up saying he has plenty to share, the entire group instantly panics. Seriously, look at those chibi shock faces. Yap session loading! Deus launches into a literal 50-minute TED Talk, passionately breaking down how the Great Moon courageously stepped up for a legendary duel, claiming his master predicted every single event down to the second. And check out the silver-haired guy in the corner already suffering from spiritual exhaustion. 50 minutes in and the cat girl's brain is officially short-circuited while the green-haired girl looks like she's reevaluating every life choice that brought her to this meeting. But Deus is nowhere near done. With purple lightning glowing wildly in his eyes, he leans into the projection, dramatically declaring that nobody could have anticipated the raw majesty of his master's ultimate attack. By this point, the whole council is completely broken. The guy on the left is practically folded in half, and the cat girl is literally praying for mercy as Deus continues worshiping his lord's infinite wisdom. He tops off his epic speech by declaring that the Great Moon operates on a whole different dimensional level, leaving no room for debate. Meanwhile, the silver-haired leader rests her head on her hand with a mischievous, sinister grin, thoroughly entertained while the rest of the squad begs for an escape pod. Fast forward 2 grueling hours later, the screen hits us with a hilarious graphic of all 3 members rendered completely unconscious from terminal yap syndrome. Deus casually bids everyone farewell until the next meeting 6 months later, while the boss lady gleefully notes how thoroughly entertaining today's session was. Talk about a boss who loves employee drama. The glowing orb dims down, showing the shattered survivors slumped over their desks after setting an all-time record of 3 straight hours of mandatory lore listening. Bright sunshine. Transitioning back to the grand estate on a beautiful, peaceful morning, the calm atmosphere is about to get disrupted once again. Alon steps into his reception room only to find it literally buried under a skyscraper-tall mountain of shiny, ribbon-wrapped gift boxes.
Sparkle, sparkle! The aide holds up an insane golden artifact scavenged from the deepest floors of the labyrinth, height building that this single item alone could easily buy a luxury palace, while Alon just stands there thoroughly confused. Inspecting a gleaming golden chalice, Alon scratches his head, realizing he doesn't even recognize half the aristocratic names attached to these ridiculous tributes.
Reading through a glowing invitation, the aide recites a dramatic letter from Baron Farima, praising Count Palacio as the supreme savior who made the northern lands tremble. And honestly, the rumor mill in this kingdom moves faster than light speed.
But hey!
As a former overworked corporate worker, Alon's true instincts kick in. A sparkling aura surrounds him as he decides that free, expensive loot should never be rejected, secretly plotting to stash it all in his private vault. 1 week later, the sun shines bright over the estate, but the endless rain of expensive packages shows zero signs of stopping. Carrying yet another jewel-encrusted chest into the overcrowded room, the aide chuckles about how crazy rich you can get just by having a prodigy master knight on your payroll. Tears of joy! A dramatic emotional halo appears behind Alon as he wipes away a tear, suddenly declaring Deus to be the greatest adoptive son ever, completely forgiving him for never writing home. One whole month passes, and Alon sits slumped at his desk, surrounded by endless cardboard towers, realizing his mansion is turning into an Amazon fulfillment center. Rubbing his forehead in sheer secondhand embarrassment, he seriously contemplates returning the extra fancy gifts just to keep his social sanity intact. Wind rustling? As summer arrives, the overwhelming stream of tributes finally slows down to a trickle, giving him a temporary breath of fresh air.
Cue the grand exterior of the royal palace as high-ranking nobles gather for the highly anticipated grand assembly.
Tap, tap, tap.
Quick cut to polished leather shoes sprinting across the cobblestone courtyard at breakneck speed. Dressed in his sharp dark coat, Alon hustles through the gates, sweating bullets, internally panicking about being late to his very first official political gathering and drawing unwanted eyes. Smirking from the sidelines, his aide suppressed a laugh, noting that he's almost never seen his master run that fast in his entire life. The aide narrows his eye, watching the scene unfold with a sharp, calculating glint.
Whoosh! Looking from behind, Alon charges toward the blinding light of the palace doors, totally oblivious to what's happening right on his heels.
A long, orderly line of top hat-wearing aristocrats silently marches in single file directly behind him like a duck family following their mother. Squeak! Alon nervously peeks through the heavy wooden doorframe, trying to gauge the room before making his entrance. Stepping into the massive, echoing assembly hall, he lets out a huge sigh of relief upon seeing the seating rows completely empty, assuming he somehow made it early. Looking at the seating layout, he mentally recalls his political research. Royalists sit strictly on the left, aristocrats stake out the right, which logically leaves the middle section for neutrals like him. Formulating the ultimate introvert survival strategy, he decides that sitting in the far back row is the safest bet to avoid any social interaction. But just as he reaches out to grab a chair in the back, looming dark shadows silently manifest right behind his shoulder. Talk about a jump scare. Alon freezes in place, sweating profusely as he realizes that the entire line of nobles who were outside a second ago suddenly teleports right into his personal space. Freaking out inside, he wonders if wanting a back seat made him look suspicious, quickly changing course to shuffle toward the middle row instead. Dramatic spotlight. The panel turns dark and intense as every single nobleman stares him down with wide, glowing eyes, asking what on earth he's doing, leaving poor Alon trapped in the ultimate social anxiety nightmare. Alon tries to pull the ultimate introvert maneuver by sneaking toward the empty seats in the back row, but every single time he steps down a tier, the entire crowd of nobles follows him step for step like a terrifying game of follow the leader. Underneath the massive golden chandeliers of the Grand Assembly Hall, the tension in the room is so thick you could slice it with a broadsword. Sweating bullets, Alon glances around sideways, wondering if these aristocrats intentionally waited for him to enter just so they wouldn't have to sit in the front row themselves. Gulp. Forced straight into the front row, right across from the menacing old faction leaders, Alon sits stiff as a board, desperately questioning what sin he committed to deserve this front row nightmare. A loud chime echoes. From his high pedestal, the Grand Speaker steps up to officially declare the opening of the Grand Assembly. The speaker dramatically announces that a brand new political faction called Culpa has officially been granted full voting rights, while poor Alon sits glowing in the front, praying for the assembly to end as fast as possible. Dramatic boom. The speaker calls out the big reveal, announcing Count Palacio as the supreme president of Culpa. Hearing his name broadcast across the entire hall, Alon's jaw practically hits the marble floor. Wait, what in the world is Culpa? Nervous sweat intensifies. He awkwardly looks back at the crowd, wondering if he missed a vital memo or if he's genuinely the only person in this room totally out of the loop. Turning around, he catches both the fiery red-haired Zenonia and the elegant Clara smirking down at him like twin schemers, leaving Alon completely baffled as to why two rival factions are suddenly sitting together. Brain short-circuiting. Simplified into a dizzy stick figure, Alon realizes the former rivals actually joined forces to form a faction, leaving his internal monologue in absolute shambles. A sharp spotlight falls on him. The speaker asks if the newly appointed leader of Culpa would like to share an opening address, sending Alon into a silent panic attack. Dark, ominous clouds gather over his head as the reality sinks in. He's somehow been crowned the mastermind behind a brand new, terrifying power block. Honestly, check out his soul leaving his body in this panel. Alon looks like a guy who just realized he accidentally applied for the job of final boss. Clatter of hooves. Cut to a brief daydream of Alon speeding away in a horse carriage, bitterly reflecting that if political drama hadn't tied him down, he'd already be halfway to the ancient ruins of Colony. Dramatic beat pause. The atmosphere shifts as shadowy forces begin moving quietly in the background while the political storm brews. Fierce winds howl. Far away from the royal court, an icy snowstorm blatters across a desolate frozen wasteland where ancient stone monoliths stand guard. Standing at the edge of the snowy abyss, a mysterious cloaked figure looks down into the frozen canyon, dark fabric fluttering in the Arctic breeze. Creepy chuckle. Shadows obscure the hooded figure's face, revealing only a sinister grin as he mumbles about how intriguing things are getting. Rumble! A massive earthquake shatters the icy earth below, ripping open a deep fissure as the observer vows to watch how far this chaotic chain reaction will go. Meanwhile, back in the assembly hall, the speaker presses on, directly prompting the representative of Kalpa to share his grand vision with the nobility. Cue the web novel title meme. A hilarious pop-up banner dubs his situation, "I became a villainous mastermind overnight," right before the speaker casually moves on after Alon stays completely silent. Pop confetti everywhere! The moment the assembly concludes, a swarming crowd of wealthy aristocrats surrounds Alon, cheering hysterically and showering him with fake congratulations. Spotlights flash. In a hilarious fantasy sequence, backup dancers hit the stage praising Count Palladio while Alon sits dead-eyed in his chair, realizing he's literally been turned into a puppet figurehead for this faction. A gentle, sophisticated voice cuts through the background noise, politely asking the overwhelmed Count if he's enjoying this celebratory banquet. Turning around, Alon is greeted by Zenonia and Clara looking utterly breathtaking in lavish evening gowns, proudly declaring that they executed his master plan down to the exact detail. Dizzying migraine incoming! Alon clutches his head in absolute agony, frantically questioning if he secretly possesses an evil alter ego that's been running secret operations behind his back. Clara clasps her hands together with a sweet smile, expressing her gratitude for him saving their lives, while Alon's inner monologue screams in total confusion. Standing under the glittering chandeliers of the banquet hall, Alon takes a deep breath and decides to carefully piece together how this massive misunderstanding even started. Flashback time! It turns out Clara and Zenonia sat down over tea after receiving misconstrued letters, interpreting Alon's polite casual notes as top-secret military directives. And remember that giant mountain of gift boxes in his study? That wasn't just tribute, it was every noble in the realm paying massive entry fees to join Alon's newly formed faction. Flashback to Alon writing what he thought was a simple apology letter to Clara for being blunt. Seriously, this guy's accidental riz and unintentional aura need to be studied in a lab. Reading a love letter, loyalty pledge signed by a terrified noble, Alon realizes with dread there is zero chance he can explain his way out of being seen as an evil mastermind. Imagining Clara brandishing a bloody dagger and Zenonia leading a demonic attack dog, Alon shivers, knowing that trying to correct two unhinged masterminds would get him instantly executed. Deciding the safest play is to keep up his cool persona until he can find a way to retire, Alon strokes his chin as the ladies ask what his next directive for Kalpa will be. Wanting to sound vague and unimposing, Alon casually offhands that they should start by cleaning up the underworld, sending shockwaves through both women. Swish of his coat. Without waiting for a response, Alon hits them with a quick goodbye and bolts out of the hall before anyone can ask follow-up questions.
Tap, tap, tap. Speed walking into the night air toward his waiting carriage, Alon is determined to put as much distance between himself and that palace as humanly possible. Door slams open. Alon hops into the luxury carriage, urgently asking his eye-patch date, Evan, if the travel preparations were sent out, leaving Evan thoroughly confused by his master's hasty exit. Leaning against the carriage window with a deadpan stare, Alon orders Evan to drive straight to Colony without looking back, officially launching his grand escape. Clink! Back inside the banquet hall, a delicate hand raises a crystal champagne glass, celebrating the Count's theatrical departure. Zenonia takes a slow sip, remarking to Clara how incredible it feels to finally take complete control over their territories under Alon's banner. Smirking with dark ambition, both women agree that taking over the kingdom's entire criminal underworld sounds like an absolute blast. Cheers! The two villainesses clink their champagne glasses together, solidifying an alliance that's about to turn the entire region upside down. Whoosh! High up on a cliffside overlooking the dark forest road, a shadowy ninja assassin zeroes in on Alon's speeding carriage from afar. Holding a strange scouting artifact, the assassin calculates his odds, noting that while Alon seems easy to eliminate, dealing with his legendary Master Knight guard is a whole different level of danger.
dark aura swirls, the assassin reminds himself of the golden rule of his guild. Never create unnecessary enemies with absolute monsters, no matter how high the payout is. I'm pretty sure he's broken that rule about 1,000 times now. Twirling a golden fountain pen between his fingers, the assassin decides that his client will just have to accept a modified request. Thud. Slipping through the open window like a ghost, the assassin stealthily drops into the dark luxury study of Duke Camelon's private estate in southern Ashtalon. Sitting comfortably in an armchair illuminated by a backlight, Duke Camelon smirks at the intruder, confirming that the infamous agents have officially arrived to handle his dirty work.
Just when Duke Camelon thinks he's the biggest threat in the room, the shadowy assassin from the agents pulls up, casually twirling a fountain pen like he owns the place. In the blink of an eye, the masked killer moves like a phantom, slicing through the air with terrifying speed.
Slash! Blood splatters across the floor as the assassin completely annihilates an entire squad of guards before they can even draw their weapons. Instead of panicking, the Duke actually starts clapping like he's watching a theatrical play, politely asking if this deadly mercenary would mind putting Count Palazzo 6 feet under. Whoosh! Out in the cold night, the assassin basically admits that as long as the check clears, he'll gladly hunt down anyone, even royalty. Talk about having zero moral compass. But hold on, hiring a legendary assassin doesn't come cheap, which is why the Duke pulls out a glowing cubic container packed with pure abyss matter to seal the deal. The assassin's eyes instantly go wide under his mask. He can't believe his target's head is worth actual abyss matter instead of regular old gold. You see, abyss matter is the ultimate black market jackpot because unlike regular orbs that just buff your physical stats, this stuff grants straight-up cheat code abilities. Swoosh, snatching the payment, the masked killer vanishes into thin air, leaving the room cold and empty in a split second. Left alone in the dark, Duke Camelon clenches his fist with a psychotic grin, swearing that Count Palladio is going to pay for thinking he could live a comfortable life. Tap, tap, tap. The assassin slips into a moonlit chamber to report back to his true superior, asking if letting the Duke handle his business is really the right play. Turns out the guy calling the shots is the real Lord Seeker himself, the shadow mastermind pulling the strings behind the entire kingdom's underworld. Sweating bullets under his mask, the assassin realizes he better watch his step because crossing this guy means instant death, so he decides to play dumb and scram. Honestly, the sheer disrespect in this room is hilarious. Lord Seeker just smirks, telling the assassin he's got a lot of nerve trespassing, but basically lets him off with a warning. Swoosh! Without wasting another second, the assassin leaps out the window and vaults across the night rooftops like a rooftop ninja on a deadline. Back in the study, another loyal henchman steps up to report on the shifting politics over in the Asteria Kingdom. Enter Shutro, a ruthless underworld boss who kneels down to report that Count Pelagio's new faction, Culpa, is growing way too fast for comfort. Lord Seeker's golden eyes gleam with dark satisfaction. He realizes the timing couldn't be more perfect to let someone else do the dirty work for him. Clack, clack, clack. Far down on the desert road, Alon's luxury carriage rolls along under the bright moonlight, totally unaware of the shadow dropping from the sky. Perched high above like a vulture, the assassin aims his deadly pen artifact straight at the carriage, chuckling about how easy this contract is going to be. Flash! Before the killer can even drop down, a sudden wave of sheer destructive aura slashes straight through his chest out of nowhere. Boom! A massive pillar of brilliant blue energy erupts into the night sky, completely shattering the quiet countryside in a blinding explosion. The assassin crashes onto the dirt road, bleeding out and groaning in utter disbelief as his shadowy powers completely fail him. Out of the shadows steps a mysterious blue-haired kid with glowing eyes, placing a finger over his lips and telling the dying assassin not to waste his breath. With a casual flick of his wrist, the kid prepares to wrap up the mess with zero hesitation. Splat. Blood sprays everywhere as the assassin gets totally erased from existence, while the blue-haired boy walks away with his hands behind his head like he just finished a casual evening stroll.
High above the cliffside, blue light trails flash across the rocks as the carriage continues rolling smoothly along the dirt path.
Whichever Shadow Guardian is watching over Alon from the dark, they're moving at light speed to clear out any trash before it even gets close. Holding the captured golden pen artifact, the young boy snickers to himself, mocking the assassin for picking the worst possible target to hunt tonight. Tink! He tosses the useless trinket into the night sky, letting it fall under the full moon as he slips back into the darkness. Fast forward 5 days later, sizzle! The blazing sun beats down on a massive desert caravan, and inside his carriage, poor Alon is literally melting from the heat like a piece of butter. Evan tries to suggest that Alon uses magic to cool the place down, but Alon frantically refuses, claiming one tiny mistake in his circle could blow them all to kingdom come. Peeking out the carriage window, Alon notices someone eyeing him from the carriage next door and immediately panics, praying he doesn't draw any more unwanted attention. Sitting inside a lavish, icy cold luxury carriage is Lian Agul's, that snobbish rank 4 mage and daughter of the terrifying red magic tower master. When Alon tries to act casual, Lian slams her magic book shut and scoffs, accusing him of feigning ignorance just like every other pompous blue tower mage. Alon clutches his face in pure exhaustion, realizing that keeping a low profile is literally impossible when every single noble around him is a total lunatic. Schlack. Suddenly, the peaceful journey gets violently shattered as a heavy chain scythe rips through a merchant in a shower of blood. Clang! A terrifying horde of desert bandits ambushes the caravan, wildly swinging chain blades and trapping everyone in a tight perimeter. Before she can even cast a single spell, the bandit leader grabs Lian by the throat from behind, holding a dagger to her neck while the guards freeze in absolute terror. Leon starts hyperventilating, completely paralyzed by childhood trauma and unable to draw a single breath as the brute mocks her helplessly. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a sharp wave of sub-zero Arctic frost sweeps through the burning hot desert, instantly cooling the air around her. Lian looks up in sheer disbelief as Count Palladio himself steps forward into the battle, draped in desert robes while cold mist swirls around his feet. Crack! A gigantic circle of frozen blue magic explodes across the ground, sending shockwaves through the entire bandit squad and locking the desert in solid ice. Flashback reveal. Turns out Lian grew up under brutal pressure as the Tower Master's daughter, developing severe trauma and a literal lie detection instinct for energy. That's why she spent the whole trip looking down on Alon. She sensed his weak rank 2 mana level and assumed he was just an arrogant fraud riding on his knight's reputation. She genuinely despised him from the bottom of her heart, believing he was nothing more than a lying nobleman taking credit for other people's achievements. But right now, her entire reality is crumbling because she realizes Alon just effortlessly linked 3 separate elemental incantations together at once. For context, combining multiple chants requires high-level calculations where a single mistake completely blows up in your face, making the success rate drop exponentially. Gasp! Realizing you need to be a rank 5 archmage just to attempt this, Lian can only stare in horror as a bandit brute charges straight at Alon with a glowing blade. Whoosh! With a single whispered word, freeze! Alan instantly encases the bandit leader in a giant block of crystal clear ice, completely ending the fight before it even begins. Talk about starting with an absolute bang. With a sharp crack, our protagonist seals the fate of the bandit leader in solid ice, knowing full well that once the head of the snake is chopped off, the rest of the pack immediately crumbles. Dusting off his hands with effortless swag, Alon glances at the terrified remaining thugs and coldly warns them to scram before they suffer the exact same frozen fate. Honestly, bro, doesn't even need to raise his voice. The sheer cold radiating from his eyes is enough to make them lose their minds. The bandits instantly take off running for their lives like their pants are on fire, leaving the red-hooded Lian staring in total disbelief as she tries to process the absolute monster standing right in front of her. Transitioning to a much cozier vibe, whoop, rich, sparkling red wine gets poured into a heavy wooden mug, setting the stage for a well-deserved victory feast after all that desert chaos. Sitting back like a total boss, Count Alon indulges in juicy roasted ham while the rescued merchants literally bow to the ground, praising his legendary heroism. You've got to love how he pretends to be modest while secretly enjoying every single second of the praise. Watching the merchants bow out with deep respect, Alon takes a relaxed sip from his cup, smirking to himself because everything went precisely according to his calculated blueprint. It turns out his custom spell, Snowy Lands, is an absolute masterpiece of magic theory that combines space, frost, and continuous maintenance all in a single cast to instantly turn any burning desert into an Arctic tundra. But manipulating high-level magic isn't just a walk in the park. It comes with massive system penalties and restrictions that limit his raw output whenever specific battlefield conditions aren't met. Even when facing down godlike entities like Eartholtus, the great god of duels, Alon's ultimate goal is to restrict his lifelong penalties down to just 3 manageable drawbacks. Man is literally playing chess against the game system itself. Brushing back his hair, Alon notes that combining 3 separate incantations just for a single minute of Arctic Domain is way too inefficient, making a mental note to optimize the mana sequence ASAP.
Fresh, right as he checks his enchanted belt, which boosts his base magic output, a familiar hooded figure awkwardly clears her throat behind him, interrupting his quiet genius session.
Sync line! In a complete 180-degree turn, Lion bows her head in a deep, humble apology, admitting she was entirely wrong about his power, while Evan literally chokes on his ham in total shock. Talk about top-tier character development. Blushing like a complete tsundere, Leon twiddles her fingers and timidly asks if they could sit down and discuss high-level magic theory together, leaving Alon and Chibi Evan looking completely unamused by her sudden change of heart. Playing along like the ultimate saint, Alon dramatically accepts her apology with a smug smirk, while Evan gives an enthusiastic thumbs up in the background to hype up his master's boundless generosity. Zzz. The two end up pulling an all-nighter inside the carriage, breaking down magic sequences until they finally arrive at the grand desert city of Colony, while poor Evan sleeps like a log beside them. Welcome to Colony, a bustling desert metropolis surrounded by massive sand dunes, white minarets, and a colossal ancient amphitheater standing tall under the scorching sun. Stepping out into the warm sunlight, Lion bows deeply once again to thank Count Palladio for his invaluable magic lessons before asking if he'll be attending the upcoming magic conference. When Alon casually reveals that he wasn't invited because he doesn't belong to any official magic tower, Leanne blushes furiously and eagerly invites him to join her red magic tower instead. Waving goodbye as her entourage leads the way, Lion heads toward the city, while Alon smirks internally because he actually needed to sneak into that conference tower anyway. Talk about flawless timing. Evan hurries over to report that all their luggage and carriage arrangements are sorted out, asking where their official contact person is supposed to meet them. Bam! Crack! Before Evan can even finish his sentence, a nearby stone wall violently shatters in a cloud of debris as innocent bystanders are blasted onto the dirt road. Zoom! Flash! Yellow lightning bolts crackle through the air like wild electricity as a shadowy figure speeds through the smoke at blinding velocity. Ba-bam! Kerzeet! Massive shockwaves tear up the paved street as this chaotic storm of gold lightning completely pulverizes every thug in sight. Man, the budget for this fight scene is insane. Standing victoriously amidst the ruined stone is a fiery blonde beast girl with cat ears, dynamic shorts, and a glowing yellow aura pulsing around her arms and legs. Schling! Unaware of who she is, Evan instantly steps in front of Alon with his blade drawn, ordering the Count to stay back and prepare for an enemy attack.
In the blink of an eye, the wild beast girl leaps straight past Evan's sword and glues herself onto Alon in a suffocating bear hug, yelling out an ecstatic greeting to her godfather.
Pouting playfully, she scolds him for not giving her a heads up before arriving in a city crawling with low-life thugs, leaving Evan standing there with his jaw practically glued to the floor. Meet Xiaolang, the Golden Flash, one of the legendary 4 Baba Yagas of Colony. With her cheeky wink and sharp fangs, she's equal parts terrifying apex predator and hyperactive kitten. Higher! Holding Alon's hand like a prized trophy, Xiaolang practically drags him along the street, gushing about how she's been counting down the days ever since his letter arrived. Brouhaha! The local mercenaries and street toughs gawk in pure horror, unable to comprehend why the notoriously violent Golden Flash is acting like a cozy puppy around some random guy in a desert robe. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd as everyone tries to figure out what kind of absolute freak of nature could possibly tame the most rabid tigress in the entire city. Ziate, as she clings onto his arm, Alon notices bloodied bandages wrapped tightly around her forearms, wondering if she literally just slaughtered an entire street gang 2 minutes before greeting him. Tan! Arriving at a massive, ancient palace-like structure, Xiaolang proudly poses and introduces her personal guild, an exclusive refuge built strictly for her beastkin family. Whoa! Evan and Alon follow her up the grand stone staircase into the guild hall, completely stunned by the sheer size and luxury of the place. Whoa! As soon as they step inside the Golden Marble Hall, her beastkin subordinate Raug throws his arms up, welcoming his boss back home with open arms. Striking a regal pose, Shelong checks in to ensure everything remained peaceful during her absence, which Raug promptly confirms with a respectful nod.
Spotting the visitors behind her, Raug offers a warm fang smile, greeting Alon and Evan as the special guest their boss couldn't stop talking about. Touched! Raug hilariously exposes his boss, revealing that Seolong literally sat at the city gate every single day waiting for Alon's arrival, sending the hyperactive girl into a blushing mess.
Bang! Trying to regain her cool, Solong aggressively slams her palm down on the heavy wooden table, demanding everyone take a seat immediately. She literally performs an acrobatic flip onto the table just to sit down, proudly declaring that her guild members are her true family and she doesn't need anyone else in this world. Wait, you? Suddenly her eyes go wide as she pauses mid-sentence, doing some serious mental arithmetic in her head. Gaiut, straining her brain cells to the absolute limit, she realizes that after her blood relatives and Utia, Count Alon officially ranks as the third most important person in her entire life. Hearing her place him at rank 3 despite having barely interacted, Alon raises his chin in quiet pride, figuring that's pretty impressive before pivoting back to his main objective. Given a subtle nod to his loyal knight, Alon asks if Evan is ready for stage 2, to which Evan gives a confident thumbs up. Whoa! Evan pulls back the curtain to reveal a towering mountain of beautifully wrapped luxury gift boxes, causing Solong's eyes to transform into literal stars. Before Alon can even finish explaining his request, Seolong aggressively accepts without hesitation, calling him her precious benefactor, while practically drooling over the loot. Pajik! Electric sparks surge across her arm as she flexes her wrist, radiating intense yellow magic that crackles through the room. Pot! Equipping the legendary golden gauntlet, Solong gratefully credits Alon for giving her the strength to unite her scattered tribe, while Alon smirks over how smoothly his affinity farming strategy worked. System notification incoming. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe boosts critical hit rate by a massive 20, revealing that if the Sin of Pride had possessed this artifact, he would have evolved into a legendary Lycan sovereign instead of falling from grace. Wiping his nose with supreme satisfaction, Alon chuckles to himself as he admires his handiwork, concluding that his master-level child-rearing tactics are once again yielding a 100% success rate. Swoosh! Without even asking, Seolong scoop carries Count Alon bridal style with an ecstatic smile, insisting he rests after his long desert trip while poor Evan runs frantically behind them in complete panic. Walking into the grand hallway, Seolong casually asks how their desert journey went, to which Alon dryly notes that it was nothing but endless, boring sand. Evan sighs, mentioning how tough the return trip will be due to the scorching heat and that nasty ambush they suffered earlier, causing Seolong to instantly freeze in her tracks at the word ambush. Gulp! Alon calmly adds that the bloody sand bandits attacked their caravan, noting that these desert raiders frequently prey on travelers. Devilish smirk. A dark, terrifying grin spreads across Seolong's face as her golden eyes narrow, softly humming to herself while formulating a very lethal plan. Boom! Crash! Fast forward to late at night, an unlucky bandit gets violently slammed into the stone floor in a gruesome explosion of blood and dark energy. Zap! Revealed inside the subterranean hideout of the Bloody Sand Bandits, a massive criminal enterprise, stands Seolong, floating amidst dozens of slaughtered bodies. Talk about zero chill. Kaboom! Blasting through heavy wooden doors with golden electricity crackling around her fists, Seolong grabs the bandit lieutenants by their necks before they can even scream. Crackle! Surging through the hideout like a streak of pure golden lightning, she obliterates every single mercenary standing in her way in a fraction of a second. Shiver. Hovering menacingly above the terrified surviving bandit leader, Seolong leans in with a sadistic smile that would make a demon sweat. Trembling uncontrollably while drawing his green glowing blade, the bandit desperately screams that he's Kalman's younger brother and protected by the top Baba Yaga. Thud! Equipping her razor-sharp golden claws with lightning surging, Seolong coldly reminds him that he dared to touch her precious benefactor first, and frankly, she hates being scolded. Huh? The next morning, Alon wakes up in a luxurious bed, staring into space in absolute disbelief after hearing that the entire Bloody Sand Bandit organization was wiped out overnight. Proud purr, Seolong jumps into the bedroom celebrating her genius, immediately cuddling up to Alon to demand head pats, while Alon realizes she casually cleared a major game quest that usually required an entire army.
Pat,
As Alon gently scratches behind her cat ears, she purrs in pure bliss, making Alon realize that despite her cute behavior, her terrifying potential as the future sin of pride is undeniable. Cut to the heart of Colony, the grand ancient Colosseum standing tall under the desert sun, setting the stage for the city's brutal underground battles. Crash! Inside the blood-soaked arena, a massive gladiator ruthlessly crushes his opponents, sending blood splatter flying across the sand. Swoosh! Purple slash waves tear through the arena floor, leaving a mountain of defeated warriors lying in pools of crimson. Cheers! The audience erupts into frantic, wild cheers for Kalman, one of the 4 legendary Baba Yagas and the longest-standing gladiator champion in Colony history. Clang! Cracking his armored gauntlets together, Kalman wears a confident smirk, celebrating yet another bloody victory in his arena domain. Relaxing on a plush couch in his private suite, Kalman scoffs aloud, annoyed by how many foolish challengers keep testing his patience. A cunning blonde beastkin enters the doorway, chiming in agreement while Kalman turns his head to see who dropped by. The visitor chuckles as he greets Kalman, remarking on how absurd it was for the bloody sand bandits to think a few hundred men could ever defeat a true Baba Yaga. Walking inside, the guest confirms that Xiaolong was the one who wiped out the entire bandit syndicate, which Kalman already anticipated. Haha! Kalman laughs mockingly, revealing that the guy claiming to be his brother was just a puppet rumor he spread to keep the underworld factions in check. Taking a seat across from him, the guest points out that Kalman held back only because a direct, fair battle between 2 Baba Yagas is usually suicide. Dense smoke. The room's atmosphere thickens with malice as Kalman's shadowy intent begins to flare up. Clench, gritting his teeth with a ruthless smirk, Kalman admits he can't tolerate Xiaolong destroying his influence, claiming his fake brother's death is the ultimate excuse for public revenge. Folded hands resting on his knee, the cunning beastkin smiles, realizing Kalman is finally ready to pull the trigger on his dark scheme. Slide! Kalman pushes a heavy metallic vault box across the table, asking what kind of mysterious power he's being offered. Glow! Opening the case reveals glowing dark cubes and abyssal spheres containing sinister energy from the Seeker, promising unmatched power. Holding the glowing dark cube, Kalman grins like a madman, planning to crush Xiaolong, conquer Colony's underworld, and eventually overthrow the royal authority itself. Evil laugh. Watching through a shimmering magical mirror, the mastermind chuckles sinisterly, eager to see how long Kalman survives under the dark artifact's influence. Meanwhile, Count Alon's luxury carriage caravan travels smoothly across the sandy roads toward their next critical destination. Whoosh! The caravan arrives at a massive, ancient canyon opening, surrounded by towering rock formations hiding hidden ruins. Wave! Dressed in desert traveling robes, Alan and Evan bid farewell to Soilong and her tribe as they prepare to venture deep into the canyon alone. Footsteps. Echoing through the dark underground cavern, Alan and Evan tread carefully into the shadowy abyss with only a single lantern guiding their path. Glimmer! Evan holds the lantern high, spotting a warm, golden glow radiating from the end of the stone tunnel. Whoa! Exiting the tunnel, they gaze upon Kahala, a breathtaking ancient obelisk tower built right into the cavern walls. Talk about top-tier fantasy architecture. Resonance! Suddenly, a divine magic circle manifests overhead as a booming celestial voice echoes directly inside Alon's mind. Shine! Glowing golden runes surround the obelisk tower as the mysterious entity commands the young mage to enter the tower if he can hear its voice. Turning to his loyal knight, Alon instructs Evan to wait outside while he climbs the obelisk alone, to which Evan nods with full trust. Stepping onto the glowing interior floor, Alon realizes this is the legendary Central Tower, a domain completely inaccessible back in the original game world. Floosh! Thousands of ancient spellbooks float gracefully through an endless golden library space, welcoming Alon to the sacred hall. Swirl! A shadowy divine avatar materializes from black smoke, sensing a rare trace of divinity radiating from Alon's soul. Remaining entirely unfazed, Alon calmly responds, recognizing the entity after having previously spoken with Ertheltis, the god of monstrous strength. Zoom! The shadowy god swoops down directly in front of Alon's face, pleasantly surprised that a mere mortal knows its true divine name. Floating dynamically among the magical bookshelves, the god admits that while Alon made it this far, he currently has nothing left to teach him. Flash! Expanding its golden geometric aura, the god explains that divinity is the world's standard for measuring true existence, warning that an outer god will soon descend upon this realm. Strike a pose! With a dramatically confident gesture amidst floating ancient grimoires, the god declares that once Alan manages to handle the descending outer god, he'll finally earn the right to speak as an equal. Ever wonder what happens when a literal god tries to drop high-level magic lore on a guy who just wants to cheat his way through life? Back inside the secret tower, the shadow god leans in close, ready to drop some universe-shattering secrets about how true magic actually works. According to this shadowy deity, real magic isn't just waving a fancy stick and shouting gibberish. It follows a strict three-step framework of incantation, underlying logic, and final manifestation. Alon stands there looking completely bewildered, mentally cringing because the concept of logic was definitely not in any of the game guides he memorized back in his past life. Noticing his blank expression, the shadow god smugly chuckles, mocking the young mage for being completely clueless about the fundamental laws of existence. Man, even gods can't resist flexing on mortals. Boom! With a sudden surge of fiery aura, the shadowy god dives straight down toward Alon, grinning like a mentor who's about to drop a massive surprise test on his favorite student. The divine entity offers to teach Alon one true piece of high-tier magicka, a legendary shortcut that could fundamentally rewrite how he casts spells forever. Cut to a hilarious mental thought bubble of Chibi Alon overthinking basic game mechanics and potion mechanics, totally proving that despite all his grand plans, his brain operates purely on RPG logic. The shadow deity expands its dark aura, preparing to explain the core concept of principles, the actual cheat code for controlling reality itself. Meanwhile, back under the blistering desert sun, Xiaolong paces back and forth outside the canyon, wondering what's taken her precious benefactor so long inside that creepy cave. Whoosh! Suddenly, the desert winds shift violently as a shadowy figure streaks through the rock formations at terrifying speeds. Out of nowhere, a dark-skinned warrior with a cruel grin materializes right behind the unsuspecting cat girl, whispering a chilling "gotcha" into her ear. Schlag! Before she can even react, a heavy strike slashes through the air, sending blood flying as Solong's eyes widen in sheer horror. Talk about a complete 0 to 100 jump in tension. Boom! The force of the surprise attack blows Xiaolong backward, forcing her into a defensive stance while her mind frantically catches up to the ambush. In a flash of sheer disrespect, the top gladiator champion, Kalman, snatches Solong by her golden hair, lifting her like a prized trophy while sneering down at her. Kriz! Golden lightning surges across her gauntlet as Selen roars in fury, furious that this gladiator scum had the nerve to attack her outside the bloody Colosseum arena. Kalman just laughs off her anger, callously revealing that wiping out the bloody sand bandits meant she killed his so-called little brother, giving him the ultimate public excuse to eliminate her once and for all. Whoosh! Enveloped in a sinister cloud of abyssal smoke, Kalman charges forward with insane momentum, determined to crush the catgirl beneath his heels. Dao Dao Doom? Unleashing a blinding shockwave of golden lightning, Xiaolong screams at the top of her lungs, warning him never to lay a finger on her or her newfound family. Swoosh! Pushing through the pain, Xiaolong flips aggressively through the air, driving a lightning-infused kick straight into Kalman's path with lethal precision. Kaboom! Dark abyssal energy violently collides against radiant yellow magic, creating a deafening explosion that fractures the desert pavement into dust. Clashing gauntlet to gauntlet, Kalman holds his ground with a sickening smirk, while Xiaolong growls through her teeth, desperately demanding to know what crazy game he's playing. Schlag! Out of nowhere, a bloody blade erupts straight through Xiaolong's chest from behind. Wait, what on earth just happened? Cough! Coughing up a mouthful of dark blood, Xiaolong stares down in disbelief at the cold steel protruding from her stomach as a traitorous laugh echoes right behind her ear. A twisted, villainous grin appears right over her shoulder, mocking how hilariously easy it was to manipulate her unconditional trust. It's Ralga, one of her very own Golden Mane tribe members. Xiaolong's heart completely shatters as she stammers out his name, unable to process the brutal betrayal. The story pauses on a tragic realization. Siolang has always carried a deep, unwavering affection for anyone who shared her bloodline. In a heartbreaking flashback, we see a younger Solong surrounded by her tribe members, smiling brightly as they praise her leadership and warm heart. She loved them like real family, genuinely believing that gathered together, they could rebuild everything that was stolen from them. Man, seeing her pure smile right after that brutal stab wound hurts so much. Ever since leaving the orphanage, she clung to those nostalgic memories of peace, constantly dreaming of bringing her scattered kin back under one roof. She trained endlessly to exact vengeance on the terrifying black dragon that incinerated her homeland and devoured her people, hoping to reclaim that lost paradise. She strove to live up to the glorious legend of the ancient Golden Mane sovereign, believing her tribe stood for honor and unity, unaware of how corrupt they had truly become. Ralga sneers in disgust, telling her to wipe that stupid look off her face and drop the pathetic happy family fantasy once and for all. Whoosh! Swooping in like a ravenous vulture, Common roars at Ralga to stop wasting time talking and finish her off before she can counterattack. Ba-boom! A crater-shattering strike slams into the sand where Siolang stood a split second prior, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ja! Barely escaping the blast zone, Siolang lands on her feet, bleeding heavily from her open wound while calling out her attackers as low-life snakes. Kalman's eyes glow with murderous dark intent, completely enjoying the thrill of driving a legendary warrior into a desperate cornered position. Ralga flexes his arm as dark abyssal veins swell across his skin, boasting about how the dark power bestowed upon him makes him far superior to his former boss. Zoom! Streaks of pitch-black smoke and radiant golden electricity tear across the canyon floor as both sides clash at blinding, neck-snapping speeds. Boom! Crashing together in midair, Siolang fights like a desperate, wounded lioness, trading brutal blows against two opponents at once. Kalman's dark gauntlet slams against Siollong's golden claw in a shower of sparks, proving that even while gravely injured, her raw combat instinct is absolute nightmare fuel. Haha, Ralga swoops down from above with a maniacal laugh, firing a dark aura blast straight at her head to wrap up this battle. Foosh! Selling barely throws up her arm to block the incoming dark beam, her feet dragging through the dirt as the sheer pressure pushes her to her absolute limit. Fwish! Refusing to go down without a fight, Siolang uses Kalman's momentum to propel herself backward, executing a stunning mid-air spin to create distance. Ralga relentlessly closes the gap, taunting her about how much longer her fragile body can withstand the lethal combination of abyss poison and blood loss. Ta-da-da-da-da! Shockwaves explode across the canyon floor in a rapid-fire sequence of devastating punctures and lightning discharges. Honestly, the fight choreography here is top-tier animation standard. Swooping in from both flanks simultaneously, Kalman and Ralga strike in perfect synchronization to break her defensive stance once and for all. Bam! Ba-ba-bam! A catastrophic impact shatters the surrounding cliffside, blasting Siolang violently across the terrain in a brutal cloud of debris. Landing gracefully, Ralga clicks his tongue in frustration, annoyed that even with the literal Dark God's power boost, he couldn't instantly overpower her raw grit. Crack! Emerging from the settling dust, Kalman coughs violently, cursing under his breath at how ridiculously stubborn this cat girl really is. Suddenly, Kalman freezes in his tracks as calm footsteps echo through the canyon, revealing Count Alon and Evan stepping out from the cave, completely unfazed by the chaos. Ever wonder what happens when an overconfident villain tries to pull a quick, fast one on the wrong protagonist? Kalman comes tearing across the desert sand with pitch-black smoke trailing behind him, grinning like an absolute psycho who thinks he just spotted his ticket out of this mess. He's literally planning to grab Count Alon as a human shield before slitting his throat, because why fight fair when you can just be completely cowardly? Meanwhile, poor Siolang gets caught completely off guard as her former tribe-mate Ralga steps right up with a sickening smirk. Before she can even raise her gauntlet to strike, a sudden wave of paralysis hits her, making her stumble backward onto the burning sands. Ralga just laughs in her face, bragging about how the deadly poison on his blade has finally taken hold. Clutching her stomach in agony, Siolang can barely process the toxic burning spreading through her veins. Ralga smugly breaks down the chemical cocktail he used on her, Kamanasa's poison, bragging that her legs are completely out of commission for at least the next hour. Talk about the ultimate villain monologue cliche. Leaning in uncomfortably close with a twisted, predatory grin, Ralga starts twisting the knife psychologically. He mocks her entire life's mission, asking if she genuinely believed her remaining tribe members were thrilled to play happy little family with her. Honestly, this guy's ego is so massive, it's practically its own boss fight. He hoists her up, completely disrespecting her strength by claiming everyone only tolerated her because she happened to inherit the legendary golden mane essence by pure luck. He mocks her leadership as nothing more than a hilarious joke, trying to shatter her spirit before finishing the job. Drops of cold sweat rolled down Seolung's face as the harsh truth hits her right in the chest. She tries to whisper a counter-argument, holding on to whatever dignity she has left, but deep down, the emotional betrayal hurts way worse than the poison circulating through her body. Cut to a heartwarming flashback of a younger, brighter Seolong standing proudly amidst her tribe members, all of them laughing and sharing genuine warm smiles under the desert sun. Man, the artist really knows how to pull at our heartstrings right before tearing them to pieces. Raga just scoffs at her nostalgic memories, dismissively waving his fingers in the air like a petty drama queen. He calls her dream of rebuilding her clan completely delusional and tells her to take a good, hard look at reality. Cling! Stepping out from the swirling dust clouds, a whole squad of hooded Golden Mane tribe members appear, weapons drawn and eyes totally dead. Not a single one of them looks at her with sympathy. Every single one of her beloved family members turn their backs on her for power.
The reality of the situation hits Seolung like a freight train, her eyes widening in pure horror as shadow falls over her face. The realization that every single warrior she fought so hard to protect was in on the betrayal is honestly brutal to watch.
Raising his dark blade into the air, swirling with corrupt abyssal smoke, Rauga boasts that the sacred essence belongs to someone who actually knows how to use it. He smugly thanks her for doing all the heavy lifting before preparing to deliver the final strike. Bapa boom! Before Rauga can finish his villainous victory lap, a violent shockwave of compressed wind and aura tears across the canyon floor. The sheer force of the impact shatters the terrain, sending rocks and debris flying right into the traitors' faces. Rauga's smug grin instantly vanishes as he whips his head around in sheer confusion, utterly baffled by where that insane surge of raw power just came from. Schling! Out of the settling dust cloud steps Alan's loyal guard, Evan, with his blade drawn, accompanied by Count Alan himself, looking completely unfazed by the dramatic gang of backstabbers standing before him. Now that's what I call a cold-blooded entrance. Zoom! A massive explosion of pressure erupts beneath their feet as Alan casually steps onto the battlefield, treating these terrifying dark warriors like minor inconveniences on his afternoon walk. Spam! A blinding shockwave slashes through the desert sand, completely disrupting the traitors' formations. Rauga stumbles back, sweating profusely as he frantically tries to figure out what kind of monster he's dealing with. Narrowing his eyes, Alan analyzes the pitch-black smoke wafting off his opponent's bodies. He instantly recognizes the corruption as abyssal magic, silently questioning how lowlifes like these manage to tap into power from outside their realm. A dramatic lore window pops up, highlighting the sudden arrival of these mysterious abyssal entities right in the middle of the story's main plotline. In an RPG game interface flashback, we see a mysterious black cube floating ominously inside an alchemy lab. The description literally promises divine power to anyone who absorbs enough of its dark essence. Talk about a classic high-risk, high-reward trap. Because the game developer gave this artifact such a vague, mysterious lore description back in Alan's past life, players spent years coming up with wild fan theories about what it actually did. Returning to reality, Alan uncorks a glowing potion bottle and casually pours a high-grade recovery elixir straight over Seolung's head. Splash! He nonchalantly tells her that her former guild clearly betrayed her, but this potion will purge the poison in no time. Talk about direct customer service. Looking up through her wet golden hair with tear-filled eyes, Seolung nervously asks if he truly thinks the rest of her tribe didn't hate her. The poor girl is so emotionally damaged right now, she desperately needs a win. Bathed in soft, radiant sunlight, Alan gives her a rare, genuine, reassuring look, reminding her that the tribe members she introduced to him earlier were genuinely happy under her leadership. Honestly, seeing Alan act like a wholesome mentor for once is weirdly satisfying. Seolung's wide golden eyes sparkle with renewed hope as his words hit home, completely washing away the toxic doubt that Rauga tried to plant in her head. Sniff! Wiping away her tears, Seolung takes a deep breath, steeling her resolve. You can literally see the fire returning to her soul as the high-grade potion neutralizes the venom in her bloodstream. Phew! Springing back up to her feet with fierce determination, Seolung gets back into her combat stance. Alan casually asks if she can hold off the incoming squad of traitors while he prepares a high-level spell. Golden arcs of lightning explode around Seolung's gauntlets as she roars in agreement. She proudly declares that her true family is still waiting for her, ready to kick some serious traitor butt. Whoosh! Alon raises his hand, swirling a torrent of frosty blue magic overhead as he prepares to chant the incantation for Ice Flake. He notes internally that due to his remaining mana pool, he's only got one shot at casting this magic effectively. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, Alon initiates the mental framework required to unleash true magic, completely tuning out the chaotic battlefield around him. Shah! A massive spiral of radiant cyan magic expands around Alon's body, illuminating the entire canyon floor in a breathtaking display of raw, sub-zero energy. Deep within Alan's subconscious realm, the shadowy god Eartheltus appears, giving a high-level magic lecture. He explains that while modern mages use incantations to bend reality, true magic requires constructing actual logical frameworks to master existence itself. The shadow deity scoffs dramatically at modern mages, complaining that after centuries of forgotten history, current spellcasters are butchering the magnificent art of magic with lazy, shortened incantations. Man, even ancient magic gods get annoyed by modern slang. Pop! Crack! Crack! Drops of moisture in the surrounding desert air instantly freeze into solid ice, cracking and popping as atmospheric pressure violently shifts. Boom! Over Alan's head, an insanely massive geometric snowflake emblem materializes out of pure ice, radiating an intense, room-chilling aura across the desert floor. Crash! A colossal razor-sharp spear of solid crystal ice erupts out of the magic circle, pointing straight at the incoming horde of traitors. Shadow God chuckles arrogantly in Alon's mind, pointing out how modern clowns incorrectly call the spell Ice Spear, completely ignorant of its true legendary title. Shah! Thrusting his arm forward with absolute precision, Alon invokes the spell's ancient true name, Ice Crystal Spear. Boom! In an absolute visual feast of animation-grade artwork, a cluster of gigantic, razor-sharp ice crystals expands forward with blinding velocity. Boom! The sub-zero wave crashes violently across the terrain, instantly freezing the scorching desert heat into a localized Arctic wasteland. A handy transmigrator's tip pops up, explaining that stealing the Golden Mane essence requires continuous physical contact for several minutes. Meanwhile, a funny chibi flashback shows young Ralga getting jealous of young Cellong's insane raw strength, revealing his petty villain origin story. Crack! The massive ice crystal pierces deep into the canyon wall, creating a terrifying wall of frozen spikes that completely blocks off the traitors' escape routes. Realizing Ralga is trying to slide past the ice wall to attack Alon directly, Seolong charges forward with a furious roar, refusing to let anyone lay a finger on her savior. Swoosh! Calm as ever amidst the howling winter winds, Alon maintains his concentration, directing the surging mana flow with complete control. Talk, wound, chalk! Additional rows of massive crystalline ice spears erupt out of the ground in rapid succession, forming a literal labyrinth of lethal frozen blades. Chakong! In midair, Seolong collides gauntlet to foot against Ralga. Sparks and dark lightning detonate upon impact as both fighters exchange lethal blows at breakneck speed. Ack! The exploding frosty shockwave hits the surrounding Golden Mane traders like a runaway freight train, blasting them off their feet and sending them tumbling helplessly into the snowdrifts. Gah! Ralga gets completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of Alon's spell, coughing out blood as the sub-zero blast sends him skidding uncontrollably across the ice-slicked floor. Hiya! The blizzard of ice crystals completely consumes the canyon floor, turning what was a scorching desert wasteland into an absolute winter wonderland in a matter of seconds. Woong! A final deafening boom reverberates through the valley as the magical energy settles, locking the entire battlefield in solid permafrost. The camera zooms out to reveal a breathtaking wide shot of the entire canyon completely covered in a dense forest of giant shining blue ice spires. Talk about an absolute flex of high-tier magic logic. Count Alon completely turned the tide of battle without even breaking a single sweat. Talk about an absolute sub-zero flex. With a deafening crack, Alon's massive ice crystal spear tears through the battlefield, launching sharp frozen spikes that instantly pin the traitorous Golden Mane squad in place. Ralga gets caught dead in the middle of the Arctic explosion, slammed violently into the frozen wall as razor-sharp ice shards impale his body. Coughing up dark blood, Ralga lets out a bitter, psychotic smirk, declaring through gritted teeth that as long as his enemies go down with him, he couldn't care less about dying. Boom! Driven by pure spite, Ralga burns through his remaining abyssal mana, screaming in fury as he forces his body past its absolute breaking point. Swoosh! Breaking free from the ice spires, Rauga dives straight down like a maniac, wielding a dark poison-dripping blade aimed right at Solong's exposed back.
Shing! Just as the lethal thrust is about to pierce her, Elan moves with insane speed, casually stepping right into the attack line to shield her.
Slash! The dark dagger grazes Elan, black corrupt smoke wafting off the blade as he completely intercepts Rauga's desperate final gamble. Rauga's eyes bulge in pure shock as his ambush fails, while Xiaolong gasps in horror, crying out to her benefactor in total disbelief. Cough! Elan covers his mouth, coughing up a spatter of dark blood onto his hand. Seriously, even while taking internal damage, this guy maintains his deadpan composure like an absolute legend. Grr, seeing her savior bleed instantly flips a switch inside Xiaolong. Her expression turns terrifyingly feral, her eyes blazing with raw, murderous fury. Bam! Channeling golden lightning through her leg, Xiaolong delivers a devastating, thunderous kick straight into Rauga's torso, sending the traitor flying across the canyon. Crash! A dramatic blood-red impact frame emphasizes the sheer violence of her counterattack, completely putting an end to Rauga's treasonous career. As the dust settles over the canyon floor, revealing the defeated traitors scattered across the sand, Xiaolong rushes to Elan's side, frantically checking if he's all right. Sitting on the ground with Evan keeping watch, Elan nonchalantly downplays the injury, claiming you barely felt the thing. Classic overpowered protagonist behavior. In reality, the dark blade merely grazed his side and tore his robe, but the lingering abyssal energy was what caused the real trouble. Wiping the blood from his lips, Elan mentally notes that while the spell was insanely powerful, the massive mana consumption caused more internal recoil than he expected. He recalls Shutro mentioning how his father finds Elan annoying, realizing the high-level abyssal leaders are officially taking notice of his actions. Leaning on Evan as he stands up, Elan chuckles to himself, thinking that even with all the chaotic plot twists, at least everyone survived in one piece. A lore window pops up detailing the mysterious abyssal entities, black cubes that promise divine power to anyone fool enough to absorb their corrupt essence. Elan remembers the game's third restriction when fighting pseudo-gods with magic, which allows a skilled player to literally twist the laws of the world itself. By clashing against enemies empowered by these abyssal entities, Elan actually activates a unique growth condition, boosting his own magic authority in the process. Glancing back at Xiaolong, Elan considers her stats and rank, determined to keep her heart from darkening after such a painful betrayal by her own people. Lowering her head timidly with a heavy blush, Xiaolong blames herself for his injury, muttering that Rauga was targeting her all along. Looking up at him with tear-filled golden eyes, she nervously asks if he put his life on the line because he truly trusted her to back him up.
Meanwhile, Chibi Elan's sweat drops internally, admitting he honestly just couldn't dodge in time and was praying she'd stop the enemy for him. Man, the inner monologue contrast is comedy gold. Resting his head back, Elan casually mentions that his parental instincts just kicked in from raising her for years. Plus, he misjudged the blade's reach. Standing alongside Avon, Elan drops a surprisingly profound line, reminding her that saving family doesn't require a special reason, even if blood usually binds them. Gasp! Chibi Elan instantly facepalms internally, realizing he just dropped a dangerous trigger word about family to a beast girl who interprets things way too literally. Rub! Sure enough, Xiaolong's tail starts wagging non-stop as she starts flirtatiously rubbing up against Elan, leaving him totally speechless. Right on cue, a quick flashback reveals the cute little note Xiaolong left in his pocket wishing her dad good luck. The artist's comedic timing here is top tier. Chibi Elan's head practically spins from the sheer awkwardness as he realizes what kind of wild proposal dynamic he just accidentally unlocked.
Leaning in close with a cheeky smirk, Xiaolong points out that since she's a golden mane beast girl and he's human, standard family rules don't apply at all. Wrapping her hands gently around his neck, she stares deeply into his eyes with a heavy blush, throwing all subtlety right out the window. In the background, Evan literally loses his mind in shock while giant question marks hover over Elan's completely stunned face. A hilarious wide shot of the desert canyon captures the ridiculous scene, Solong boldly proposing marriage on a dusty battlefield while Elan stands frozen in absolute disbelief. 5 days pass after the canyon showdown, and news of Kalman's disgraceful atrocities spreads across the entire colony, causing massive public outrage. Back in their private quarters, Solong gets right up into Elan's personal space, giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes as she pleads for a positive answer. Clinging to his shoulder on the couch, she keeps pestering him, while Elan internally laments that, unlike in video games, he can't just press skip on these dialogue cutscenes. A soft pastel thought bubble opens up as Alon reflects on how cute and innocent her childhood declarations used to be.
An adorable chibi flashback shows young Seolong excitedly cheering that when she grows up, she's definitely going to marry her favorite dad.
Cut back to reality, and Seolong is straddling Alan on the sofa, loudly arguing that this is her 19th proposal, and marrying him will make them a real family.
Deadpan, Chibi Alon's soul leaves his body as he reiterates internally that his idea of true happiness is literally just eating sweet potatoes and living a quiet, noble life.
As Alon steps into his luxurious carriage outside the desert town, Seolong huffs and demands a serious answer next time, while Alon prays she'll eventually give up. Wave! The carriage rolls away, leaving Seolong waving enthusiastically from the palace steps, surrounded by her surviving tribe members. As the carriage disappears into the horizon, Seolong gently lowers her hand, whispering to herself how much she hates saying goodbye to him. Turning back to her people, the remaining Golden Mane warriors bow deeply to Alon in gratitude for saving their chief and restoring their tribe's honor. Watching her kin, Seolong quietly reflects that simply reuniting her people didn't automatically heal the deep trauma of betrayal in her heart. A vivid memory of Alon taking a blade to protect her flashes across her mind, reminding her of what true loyalty and unconditional care actually look like. Glowing purple embers frame the memory, underscoring how genuine trust is forged when someone willingly risks their life for you in extreme danger. Standing tall against the desert wind, Seolong's eyes burn with fierce determination as she vows to rebuild her tribe's future with far more care and wisdom this time around. Ever wonder what happens when a group of former beast warriors decides to turn a literal ancient temple into their new headquarters? As the Golden Mane tribe marches up the glowing stone steps, Seolong is already cooking up grand plans to recruit the ultimate elite guard to keep her beloved savior safe 24/7. I mean, just look at that satisfied grin. She looks back with total confidence, convinced that once her elite squad is in place, her ideal happy family fantasy with Alon is basically guaranteed forever. Talk about absolute main character delusion. Cut to Alon sitting in a luxurious carriage with his informant, getting a full debrief on the recent conflict. The reports confirm there are no remaining suspicious factions tied to Ralga's treason, with round-the-clock surveillance kept on the entire region. Whew! Alon lets out a quiet breath of relief, silently praising himself for raising so long right, while mentally resolving to keep any future chaotic disasters far away from his quiet lifestyle. But of course, peace never lasts long in this world. A terrifying dark entity looms in the shadows, contemplating ancient divine ranks and how clashing with outer gods might be the only shortcut to achieving absolute divinity. Clack, clack. The carriage bounces down the road while Alon massages his temples in deep frustration. The lore unraveling around him is getting way too complicated, with terms like natural order piling up faster than his unread side quests. Whoosh! Sudden shift in scene. Deep within the dusty archives of the tower's bottom floor, a brilliant golden magic crest blazes into existence, directing Alon toward the eastern edge of the ancient Kahala fortress. Stepping into the sunlit ruins of the fortress, Alon comes face to face with a massive, mysterious stone monolith completely covered in ancient carved text. Is this a forgotten historical record or the ultimate lore dump? Ciphering the ancient script with ease, Alon reads poetic metaphors describing cosmic entities like one who values honor and the many-handed one. Wait, aren't those titles directly tied to the 5 great sins from the original game? The artist really went all out making this ancient slab look like an old-school MMORPG quest log. Staring at the cryptic inscriptions, Alon realizes that since Psychedelia is technically a story set in the distant future, it actually makes sense that these historical details don't fully align with his prior game knowledge. A major discrepancy catches his eye. Why are outer gods and primordial sins written in reverse order here? Outer gods represent foreign deities, while sins represent the ancient forces from the dawn of creation. Resting his chin on his fist, Alon is practically losing sleep over these lore plot holes. When you're a gamer reincarnated into a fantasy world, inconsistent world building is literally your worst nightmare. What? Back in the carriage, the informant drops a massive bombshell that leaves Alon completely bug-eyed. Apparently, his pupil Deus just defeated Reinhardt, the legendary First Blade. Alon's brain practically short-circuits trying to process this news. Reinhardt was an absolute raid boss monster in the game, yet Deus surpassed him in just 6 months? Meanwhile, Chibi Deus is over there humbly wondering if he's even strong enough yet. And the crazy news doesn't stop there. Line has officially secured a seat on the prestigious Tarthania Council, taking control of major political decisions. Seeing this cute kid transform into a high-level political mastermind is hilarious and terrifying at the same time. Scratch! The informant nervously scratches his neck before dropping the wildest update yet. Radon went ahead, unified all 5 archipelagos, and officially became the Pirate King. Bam! Cue the hilarious inner vision of Radon evolving from a low-tier alley thug into a jacked level 9999 pirate overlord. Honestly, this comedic cutaway is absolute gold. Alon looks like he wants to throw up from sheer disbelief. Groan. Poor Alon clutches his throbbing head as background dizzy spirals frame his total mental breakdown. When all your side characters turn into world-shaking powerhouses while you just wanted to eat sweet potatoes, you know you failed at keeping a low profile. Meanwhile, back across the realm, Siolang leans cheekily over a glowing magic orb, beaming with pure delight as she prepares to share the dramatic news with the rest of Alon's followers. On the other side of the crystal communication link, Deus, Line, and their silver-haired allies stare back in absolute silence. The tension in the room is so thick you could slice it with a broadsword. Thud! Dark, suffocating crimson mana begins oozing through the magic link as a terrifying voice demands to know what happened to their Grand Master. Eudia's eyes glow a lethal blood red beneath her dark lace veil, her expression twisted in pure, terrifying rage. If glare could kill through a crystal ball, Siolang would be ashes right now. Quick Transmigrators tip break. We get a cute little breakdown explaining how descendants of the Golden Mane tribe can officially reclaim their ancient tribal authority once their leader confers the Golden Lightning energy onto them. Swoosh! The atmosphere settles down for a brief moment as the scene transitions back to the tense magic conference room. The artistic contrast between the cute chibi lore breaks and the dramatic high-stakes story moments keeps the pacing so crisp. Selong, completely oblivious to the murderous aura radiating from the orb, keeps gushing with a bright blush and a cute little fang showing.
Deadpan. On the receiving end, the trio can only stare in speechless shock as they realize Siolang is casually dropping romantic bombs over the official guild channel.
Utia takes a deep breath and tries to convince herself that Solong is just exaggerating things as usual. After all, everyone admires the Great Moon, so wanting his attention is totally natural, right? Crunch! Utia's knuckles turn white as she clutches her hands together, barely suppressing a ferocious rage spell. In the background, the rest of the crew is literally holding their breath, praying she doesn't blow up the crystal ball. Maintaining a fake polite smile, Utia reminds Selong that as mere shadows serving the Great Moon, standing beside him as an equal partner is strictly impossible. Boom! When Solong innocently retorts that even shadows can get married, Utia completely loses her cool, slamming her hands down with dark aura flaring. Solong instantly shrinks into a tiny, trembling GB ball. Spark! Refusing to back down, Xiaolong snaps right back, arguing that Alon's opinion is the only one that matters, and boldly asking if Udia seriously thinks she stood a better chance. Leaning in close, Solong smugly quotes Alon's dismissive reaction, dropping the ultimate reality check with a cheeky grin while Chibi Alon's exhausted face hovers in the background. What? Udia's jaw drops in complete disbelief, while Deus steps into the frame with intense seriousness, demanding to know every single detail of what went down between them. Seolong finishes her grand retelling with a triumphant flourish, prompting Deus to nod in solemn awe, recalling Alon's stoic composure from 6 months ago like a true devoted fanatic. Sniff! Deus practically clutches his chest in emotional fanboying, beating himself up for ever doubting Alon's divine strength and loudly vowing to become the ultimate blade of vengeance in his honor. Soleng is right there cheering him on like they're starting a cult fan club. Ahem, Utia clears her throat with a menacing glare, cutting through Deus's passionate rant to deliver the final verdict. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to marry the Great Moon. Yes, no, yes, no! The communication orb turns into a hilarious screaming match as Sulong and Utia yell back and forth at maximum volume. Talk about peak catfight energy. Cut to the official Blue Moon meeting minutes. Line is diligently taking notes while their silver-haired ally facepalms in utter despair. Rule number 1, never, under any circumstances, ask Deus about the Great Moon. Utia crosses her arms in a stubborn pout, and suddenly, poof! Her magical form shrinks back into her adorable child state. Talk about a hilarious defense mechanism. Clasping his hands under his chin, the silver-haired commander lets out a heavy sigh. He joined the secret shadow organization for world-saving intel, not teen romance drama. Swoosh! The camera pans across the dimly lit cobblestone streets of Tyria, the capital city of the Asteria Kingdom, where shady political scheming is currently underway in a secluded tavern. Inside the dimly lit bar, two heavily cloaked figures sit at the counter, whispering about forming a secret coalition to eliminate the rising threat of the Kalpa Syndicate. Revealing his face, Marquis Philboyd, the cunning leader of the aristocrat faction, takes a sip of amber liquor, admitting the target is a mutual pain in the neck, but questioning if such a strike is even realistic. Smirk, Duke Rimgrave, the mastermind behind the Royalist faction, strokes his mustache with a dangerous grin, revealing his plan to enlist the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and invoke the terrifying Letter of Reformation. A glowing dark envelope sealed with silver wax appears on screen. The Letter of Reformation is an absolute religious decree sent from the Holy Kingdom to crush suspected heretics, and if signed by multiple cardinals, its legal power is completely unstoppable. Chink! Back at the bar, Marquis Philboyd is instantly sold on the plan, asking what resources are needed. Duke Rimgrave calmly explains they need to bribe at least 2 cardinals to secure the signatures. Clink! The 2 faction leaders clink their whiskey glasses together in a sinister toast, confirming that agents have already been dispatched to buy off the religious leaders. Dark mist swirls around their ominous toast as they vow to let nature take its course and drink to the total annihilation of their political enemies. Creak! The scene shifts to a grand, silent cathedral illuminated by vibrant stained glass sunlight, where a solitary figure sits quietly in prayer on a wooden bench. Up close, a dark-haired man in religious robes flashes a cold, calculating smirk, musing that despite serving directly under the Pope among the Elite 8, high-level church politics rarely let them gather in one place. Just when you think church politics couldn't get any spicier, Cardinal Sergius strolls right into the cathedral with a smug smile, greeting Cardinal Utia like they're old pals catching up over Sunday brunch. Without skipping a beat, Sergius lays out his totally shady business proposal. He wants to borrow Utia's prestigious name to sign a terrifying letter of reformation targeted directly at Count Palacio. He casually reassures her that framing the guy for heresy is a walk in the park, since Alan already looks the part, throwing in a slick pitch about how great this deal is for both of them. But the mood instantly plunges into dangerous territory as Utio repeats his words back to him, her eyes narrowing with a lethal chill as she realizes he's asking to destroy Alan. Trying to play hardball, Sergius attempts to blackmail her by bringing up the mysterious death of Cardinal Viantria, basically threatening to spill the beans if she doesn't sign on the dotted line. In his head, Sergius is already living the high life, smirking as he imagines himself surrounded by roses, fine wine, and luxury with the entire bribe money tucked safely in his pocket. Seriously, talk about counting your chickens before they hatch. Kaboom! Before he can finish his fantasy, a massive shockwave of blood-red magic slams him flat onto the cold marble floor as he lets out a violent cough of pain. Shadowy red flames erupt all around Utia as she looms over him like a vengeful demon, screaming in pure horror at the fact that this foolish mortal just asked her to kill her literal god. Gulp. Her veil-shadowed face turns completely psychotic, her glowing red eyes radiating an unhinged rage that could probably incinerate an entire kingdom in a split second. Crash! The cathedral's roof practically vibrates under the sheer weight of her dark mana as blood-curdling screams echo throughout the entire holy sanctuary. Outside in the corridors, holy guards freeze in absolute terror, trembling in their boots as the ominous red glow bleeds through the stained glass windows. With a slow flick of her fingers, Utia seals the entire realm in dark magic, sinisterly informing him that he can scream as loud as he wants because nobody's coming to save him. Massive pitch-black tentacles burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around Sergius as he desperately begs for the sweet release of death. Lying beat up and foamed at the mouth, Sergius grovels on the floor, only for Utia to coldly remind him that she's already told him 10 times dying isn't an option on her watch. Zap! Crackling electrical magic tears through his body as he arches his back in excruciating agony, shrieking for her to stop the torture. Crying tears and snot on his knees, the once arrogant cardinal clasps his hands together in pathetic desperation, begging like a dog for mercy. Stepping down with terrifying elegance, Utia coldly informs him that she won't kill him because he still has a very specific role to play in her master plan. Her red eyes gleam with pure malice as her voice drops to a chilling whisper, setting up the grim fate awaiting anyone who dares cross her beloved master.
She declares that anyone foolish enough to harbor bad intentions toward Alon deserves the ultimate punishment, letting dark magic rip through his soul once more. Black shadow tendrils drag him deeper into the abyss as his agonized shrieks echo into the infinite dark. An ominous dark screen settles over the scene with the chilling reminder that true forgiveness only comes after understanding the weight of one's sins. Fast forward a whole month later, the scene shifts back to Alon's peaceful estate after his return from the desert, where preparations are wrapping up for his next big move. Looking handsome as ever while reviewing official documents, Alon prepares himself for the upcoming assembly before heading off to the prestigious magic conference. Haha! In classic Alon fashion, his brain transforms into a lazy chibi state as he groans about being the faction leader, complaining about having way too many outer gods and abyssal monsters on his daily to-do list. His informant wanders over in disbelief, pointing out that Alon is still carrying around a 2-week-old letter like it's a prized love note. Clink! Sparkles and gold coins literally rain down across the screen as Alon reveals that this glorious letter brought him a jaw-dropping allowance way beyond his wildest dreams.
Check out this hilarious before versus after deposit transformation. 1 second, he's depressed on the floor complaining about life, and the next second, he's proudly rocking a cow faction leader sash like a boss because money talks.
Walking down the hallway while his assistant hauls heavy bags of cash, Alon admits he doesn't quite get how their economy works, but hey, he's definitely not complaining about being rich. Nothing cures existential dread quite like good old-fashioned cash flow. Payment delays are officially out of the question. Wiping a delicate tear of pure joy while slipping the check into his jacket, Alon praises the magic of capitalism for healing his traumatized gamer soul. Arriving at Marquis Billiton's lavish estate reception hall, Alon scans the high society crowd, observing a wild mix of mercenaries, rich merchants, and high-ranking priests mingling around. Suddenly, 2 stunning noblewomen in gorgeous evening gowns glide right up to him, calling out his title with charming smiles. The red-haired beauty and her companion raise their wine glasses, asking how the famous count has been holding up lately. Standing there with a totally deadpan, exhausted expression, Alon quietly grunts that he's doing just fine. Munching on fancy cookies at the dessert table, Alon inwardly panics, praying these shadowy figures will just say hello and leave so he doesn't get dragged into another massive political misunderstanding. Right on cue, his informant rushes over with a plate stacked high with pastries, breathlessly announcing that he's got an absolute bombshell of a scoop. He whispers that the high and mighty leader of the Royalist faction just got hit with a surprise letter of reformation and was forcibly hauled off to the Holy Kingdom. Nomming on a delicious financier, Alon casually nods, feeling super relieved that he never personally crossed paths with that doomed Royalist leader. Tap, tap, heavy footsteps echo across the floor as the 2 noble ladies turn their heads in utter astonishment at who's approaching. The red-haired noblewoman politely glances over, asking the mysterious visitor what brings him over to their circle. Stumble! It's Marquis Phil Boyd, the almighty leader of the aristocrat faction, looking pale as a ghost and sweating profusely as he stammers out that he's completely lost. Thud! To everyone's absolute shock, the powerful politician drops straight to his knees and slams his head onto the floor, screaming at Alon to spare his life. The entire ballroom goes dead silent as aristocrats and high-class guests gasp in sheer horror at the unbelievable sight. The noble ladies stand frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why the top political heavyweight of the kingdom is groveling like a defeated peasant at Alon's feet. A quick narrative reality check reminds us that in high politics, honor is everything. Bowing down to another man like this is basically handing over your entire life and soul on a silver platter. Swooning in complete awe, the ladies stare at Alon's cool, shadowy silhouette, convinced that his power is boundless and that he masterminded this entire political takedown without batting an eye. Desperately pressing his face against the floor, Marquis Philiboid begs Count Palacio for mercy, completely broken by sheer terror. Doo-doom! Heartbeats race throughout the crowd as surrounding nobles whisper in utter disbelief at the terrifying authority Alon commands. Flashback time! We jump back a few days ago to see what actually caused Marquis Philboyd to lose his absolute mind like this. Sitting alone in his study, Phil Boyd stares horrified at a mysterious black letter with a crimson seal, accompanied by a glowing magic orb carrying a terrifying 5-second message. Imagine threatening the wrong guy so hard that the next thing you know, a glowing red orb of apocalyptic magic is making you scream for forgiveness. Marquis Phil Boyd is in full-blown panic mode, frantically begging whoever is listening that everyone needs to read the sacred letter right now. Crack! The terror escalates as Duke Rimgrave's face contorts in absolute despair, realizing that he just received a literal death sentence disguised as a conversion letter. Creak! The magical orb ominously cracks, glowing with a crimson threat that bluntly reads, "You're next." Meanwhile, Phil Boyd's inner circle is completely losing their minds, sweating bullets over how a simple plot to ruin Count Palacio's political career spiraled into a total nightmare. Normally, getting hit with a conversion letter just means your political career is toast. But since the Duke had no ties to heretics and still got wiped out, Phil Boyd puts 2 and 2 together. Clenching his aching head, he curses Elan, convinced this terrifying mastermind is pulling all the strings behind the scenes. His face turns completely dark with dread as he realizes the sheer gap in their connections. I mean, look at his expression, bro. Looks like he just saw his entire life flash before his eyes. And the realization that he's next on the hit list is hitting him like a freight train. Boom! Back in the present, at the Grand Banquet Hall, a heavy kowtow echoes across the marble floor. Dropping flat on his face right in front of Elan, Phil Boyd begs like a defeated villain, desperately pleading to just live out the rest of his life in peace. Groveling before the crowd, the former political giant swears he's quitting politics for good if Elan just spares him from the conversion letter. Meanwhile, Elan stands there looking utterly deadpan, internally wondering why on earth this random guy is spilling his guts out. Watching from the sidelines, the stunning noblewomen sip their champagne in complete awe, fully convinced that Elan and his crew are the shadowy masterminds controlling the entire kingdom. Talk about suffering from success. Elan literally doesn't do anything and still gets maximum aura points. Fast forward 3 days after the assembly wrapped up, and Elan sets out toward the east in a lavish golden carriage to attend the prestigious magic conference. Strolling through the vibrant city streets while his assistant hauls supplies, Elan hears the news that Phil Boyd took his letter and fled the capital for good. When his assistant asks if Elan was the one who sent the letter, Elan gives the ultimate innocent chibi face, claiming he could never do something so sinister. His assistant isn't buying it for a second, pointing out that Elan literally promised to be lenient back at the party. Elan panics in chibi form, frantically asking if that's really how everyone interpreted his casual words. Poor Elan is sweating buckets internally. All he wanted was to escape an awkward conversation, but his reputation as an unstoppable mastermind is officially out of control. Honest to God, the miscommunication trope in this manhwa is peak comedy. The scene shifts to Lartania, the city of Labyrinth, a sprawling metropolis dominated by massive spires and home to the 5 great guilds. Deep near the labyrinth entrances, rowdy adventurers are gossiping about the legendary guild leaders, hyping up one guy who supposedly wiped out 1,000 monsters all by himself like a total demigod. An experienced veteran scoffing at the hype introduces Alderic, the formidable leader of the Iron Blood Guild, warning the rookies not to expect a walk in the park this time. A party of hired adventurers descends into the gloomy stone corridors, double-checking their mission to capture a specific beast down on the 20th floor. One smug adventurer chuckles to himself, thinking about the fat down payment he secured. He knows floor 20 should technically be a safe zone, but with 50 floor clears under his belt, he's convinced whatever trap awaits will be child's play. Tap, tap. Reaching the vast, icy ruins of the 20th floor, the atmosphere suddenly shifts to a chilling silence as a female mage pauses in her tracks. She nervously points into the darkness, asking her boss if he sees that eerie shadow standing right ahead of them. Up on a broken pillar stands a solitary figure in long dark robes. The party leader squints, chuckling arrogantly as he assumes it's just a lonely goblin. Looking down on them is an imposing green-skinned martial artist in eastern robes. The adventurers laugh hysterically, calling him the weakest monster in the dungeon and licking their lips at the thought of easy gold. Foosh! The goblin monk coldly glares at them, muttering that these noisy cockroaches are driving him crazy, before flicking a single finger to unleash a devastating wave of compressed wind. Crash! The cocky sword wielder shouts "Charge!" only for blood to spray everywhere as the invisible air blade slices through the front lines in a split second. Ziam! Ha! The axe-wielding adventurer leaps into the air in a desperate counterattack, swinging his massive blade down with everything he's got. Voom! With a dramatic flare of energy, the axe comes crashing down toward the monk, who doesn't even bother taking a defensive stance. Schlack! Before the axe can even touch him, a beam of concentrated aura shoots straight up from the monk's fingertip, cleanly bisecting the attacker right midair. Boom! Blood drops splash through the air as we get a terrifying close-up of the monk's cold, merciless blue eye. Narrative text ominously reveals that the arrogant king of hungry specters has officially awakened, beginning his ruthless climb up to the surface world. Now that's what I call a top-tier villain entry. No backstory, no speech, just pure aura and instant annihilation. Meanwhile, back with our favorite protagonist, Alon arrives at the base of a gigantic, gleaming white tower that stretches straight into the clouds. Looking up at the dizzying structure, Alon internally marvels at how wild it feels to see the game's actual graphics rendered in real life, wondering if this monster tower is taller than the Eiffel Tower. Suddenly, a stylish red-haired mage named Lion glides over with a confident smirk, greeting the Count with her entourage in tow. Leon casually explains that the official Magic Conference kicks off tomorrow, giving him full freedom to explore. Alon, being the ultimate nerd he is, immediately asks her to direct him to the nearest library so he can hunt down rare spellbooks. As his assistant gets sent off to the break room, Alon walks down the grand white corridor with Leon, who begins breaking down the schedule. But before she can finish, furious screaming echoes through the hall. Voices clash in an intense argument ahead, and Leon sighs in annoyance, explaining that the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower is picking fights with everyone again due to her endless arrogance. Whip! There she is, Penia, the blue-haired prodigy with cute cat bun hair, brazenly trash-talking a group of mages, telling 20 of them combined couldn't even touch her pinky finger. Penia struts over to Lion with an insufferable smirk, preparing to mock her about getting crushed during last year's duels. Whip! But the moment her eyes lock onto the dark-haired guy standing next to Lion, her smug expression instantly shatters into pure horror. Sincline! In a hilarious 180-degree turn, Pena drops into a formal bow, stammering out a hyper-polite greeting to Cal Palladio. Leon stands there completely paralyzed in shock at what she's seeing. Alon tells her there's no need to be formal, which causes Chibi Penia to violently shake in absolute terror, asking if she should speak casually or if she's about to be deleted from existence. The mob mages in the back rub their eyes in utter disbelief, trying to cast counterspells to snap out of what they assume is a wild illusion. Meanwhile, an internal diagram shows Alon effortlessly taming the notoriously wild Pena like a tiny pet kitten. Whoosh! Flip! When Alon casually remarks that mages should probably try to get along, Penia loses her mind, zipping across the floor at light speed while bowing and screaming apologies to everyone. Cack! Satisfied with her chaotic energy, Alon says goodbye and Penia throws up a crisp military salute like a soldier reporting to her supreme general. Crack! Activating her lightning flash step, Penia literally shatters the sound barrier and crashes straight through the exit, screaming in panic as she flees the building. Clang! Watching her disappear in a cloud of dust, Alon scratches his neck in utter confusion, wondering why her mental state seems to get crazier every single time they meet. Drrrr. He turns around to see the group of mages frozen like literal statues, dropping their magic staves on the floor out of sheer terror. Poor Alon is just standing there with a blank face, wondering what he did wrong this time. Walking down the hall, Lion gasps in disbelief, admitting she's never seen that crazy woman act polite to a single soul in her life. Alon tries to defend her, noting she's just an arrogant genius, but even he knows she's totally unhinged. Ding! The elevator doors ahead slide open with a crisp chime, revealing two high-ranking mages in purple cloaks stepping out into the hall. A flashy blonde guy steps forward with an overly dramatic villain grin, calling out to Lion like he's hot stuff, only for Lion to instantly shut him down with a cold scoff. The blonde noble glares at Alon, asking who this unfamiliar face is supposed to be. Without wasting a single second, Lion steps in front of Alon, telling him it's Count Palatio and ordering the arrogant blonde to get lost. Just when you think you can take a peaceful walk through the Grand Academy halls, an arrogant blonde noble struts up like he owns the place, introducing himself as Baruch, the illustrious son of the Purple Tower Master. Talk about an entrance dripping with unearned main character syndrome. Meanwhile, Alon gives him the most deadpan, unbothered side-eye in human history, politely bowing back while secretly admitting he's never seen this random guy a day in his life. Without missing a beat, Baruch slaps his hand onto Lion's shoulder with a smug grin, cheekily claiming that she'll eventually fall for his charming personality before sauntering off. Seriously, where do these side-tier villains get this infinite supply of delusion? Leon huffs in pure disgust as soon as he turns around, warning Alon not to waste his breath on that guy. She reveals Baruch is merely a rank 4 mage who spends his free time stealing other people's hard-worked research just to humiliate them. Alon watches the guy walk away, mentally calculating that reaching rank 4 at such a young age actually makes him a genius, and secretly feeling a tiny bit jealous of his raw talent. A quiet reminder hits Alon's mind about how brutal the magic system in this world really is. Each rank increase creates a massive, insurmountable chasm in power, to the point where the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 is practically night and day. Shaking off the brief disruption, Lion points Alon toward his main destination, informing him that the high-level library he requested is up on the 38th floor, promising to meet him later at the official presentation. Stepping out into the high tower hallway, Alon spots the majestic golden Roman numerals marking floor 38 embedded into the grand doorframe. Swoosh! The moment he steps inside, Alon is greeted by a breathtaking, endless library with thousands of ancient grimoires floating effortlessly through glowing streams of magic particles. Seeing the game's famous graphics recreated right before his eyes has him completely stunned. But Alon isn't here to do light reading. He's got a strict agenda. He immediately sneaks over to a giant floor clock, manually adjusting all the needles straight to 12 so he won't have to waste time when the full moon rises tomorrow. With the clock set, he turns his full attention to step 2 of his secret plan, scanning through the thousands of hovery books swirling around the towery bookshelves. Hop, chack! Leaping into midair with effortless agility, Alon snatches a dark, mysterious grimoire floating past, a legendary book completely devoid of any title or author name. Swoop! Laying the unlabeled book flat, Alon plunges his glowing hand straight through the solid cover, activating a hidden spatial compartment hidden deep inside its enchanted pages. Manhwa secrets hit different when you actually know the cheat codes. Pulling his hand back out, Alon crouches down to inspect his reward, a sharp, ominous black dragon claw artifact, glinting with dangerous magic energy. Fast forward to the next afternoon after the main presentation concludes, and Alon finds himself standing near the open duel grounds when an official suddenly calls out his name, announcing that Sir Baruch has issued a direct duel challenge. Boom! Alon's mind explodes with pure annoyance. What kind of unprovoked random boss fight is getting thrust upon him out of nowhere now? The referee repeats the official duel declaration across the courtyard, asking Count Palladio if he accepts the high-stakes challenge from the Purple Tower's Golden Boy. Crash! Poor Alon is sweating bullets internally, screaming in frustration as he tries to figure out why trouble seems to hunt him down everywhere he goes. Glancing over at the red-haired mage hovering nearby, a sudden realization dawns on Alon. Could this entire forced duel be happening solely because of Lian? Lian immediately drops her head and apologizes with a guilty expression, confessing that Baruch has been incessantly harassing her and badgering her about marriage for months. Honestly, nothing triggers a classic manhwa battle faster than an unwanted suitor with an ego problem. Step, step. The referee's boots echo across the marble floor as he approaches Count Palazzo, waiting for the young lord's final answer. Stepping into the ring with a fake theatrical bow, Baruch loudly proclaims to the entire crowd that he simply wishes to receive a few friendly pointers from the legendary hero who took down an outer god. Behind that fake polite smile, Baruch is snickering like a total cartoon villain. He figures that using Count Palladio's massive, world-famous reputation as a stepping stone will instantly skyrocket his own status above his father's title. Standing tall in his sharp white coat with his arms crossed, Alon radiates an intimidating dark mastermind aura that has everyone in the stadium watching with bated breath. Click. Tapping his enchanted ring, Baruch sneers internally, completely convinced that Alon's insane reputation is nothing but blown-up hype created by clueless idiots who can't see that Alon is only rank 3. Throwing his hands out with a condescending laugh, Baruch taunts Alon in front of everyone, asking if the famous hero is getting cold feet over a harmless little friendly duel. Snap! A visible vein pops on Alon's forehead. He glares at the arrogant blonde, silently reciting his personal life motto. If someone comes picking a fight with you for no reason, you better give them a reason to regret it. Step! Accepting the challenge without a single shred of hesitation, Alon walks toward the center ring, mentally noting that Baruch's personality is absolute dumpster fire that desperately needs extinguishing. Both combatants take their positions inside the massive magic circular arena as the referee raises his hands, declaring that lethal offensive spells are strictly forbidden before ordering them to prepare for battle. Foosh! Instantly raising his ornate purple staff, Baruch unleashes a roaring surge of violet mana, determined to blast Alon into the dirt before anyone realizes how weak the Count supposedly is. But right as Baruch prepares to swing his staff, an unnatural, bone-chilling draft suddenly sweeps across the arena floor, freezing him in his tracks with sheer disbelief. Crackle! Down at his boots, heavy chunks of solid blue ice burst out from the ground, instantly binding Baruch's legs to the arena floor before he can even cast his first spell. Sure. In a fraction of a second, an absolute blizzard of gigantic ice spires shatters the ground, transforming the entire duel ring into a frozen Arctic wasteland centered right around Alon. Standing calm in the middle of the frozen chaos, Alon quietly channels dark magic through the mysterious Dragonclaw artifact he pinched from the 38th floor library. Talk about perfect timing for a secret weapon drop. A gorgeous, starry constellation pattern lights up the sky as the high-tier spell Glory of the Snowy Mountains fully manifests across the battlefield. Over in the spectator stands, an older mage violently grabs his young disciple by the shoulders, shouting in complete disbelief over the wild rumors that the notoriously terrifying Penia bowed to Count Palladio. The poor disciple stammers back in panic, swearing on his life that it's 100% true, and that Penia dropped into a full military bow the second she laid eyes on the Count. Stroking his chin with a serious expression, the senior green-robed mage decides he needs to analyze Count Palladio's actual combat prowess with his own eyes before believing any of these outlandish stories. Observing Alon's posture in the arena, the veteran mage notes that Alon's mana core appears remarkably small, suggesting his overall magic rank isn't particularly high. The surrounding mages chime in, shaking their heads with disappointment as they assume Count Palladio must have fabricated his own legendary tales to fool the public. Oh man, these audience members are about to swallow their words so hard. A dramatic narrative panel cuts in, but contrary to everyone's doubts and prejudices. Whoosh! A terrifying gale of pure, compressed frost mana detonates from the center ring, blowing back the hair of every single spectator in the front row. Droop! The arrogant spectator mages literally drop their jaws in shock, staring wide-eyed at the unbelievable display of high-tier magic unfolding right in front of them. With a cold, unflinching glare, Alon raises his hand, effortlessly manipulating multiple elemental magic circles simultaneously with precision mastery. The veteran green-robed mage grabs his face in sheer horror, screaming that Alon is perfectly executing a triple combined magicka, an insanely complex feat that even a rank 5 master couldn't pull off reliably. The crowd loses its absolute mind, desperately trying to comprehend how a young mage with supposedly small mana capacity can display such god-tier spellcasting control. Above the arena, a glowing magical glyph, spell array titled Crystal, locks onto the target with pinpoint accuracy. Swirl! Right beneath it, a second giant magical spell matrix titled Rotation begins spinning at high speeds, intertwining 3 distinct elements into one devastating hybrid attack. Gah! Stuck knee-deep in solid ice and watching the apocalyptic spell charge directly above his head, Baruch panics in absolute terror, screaming as he desperately tries to form a last-second defense. But before Baruch can even complete an incantation, the surrounding mages gasp in horror as they recognize his forbidden purple aura, shouting that Baruch is attempting to cast K-Malan, a lethal execution spell forbidden in friendly duels. Looks like this arrogant bully just signed his own ticket to total ruin. Boom! Before the arrogant bully can even complete his forbidden execution spell, a sudden deluge of explosive Arctic frost detonates right in his face, catching him completely off guard. The surrounding spectators grip their coats in utter shock, watching the unbelievable burst of raw frost mana sweep across the duel arena in the blink of an eye. Talk about getting shut down before you can even flex. Crackle! In a fraction of a second, the entire arena turns into a frozen wasteland, leaving the rank 4 Golden Boy completely encased in a solid block of ice as the referee stammers out the official verdict. Striking a nonchalant pose with his enchanted dragon claw ring on full display, Alon secures an absolute blowout victory without even breaking a single sweat. Murmur! The second the duel wraps up, crowd members instantly swarm around with wide eyes, desperately trying to comprehend how a supposedly low-tier mage pulled off such high-level elemental trickery. Senior mages practically fall over themselves, begging Alon to reveal his secret techniques, convinced they just witnessed an ancient, lost form of spellcraft. Deadpan as always, Alon casually drops the bomb that he's literally only a rank 3 mage, leaving the veteran scholar staring in complete disbelief. Thinking he's just being overly humble, the mages burst out laughing, giving Alon the perfect excuse to pull off a classic chibi dash out of the crowded room. Whew! Slinking into a quiet, sunlit hallway, Alon catches his breath, finally escaping the overwhelming crowd of overzealous fans. But behind that effortlessly cool victory was a hyper-calculated exploit of the world's magic mechanics that only a hardcore gamer would know. Normally, casting a high-tier spell like Glory of the Snowy Mountains to bypass casting constraints would instantly drain 3 out of his 5 daily magic slots. But by combining the Spatial Haugaftu ring with his secret black box amplification, Alon can manipulate all 5 slots freely without suffering any spell exhaustion. Honestly, watching a protagonist use game glitches in real life never gets old. The moment the magic manifests, it instantly freezes the surrounding air, turning the entire battlefield into his personal home turf. By understanding the fundamental logic sentences behind magic laws, Alon realizes he isn't just changing elemental properties, he's literally rewriting the rules of reality itself. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Alon grins to himself, eager to push his theoretical magic knowledge even further now that he knows how broken it really is. Click! Returning to his quarters to rest up, he prepares for his true mission later that evening on the tower's restricted floor. As night falls, Alon sneaks up to the breathtaking 38th floor, greeted by thousands of floating books beneath a massive glass dome glowing in the moonlight. Swoosh! Stepping into the center of the grand library, an eerie, echoed voice resonates from the shadows, acknowledging that he solved the clock riddle right on time. Looking around the vast, empty chamber, Alon keeps his cool, calmly announcing that he's here to clear out the rest of the hidden trial rewards. Whoosh! Swirling streams of mystical blue mana begin pooling around him as the disembodied voice chuckles, impressed that a mortal didn't faint from sheer pressure. This entity is none other than the legendary Cup of the Primordial, the ancient slayer who inspired absolute terror across the world in eras past. Looking into the glowing lights, Alon recognizes her true identity, the first human in history to reach the legendary rank 8 since the Age of Forgotten Gods. Flash! Descending from a starry magic circle, a mysterious witch wearing a giant oversized hat appears before him in all her grand celestial glory. But instead of panicking, Alon sweats internally, remembering that in the original game, players literally named this boss the Retry Witch because of her notorious difficulty. To get her high-tier rewards, you have to navigate a tricky visual novel-style dialogue menu. Choose option 1 to sound respectful, option 2 to demand honorifics, or option 3 to tease her. Gulp. The catch? Picking a single wrong response results in an instant, brutal game over screen on the spot. Talk about extreme, unforgiving game design. In fact, if you tried to cheat or show preference for specific items, she'd wipe out your character so fast that gamers nicknamed her the Messy Milk Witch. Slyly slipping his hand behind his back, Alon charges up his Dragon Claw ring just in case he needs to throw up an emergency defense barrier. Ominous! Suddenly, massive cosmic entity eyes ignite in the void right behind Alon, emanating a suffocating, godlike dark aura across the entire room. Heek! The moment the witch makes eye contact with the horrifying shadow entities floating behind Alon, her intimidating boss demeanor shatters into sheer panic. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Alon wonders why the terrifying trial boss is suddenly trembling like a leaf when he hasn't even said anything yet. Looking down, Alon realizes the terrifying rank 8 Archmage is actually super tiny, and that ridiculously huge hat was doing 90% of the heavy lifting for her height. Staring at the shaking little witch, Alan is completely baffled as to why the legendary boss is practically in tears. Wham! Terrified of the cosmic horror standing behind Alon, the witch frantically shoves a glowing treasure chest toward him, begging him to just take the loot and leave her alone. Poof! The second Alon catches the chest, the witch loses her hat and vanishes into thin air like a fleeing cartoon character. Man, getting top-tier boss loot because your passive, terrifying aura scared the boss away is peak gamer efficiency. A cute little cloud of smoke settles where she stood, leaving Alon blinking in absolute utter confusion. Glancing down at his glowing ring, Alon wonders if his defensive prep somehow triggered a weird cutscene glitch. He turns around to check if someone was standing behind him, but the grand library hall is completely empty. Looking up at the starry night sky through the glass ceiling, Alon shrugs it off, deciding not to complain about getting free high-tier loot without a boss fight. Meanwhile, hidden in the spirit realm, the Chibi Witch cowers in the corner while 2 giant spectral eyes keep an ominous watch over her. Over the next few days, the magic convention continues, and Alon attends every roundtable discussion he can squeeze into his schedule. Sitting at his desk taking meticulous notes with a quill, Alon realizes absorbing practical theories from local masters is way faster than grinding solo research. During a private study session, Leon pauses her lecture and stares at Alon in complete disbelief, asking for the 15th time if he's seriously just a rank 3 mage. Chibi Lion sighs and apologizes for asking again, but his ridiculous level of magic control makes zero sense for his official rank. Watching her walk past, Alon contemplates stepping up his training and experimenting with rank 4 magic spells, even if his mana reserves are technically still lacking.
What? Suddenly, urgent news reaches his quarters. An outer god entity has officially manifested inside the dangerous Lartania labyrinth.
His aide reports that a bizarre, unnatural mutation has been rapidly spreading through the labyrinth floors for over a week, threatening the entire region. Recognizing the gravity of an outer god threat, Alon hands over a sealed letter, ordering his team to prepare for immediate departure to the front lines. As he walks out to the carriage, his blue-haired companion runs up anxiously, surprised that the young lord is heading straight into high-level danger so soon. Pointing 2 fingers in complete confidence, she smugly insists that he's definitely just a rank 3 mage playing it safe, while Alon casually boards the carriage, ready to drop more mind-blowing cheat codes on the world. Ever felt like your friends were a little too happy to see you leave? Just look at Alon getting sent off in this glorious luxury carriage while his companion Pina waves goodbye with a smile that says, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out." A few days after leaving behind a surprisingly radiant Pena, who is probably throwing a party right now, Alon and his squad finally make their way into new territory. Welcome to Lartania, the Labyrinth City. Swoosh! This place looks like a high fantasy architect had a field day with floating spires and Gothic arches everywhere. Rumble! The heavy carriage wheels grind to a stop on the polished stone plaza, signaling that our protagonist has finally arrived at his destination. Stepping out into the sunlight, Alon and his eye-patch-wearing companion take in the breathtaking view of the city's central district. Whoa, just look at that massive mansion spanning across the Grand Bridge. It's like stepping into a hyper-exclusive gated community for elite mages. Alon can't help but gawk at the sheer flex of wealth. I mean, if you ever doubted that magic item creators held all the power in this world, this view will fix your opinion real quick. Seriously, the artist pulled out all the stops for this background design. This complex isn't just big, it's practically its own postal code. Arriving at the main entrance, they're greeted by a sharp-dressed gatekeeper standing outside a set of towering iron gates. When Alon casually asks to announce Count Palladio's arrival without a prior booking, you can practically hear the receptionist's soul leaving his body. Internal screaming. The port receptionist is on his 325th entitled noble today. He hits them with the ultimate shut-up fee. 3,000 gold coins just to talk to the boss without an appointment. 3,000 gold? That's literally enough money to buy a mansion. Alon quickly backtracks and asks when the next free appointment slot is open. Crash! The clerk cheerfully responds that he can squeeze them in about 10 months from now. Look at Alon's face. That is the exact expression of a gamer getting hit with a 10-month queue timer. Just as they're processing the ridiculous delay, someone comes strutting up behind them like he owns the entire city. Enter Labard Claystone, the arrogant son of the Lord of Lartania, flanked by 2 oversized musclehead guards. Talk about a walking target for protagonist justice. Even the receptionist can't stand this guy. Labard is classic noble trash who thinks his dad's title gives him a free pass to act like a king. Creak! The massive iron gates swing open to let the young lord through without a single second of waiting. Strutting past Alon, Labard sneers and drops a casual insult, calling Alon and his companion a pair of broke beggars. Vain pop! Alon's companion looks ready to throw hands right then and there. Calling a guy who just saved a kingdom a beggar is bold. Swoosh! But before things escalate, an elegant green-haired girl steps out from the upper balcony, telling the bard he can turn right back around. Meet Rein, the absolute boss of this establishment. And let me tell you, that ice-cold glare of hers could freeze a volcano. Wham! Before Labard can even finish flexing his daddy's name, Rein drops a blunt magic strike straight to his jaw. Man, seeing an arrogant bully get shut down instantly is so satisfying. Turning on a dime, Rein completely ignores the bleeding noble on the ground and curtsies respectfully, calling Avalon her patron. Gasp! The receptionist's jaw literally hits the floor. His boss, who treats princes and commoners with the exact same stoic coldness, just bowed to a guy in a plain cloak. Labard screams in absolute fury from the floor, but Rein doesn't even look back as she coldly tells him to get lost for good. yapping. He tries to threaten her with his high-ranking political ties, but Ryan's face is pure deadpan perfection. She couldn't care less. As Labard throws a full-on temper tantrum on the plaza circle, Ryan casually ushers Alon and his crew inside the grand estate. Walking down the pristine marble hallways, Alon's companion nervously asks if angering the Lord's son is safe. Ryan just hits him with an ominous, "Don't worry, you won't be seeing him again." Ryan confirms she got Alon's advance letter, reassuring him that everything inside her domain is completely under control. Resting in the ultra-luxurious lounge, Alon sinks back into the sofa, taking a moment to appreciate being back in the master seat. Curiously, Alon asks why she insists on calling him Patron when all the other orphans he sponsored use titles like Godfather or Benefactor. While his companion in the background is busy devouring high-end macarons like a vacuum cleaner, Alon points out that Patron sounds super formal. Ryan's chibi response is as blunt as ever. It's simply the title that fits him best. No debate allowed. Sipping his tea, Alon smiles softly. Seeing how independent and capable Ryan has become genuinely makes him feel like a proud dad. Setting her cup down, Ryan gets straight to business, asking what favor Alon mentioned in his message. Alon gets serious. He needs her political backing to secure a spot in the elite strike force forming to fight the outer god threat. Spotting Alon's hesitation, Ryan asks if he's worried that her confrontation with the Lord's son outside will complicate his request. Alon admits he just didn't want to bring extra trouble to her doorstep, but Ryan looks him in the eye and promises it's already taken care of. She gently tells him to head to his guest room and get some well-deserved rest while she arranges all the paperwork. Walking out, both Alon and his companion agree that Ryan has that intimidating top student who runs the school energy. Flopping onto the massive guest bed, Alon stares at the ceiling, reviewing his strategic roadmap for the upcoming Outer God raid. Sunrise? The next morning, Alon wakes up in a panic, realizing he accidentally slept straight through to lunchtime. Heading down to the dining hall, he finds Ryan already waiting for him at a dining table stacked high with an absolute feast. While elegantly taking a bite of salad, Ryan casually mentions that the strike force is meeting today, and they should head over shortly. Alon is stunned by how insanely fast she pulled strings, but Ryan tells him not to sweat Labard Claystone anymore. With the most calm, unbothered expression on earth, she casually drops, "I killed him cleanly." Alon's brain literally short-circuits mid-bite. Sputter! Wait, what? Alon chokes on his food, completely losing his cool. Did she just say she assassinated the ruler's son? Flashback time! In the original game lore, Labard was actually the monster behind chimera experiments and mercenary massacres, a total side quest villain. Dark aura! But Alon knows that in real life, killing the ruler's beloved son on day one is basically declaring war on the entire city. Ryan just casually continues eating her meal, explaining that since Labard made her patron uncomfortable, leaving him alive was simply not an option. Talk about a loyal follower with maximum villain energy. Realizing that Ryan just casually wiped out an entire noble security force on day one, Alon sweats bullets thinking that while he appreciates the loyalty, this yandere energy is spiraling way out of hand. Trying to de-escalate before she decides to purge the entire city council, Alon softly claims he's just worried about her safety, causing Chibi Ryan to blink in total surprise before reassuring him everything's taken care of. Sweating profusely, Alon realizes her definition of handling it involves body bags, so he awkwardly thanks her while silently praying she doesn't take out any more local politicians. When Alon points out that she looks a little pouted, Chibi Ryan goes into complete denial mode, stoically declaring she isn't upset while literally exuding the most stubborn aura humanly possible. Sitting across a banquet table loaded with a ridiculous feast, Alon takes a sip of tea and tries to give a wholesome fatherly lecture about avoiding unnecessary risks. Honestly, watching a guy who fights outer gods tell someone else to play it safe is pure irony. Rye drops her gaze dramatically, processing his words like holy scripture. You can practically see the gears turning in her head as she takes his gentle scolding as a direct order. Standing up from the table, Ryan gracefully shifts back to business, offering to give her benefactor a private look at her newest high-tier creation, the Tracker Eye. Whoosh! A magnificent golden eye artifact surrounded by intricate blue magic rings and floating stars manifests right in the middle of the room. Talk about top-tier spell animation from the art team. Alon steps closer in complete awe as the tracker eye floats silently, watching its spell marks continuously duplicate without a single mana fluctuation.
Connecting the dots, Alon realizes this artifact is the secret origin behind local market rumors, as a sleek game system window confirms its ability to pinpoint hidden magical items. Internally dying of envy, Alon hits us with the ultimate deadpan expression upon realizing his former student is living like an absolute god-tier merchant while he's grinding solo research. Forcing out a smooth smile to hide his internal jealousy, Alon compliments her progress, while Ryan calmly reports that gathering all target artifacts will only take a couple of years. Completely lost in her high-level merchant jargon, Alon just nods along like he totally understands, until Ryan politely invites him to the main guild assembly room.
Bam! The second Alon steps through the doors, a cat-eared assassin points her dagger straight at his chest, shouting that a fake noble like him has no right to join an elite raid. We get hit with stylish character intros from Meown of the Antiquity Trackers and Maverick of the Nomadlands, both of whom aggressively declare that they refuse to work with a soft-looking noble. Standing quietly in the background are Heman, leader of Acadia, and Argonia, the dragon-horned leader of Kalamadra, the undisputed top guild in the entire region. Swoosh! Mian flashy twirls her daggers in a blatant flex, telling him to pack his bags and scram, while Alon casually analyzes their total lack of basic respect. Gathering dense frost magic around his fingertips, Aphelon prepares to drop a massive reality check on these arrogant mercenaries before this meeting completely falls apart. Quick flashback moment. Alon remembers testing his unbreakable time gate ring with his companion, giving him 100% confidence that his defensive cheat items will keep him safe. Rumble! A heavy, suffocating aura floods the chamber as Alon channels his ice mana, determined to intimidate the room and secure top-tier muscle for his upcoming dungeon run. Flash! He initiates his spell sequence starting with aggregation, pulling surrounding elemental mana into a concentrated magic vortex. Freeze! Following up instantly with freezing, he plummets the atmospheric temperature in the entire hall down to absolute zero. Crash! Massive, razor-sharp ice spires erupt through the marble floor, releasing an overwhelming wave of glacial energy across the room. Man, the visual artist really went all out with this panel's lighting. The guild leaders draw their weapons in sheer panic as ice spreads across their boots, with Maverick roaring that Alon is actively picking a fight with all 5 guilds. A heavy, dark speech bubble appears as Alon flips the script, coldly reminding them that they were the ones who drew weapons on him first. Gulp? With glowing eyes framing an icy stare, Alon looks down like an absolute raid boss. If you ever needed proof that looking cool is 90% of winning a fight, this panel is Exhibit A. Thud. Alon casually constructs a throne out of solid ice and sits back like an emperor, while internally screaming in sheer terror that his heart is about to explode from the bluff. Just look at this cinematic shot. The entire elite guild assembly stands completely frozen in shock as Alon casually lounges on his literal ice throne like it's a regular Tuesday. Waving a hand with supreme smugness, Alon claims he didn't hesitate to flex because he was entirely confident he could take all of them at once. Looking over the frozen floor, Alon mentally celebrates knowing this exact game event route inside and out, allowing him to play these mercenaries like a fiddle. Locking eyes with Argonia, Alon knows that as long as the strongest guild leader backs down, the rest of the mercenaries will fall in line without another word. Silence! Argonia steps forward and firmly orders everyone to stand down, leaving Maverick completely stunned mid-sword draw. When Maverick angrily protests, Argonia hits him with a harsh dose of reality, pointing out that their own arrogance provoked a monster first. Swing! Maverick reluctantly sheathes his blade with an annoyed click as Argonia directly asks Alon when they plan to enter the labyrinth. Playing it cool, Alon reschedules the main tactical discussion for tomorrow, which Argonia accepts without a single complaint. Skreek! Walking out the grand double doors with maximum aura, Alon bids them a casual farewell, leaving behind a room full of shell-shocked elites. Collapse! The literal second the heavy door shut behind him, Alon slumps against the wall, sweating buckets, clutching his chest and swearing off high-risk flexing forever. Back inside the hall, Maverick fumes in frustration, demanding to know why Argonia let such an arrogant snob walk away without a scratch. Grab. He-Man grabs Maverick's arm in a cold sweat, warning him to shut his mouth because Argonia didn't just end the fight, she literally saved his life. He-Man trembles as he reveals that Alon's Frost Aura concealed an instant kill spell density that would have vaporized Maverick on the spot. Suddenly, the mood dramatically shifts to pitch black as a mysterious ancient flashback triggers with the solemn text, "My daughter." Cosmic rings glisten against the dark sky as an ancient mother's voice imparts a terrifying warning. If a black eye appears in the sky, ignore it at all costs. Cosmic void deepens as the haunting message continues, and if you survive, erase every single memory of its existence. Roar! A cinematic flashback reveals a colossal red dragon god towering over a tiny Argonia in a dark ancient cavern. Talk about insane lore drops.
The gigantic dragon gently cradles tiny Argonia in its claw, bestowing its final supreme rule before disappearing into history. Sweat drips down adult Argonia's face in the present as the horrific, terrifying realization finally clicks in her mind.
A glowing text box confirms that this eerie warning was the single most important rule left by her draconic mother hundreds of years ago. Boom! We get the ultimate reveal of what Argonia actually saw behind Alon. Two colossal eldritch cosmic eyes looming over his soul in the spirit realm. Absolute peak imagery! Argonia's inner spirit screams in absolute cosmic horror, desperately asking herself what kind of otherworldly entity is hiding inside this mortal man. Cut to the next day, Alon sits at the meeting table expecting endless tough negotiations, only for every single guild leader to instantly agree to his plan without asking a single question. Now that is how you negotiate. Just when you think a room full of bloodthirsty mercenary guild leaders is about to tear each other apart, one quick flex of absolute zero ice magic instantly turns a chaotic standoff into the smoothest council meeting in human history. Ryan can barely believe how quickly everyone fell in line without a single complaint, while Alon sits quietly, secretly praying nobody notices that his heart is still pounding out of his chest from his massive bluff. Even Meown, the wild cat-eared assassin who was ready to slit his throat 5 minutes ago, is now sitting meekly like a disciplined kitten, proving that dropping high-tier game lore under the guise of ancient texts is the ultimate power move. With the political negotiations wrapped up in record time, the multi-guild coalition finalizes their gear and prepares to plunge deep into the dreaded multi-layered labyrinth. An armada of elite mercenaries marches down the stone corridors, looking like a full-blown raid boss army ready to take over the world. Though our main guy's just focused on surviving the trip, the assault begins instantly as the raid team unleashes a flurry of elemental attacks, carving through high-level avian monsters like a hot knife through butter. Watching the frontline tanks pulverize giant winged beasts, Alon takes a deep breath and admits to himself that bringing top-tier meat shields was the single best decision he's ever made.
As they push deeper down the dimly lit stone corridors, a familiar sly voice echoes from the shadows behind Alon, instantly putting his guard up.
Mion comes trotting right up alongside him with an overly cheerful spring in her step, casually asking if he has some kind of personal grudge against beastfolk after freezing her floor earlier. Alon calmly sets the record straight, explaining that last night's display had zero to do with discrimination and everything to do with establishing basic boundaries, which only seems to spark her curiosity even more. Flirt! In a flash, Meow leans directly into his personal space, giving him a mischievous wink and a finger to her lips, like she's trying to charm the shirt off his back. She casually prances ahead, claiming they're practically best friends now, leaving Alon totally frozen in place, wondering how someone can drop such shameless flattery with a completely straight face. She even turns around to blow him a literal glowing heart spell. Seriously, this catgirl went from pointing daggers at his throat to trying to lock down a noble marriage in under 24 hours. Talk about zero character development delay. A sudden memory strikes Alon as he remembers that in original game lore, the entire cat tribe possesses an extreme cult-like worship toward anyone who demonstrates overwhelming physical power. Knowing exactly where this path leads, Alon doesn't hesitate for a single second and flat-out rejects her romantic overtures before things get weird. Mion just pouts playfully while stretching, but in the background, Yandere disciple Rhine begins radiating dark green killer aura, softly asking her benefactor if she should permanently silence the catgirl for disrespecting him. Moving on to the 4th level, the frontline fighters break through another wall only to find empty chambers, leaving the heavy hitters complaining about the exhausting room-by-room search method. Standing on the upper balcony overlooking the labyrinth depth, Alon checks their current floor progress and sighs at how painfully slow realistic dungeon crawling actually is. In the original RPG, clearing levels was as simple as hitting the boss victory condition and clicking a neat button on a UI menu to automatically warp down to the next floor. Staring into the massive vertical drop of the structure, Alon can't help but wonder what kind of twisted ancient architect designed a giant underground death trap with 0 elevator shafts. Before he can finish his thought, a loud call echoes across the hall announcing that the primary descent portal to the lower region has at long last been located. Argonia stands before the glowing blue portal, calling the 5 guilds together as they prepare to transition straight onto the 5th floor. Whoosh! The party steps through the threshold and is instantly greeted by blinding sunlight, lush green fields, and sweeping ancient ruins under an open sky. Strolling across the grass with Ryan, Alon confirms that the 5th level functions as a non-combat safe zone, a literal middle checkpoint save point directly pulled from the game mechanics. Argonia gathers the raid leaders to brief the troops, reminding everyone that, according to recent scout reports, the target outer god was spotted 7 floors below, giving them ample time to organize. While the combat units set up camp and organize supplies, Alon takes a seat on a nearby rock, taking a moment to recover his depleted stamina reserves. Maverick watches Alon from afar with pure disdain, snorting in irritation that the grand ice monster is out of breath after descending a few flights of stairs. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, an invisible razor-thin blade of energy tears through the air, instantly slicing through the surrounding mercenary guards before anyone can even react. Slice! A massive green gust of air pressure erupts across the clearing, cleaving multiple fully armored veterans clean in half in a split-second bloodbath. Severed limbs and blood rain over the meadow as the entire safe zone transforms into an absolute slaughterhouse before the raid team can even draw their weapons. Maverick and Meow leap backward in sheer shock, desperately trying to read the attack trajectory while stupidly wondering if a stray goblin somehow managed to do this. An eerie, booming voice echoes from the sky above, radiating an oppressive divine pressure that crushes the oxygen right out of everyone's lungs. Floating effortlessly in the atmosphere is a menacing green-skinned demon king with glowing eyes, sneering down at them and asking who gave these pathetic mortals permission to look him in the eye. A heavy, pitch-black silence falls over the clearing as the sheer weight of his bloodlust suffocates every single mercenary present. Crash! Refusing to stand idle, Alon instantly triggers a massive glacial defense spell, shooting jagged spires of ice straight up toward the hovering threat. The entire safe zone erupts in a colossal frozen pillar, shattering into thousands of razor-sharp ice crystals across the sky. Honestly, the visual effects team gave this guy an unlimited budget for frost magic. Stunned by the sheer scale of the instantaneous counterattack, Maverick turns back to Alon with sweat dripping down his face in total disbelief. Clenching his spellcasting focus, Alan barks at the shell-shocked mercenaries to snap out of it and pull themselves together before they all get wiped out. Boom! The Demon King shatters the glacial pillar with a casual flex of his mana, chuckling in amusement at the fact that a human managed to cast high-tier frost magic. Alon's eyes narrow in deep dread as he immediately recognizes the intruder, Kairos, the legendary king of demons who once unlocked the ultimate laws of nature to challenge the realm of gods. Kairos strikes an arrogant pose in midair, delighted that an insignificant human actually knows his name, calling Alon a charming little mortal entertainment. Internally, Alon is panicking like crazy because according to all story intel, Kairos wasn't supposed to invade the 5th floor for another 3 days, meaning the game timeline has completely broken. Waving a hand dismissively, Kairos condescendingly declares that since he's in a surprisingly good mood, he'll give these insects a single chance to turn around and run for their lives. Knowing that fleeing from an entity with light-speed movement is suicide, Alon sternly warns the guild commanders to get ready for immediate engagement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Argonia draws her blade with a fierce war cry, ordering every surviving mercenary into battle formation. Alon quickly assesses the tactical landscape, taking relief in the fact that the 5 guilds are properly organized and the Demon King's realm stabilization phase hasn't hit full power yet. Standing atop a massive frozen monolith, Kairos smiles wickedly down at the defiance below, mocking their desperate desire for immediate execution. His dark mana swells to overwhelming proportions, creating a terrifying sky-blue storm around his body as he prepares to annihilate the entire field. Zip! Like a falling star wrapped in lethal green air cutter blades, Kairos dives headfirst toward the raid group at terrifying hypersonic speed. The scene cuts off as the Demon King crashes toward the earth like a meteor, setting the stage for an absolute high-stakes clash between mortal elites and a literal god-tier entity. Boom! Right off the bat, Kairos comes crashing down from the sky like a green meteor, leaving a crater so huge that the entire battlefield looks like it got hit by an orbital strike.
Imagine hyping up a flawless raid plan for weeks, only for the final boss to drop in early and turn your safe zone into a literal demolition site before anyone could even finish setting up camp. Crash! Shockwaves tear through the meadow as green mana and shattered earth erupt in every direction, throwing the frontline fighters completely off balance. Instantly, the mercenary leaders leap into defensive positions, with blades swinging and ice barrier fragments flying everywhere as they fight just to stay on their feet. Swoosh! Swords clash against stray energy waves as the raid team desperately tries to recover their composure, proving that talking tough in council meetings is way easier than facing a literal demon god. Hovering effortlessly above the chaos, Kairos inspects their anti-magic weapons with an arrogant smirk, chuckling that they brought some cute little toys to the fight. Meanwhile, Alon feels a cold sweat dripping down his neck as he realizes his initial calculations are totally blown. Internally, Alon tries to stay positive, convincing himself that as long as Kairos hasn't fully manifested his outer deity powers yet, their specialized anti-magic tactics should still hold up. Zip! Without wasting another second, the guild archers and spellcasters launch a synchronized barrage, firing glowing elemental arrows and water blasts straight at the hovering Demon King. Swoosh! But Kairos moves like a phantom, casually gliding through the air and dodging high-tier elemental spells like he's just out for an afternoon stroll. Honestly, this guy's evasion stats are so ridiculously broken it's not even funny. Rat-a-tat! Retaliating in an instant, Kairos flexes his fingers and releases a brutal storm of red energy beams, tearing through the landscape and blasting high-level mercenaries left and right. Watching his frontline get torn to shreds, Alon grips his focus and realizes they're running out of time. If they don't seize the initiative immediately, the whole raid party is getting wiped. Glow! Mystical constellation patterns light up the sky as Alon begins chanting his ultimate frost sequence, stacking multi-tiered spell formations in rapid succession. Raising a single finger, Alon unleashes the Ice Crystal Halberd, materializing a giant star-shaped frozen lance that points directly at the Demon King's chest. On cue, his loyal disciple Rein steps up with her glowing grimoire open, chanting ancient forbidden incantations to provide backup crowd control. Clang! Massive void portals tear open in the sky, spilling out thick, dark green ceiling chains that shoot down toward Kairos at terrifying speeds. Rattle! The heavy green chains lock tightly around Kairos' body, pinning the Demon King in midair and completely mobilizing his movement phase. With the target pinned, the dynamic combo spell triggers, sending a surge of sub-zero ice aura pulsing through the battlefield. Whip! The dark chains tension up, holding Kairos fast as the giant frozen halberd locks onto its trajectory for the final strike. The colossal ice lance rockets through the air like a hypersonic missile, creating massive atmospheric shockwaves while the guild commanders watch in breathless anticipation. Watching the projectile close the distance, Alon prays inside his head that even if this doesn't kill the Demon King, it'll at least knock that arrogant smirk off his face. Clenching his fist, Alon locks his eyes on the target, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into stabilizing the spear's impact trajectory. Snap! But with a casual flick of his fingers, Kairos effortlessly catches the massive ice projectile, shattering the spell into a blinding cross of light. Wait, did he seriously just break an ultimate tier spell like a dry toothpick? Crash! The giant ice halberd explodes into millions of glittering frozen shards, showering the sky in shimmering debris as Kairos stands totally unscathed. Peerlessly smug, Kairos sneers down at Alon, mockingly taunting the human mage for missing his one big shot. Alon stands utterly frozen in pure dread, unable to fathom how someone could shatter high-tier glacial magic with a single bare-handed tap. Kairos chuckles condescendingly, noting that while these mortals clearly don't understand true power, he finds their desperate struggling entertaining enough to keep playing around a bit longer. With a sinister hum, Kairos whispers a single word, release, as his dark magic swells to terrifying levels. Boom! Massive shadow tendrils erupt from Kairos' body, instantly snapping Rein's ceiling chains like cheap string and blowing away the surrounding atmosphere. Refusing to back down, the frontline sword users grit their teeth and charge headfirst into the darkness, swinging their enchanted blades with everything they've got. Flame! The cat-girl archer leapfrogs over the melee group, unleashing a quick-fire volley of explosive fire arrows, while the rear mage casts dark impact blasts. Class! The entire elite team strikes simultaneously, enveloping Kairos in a chaotic storm of fire, dark mana, and heavy steel slashes. Slice! But in a blink of an eye, Kairos counters with a sweeping wind slash, cutting through space itself with clean, lethal precision. Whoosh! The sheer air pressure of his counterattack creates a massive green blade of kinetic force that tears through the frontline formation. Slash! In a single brutal instant, the frontline tanks are blown backward, taking heavy damage as blood and armor splinters spray across the grass. Grin? Emerging from the dust, Kairos smiles darkly, whispering the name of his ancient movement style, the Way of the Anonymous. Talk about a villain having a ridiculous, edgy flex. The rear mage staggers back in complete disbelief, screaming out in utter shock as he watches their entire offense get wiped out in under 3 seconds. Whoosh! Without giving them a second to breathe, Kairos gracefully glides through the air, whipping his arm forward to launch another high-speed energy arc. Gasp! A sudden wall of compressed air hits the backline before anyone can even raise a defensive shield. Thud! The mage takes a direct hit from the kinetic wave, getting slammed brutally into the earth as his protective ward shatters into pieces. Bam! Hovering right above them, Kairos chuckles sadistically, taunting them to see if they can dodge a vertical airstrike before plunging down with a devastating downward chop. Boom! The ground erupts in a crimson-tinted blast, sending rock spires flying as smoke obscures the horrifying aftermath. Catgirl Meow screams out her teammate's name in pure panic, sprinting through the fallout as a massive energy pillar incinerates the center of the battlefield. Floating in the middle of the carnage, Kairos opens his arms wide with an evil grin, sarcastically declaring that he actually has high hopes for their survival. Alon watches the carnage unfold with cold sweat dripping down his face, realizing with horror that Kairos isn't just relying on brute strength, he can freely weave complex ritual gestures and divine incantations on the fly. Looking around at the cratered landscape and broken ruins, the stark reality settles in. The difference in power between them isn't just wide, it's an unbridgeable canyon. The original game strategy, the preparation, the guild coalition, everything has completely collapsed. This is literally the worst-case scenario unfolding in real time. Glow! Refusing to surrender, Alon closes his eyes, focusing every last drop of his mana reserves to cast a forbidden backup spell, Crystallization. Shine! A massive shimmering ring of glacial magic forms directly around Kairos, enclosing the Demon King in a spherical frozen domain. Sweating profusely, Alon tracks the energy flow, sighing in temporary relief as the stasis field successfully stabilizes around the target. Turning back to his loyal disciple, Alon calls out to Rein for immediate support, and without a second's hesitation, the green-haired girl hovers beside her godfather with her spellbook ready for the ultimate joint attack. Ever wonder what it feels like when an actual outer god treats your life or death battle like an afternoon soap opera? Because Alon is currently living that exact nightmare, watching Kairos loom overhead with a sickeningly smug grin. It's like a twisted cat-and-mouse game where the villain isn't even trying, just amused by the desperate struggles of a mortal wrapped up in frozen chains and crumbling hope. Gasps. Down below, Alon is practically bent double, gasping for breath as his body burns through raw stamina, while 5 empty mana potion bottles lie scattered across the bloody grass. Man, running out of mana in the middle of a raid is every gamer's worst memory, and seeing those empty glass tubes on the ground gives me serious secondhand anxiety. Sweating through his coat, Alon looks at his own frostbitten, blue-tinged hands and realizes he's hit full mana toxicity after pounding 5 high-tier potions back-to-back. Talk about side effects from hell. Meanwhile, Kairos casually hops through the air like he's warm-up jogging, forcing Alon to grit his teeth and shout out to his loyal disciple Rein that it's now or never. Swoosh! Rein steps up without a flinch, opening her glowing grimoire to manifest dark green ceiling chains that lock down the surrounding space around the green-skinned Demon King. The atmosphere completely freezes over as the ancient incantation, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, echoes through the sky like a terrifying winter storm warning. Wham! Stacking his multi-layered passive boosts, Alon prepares to trigger the ultimate conditional finisher, Blind Man's Fatality. A glowing system log flashes across the void, checking off every insane condition, fighting on snowy terrain, standing at death's door, and dueling a literal god. Honestly, reading through Alon's spell conditions feels like filling out tax forms during an active war zone. Deep inside his racing mind, Alon calculates that adding just one more constraint could let him bend the very laws of reality to force a critical hit. Trip! Spitting a mouthful of dark blood onto his collar, he knows in his gut that even tweaking the rules slightly won't be enough to take down an outer god's avatar. Desperately racking his brain, Alon forces himself to ignore the overwhelming pressure and hunt for a secret loophole hidden in plain sight. Because in a fight like this, if you don't find an answer in 3 seconds, you end up as a permanent stain on the grass. Chuckle! Hopping over the ceiling magic, Kairos sneers down at him with pure condescension, mocking Alon for still failing to grasp how divine energy actually works.
The demon god lays out the cosmic hierarchy of magic, incantations, principles, and the ultimate level, the concretization of pure essence. Now that's a deep lore drop right when you're supposed to be fighting for your life. Clank, gears spin wildly in Alon's head as he connects every piece of spell theory he's ever studied across his entire life. Gripping his head in pure concentration, Alon's eyes glow with lethal resolve as he pushes past his mental limits to break into the next realm of magic. Ping! A sudden realization strikes him like lightning. The gesture Kairos made wasn't just a stylish move, it was a mudra. In the world of supreme magic, confusion and true enlightenment are two sides of the same coin, and Alan just found the missing puzzle piece. Crossing his fingers into a precise mystical hand sign, Alon channels his remaining frozen mana through his posture rather than just verbal chants. Flash! The ambient atmosphere crackles with blinding light as the hidden mechanics of the realm begin to react to his new gesture. An ancient truth echoes through the spatial rift. Once you truly open your eyes to the essence of magic, the key to victory appears right before you. Rumble. Above the battlefield, the massive ice spear begins reshaping itself into a giant ornate key, leaving Kairos wide-eyed and wondering what on earth this crazy human is pulling off. Rattle. Rein holds her ground firmly, keeping the green ceiling chains taut to lock the Demon King right in front of the emerging spell formation. Swoosh! Annoyed by their persistence, Kairos snarls that they're getting on his last nerve and slashes his arm forward with lethal intent. Boom! A massive shockwave of compressed kinetic force tears across space, shattering Rein's defensive barrier and sending her airborne. Zip! Before she can crash into the debris, a frost-covered hand reaches through the smoke to grab her shoulder in a split second. Crash! Alon leaps in front of the shockwave, wrapping his arm around Rein to protect her while taking the full force of the demonic energy slash directly on his shoulder. Hiss! Smoke rises from Alon's torn jacket and bleeding arm, but he stands unflinching, keeping his disciple safely behind his back like an absolute unit. High above them, the giant frozen halberd completely transforms into a glittering, star-patterned crystal key that illuminates the entire sky. Gasp! For the first time in this entire battle, Kairos' smug expression vanishes as he looks up at the colossal snowflake key looming right over his head. Click, the Cosmo Key aligns with the center of the spherical frozen domain wrapping around the demon god. Turns, as the giant key rotates within the crystal core, a blinding pulse of sub-zero energy ignites across the realm. Clenching his frost-covered hand, Alon executes the final mudra turn, locking the spatial mechanism into place. Boom! A gigantic glacier erupts from the earth, encasing Kairos in a colossal pillar of solid ice that pierces high into the clouds. Man, talk about a cinematic ultimate ability! The art team absolutely cooked on this panel. The fundamental laws of fate bow before the caster's willpower, overriding the natural laws of physics with absolute zero magic. Crack! The sound of freezing reality reverberates across the meadow as everything in the spell's path gets instant locked in deep permafrost. Looking at the towering frozen monolith from below, Alon and Rein look like tiny specks standing before a literal mythical monument. Pant, wiping the blood from his mouth, Alon marvels in silence, realizing he just successfully executed a true manifestation of essence. Kaboom! Just 6 seconds later, the massive ice glacier begins cracking apart with violent explosions, shattering into millions of glowing crystals. Cough. Coughing up a stream of blood, Alon mutters that 6 seconds is his current cap, proving that high-tier divine magic takes an insane toll on a mortal body. Glimmer? Emerging from the shattering ice, Kairos' green body begins crumbling into light particles, but he just smirks, admitting this temporary physical vessel was simply too weak. With a condescending chuckle as his face fractures like glass, the Demon King claims that if his true main body had incarnated, he could have brushed off the spell with a single gesture. Cold and stoic, Alon looks back at him and calmly retorts that hypothetical scenarios and excuses don't change the reality of who's standing and who's crumbling. Grin. Kairos actually laughs in approval, praising the human mage for his ruthless mindset as his face shatters into glowing blue dust. Whoosh! With a final declaration of defeat, Kairos' avatar completely disintegrates into the atmosphere, leaving the sky clear and peaceful once more.
Standing side by side on the lush green field, Alon and Ryan watched the remaining ice fragments melt away into light motes. Swoosh! A gentle breeze sweeps across the battlefield, carrying away the lingering dark mana and bringing a long-awaited moment of calm. Covered in battle scars with his coat torn to shreds, Alon fixes his gaze on the ancient ruins in the distance. The boss fight might be over, but the real war for this world is just getting started. Flash! A blinding surge of residual magic tore through the heavens as that terrifying showdown finally came to a grinding halt, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the battle itself. Sighed! With the divine avatar dissolved into nothingness, Alon's overworked legs completely gave out, slamming him face first into the mud while Ryan screamed out his name in sheer panic. As blackness crept into the edges of his vision, a faint, ethereal voice echoed from deep within his fading subconscious, pulling him into a surreal twilight realm. Glow, a mysterious celestial goddess with piercing crimson eyes manifested out of the light, whispering soft promises of eternal peace and unwavering devotion. Talk about an elite-tier dream sequence right after taking a literal beating. Groan! Reality slammed back like a freight train as Alon shot awake, clutching his throbbing temple while every single muscle in his body screamed in agony. Sitting up on a creaky cot, Alon glanced around the fabric walls and quickly realized he'd been dragged back to the central medical tent of the Strike Force. Flop! Realizing his entire body felt like lead, he collapsed back onto the pillow with an exhausted sigh, completely paralyzed by physical and magical fatigue. Man, you gotta respect his optimism though. Lying there wrapped like a mummy, he's already convincing himself that a little power nap will have him back at full HP in no time. Warning! But system-wise, he was walking on razor-thin ice because chugging 5 high-tier mana potions back-to-back triggers severe mana toxicity that can literally melt your core and drop you dead on the spot. Just then, Ryan pulled aside the tent flap with a warm pitcher in hand, letting out a heavy breath of relief as she saw her godfather wide awake and asking for a battle report. She explained that while Mion was already back on her feet pounding health drinks, Argonia took such a devastating impact that she was currently hovering right on the edge of life and death. Knowing dragon hybrids are built like brick walls, Alon was amazed Argonia survived it all. But before he could ponder further, Ryan dropped her gaze with a heavy, serious question. Looking down at her bandaged face, Ryan softly asked why he went as far as risking his own life and taking a fatal strike just to keep her safe. Cough. Alon almost choked on his own breath, flabbergasted by where this tragic, self-sacrificing inner monologue was even coming from. Flashback. Ryan was deeply convinced she was just a useless burden, replaying the exact moment Alon threw his own body in front of a demonic energy blade to shield her. She admitted she couldn't wrap her head around it. Even if he needed her spatial abilities for future raids, no tactical asset was worth taking a potential death blow over. Panicking slightly, Alon frantically waved his arms to clarify that he didn't take in a bunch of orphan prodigies just to use them as disposable chess pieces in his grand strategy. Sweat, internal monologue hitting an all-time low, Alon stared into space wondering if he had evil mastermind written across his forehead for everyone to constantly suspect his motives. Shaking off the comedic despair, Alon locked eyes with his disciple, setting aside all tactical coldness to deliver the absolute, unfiltered truth. Looking her dead in the eye, he softly declared that he didn't view any of them as tools. To him, they were genuine family. He explained that their bond wasn't built on cold transactions or mutual benefit, but on genuine care, and saving her was as natural as breathing. Smile. And then he added with a casual smirk that if she really felt burdened by debt, she could just make sure to wish him a happy birthday when the day rolled around. Chibi! Naturally, his internal gamer brain couldn't resist thinking that playing the wholesome dad card was totally going to score him some top-tier birthday gifts down the line. Hearing those words, Ryan sat frozen as the realization washed over her. They weren't just manufactured pawns designed to fight cosmic horrors. Blush! A golden radiance illuminated her face as a sweet, almost dangerously intense smile bloomed, her devotion instantly leveling up to terrifying new heights. Completely oblivious to the yandere flag he just planted, Alon closed his eyes, feeling satisfied that he successfully gave his loyal apprentice a healthy boost of self-worth. Time skip. 5 long days of intense bed rest passed by before Alon was finally cleared by the medics to step out into the blinding sunlight. Walking through the bustling encampment alongside a recovering Argonia, Alon marveled at how the labyrinth domain existed in a perpetual state of endless day. Checking in on the Dragon Girl's condition, Alon asked if she could move properly, and Argonia just gave a tough nod, proving her absurd half-dragon vitality was no joke. Boom! 3 days later, after wrapping up final operations, the Joint Strike Force finally emerged victorious from the spatial gateway and stepped back into civilization. Roar! But the moment they arrived at the Grand Palace gates, a thunderous scream of pure outrage echoed through the courtyard. Smack! Evan charged forward like a madman, grabbing Alon by his coat and violently shaking him while lecturing him for nearly getting himself killed in the raid. Sip! Inside the luxurious lounge, Evan fumed while pouring tea, angrily pointing out that leaving him behind almost resulted in complete disaster, while Alon and Ryan sat wrapped in blankets looking like two scolding hot toddlers. As news of the Strike Force's impossible victory over an Outer Gods avatar spread across the continent like wildfire, the world hailed them as true legends. Clatter! With their mission in the Labyrinth City complete, the team gathered near the gilded horse carriage to prepare for their departure back home.
Stepping up to the carriage door, Ryan casually asked Alon when his actual birthday was, and he nonchalantly replied that it had already passed on September 20th.
Nod. Ryan repeated the date under her breath with dead serious focus, engraving September 20th into her mind like a top-secret military objective. As the carriage rolled away, Evan chuckled heartily, teasing Alon that he better prepare himself for whatever insane present his devoted disciples craft for his next birthday. Gazing at his frostbitten hand, Alon innocently mused that he'd be perfectly happy with a nice bottle of vintage wine or maybe a neat minor artifact. Oh boy, he has no idea what he just started. Back inside the Grand Estate Hall, Ryan stood alone near the tall windows, whispering to herself that she finally had a true place to belong. Flashback, she recalled how everyone previously worshipped the Great Moon out of blind religious zeal, treating divine power as an absolute distant rule. But now, the empty concept of family had transformed into a tangible, precious reality that she would protect at any cost. Glancing into the mirror, her eyes shimmered with a deep, consuming affection. If her beloved patron viewed her as family, then she would prove her worth in the most absolute way possible. Step, placing a delicate hand against the glass, an intense, intoxicating grin spread across her face as her thoughts spiraled into pure obsession. She whispered to herself, wondering what kind of grand, unthinkable tribute would be worthy enough for the man who gave her a reason to live. Chill, and with a chillingly calm resolve, she decided that delivering the entire head and territory of the Lord of Lartania would serve as a decent starting gift. Looking out over the sprawling city skyline, Ryan's gaze turned razor sharp. Honestly, giving your mentor an entire enemy fortress as a casual birthday present is peak Manhwa behavior. Snow! As autumn faded away, heavy winter snow blanketed the majestic Palazzo estate in a serene layer of white permafrost. Reed, safely back in his warm study, Alon finally flushed the lingering monotoxicity out of his system while catching up on secret letters sent by Yudia. Door opens. Breaking through the freezing blizzard outside, Evan walked into the office carrying a wooden chest containing a glowing, radiant crystal ball, delivering a high-tier mystery package straight from the Altea Duchy. Talk about a corporate update you definitely didn't sign up for. Alon answers a glowing magic orb only to find Duchess Altea smiling like a star employee ready to drop a bombshell. Sitting on his comfy couch, Alon tries to process why a literal duchess is bowing to him like he's the final boss of the entire kingdom. Ping! The Duchess casually drops that Kalfa is thriving and every single task on his hypothetical checklist has been taken care of. Grin! With a terrifyingly sweet smile, Altea reveals that as of yesterday, Kalfa has completely taken over Asteria's entire criminal underworld. What? Alon's jaw practically hits the floor as he screams internally because he literally never asked her to start a mob empire. Flashback. He suddenly remembers offhandedly mentioning that someone needed to clean up the underworld during a party, completely forgetting that his loyal followers take his drunk thoughts as divine commandments. Woof! Asteria's underworld is infamous for being a chaotic mess of ruthless syndicates, yet Altea somehow conquered the entire thing in a single weekend. Honestly, you gotta respect her efficiency, even if it's giving Alon a heart attack. Trying to play it cool, Alon awkwardly gives her a thumbs up while she casually asks if the king is their next target on the hit list, prompting him to frantically order a temporary freeze on all conquest plans. Flash! The orb goes dark as Altea signs off, leaving Alon sitting alone in the heavy silence of his overachieving criminal empire.
Groan. Sliding into pure existential dread, Alon clutches his head, realizing he went from a low-tier noble to the unofficial godfather of the underworld without raising a single finger.
Think! Glancing down at his desk, his eyes land on a mysterious sealed red envelope, suspecting this surprise mafia promotion might be connected. Opening the letter reveals a golden, ornate invitation to the royal palace for the Grand New Year's banquet, an event that hasn't been held in over 5 long years. Dramatic! The royal mandate explicitly states that by Her Majesty's personal decree, Count Palazzio's presence is mandatory. Man, the art team really went all out, making the queen look like an absolute final boss in this illustration. Sob! Wiping away metaphorical tears, Alon internally screams at the heavens because all he ever wanted in this life was to kick back, eat good food, and enjoy lazy noble retirement. Daily tip! A cute little cutaway shows Chibi Allen roasting sweet potatoes by a cozy fireplace while wondering what random gibberish he muttered during his battle with Kairos. Whoosh! Meanwhile, on the tranquil 5th floor of the labyrinth, a gentle breeze sweeps across ancient stone ruins and lush green meadows. Flap! A tall, mysterious figure wrapped in a dark, tattered cloak stands overlooking the vast field, watching the lingering magical residue. Glow! Below him, a massive, glowing green magic circle pulses across the grass, prompting the intruder to admit he severely underestimated Alon's raw power. Smirk. A sinister grin creeps onto the stranger's face as he wonders if the young Count can pull off another miracle when they inevitably clash next time. Talk about a classic villain teaser. Back in a dimly lit office, Alon lets out a deep breath while staring down at the red royal summons resting beside his deactivated communication orb. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, he ponders why the queen suddenly wants to see him, suspecting her royal radar picked up on Kalfa's recent underworld takeover. Glow! Enter Sion Cretania, the 8th monarch of Asteria. Blessed with the eye of history, she commands a legendary royal bloodline that strikes fear into the entire continent. Shine! Her unique ability, Succession, literally allows her to pass down absolute power generation by generation, like transferring a fully maxed out save file. Boom! During the catastrophe of the 5 sins, she temporarily joined the players' party and decimated army after army, proving her status as a cheat code tier ally. Deadpan. Holding the letter with a completely done-with-life expression, Alon questions whether such a powerhouse queen would actually bother getting involved in petty underworld drama. Yawn! In reality, Queen Sion is so notoriously lazy that game players literally nicknamed her the Sleeping Dragon because she ignores basically everything happening in her own realm. Slumping back onto his plush sofa, Alon realizes this political nightmare might actually be a golden opportunity to secretly weaken Kalfa's influence. Scheme. His big brain strategy is to orchestrate a subtle political tug-of-war between his faction and the crown, without making the queen feel directly threatened. Or so he thinks. Pull! A hilarious chibi mental visual shows Alon literally playing tug-of-war against a sleepy Queen Sion while his terrified followers watch in sheer disbelief. Think, if the royal faction steps in to balance things out, Alon finally gets a valid excuse to step back into a passive, chill role. Leaning back with a smirking grin, he convinces himself that since the queen is super hands-off, his master plan is guaranteed to go smoothly, without any hitches. Famous last words, buddy. Thud. Cut to a pitch-black night in the forest where a heavy boot comes stomping down on the lifeless body of a masked assassin. A massive bald assassin with terrifying face markings inspects the corpse in confusion, realizing the guy's neck was snapped twice before he even hit the ground. Shout. Flashback to an angry noble throwing a massive temper tantrum, screaming at the agency for failing to eliminate Count Palacio and demanding to speak to the manager. Gruff, bowing low under the noble's rage, the bald assassin promised to investigate the failure, secretly cursing the fact that this mess landed straight on his shoulders. Paff! Returning to reality, the bald mercenary angrily kicks the dead assassin's body across the forest floor in pure frustration. Psst. Suddenly, dark blue magical flames erupt from the corpse, signaling an anti-decomposition spell designed specifically as a bloody threat to anyone who finds it. Realizing their agency's flawless 100% success rate just got shattered, the assassin realizes Count Palacio is far more dangerous than the rumors suggested. Zoom! With a menacing smirk, he decides to visit the one person who knows the Count inside out, dashing through the night trees like a streak of lightning. Dark. The scene shifts to Caliburn, a towering Gothic cathedral shrouded in eerie purple moonlight and ominous silence.
Inside the grand, shadowy corridor, a lone warrior in a dark uniform calmly walks past the massive arched windows. Pause. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, the warrior halts in his tracks and coldly orders the shadow lurking behind him to step out into the light. Fwoosh! The bald assassin vanishes out of thin air, swinging a massive gleaming scythe with lethal precision right toward the target's neck. Grin, sinisterly chuckling, the attacker demands information on Count Palacio, confident that anyone facing death will spill their secrets instantly. Cut. Before his scythe can connect, a razor-thin, glowing purple thread slices clean through his shoulder, drawing immediate blood. Creak! The sound of tightening steel wires echoes through the dark hall as shadowy figures emerge from every corner of the room. Sweat? The assassin's eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes he walks straight into a high-level death trap. Scree! Glowing purple threads span across the entire hall like a massive spiderweb, suspending the uniformed warrior safely in midair while an assassin girl drops from the ceiling. Ping! Recognizing the deadly duo as the ghost killer and the cursed spirit, the intruder realizes far too late that he tried to ambush the wrong agency. Schlack! Before he can even process his fatal mistake, the glowing purple threads snap tight, brutally slicing through him in a sudden, violent burst of blood. Just when you thought an assassination attempt was about to turn messy, glowing purple trap lines instantly slice through the air with a crisp sound, catching the intruder completely off guard as he gasps for breath. Suspended mid-air by swirling purple mana, the intruder learns the hard way that insulting the Great Moon in front of his fanatic followers is a quick one-way ticket to getting utterly humiliated. Swoosh! Dark smoke thickens across the corridor as the intense atmospheric pressure drops, signaling that this battle was over before it even truly began. Brr! Back at the mansion, Alon is practically clutching his head in pure exhaustion while his communication orb vibrates non-stop, with his chaotic subordinates screaming over each other about marriage and shadow duty. Honestly, managing a syndicate of overachieving yanderies should come with hazard pay. Even Ryan jumps into the comms argument to lay down the law, leaving Alon looking like a tired dad whose kids are fighting over who gets to sit in the front seat. Ryan drops her usual icy composure to inform Utia that she has a private report regarding the mysterious tracker eye, giving us a look at her sly side. A quick peek at the secret text channel reveals Ryan insisting on delivering her intel personally, clearly setting up her own agenda. Flashing a ridiculously charming smirk, Ryan casually dismisses Utia's warnings about protocol, keeping her eyes fixed on getting direct access to Alon. Talk about elite-level flirting masked as corporate reporting? When Ryan breaks into a soft, blushing smile over the orb, everyone on the call completely freezes in shock. Seeing the resident Ice Queen turn into a giddy schoolgirl is a rare sight indeed. Breaking the awkward silence, Deus slides into the meeting room covered in fresh blood splatter, casually apologizing for being 5 minutes late like he didn't just walk out of an action movie set. Leaning forward with a serious glare, Deus drops a massive bombshell. A secret shadow organization known as the Agency is actively hunting down their leader. Whoosh! The mood in the room instantly turns pitch black as Ryan's eyes glow with lethal intent, demanding a full breakdown of the situation right now. Deus nonchalantly mentions there were 15 hitmen, but he already painted the town red with 3 of them. In a split second, every single follower's face morphs into absolute murderous bloodlust. Seriously, these guys don't just want revenge, they're ready to start a continental war. Radon frantically waves his hands over the crystal ball, begging everyone to calm down and gather proper intelligence before rushing out like a bunch of unhinged maniacs. Big mistake, Radon. The entire room turns their terrifying death glares straight at him, practically accusing him of high treason just for suggesting a logical step-by-step plan. Sweating bullets under the weight of 4 simultaneous death stares, Radon instantly backs down and agrees to wipe out the threat immediately. Man quickly realized that logic has zero power against pure, unadulterated fanaticism. Satisfied with the sudden unanimity, Ryan officially postpones the strategic meeting so everyone can go on a full-blown hunting spree. Zoom! As the orb deactivates, Radon slumps back onto his sofa in disbelief, muttering about how wildly unfair it is to get branded a traitor for using basic common sense. Stretches out his neck, Radon reflects on his absolute loyalty to the man who gave him power and revenge, proving his heart is still in the right place. Fresh! Running a hand through his silver hair, he lets out a quiet sigh, admitting to himself that his fellow executives haven't just accepted Alon as a leader, they've literally built an entire cult around him.
Meanwhile, under a bright blue sky, the grand white towers and golden spires of Teria, the capital of Asteria, shine majestically as royal carriages line up for the New Year's banquet.
Alon steps out of his carriage in a sharp, dark suit, instructing his aide to hold the fort outside while he heads up the massive palace staircase.
Ta-top! Before Alon can even take 5 steps, a massive swarm of high-ranking nobles comes charging down the courtyard like a frantic mob at a Black Friday sale. Back in the day, Alon was used to standing alone in dusty corners, being completely ignored by high society, but now he's getting mobbed like a global superstar. Tap, tap. Standing dead center in the chaotic swarm, Alon's face completely drains of color as he realizes that being famous is 10 times more stressful than being an outcast.
Tap, tap, tap. As the nobles march in tight formation right beside him, the visual presentation makes it look like Alon is leading an army to overthrow the crown. He internally panics, realizing this flex looks like a literal declaration of war against the queen. Chibi Allen desperately tries to reason with himself, hoping that making a humble, dramatic bow inside will smooth over any dangerous misunderstandings. Stepping into the grand banquet hall, Alon can't help but admire the glittering chandeliers and towering gilded arches of the royal palace. The art team really cooked with the warm golden lighting in this scene. Whispers echo across the balcony as aristocrats glance down at Alon, fully convinced that Kalpa's rapid rise is about to be brutally crushed by Her Majesty today. Tap. Walking down the vibrant red carpet with an icy calm exterior, Alon mentally rehearses his surrender speech, ready to play the victim and take a nice, quiet backseat in politics. Arriving at the foot of the throne, Alon gracefully bows with his hand over his heart alongside the surrounding nobles as a powerful voice commands them to rise. Behold Her Majesty! Queen Sion Cretania, the 8th monarch of Asteria, rests on her golden throne wrapped in deep blue velvet and white fur, radiating ultimate regal authority. Seeing Alon bow before the throne, the arrogant nobles in the audience snicker behind their fans, eagerly waiting for the queen to execute or strip him of his title. Locking her golden eyes onto the young count, Queen Sion rests her chin on her hand, casually announcing that she has reached a final verdict regarding his recent actions. Alon holds his breath in respectful silence, fully prepared to play along with whatever harsh political reprimand she throws his way. To make you a marquis drops like a thunderbolt across the hall, leaving every single person in the room absolutely frozen in sheer disbelief. A hilarious chibi flashback pops up of young Alon pontificating about how God plays with human puppets, proving the universe loves nothing more than pulling the rug right out from under his chill retirement plans. Returning to the red carpet, Alon remains frozen mid-bow as the weight of the royal declaration echoes off the grand hall walls. Talk about awkward. Just in case you thought you misheard it the first time, the queen explicitly confirms the promotion to marquis, shattering every rumor in an instant. Mental visual of Alon literally getting encased in a block of ice from pure, unadulterated shock, while the surrounding nobles stare with their jaws wide open. Bail? Queen Sion casually yawns on her chaise lounge, explaining that since he cleaned up Asteria's rotten criminal underworld, this promotion is a well-deserved gift. Alon screams internally in pure terror, realizing his master plan to look weak completely backfired into an upgraded noble title. A massive thought bubble highlights Alon's inner spiral, convincing himself that this unexpected reward is actually the queen's subtle way of flexing absolute dominance over his faction. Sweat dripping down his cheek, Alon clutches his forehead in deep thought, trying to calculate how many moves ahead this terrifyingly lazy queen is playing. Before he can finish overthinking, Queen Sion glides down from her throne platform and stands directly in front of him with a graceful gesture. Poke! Reaching out her dainty finger, Her Majesty literally pokes Alon's cheek, physically tugging his mouth upward into a forced smile. Talk about an unprecedented display of royal intimacy. Sarit, gazing down at him with an irresistibly playful smirk, the queen softly whispers that he looks much better when he isn't wearing such a gloomy expression. Turning around in her sweeping blue dress, Queen Sion dismisses the audience with a wave of her hand, casually telling everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening's festivities. Kring, the heavy golden doors click shut behind Her Majesty, leaving the entire banquet hall in stunned silence after her chaotic exit. Habite, within seconds, the surrounding nobles drop their hostility and rush forward to shake Alon's hand, showering the newly minted marquis with praise and brown-nosing congratulations. Gorgeous noble ladies stare in utter fascination, marveling at how a young count managed to win over the notoriously distant queen in a single afternoon. Once again, Alon's attempt to lay low accidentally turned him into the most powerful man in the kingdom.
Ever wonder what happens when a corrupt nobleman's dirty secret plan falls completely flat? Well, this furious guy on the balcony is losing his mind over Palladio, grinding his teeth and wondering what kind of outrageous scheme was pulled behind his back. Fast forward to the pitch-black slums of the Ashkelon Kingdom where our angry friend is creeping through dark alleys, determined to bet everything on one last desperate gamble. Turns out, no matter how hard he groveled before, he still got tossed into solitary confinement and tortured for an entire month in the Holy Kingdom, clutching a blood-stained letter like a madman. Man, talk about a sore loser. He was praying to see his rival's ambition crushed, but instead, he has to watch him walk away with the Queen's official stamp of approval. Cling! Whispering secret codes through a tiny slit in a heavy wooden door, he finally gains entry into the darkest underground hideout in town. The shadowy bouncer coldly tells him that if he's here for the big boss, he's gonna have to walk all the way to the back room. Creak! Pushing the heavy doors open, he expects a terrifying criminal mastermind, but the scene inside is way more chaotic than he bargained for. Boom! Standing tall amidst the shadows is a fierce, cat-eared warrior girl stepping on a defeated thug, leaving our noble friend completely stunned that this wild hybrid is actually the boss. Zoot! Looking down at the gruesome pile of defeated thugs, the noble is utterly disgusted, while the wild cat girl turns around with a terrifying manic grin and demands to know who just walked into her room. Shaking off his horror, the noble gets straight to business, offering a massive fortune to hire the legendary assassin group, the Agency, to wipe out Palladio once and for all. Paf! Out of nowhere, the cat girl instantly decapitates the thug next to him in a blinding flash, sending blood flying and leaving the noble absolutely paralyzed with fear. Bada bam! Screaming at the top of his lungs, the terrified noble sprints down the hallway like his life depends on it. And honestly, who can blame him after seeing that level of violence? Phew! Wiping the blood from her cheek, the golden-haired cat girl lets out a casual sigh, completely unbothered by the sheer carnage surrounding her. Zert! Brilliant golden lightning crackles through the air, slicing through the darkness with lethal precision as her magic violently surges. Zzz. Golden energy flares up like a raging storm, filling the room with terrifying high-voltage pressure. Bzzzt! In a single explosive blast, lightning wipes out every remaining enemy in the room, dropping the cowardly noble straight onto his knees in sheer terror. Poof! Desperately hitting the floor, the noble begs for his life, screaming that he's a Marquis of Asteria and promising endless riches if she just spares him. But her golden eyes narrow with pure murderous intent as she points out that targeting her beloved benefactor and future husband is the biggest mistake he could ever make. Shellac! Before he can even process her bizarre confession, her lightning claws slice straight through his neck in a deadly swift arc. Crimson energy lingers in the dark as a chilling promise echoes. Absolutely no one gets to touch her precious benefactor and live to tell the tale. Meanwhile, back at the glamorous palace banquet, Alon is completely oblivious to the chaos, peacefully stuffing his face with fancy cakes while gorgeous noblewomen stare at him in pure admiration. Clong clong! Cut to a grand golden carriage rolling along the rugged mountain paths as Alon embarks on his next major journey. Frash! Reclining lazily on the padded seats, Alon complains to his aide that the queen's playful demeanor is giving him a massive headache, while his sidekick stumbles over his newly assigned Marquis title. Waving his hand casually, Alon tells him to drop the formal titles since the official ceremony hasn't even happened, as they pull up to a dense forest right at the desert border. Looking down from the cliffs, the vibrant green canopy clashes against the arid desert hills, marking the start of a whole new dangerous territory. Sir, Alon clutches his face in deep frustration, realizing that between politics, ancient curses, and crazy subordinates, his plate is already overflowing. In a mental flashback, he recalls defeating Kairos, knowing his next step requires returning to the mysterious Kahala ruins. On top of that, activating the special artifact left by Heinkel means making a trip to Raxus, all while managing his unwanted new status as a kingdom hero. Flipping through his handy psychedelia notebook, Chibi Alon reviews the list of major game villains, wondering if the sinister Bone Eater is already making moves inside the Empire. A hand-drawn map breaks down the continent of Ampelin, highlighting how the stories of psychedelia and calypsophobia run side by side in completely different territories. Looking at the character silhouettes of Nier and Erevan, Alon silently prays that his chaotic butterfly effect doesn't end up ruining the main story over in the Western Empire. Stepping out of the luxury carriage into the sunlit woods, Azalon and his aide decide to walk the rest of the way, ready to set a trap for the nearest agency assassin. Tap, tap. Arriving at a dark cave hidden beneath a cliff, Alon prepares to recite the ancient summoning incantation, thrilled yet nervous to stand before a real boss zone. Shivering with a hilarious pale face, Alon recalls that in the original game lore, players ruthlessly mocked the agency leader as the Spine Slicer with endless insults. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Alon shouts the full incantation into the cave entrance, calling out the legendary assassin leader Alchemy to grant him an audience. Bram! Instead of a cool boss spawn, the ancient stone arches completely collapse in a pile of rubble, leaving Alon standing there wondering if he somehow broke the quest trigger. Rewinding a few hours earlier, the dark and imposing leader of the agency, Alchemy, stands holding his sword with a cold, confident smirk. Suddenly, a majestic, dark-robed figure wielding a glowing crimson staff steps out from the shadows behind him. Revealing her striking red eyes beneath a black lace veil, the Dark Priestess demands to know if this assassin is actually foolish enough to challenge her authority. Schling, unsheathing his blade with a vicious grin, Alchemy boasts about beheading top-tier warriors for 300 years, eager to claim another powerful victim. Phwee! The air instantly turns ice-cold as intense crimson magic surges around the veiled priestess, radiating absolute lethal dominance. Chock! A sudden violent strike cuts through the air before the assassin can even complete a sword swing. Boom! The sheer impact shatters the atmosphere, completely derailing Alchemy's aggressive advance in an instant. Dark, corrupted veins instantly spread across Alchemy's face as his eyes go completely wide with terror, realizing his own mind is being invaded. Dark shadows swirl as a suffocating mental torture takes hold, plunging his psyche into endless torment. Trapped inside a nightmare loop of his worst fears and deepest guilt, the legendary assassin clutches his head in total agony as his mind completely breaks. A colossal, eldritch horror filled with hundreds of glaring eyes looms in the crimson darkness as the priestess declares that daring to harm her master is an unforgivable sin. Crimson energy erupts like a catastrophic explosion, delivering swift and merciless divine judgment. Whoosh! Dark shadow-like tendrils wrap tightly around Alchemy's limbs, dragging him screaming into the abyss. Whoosh! Reaching out his hand in pure desperation, the corrupt assassin lets out one last blood-curdling scream as he gets swallowed whole by the darkness. Ah! Agonizing screams echo through the crimson dark as blood splatters across the floor, leaving a terrified soul trembling as ruthless dark magic consumes everything in sight. Talk about starting off with pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. Krrrk! Dark red energy crackles ominously across the room, while a cold, distant voice coldly dismisses the brutal carnage with a chilling whisper. What a pity. Crack! Reclining gracefully atop a terrifying mass of writhing shadow tentacles, the veiled dark priestess Yudia looks down at the crushed remains of the legendary assassin, smirking that his death was far too merciful. Holding a newly received letter from Alon, Yudia reads his message about returning to the ruins, realizing she needs to wrap things up quickly if she wants to meet up with her beloved master. Honestly, who wouldn't hurry up when their favorite person sends a direct summon? Finally, shadowy tendrils ripple with surging magical aura as Yudia prepares to make her move across the realm. With a mesmerizing, mischievous smile sparkling in her crimson eyes, the veiled priestess clutches the letter tight, ready to unleash chaos on anyone standing in her way. Fwish! Crimson light bursts through the desolate hall, fading into silence as the brutal battleground settles into complete stillness. You gotta give it up for the art team here. That dramatic color shift is peak webtoon atmosphere. Meanwhile, back inside the hidden cavern, Alon's bewildered sidekick looks at the ancient, crumbling mansion in utter disbelief, wondering if they somehow reached the wrong location since none of the magical triggers are working. Exactly. Scanning the ruined marble columns, Alon scratches his neck in total confusion, marveling at how an entire grand estate was built inside a cave while wondering what catastrophic force destroyed the boss zone before he even arrived. Wah! Out of nowhere, his sidekick's eyes light up with pure greed as he hoists a heavy chest stuffed with gold and rare enchanted weapons, declaring the ruined mansion an absolute jackpot. Sir! Clutching his shiny loot tightly, the aide panics that an ownership curse might freeze the treasure, but Alon ponders deeply. If the dungeon loot is unsealed, it means the legendary assassin leader Alchemy was already wiped off the face of the earth.
Dropping all heroic pretense, Alon flashes a hilariously sinister pitch-black villain grin and commands his aide to loot every single coin, leaving his poor companion utterly terrified by his sudden shift into full-blown bandit mode. Chibi Allen takes the greed to a whole new level, gleefully giggling that they specifically need to pack up every single high-tier potion and shiny piece of jewelry. Man, bro went from high-ranking noble to ruthless dungeon scavenger in 3 seconds flat. Cling, cut to their luxury carriage practically bursting at the seams with overflowing sacks of gold coins as they haul away an absolute fortune without even lifting a sword. Talk about failing upward into generational wealth. Calante! The moment they pull up, the wild cat-eared assassin girl Selin leaps onto Alan's back with a cheerful tackle, clinging to his shoulders with an adorable fang smile. As their grand caravan rolls through the golden desert dunes toward the new territory, Xiaolong's sweet talks her benefactor, asking if he'd grant her one tiny, super important favor. Leaning out of the carriage window with absolute authority, Xiaolang orders her Catgirl squad to hand over a mysterious document looking cooler than ever. Watching his aide ride along outside, Alon reflects on how distant the former squad members have become lately, wondering if the pain of Rauga's past betrayal still hangs over them. Recalling the traumatic moment Silong was stabbed, Alon resolves to handle her with extra care, only for Silong to abruptly shove a formal official document right into his face. Talk about total emotional mood swings. Squinting at the official seals and witness signatures, Alon naively wonders if his wild companion simply needs him to act as a financial guarantor or sponsor for a business deal. See fiche! Alon's jaw completely drops in shock as his eyes lock onto the massive title at the top, an official, legally binding marriage certificate with his and Solong's names already filled in. A doom! Hearts literally radiate from Xiaolong's blushing face as she sparkles with pure romantic passion, thrusting a pen into his hand and begging him to make her his official wife right then and there. Phew! Chibi Alon breaks the fourth wall with a weary sigh, complaining that while his mana toxicity is finally cured and his health is back, surviving his chaotic harem is a whole different battle. Ashtalon Kingdom, Kamlan Duchy. High above the moonlit city, news breaks inside a grand estate that the world's most dangerous assassin syndicate, the Agency, has completely vanished overnight. Sitting back in his velvet chair, a mysterious silver-haired mastermind casually flips through intelligence reports, unbothered by the sudden downfall of his underground allies. His nervous subordinate kneels on the ornate rug, trembling as he admits that their influence in the region has completely collapsed due to rival factions expanding faster than expected. Whish! Crack! Without a second thought, the silver-haired lord unleashes a terrifying grid of glowing blue energy, slicing his failing subordinate into pieces, while coldly telling him to pay for his blunder with his life. Crack! Swirling dark tendrils surge from the shadows, dragging the screaming failure down into a pitch-black void of absolute oblivion. Okay, note to self, never give bad news to a webtoon villain sitting in a dark office. Angela, calmly stepping over the residue, the Lord summons his sharp-eared dark elf butler to clean up the mess and prepare the next phase of their secret agenda. Gliding down a dimly lit hallway, the mastermind inquires about their dark scientific experiments, confirming that Lord Carmine has been locked away inside the isolation facility. Inside a glowing green containment vat, a mutated monster thrashes violently against the glass, driven completely insane by the overwhelming power of the absorbed abyss jade. Looking down at the screaming test subject, the Lord coldly scoffs that the target lacked the mental strength to become a proper host, treating human lives like disposable lab equipment. Staring up at a massive, hulking bioweapon suspended in green fluid, the villain laments losing his prime test subject in Colony, complaining that recent experimental yields have been severely disappointing. Remembering past successes, the silver-haired lord smiles faintly, noting that Kalman was one of the rare specimens who actually survived the gruesome transformation process. A few weeks earlier, the narrative rewinds back in time to reveal the secret meetings that sparked this entire grand conspiracy. Ooh, a dark-skinned, battle-scarred warrior grins maniacally as he receives a glowing divine blessing, practically buzzing with sinister power. Clack! Gathering inside a hidden meeting chamber, the sinister coalition toasts to their final phase, boasting that taking complete control of the underworld is now only a matter of time. The battle-scarred warrior strokes his chin, noting that a dangerous threat has been poking around their patron's territory lately, and asking who needs to be eliminated. A dramatic shadow looms across the wall as the villain utters the target's name, Count Palatio. Look at that shadowy portrait. Alon is living rent-free in every villain's head. Back in the present, the silver-haired lord reflects in the eerie green glow, realizing his biggest mistake was underestimating just how ridiculously strong Count Palatio actually is. Flash. A flashback panel shows the exact moment Coleman was mercilessly sliced down by Alon's overwhelming squad, proving once again that messing with the MC is a quick ticket to the grave. Turning to his butler Ingela, the Lord orders him to keep a close eye on the colony's underworld while plotting their next move against the Asterian kingdom.
Looking up with a dark, calculating expression, the mastermind admits that while he doesn't like holding grudges, Count Palatio has become an unbearable thorn in his side that must be crushed immediately. Orders are dispatched to spread malicious rumors and ruin Palatio's pristine reputation, leveraging corrupt nobles to fracture his political standing from the inside out.
With a chilling, hypocritical smirk, the silver-haired villain declares that their Dark Master plan will succeed no matter what, claiming it's all for the greater good. Classic villain excuse 101. Cut back to the cute chaos inside the carriage, where Selong flashes a beaming, heart-filled smile and loudly demands that they start a family right this instant. Talk about extreme tonal shifts. Cornering Chibi Alon against the carriage wall, Seolang aggressively thrusts the detailed marriage contract into his hands, completely ignoring his desperate pleas for sanity. Sweat and bullets, Alon realizes that bluntly rejecting the wild cat girl assassin could end in total disaster, forcing him to quickly brainstorm a clever way to defuse the situation. Rayane dropping his brain IQ to max levels, Alon gently tells her to wait until she's older and more mature in 2 years. And Selong completely buys it, beaming with pure delight. Fresh! Gently patting Seolong's head as she purrs and wags her tail happily on the sofa, Alon sighs with relief, praying that she eventually realizes marriage is meant for true love when she finally grows up. Imagine trying to sneak off on a top-secret side quest into ancient ruins, only for your hyperactive squad to insist on acting as your personal bodyguard duty at the entrance. Talk about zero privacy. Waving them off with a quick, reassuring smile, Alon steps into the pitch-black cavern, ready to see what ancient secrets are waiting for him inside. Deep within the subterranean realm, the majestic spire of the central tower glimmers under a mystical, ethereal aura. As Alon steps onto the ancient magic circle, a dark, swirling shadow manifests right before his eyes, welcoming him to the core tower. Shwa! The shadowy figure takes form, revealing glowing horns, a majestic tail, and an otherworldly draconic silhouette that leaves Alon completely stunned. Flabbergasted that a mere mortal can actually perceive her spectral form, the dragon spirit notes that slaying an outer god must have leveled up his spiritual perception big time. Floating effortlessly around the chamber, she smugly admits that she fully expected him to end up as monster chow against an eldritch horror. Rubbing the back of his neck, Alon casually admits he barely made it out alive by using essence manifestation, making the dragon spirit burst into playful mockery. Blank! She hits him with a sharp reality check, asking if he even knows what spirit projection is, leaving our MC staring back with the blankest, most clueless face imaginable. Cackling with delight, she mocks his confidence, but Alon just grinds his teeth, thoroughly annoyed that this ancient spirit thinks he's capping. Smirking mischievously, she dares him to prove his ridiculous claim, promising to call him master if he actually pulls it off, and Alon is never one to back down from a bet. Snowflake formation. Glowing celestial constellations light up the darkness as Alon channels his remaining mana into an intricate, high-level spell pattern. Creak! Freezing ice crystals erupt across the stone floor, weaving together into a jaw-dropping weapon of pure frost energy. Dododo M? The dragon girl's eye widens in absolute shock as a gorgeous, massive ice crystal halberd materializes right before her floating spectral form. Clang! The legendary Frost Halberd slams onto the ground, radiating a surge of blinding Arctic power that completely chills the central chamber. Crack! A towering pillar of frozen magic blasts upward, proving once again that you should never doubt an overpowered MC who literally treats impossible magic like a casual weekend project. Standing in total stunned silence, the dragon spirit can barely process the sight, while Alon smirks coldly and demands she fulfill her end of the promise. Hurl! Throwing a total temper tantrum, the draconic spirit accuses him of cheating, screaming that he clearly lied about not knowing spirit projection.
Pouting like a sore loser, she reluctantly mumbles master under her breath while glaring at him, utterly baffled by how he'd pulled off top-tier magic without basic theory. Leaning in uncomfortably close, she demands an explanation, only for Alon to casually explain he just followed her previous instructions word for word like a literal textbook. Crossing her arms, she begins lecturing him on how magic isn't just following simple recipes, but manifesting the fundamental laws engraved by ancient mages. She explains that true mages bend incantations and gestures to twist reality as they please, which makes Alon realize that's literally what he's been doing all along. Pointing out into the vast, icy expanse, she notes that manifesting true essence requires summoning spirit projection from the original spell's memory. A detailed magical diagram illuminates the path from basic incantations all the way up to mastering the absolute laws of essence. Honestly, props to the artist for making magic theory look this cool. Looking at him with deep, serious eyes, the spirit reveals that without spirit projection or a proper legacy heir, she could never truly trust anyone with her ancient magic. She realizes with growing shock that Alon reverse-engineered complex magical laws purely from a few casual hints she dropped during their last chat. Sweating bullets, Alon suddenly realizes that his method of learning magic is completely inverted compared to how traditional mages operate. While traditional mages study the meaning to cast a spell, Alon simply spams the spell first and figures out how it works later. Hey, if it works, it works. Realizing he accidentally skipped 50 steps of standard magic education, Alon nervously speaks up to ask her another crucial question about self-studying. Her jaw literally drops to the floor as she comes to terms with the fact that this insane human figured out high-level magic completely on his own. To-do-do! Before they can dive deeper into magic theory, bright golden light begins pulsing beneath their feet as the tower's magic circle activates. A blinding beam of ancient magic shoots toward the ceiling, signaling that their time in the central tower has officially run out. Fading into the divine glow, the dragon spirit warns him that she won't be able to talk for days and tells him to hunt down the legendary Sparrow's staff. She reveals that the staff actually belongs to an absolute lunatic who sealed his own living consciousness directly into the weapon. Warned that the weapon's crazy owner is desperately searching for a worthy successor, Alon realizes he has no choice but to track down this legendary artifact. As her spectral form completely dissolves, her final words echo in the hall, promising that acquiring the staff will allow him to wield any magic in existence. A lingering, heavy thought hangs in the air. With that level of power, maybe Alon could actually push back the apocalyptic cosmic entities threatening their world. Voom! Surrounded by glowing golden motes of light, Alon stands tall as the ancient ruins' magic safely warps him back outside. Clung, clung, cut back to the grand desert caravan kicking up dust as they roll across the golden dunes toward the next major territory. Relaxing inside the luxurious carriage, Alon ponders where the artifact is located, while casually giving his adorable catgirl companion the ultimate headpat session. Searching through his deep game knowledge, he remembers that Sparrow's staff is locked away inside the royal treasury of the Grand Colosseum. Yes, while his sidekick purrs in absolute bliss, Alon realizes the only way to claim the artifact is to enter the arena as an official tournament gladiator. Flashy silhouettes of fierce martial artists and glittering treasures fill his mind as he envisions the brutal fights waiting for him in the arena. Gratu! Alon chuckles internally, remembering how he always skipped that useless staff in his previous playthroughs, but now it's his top priority. Talk, talk. The carriage comes to a complete halt as his aide knocks on the window, informing them that massive crowd blockades are preventing the carriage from moving forward. Stepping out onto the sunlit cobblestone streets, Alon gazes out at an absolute sea of citizens, holy paladins, and grand banners lining the entire city plaza. Grabbed by his enthusiastic companion, Alon is dragged toward a sparkling holy procession carriage that's drawing cheers from every corner of the street. Out of nowhere, a remarkably sweet, familiar voice calls out his title across the bustling, crowded square. Stepping out in a breathtaking black-veiled dress, the dark priestess Utia looks up with striking crimson eyes and a dazzling smile, finally reuniting with her beloved master. Her silky white hair flutters gently in the desert breeze, marking a heartwarming reunion right before the next grand arc in the arena begins. Talk about a breathtaking reunion! Out of nowhere, a gorgeous woman draped in a delicate black lace veil steps directly into Alon's personal space, catching him completely off guard. Her striking crimson eyes lock onto his with a gentle, knowing warmth that immediately triggers a wave of familiarity deep within him. Without hesitating for a single second, she takes both of Alon's hands into her own, leaning close with an undeniably romantic aura floating between them. Man, poor Alon is running completely on empty after barely surviving an eldritch outer god fight, yet his companions are already lining up to hold him to ridiculous promises. Looking at her right here in the light, Alon can barely reconcile this graceful figure with the legendary entity he remembers from his previous timeline. The atmosphere gets super sweet as she gazes up at him with absolute adoration, practically radiating holy light. Alon can't help but marvel internally. Seeing a high-tier game character in the flesh like this hits completely differently than staring at a 2D monitor. Suddenly, the peaceful moment gets interrupted as a random kid from the crowd sprints over, giggling hysterically at the high-status noble gathering. With an angelic grin, Euthia lightly points out that she's actually achieved the exalted rank of cardinal now, so people ought to address her as your eminence. Talk about a massive promotion flex. Naturally, the little kid couldn't care less about formal titles, brightly offering her a tiny flower while calling her a pretty eminence while his panicked dad scrambles to pull him back. Chuckling softly at the sweet interaction, Euthia suggests they find a nice, comfortable place to sit down and catch up properly. Turning to Selong, Alon asks for her opinion, and the Catgirl assassin gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, loudly agreeing that heading to the Guild HQ is the best play. Cut to the grand golden carriage rolling smoothly across the sun-drenched desert roads toward their destination. Inside the carriage, Evan notices Seolong pouting in the corner like a sulking puppy and asks what's wrong, while Alon casually brings up Utia's terrifying new political status. Evan breaks down the insane reality. A cardinal holds the absolute highest authority right under the Pope, meaning Utia literally has the power to declare a full-blown holy war with a single order. Evan almost chokes when Alon casually reveals that Utia is the newly appointed cardinal. Intel from Rosario is so locked down that even top information networks were kept completely in the dark. Alon smirks inwardly, realizing that since they've been exchanging private letters for ages, securing a top-tier political backer just became ridiculously easy. Honestly, gotta respect the grind. Going from a lone wanderer to having the entire Holy Kingdom's supreme authority back in your play is the ultimate main character move. Arriving at their luxurious private suite, Seolong bounces around, inviting Alon to make himself right at home in the lavishly decorated quarters. But as Seolong joyfully dives onto the plush sofa, Udia casts a murderous death glare straight at her from behind her veil that could freeze hell over. Taking a seat, Alon asks Utia if official business brought her to Colony, while Seolong sits beside her looking completely terrified and subdued. Ignoring the tense catgirl beside her, Utia rests her chin on her hand, beaming at Alon with an insanely sweet smile and declaring how thrilled she is to see him. Staring at her angelic expression, Alon thinks to himself that anyone in their right mind would easily mistake her for a pure, innocent saint. But deep down, Alon remembers her horrific, monstrous transformation from the original game storyline, a nightmare fuel image that makes this contrast absolutely mind-boggling. Shaking off the dark visual, Alon feels a sense of quiet pride seeing how much she's grown into a capable, mature young woman. Taking advantage of a brief pause, Seolong leans over and fiercely whispers to Utia, accusing her of staging this entire encounter just to flirt with Alon. Dark, shadowy aura instantly surges out of Utia as she sinisterly threatens Seolong for accusing her of violating divine directives, forcing the Ket Girl to instantly back down in terror. Seeing Seolong sweating bullets, Alan interrupts the silent feud, innocently asking if the two of them are getting along okay. Utia's terrifying aura vanishes in a split second, replaced by a sugary sweet cheerful tone as she chirps that they're the absolute best of friends. Clasping Seolong in a tight, inescapable embrace, Utia smiles brightly while poor Seolong forces out a shaky agreement, fearing for her life. Sholin shoots an intense, suspicious glance from the corner of her eye, refusing to let down her guard for even a fraction of a second. Out of nowhere, Seolong turns to Alon and loudly demands confirmation that he'll reconsider her marriage proposal in 2 years. Puffing out her chest, Seolong smugly brags to Utia that Alon promised to take their marriage contract seriously when she grows up, leaving Utia completely speechless. While Alon stammers in total panic trying to explain, Seolong stands there striking a proud victor's pose as if she's already won the romance war. Laughing it off softly, Utia gently notes that Seolong is just being immature and praises Alon for making up a harmless lie under pressure just to keep her calm.
Utia's expression darkens into a sinister, calculating smirk as she whispers that lying under duress is completely justified when dealing with unreasonable demands. Okay, that flipped quick. Turning to Xiaolong, Utia sternly lectures her that she's far too young to be forcing marriage talk on anyone. Offended, Solong points an angry finger and screams that Utia is the old one here, but Utia calmly retorts that she's literally only 2 years older. Completely snapping, Solong shouts that Rein already exposed the truth, revealing that Utia's real age is actually over 1,000 years. A series of catastrophic sonic booms detonates through the building, shattering the ceiling and blowing the entire room into absolute rubble. As smoke clears, a massive crater sits right where Xiaolong was standing, while Utia sweetly claims the building was just poorly constructed. Never ever bring up a high-tier entity's age. Sweat dripping down his face, Alon is violently reminded that underneath that gorgeous face, Utia is literally one of the 5 mortal sins. After that minor structural collapse, the group manages to settle down and resume their meeting in actual peace and quiet. With her official duties calling, Utia prepares to depart for the royal palace, promising Eilon that she'll make time to visit him every single day. Before leaving, she asks if he's planning to enter the Colosseum tournament for Sparrow's staff, a legendary artifact Alon knows everyone considers total trash, making it easy pickings for him. Bowing with effortless elegance, Utia bids him a sweet farewell, leaving Alon to focus on the next step of his grand strategy. Walking through the vibrant city streets with Xiaolong trailing behind, Alon decides they need to hurry to the registration office before lines get insanely long. The next morning, the camera pans over the majestic, sunlit Colosseum, a brutal arena built into the desert sands, where warriors battle for glory and fortune. Thanks to Xiaolong's underworld connections, Alon skips the entire multi-day waiting line and instantly receives his official F-Rank Gladiator tag. Clutching the bronze tag, Alon gazes at the arena, knowing he must climb all the way to A rank to unlock the royal treasury, and with his secret game knowledge, he's ready to break the system. Talk about an explosive entry. 2 days later, the arena announcer is screaming at the top of his lungs as thousands of roaring fans fill the Grand Colosseum for the ultimate F-Rank Battle Royale. The stakes are instantly raised as the announcer drops a massive bombshell. This isn't a slow ladder climb. The last gladiator standing gets to jump straight to D rank. Naturally, every greedy fighter in the pit immediately locks their eyes onto Count Alon's head like he's a walking jackpot. Cling! Blades are drawn and spears are readied as an entire squad of bloodthirsty gladiators charges headfirst toward our boy. Standing completely unbothered, Alon casually adjusts his cuffs while doing some quick tactical math, reminding us that while single target spells work on raid bosses, mob clearing takes a completely different strategy. Roar! The battle horn blares and the entire mob rushes him at full speed from every single direction. Man, talk about zero personal space. Realizing he needs to sweep the entire arena floor at once, Alon decides it's time to unleash a massive wide-area spell to wipe out these F-Rank gladiators in one single hit. Honestly, you gotta love how he treats an arena deathmatch like a casual MMO dungeon run. Voom! Dark crackling mana begins tracing around his fingertips as he starts weaving a complex high-level magic sequence right under their noses. Crack! Suddenly, an absolute zero blizzard surges across the desert sand, turning the entire battleground into a frozen tundra in a split second. Boom! High-frequency frost currents shoot straight into the sky as icy spikes erupt across the arena floor, swallowing everything in sight. Gasps! The surrounding gladiators freeze dead in their tracks, staring in pure, unfiltered horror as towering glacier spires swallow the stadium whole. Look at the art style here. The scale of this ice spell is genuinely insane. Creak! But Alon isn't done yet. Layering reinforcement, compression, and vacuum sequences together, he condenses the massive ice energy into a glowing, ultra-dense orb of magic. Whirl! Perched atop a towering frozen spire, Alon hovers right above a levitating sphere of compressed frost that looks ready to crack the arena in half. Swoosh! Leaping off the icy peak, he executes primordial regression, driving the condensed magic straight into the ground below. Kaboom! A blinding thermonuclear frost explosion detonates right in the center of the arena floor. Bam! 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 Successive shockwaves hit the dirt like heavy artillery shells, sending seismic blasts ripping through every single gladiator in range. Man, the sound design you can practically feel through these panels is top tier.
Warriors are launched through the air like ragdolls while the audience in the bleachers stands up in breathless, stunned silence. Whoosh! As the freezing mist clears, every single opponent is laid out flat on the sand, completely knocked out cold, while Alon stands tall without a single speck of dust on his cloak. Flap! Swooping his cape dramatically, Alon casually walks away as the announcer officially proclaims him the winner, instantly promoting him straight to D rank. Cheers! The entire stadium erupts into a wall of sound as the crowd loses their mind over this mysterious god-tier rookie warrior. Echoes. Stepping out of the sunlit arena into the dark, quiet hallway, Alon maintains his cold, brooding aura for anyone who might be watching. But wait for it. Panic. The exact second he gets behind closed doors, he completely drops the cool act, clutching his chest in total panic while gasping for air like he just survived a cardiac arrest. Seriously, the contrast between his main character's stoicism and his inner panic thoughts is pure gold. Pant. Collapsing against the stone wall, Alon realizes that expanding his AoE spell drained his entire mana pool in one go. Turns out, flexing high-tier magic comes with a severe hangover. Tap, tap. Right as he's groaning on the floor, Evan casually strolls into the room with a cheerful wave, completely ignoring the fact that his boss is currently folded like a lawn chair. Ta-da! Evan pops open a fancy velvet box containing a sinister skull-headed wand, happily announcing that Yudi has sent him a special personal delivery. Glow! Staring down at the infamous Sparrow staff, complete with a tiny skull biting down on a glowing crimson gem, Alon is completely stunned. Stare. In full chibi mode, Alon stares blankly at the artifact, while Evan reveals that Utia pulled major political strings to swipe it directly out of the royal treasury. Talk about having an overpowered backer in high places. Cut to the next morning over the grand sunlit guild headquarters building. Shah. Having fully recharged his mana reserves, Alon holds up the dark staff and begins channeling black energy straight into its core to wake it up. Bling! Eerie black magic swirls violently around the skull head as the dormant magic artifact reacts to his absurd power. Click! With a mechanical snap, the skull's jaw pops open, its crimson gem glowing as a raspy, ancient voice booms out, demanding to know who dared disturb its sleep. Alon deadpans his own name, casually dropping that a dragon woman sent him and mentioned this little skull used to belong to a legendary grand mage. Gotta respect his complete lack of fear when talking to ancient entities. Grumble. The floating skull throws an absolute temper tantrum, complaining that out of all the unworthy fools in the world, a total idiot actually managed to wake it up. Ignoring the disrespect, Alon asks if the staff can teach him forbidden incantations, but the skull scoffingly asks if he really thinks he can cast spells without proper magic theory. Rattle! Rattling back and forth in total frustration, the staff screams it has zero desire to pass down its legacy to a clueless rookie and demands to be left alone. Knock, knock! Before Alon can argue back, a knock echoes at the door as Evan steps back inside the room. Whip! Evan casually presents an official duel challenge stamped with die in big red letters, revealing that an infamous A-rank gladiator named Persean has targeted him. Check out Alon's face. He looks like he just got handed a tax audit. Evan points out how bizarre it is for a top-tier A-rank veteran to risk his high ranking just to bully a fresh D-rank newcomer. Smirk, but instead of panicking, Alon gets that devious main character smirk, realizing this is an absolute jackpot opportunity to skip all the boring rank-up matches and leap straight to A-rank. Turning back to the stubborn skull staff, Alon smirks and proposes a cheeky bet on whether he can pull off the impossible win. Oh, the skull's red gem flashes with dark amusement as it chuckles, thoroughly entertained by this rookie's unbelievable confidence. The staff admits it was getting bored anyway, deciding to tag along just to watch Alon get pulverized in the ring. Locking in their agreement, Alon holds the staff firmly, ready to prove his secret game knowledge once again. Staring down the dark artifact, Alon prepares himself mentally for the intense, high-stakes battle, waiting on the sand. Roar! Cut back to the sun-drenched Coliseum, where the announcer bellows to the crowd that might is the ultimate truth in this arena of blood. Persean! The crowd goes wild as the rowdy A-rank veteran Persean struts out, flexing his weapons, while Alon casually enters in his iconic green cloak. Talk about a total mismatch on paper. Grand Persian smirks arrogantly at the cheering stadium, treating this match like a walk in the park while encouraging the audience to shout even louder.
Boom! Powering up with intense energy across the sand, Persian readies his stance, while Alon stands back quietly analyzing his target like a tactical genius.
Crack! The duel officially begins as frost rapidly spreads under Alon's boots, while Persian calculates that if he forces the count into close quarters combat, his slow ice casting won't stand a chance. Fwa! Revealing his true power as a member of the Firebeast tribe, Perseon erupts into a roaring tornado of scorching, blinding flames. Ooh! Infernal fire blazes high into the desert sky as the entire stadium goes wild, setting up an absolute high-heat showdown between fiery rage and freezing ice. Ever thought you had your opponent completely figured out, only for them to turn the entire battlefield into a literal lightning show? With a fierce smirk, this arrogant gladiator thinks he's trapped Count Alan in a fiery death trap, shouting in triumph as flames roar across the arena floor. Fwah! Fire erupts across the entire stage. The crowd gasps as the opponent smugly celebrates in his head, totally convinced that no mage can survive a direct blast of fire, especially when he thinks it's Alon's ultimate weakness. While the idiot is already celebrating his imaginary victory, Alon is floating in midair, casually weighing his tactical options. Should he vaporize this guy in one hit, or let him suffer a bit first? Nah, dragging out fights against trash is just bad time management. Wanting to finish this match as flashily as humanly possible, Alon drops toward the ground as his opponent leaps with dual swords blazing. Reaching out his hand, Alon activates the high-tier spell, Lightning Alignment. Man, the dramatic camera angle here is absolute art. You can already tell someone's about to get obliterated. Bzzz, electric currents violently surge around Alon's body as he strikes a classic anime finger pose mid-fall. Psha! He chants disassociation, surrounding himself with a swirling aura of hyper-dense blue lightning that completely rewrites the laws of physics around him. The dual-blade gladiator comes charging in like a reckless maniac, snickering that Alon was forced to give up his primary element. He thinks using secondary skills will make Alon unpredictable, but honestly, this guy's level of overconfidence is almost tragic. Foosh! Twin swords ablaze with fiery energy, the gladiator leaps forward to strike down the floating mage. But the second Alon casually whispers fusion behind his back, the gladiator's eyes go wider than dinner plates as pure terror sets in. He realizes too late that Alon isn't just casting spells, he's instantly combining high-level elemental magic on the fly. Shoo! A blinding vortex of blue electricity engulfs the entire arena, blowing away the flames like they were nothing. Whoa! Alon transforms into an absolute divine menace. With glowing white hair, deep blue eyes, and crackling lightning wrapping around his cloak, he looks less like a mage and more like an endgame raid boss. Honestly, the manhwa art team went ridiculously hard on this lighting design. Spell title card drops in full glory, form of the lightning god. The sheer aura radiating off him is so intense it makes the entire stadium floor vibrate. Spam! In a fraction of a microsecond, Alon zips past at divine speed, fwish, causing a catastrophic blast of fire and electricity where the gladiator was standing. Thud! The gladiator stumbles to his knees on the scorched earth, completely disoriented and trembling in disbelief. Sparks flicker across the air as the poor guy stammers, utterly unable to comprehend what kind of god-tier speed just zipped past him. Standing directly behind him like a ruthless Grim Reaper wrapped in high-voltage electricity, Alon looks down on his foe with cold, unfeeling eyes. Talk about an absolute flex. Fa! Before the gladiator can even turn his head, Alon moves in an instant blur of pure voltage. Crack! A brutal shockwave of electrical force punches straight through the opponent's defenses. Ba-ba-ba! High-voltage lightning violently arcs through the gladiator's entire nervous system, locking his muscles in pure agony. Boom! A massive pillar of divine thunder crashes down from the sky, completely flattening the gladiator onto the arena floor. Crits! With the opponent twitching unconscious on the smoking ground, the arena announcer frantically grabs his horn, shouting at the top of his lungs that the winner of the match is Alon Palacio. Bold golden lettering explodes across the screen as the entire stadium erupts into deafening cheers. Fwam! Standing victorious in his sparkling lightning aura, Alon looks like the ultimate cold-blooded protagonist. But hold on a second. Check out what's happening behind the scenes in the very next panel. Plick! In a pitch-black inner realm, thick drops of blood start slowly dripping. gasps. Flipping to Alon's actual perspective, his face is covered in dark, violent electrical burns. Panting heavily upside down, he mutters to himself that that fight was way too close for comfort. Internal monologue text reveals the terrifying truth. Forcibly bending reality to turn your organic human body into pure elemental energy is a suicidal taboo. It turns out this forbidden move is 10 times more dangerous than total mana exhaustion. The spell Lightning Alignment replaces physical flesh and blood with pure electrical mana, while the subsequent fusion incantations force the body to maintain that unnatural state. By forcing the body into the form of the lightning god, the caster basically turns themselves into a living lightning bolt, temporarily gaining godlike speed and invincibility, but at the cost of literally tearing their own physical vessel apart from the inside out. Alon realizes the ancient spell that the Skull Wand Sparrow taught him for their bet wasn't just a powerful technique, it was a ridiculously lethal, absurdly high-difficulty suicide spell. Talk about a toxic teacher-student relationship. Sweat pouring down his face, Alon admits that if he hadn't fully comprehended the underlying magic mechanics or possessed top-tier mana alignment, his entire body would have collapsed into dust right on the spot. Wow! Out in the arena, the ignorant crowd keeps roaring in awe as Alon casually walks toward the exit tunnel, forcing his disintegrating lightning form to safely dissipate into blue sparks. Gloops! Stepping into the shaded hallway, Alon clutches his chest in agony, internally sighing that he should consider himself insanely lucky to even be walking away alive. Because lightning magic is naturally hyper-unstable, fusing it into human cells means the tiniest physical movement risks instantly breaking the internal alignment and destroying the body. Wiping dark blood from his face, Alon groans in deep pain, realizing that even though he survived, every single muscle and nerve in his body feels like it's being burned alive. Clung, clung, wah! Cut to the next scene where a lavish golden carriage is speeding down the boulevard with hilarious chibi crying noises echoing from inside. Inside the carriage, Alon's adorable lion girl goddaughter is in full panic mode, frantically trying to dump dozens of high-grade recovery potions on Alon, who is completely covered in head-to-toe bandages. Alon just sweat drops, trying to reassure her that he's totally fine now. Looking deadpan at the floating skull wand lying on the seat cushion, Alon narrows his eyes, wondering if that sneaky old skull gave him that dangerous spell on purpose, just to kill him off. The next day, the golden carriage arrives at a breathtaking, sunlit palace surrounded by giant palm trees and magnificent white domes. Relaxing inside the carriage in his crisp, noble uniform, Alon compliments his energetic Beast Girl companion, noting that having the backing of a legendary Baba Yaga allowed them to skip a week of red tape and access the royal treasury immediately. Clean. She giggles cutely and winks, cheekily snuggling up right beside Alon on the velvet sofa while he awkwardly clears his throat. Man, this duo's dynamic is top-tier comedic gold. Shifting his focus back to business, Alon channels a sliver of mana into the Skull Wand, establishing a direct telepathic connection to grill the ancient spirit about their bet. Chibi mode! A hilariously cursed mental vision pops up, showing the Skull Wand dressed as a pink magical girl, forcing a traumatized young Alan into a frilly dress, demanding he sign a contract to become its magical disciple. Alan deadpans that they already agreed to think about it later. The floating Skull Wand whines frantically, begging Alon that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but Alon just gives it a terrifyingly cold demon lord glare, warning the skull that a loser has no right to speak so casually to the winner. Unfazed by the death glare, the Skull Wand keeps blabbering on, boasting that the original magical laws it created are insanely overpowered and can be upgraded across generations, arrogantly claiming that if they team up, they can easily crush every other mage in the realm without even breaking a sweat. Alon admits in his head that he definitely wants to learn those ancient secret spells, but he's way too smart to fall for shady contracts. He decides he needs to consult with the Dragon Woman first before making any binding deals. Boing! The floating Skull Wand throws a hilarious temper tantrum in midair, whining about how petty Alon is being after Alon mocked it for calling him too stupid to inherit its legacy. Clung! The carriage comes to a smooth halt right in front of the grand palace entrance. Zayom, eager to explore the royal treasury, the energetic lion girl grabs Alon's arm and literally drags him out of the carriage at hyperspeed, while the grumbling Skull Wand floats behind them, sulking over how petty its new master is.
Imagine walking into a grand palace hall after nearly blowing yourself up with forbidden lightning magic, only to immediately bow before a king. Alon drops to one knee to salute the king of Colony, looking like he'd much rather be taking a 10-hour nap.
The king orders him to rise, acknowledging that Alon has definitely proven his absolute worth in the arena. Check out Alon's totally unbothered facial expression here. Man just wants his reward so we can get out of there. King Carmaxes III of Colony comes striding down the throne stairs with a massive grin, praising Count Alon's arena performance. Talk about a monarch who loves top-tier combat entertainment. Looking down from the royal steps, the king asks if it's true that Alon wants access to the royal treasury, and Alon confirms it without hesitating. Hey, when you risk turning your cellular structure into pure voltage, you better get some prime loot out of it. The king dramatically quotes ancient colony tradition, stating that only a valiant champion may claim the royal riches. Alon politely bows his head, keeping up his classy, noble manners. But then things take a hilarious left turn. The king leans in with a smug grin and casually offers his daughter's hand as an extra bonus. Alon's inner monologue is gold here, thinking the king is just trying to brag about his kid like any proud dad. When the king asks for his answer, Alon literally turns into a deadpan chibi with question marks floating all around his head. Talk about getting hit with an unexpected marriage proposal out of nowhere. Realizing Alon is completely lost, the king tells him to think it over and orders his elite guard Maxime to escort him to the vault. Classic politician move, trying to set up a political marriage while playing it cool. Tap, tap. As Maxime leads him down the corridor, Alon is still trying to process what on earth just happened. Seriously, the artist drew his confused face so perfectly. He looks totally done with royal social politics. Creak! The massive, ornate golden doors of the royal treasury slowly open up, revealing a dark vault packed with ancient artifacts. Stepping into the loot room, Maxime strictly warns Alon that he's only allowed to pick one single item, hoping there won't be any regrettable incidents. Alon nods, well aware that plenty of greedy adventurers have tried sneaky tricks in here before. Calmly browsing past rows of glowing trophies and shelves, Alon scans the area, searching for one specific hidden treasure he already had his eyes on. Spotting a sleek dagger, Alon picks it up with a knowing smirk. It's the Oath of the Blindfolded One. Most people overlook it as a mere decorative prop, but Alon knows its true game-changing secret power. Holding his prize, Alon head back out, secretly dreading having to face the king again because he knows the old man will bring up his daughter. Honestly, introverts everywhere can relate to wanting to dodge awkward conversations at all costs. Tap, tap! Returning to the main hall, his adorable lion girl goddaughter Selong waves energetically, asking if he's finally finished picking his treasure. But wait, why are the king and Selong sweating buckets and acting completely paranoid all of a sudden? Alon immediately senses the awkward tension in the room, realizing something wildly suspicious happened while he was inside the vault. Maintaining his composure, Alon reminds himself that proper noble etiquette requires him to formally present his item to the king and give thanks. But before Alon can even finish his sentence, the king frantically cuts him off, wishing him a safe trip home and shouting that his marriage proposal earlier was totally just a joke. Talk about a complete panic response. Fwish! Before Alon can even process what's happening, Selong grabs him and rockets out of the stadium at hyperspeed. Alon is left floating with question marks, wondering why they didn't even get to say a normal goodbye. As they zoom down the street, Alon raises an eyebrow and asks Selong if skipping the royal salute with the king is going to cause political trouble for them later. Selong just giggles on his back, cheekily explaining that since she's the first Baba Yaga, standard royal formalities don't apply to her whatsoever. Huh, must be nice having total political immunity. Whoop! Walking toward their grand golden carriage, Alon curiously asks what she and the king were actually talking about while he was in the treasury. Selong casually lies through her teeth, claiming they were just chatting about food and travel tips. To tap. Sunlight filters through the tropical palm leaves as Selong giggles cutely, but the background music would definitely sound sinister right now. Look at the lighting work in this panel. Selong gives a sweet, sunny smile over her shoulder, but Alon's instincts are blaring off the charts that the atmosphere is completely off. Shift back to the royal palace at sunset, where the mood turns pitch black and ominous as night falls over Colony. Sitting alone on his golden throne, King Carmaxes is sweating profusely, reliving the horrifying moment Selong's personality flipped the second Alon walked away.
In a terrifying flashback, Sealong's cute chibi act instantly vanished, replaced by an apocalyptic demonic glare as she cold-bloodedly threatened the king to shut his mouth. The text box reveals the king's absolute terror. This beast girl usually acts cold and indifferent, but in that split second, she radiated enough murderous intent to stage a bloody coup. Shaken to his core, the king realizes her loyalty to Elan is terrifyingly deep. Suddenly, a royal guard bows and announces that the cardinal is requesting an immediate audience, prompting the king to let her enter. Shah! A heavy, dark lace veil flows into the hall, dragging an intensely suffocating atmosphere right behind it. Walking silently up the carpet, the dark-robed cardinal approaches the throne. The king tries to maintain his royal dignity, welcoming her while inwardly trembling with anxiety. C'est fige! The king's face freezes in total shock as he looks closely at her. Her usual demeanor has completely vanished tonight. Normally, the cardinal carries a bright, graceful smile wherever she goes, looking completely harmless and sweet. But right now, her dark voice echoes across the chamber as she coldly announces she's heard about recent events and demands an immediate explanation. Piercing crimson eyes glare from beneath her lace veil. The visual panel here goes ridiculously hard, radiating pure killer aura. High-voltage tension thickens the air as shadowy mana swirls through the hall, setting up an absolute showdown inside the palace. Outside, under the glowing full moon, the quiet palace exterior hides the intense psychological horror unfolding behind its doors. Deep in the darkened throne room, King Carmaxis sits alone on his throne, completely overwhelmed by the absolute monster surrounding Count Elan. Flashbacks of Sealong's murderous stare keep haunting his mind, proving that if you mess with Avalon, you trigger a total raid boss response. The king internally rationalizes why he couldn't arrest Sealong for treason. Out of the original 5 Baba Yagas, only 2 remain, and he desperately needs her godlike combat power for the impending war. He reveals his true political scheme. Offering his daughter in marriage was a dirty strategic calculation. If Elan refused, Elan would feel indebted. If he accepted, the king could use him as a leash to control the wild first Baba Yaga. Check out this hilarious little imagination graphic. The king envisioned a neat political marriage that would give him supreme prestige and total leverage over the realm's strongest forces. A complex network map highlights all character ties, showing just how centrally connected Elan is to every single heavy hitter in the story. Back in reality, the shadowy cardinal steps closer, her voice dripping with terrifying authority, as she insists on asking her question. Completely cornered, the sweating king swallows his pride and nervously gives her permission to speak, practically trembling in a seat. A flashback reveals the king's prior deal. He'd originally agreed to offer one of his rarest treasury items, the Skull Wand, to Rosario to secure her faction's help. Remembering how pleasant Rosario always seemed before, the king is utterly clueless about why she's suddenly radiating enough dark killing intent to flatten the royal palace. Tap. Closing the distance in an instant, the cardinal looms right over the king, her presence completely suffocating the room. She leans in close and directly grills him, asking how he dared to offer Count Elan, her beloved professor, such a troublesome gift like a marriage offer. Crackle! Wrapped in a fiery crimson aura of absolute fury, the cardinal demands a clear answer. The king sits frozen in pure terror, internally panicking over who Count Elan really is to have multiple realm-destroying powerhouses ready to commit regicide on his behalf. Ever dragged a talking cursed wand against its will into a creepy ancient library? Because that's exactly where Count Alan is heading, as his newly acquired skull staff hyperventilates and begs for mercy, terrified of whatever terrifying entity is waiting inside. Ignoring the wand's pathetic shrieks, Alan calmly strides into the Grand Archives, secretly hoping he gets to spend a bit more time chatting with the mysterious Guardian today. Talk about zero empathy for your sentient magic gear. Right on cue, a dark, horned shadow entity descends from the vaulted ceiling, welcoming the young mage back. Meanwhile, the terrified Skullwand tries to vouch for Elan's honesty, hoping to avoid being turned into floating dust. The horned shadow dramatically points a finger, demanding to know if its master is satisfied, while Elan casually dismisses the dramatic entrance with a deadpan grin. Seriously, this guy treats legendary cosmic entities like awkward high school classmates. Shh!
shadowy aura swirls around the room as the entity marvels at Alon actually retrieving the legendary staff. Alon inspects the glowing skull wand, casually admitting that extracting its core essence was way more dangerous than he anticipated. The shadowy entity stands totally dumbfounded, unable to wrap its head around how a regular mortal pulled off such an impossible feat. Check out the dramatic silhouette work here. The contrast makes the mysterious vibe hit so much harder. Whoosh! Swooping down with blinding speed, the Dark Guardian interrogates the trembling wand spirit to double-check if Alon is actually telling the truth. Naturally, the poor little skull squeals in agreement without missing a single beat. Watching the wand vibrate in pure terror, Alon wonders why his gear is shaking like a leaf, while the horned shadow agrees to finally spill the tea on all the cosmic secrets Alon has been dying to know. The entity reminds Alon that their last meeting was cut short, but now he's finally met all the crazy requirements. Alon nods coolly, ready to take this mind-bending QA session one step at a time. Alon jumps straight to the point, asking what the entity meant by divine caliber, and why it's the ultimate ruler by which the world judges power. Honestly, leave it to Alon to ask world-shattering philosophical questions with a completely blank face. Floating upside down with effortless flex energy, the horned spirit confirms it was indeed talking about divine caliber, the literal mark of godhood.
Alon squints, realizing that divine caliber was the only explanation that made sense, even though he secretly hoped he wouldn't have to deal with high-tier deity nonsense just yet. Bzzz! White shock lines fill the background as Alon's brain practically short-circuits, questioning why on earth a normal dude like him would possess divine power in the first place. Flashbacks of colossal, glowing cosmic gods flash across the screen, proving that in this universe's system, mortals normally can't just absorb godlike caliber even if they slay divine beings. Alon points out the obvious flaw. If killing outer gods shouldn't increase a mortal's caliber, why is his stat bar going through the roof? The shadow entity agrees that for any standard human, it should be totally impossible. Tap? Floating books drift through the background air as the Guardian tosses the question back to Alon, asking him to guess why humans are normally blocked from holding divine power. Whish! The entity, cupping glowing ethereal flames, explains that mortals simply lack the proper vessel to hold divine essence. And that mythical vessel? It's forged entirely through raw faith. Floating high above the library's circle, the spirit reveals that for regular humans, faith manifests as pure, unadulterated piety. Leaning in with a playful, sharp-toothed grin, the entity teases that worshipping a god is what usually builds that cosmic container. The artist gave this shadow design so much personality. It's equal parts terrifying and adorable. Light bulbs go off in Alon's head as he realizes that devout worship builds caliber, which raises a hilarious yet terrifying question. Who on earth is worshipping him? The spirit chuckles, confirming that without a trace of divine caliber, Alon couldn't even see or speak to it. That's why it nudged him to brawl with outer gods in the first place, just to scrape together enough power to hold a conversation? Alon lets out a tired sigh, sweating over the mystery. He's not a religious leader or a world-famous hero, so where is this sudden cult-like faith coming from? Golden light shimmers as a big realization dawns on him. Gods use divine caliber to unlock completely broken cheat code special abilities. Bottom. Alon's eyes light up as he hits hype mode, wondering if he's about to get his own game-breaking cheat skills, while the shadow spirit just floats there looking completely baffled. The spirit breaks his illusion instantly, roasting Alon by comparing his current divine tier to a tiny, obscure country bumpkin god. Alon's mental image in pauper robes holding a wooden stick is top-tier comedy. Click! The dark entity wiggles a finger, reminding him that just beating up outer gods doesn't mean he sucked up all their divine juice automatically. A dark flashback reveals the roaring demon god Alon previously faced, with the spirit clarifying that Alon only defeated them temporarily. But hey, just surviving an encounter with those cosmic abominations proves his caliber is no joke. The spirit shakes its head in disbelief, calling Alon out for performing legendary feats while remaining completely clueless about his own ridiculously broken status. Whip! Crossing its arms gracefully, the shadow entity decides to wrap up the lecture and invites Alon to fire off his remaining burning questions. A game-like dialogue menu pops up with massive lore teasers, the true names of the outer gods, secrets of the forgotten deity, and the hidden archives at the base of the tower. Talk about an RPG player's dream menu.
The QA lightning round begins. The archives simply document the current apocalyptic timeline, while the Forgotten Gods' ancient rituals were actually just how ancient mages cast basic spells back in the day. Talk about anticlimactic answers.
Alon deadpans, asking if that's really all there is to it, and why he had to grind all this divine caliber in the first place.
Glow! The scene shifts dramatically as a massive glowing eye reflects Alon standing in the library circle. The Guardian ominously warns that all answers lie waiting in the deep depths.
When Alon presses for details on why the past is being kept secret, the spirit floats away, whispering that speaking the truth out loud is strictly forbidden.
Crackle! Crimson aura flickers across the spirit's dark face as its expression turns deadly serious, warning that they are constantly listening from the shadows. Swoosh! Terrifying cosmic visuals flood the panel, depicting ancient dragons and void beasts devouring history itself in absolute darkness, erasing the era of gods from memory. A colossal black-horned entity rises from a swirling abyss of shadowy flames, confirming that the very monsters that ended the gods are now crawling back up to the surface. Snapping back to reality, the shadow spirit extends a dark hand, instructing Alon to take a special necklace to the last living mermaid on the eastern coast to unlock the pathway to the depths. Cling! A gleaming golden pendant adorned with a pink coral crest drops gracefully right into Alon's palm. Inspecting the shiny new quest item, Alon agrees to check out the eastern coast. Honestly, getting a direct story quest item beats grinding random dungeons any day. Alon recalls his secondary objective. He needed to head toward Raxus anyway to unseal his artifacts, making this side quest surprisingly convenient. But then he brings up a weird detail. The god of chaos mentioned eerie blue and black eyes stalking him. Glare. The spirit's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits, casually telling Alon to just take it as a compliment that supreme cosmic entities are keeping tabs on him. Gee, thanks. Super helpful. Alon stands tall as massive glowing blue and red demonic eyes materialize directly behind him in the dark background, setting up an insanely atmospheric shot. Before he can bounce, the spirit demands Alon hand over the skull staff for 2 years so it can absorb strength and recharge its communication powers. Tend! The poor skull wand panics, begging Alon not to abandon it, but Alon hands it over without a second thought. The wand's betrayal screech is absolutely hilarious. Fwip! Without missing a beat, Alon turns on his heel and casually bids them farewell, leaving the spirit floating there in utter disbelief at how fast he ditched his own gear. Whoosh! Zooming across the room at warp speed, the spirit cuts off his exit, completely stunned by Alon's ruthless coldness toward his own magical staff. Holding the captured wand, the Horned Guardian smirks, deciding to give Alon a quick masterclass on his personal magic before letting him walk out the door. Flap! Emerging into the warm sunlight of the canyon, Alon strolls out to meet his companions, apologizing for taking so long with his cosmic library visit. Boing! Outside, Evan is happily roasting spiral potato skewers over a campfire, while little Salyong bounces around, munching on crunchy snacks, prompting Alon to deadpan that his crew is getting dangerously good at passing time while he risks his life. Talk about moving on to the next chapter. After wrapping up their arena chaos, Alon and Evan head straight back to the Guild HQ at night to pack up for their long journey to Raxus. While poor Evan is breaking his back carrying heavy stacks of storage boxes, Count Alon is casually lounging on a wooden chest, munching on a quick snack like a true boss who delegates all physical labor. Bright and early the next morning, they arrive at the massive sunlit gates of Koloni City, but just as they're about to leave, Chibi Solong is jumping up and down with cat ears, shouting an energetic farewell over the city wall and reminding her favorite godfather not to forget to sign their business deal. Honestly, having a hyperactive underworld boss as your personal cheerleader is top-tier comedy. Standing right outside the grand gates, Alon gives the absolute most unbothered deadpan look you'll ever see. Meanwhile, poor Evan is right behind him, gasping for air in utter shock, because who on earth expects the actual king to show up at the exit gate? Emerging from the shade in her gorgeous black lace veil, Utia glides over to Alon with a playful, teasing smile, delighted that she made it in time to bid her favorite professor goodbye. But when Alon's sweat drops and asks why the king of Koloni is awkwardly lingering at the city gates, you just know some political absurdity is about to go down. Gasp! The king stammers out that he just wanted to wish the count a safe trip in person, but Utia casually drops a massive bomb, reminding his majesty about the little gift he promised to hand over. Sweating bullets, the king forces a loud laugh and bows awkwardly, completely trapped by Utia's brilliant masterclass in high society peer pressure. Scratching the back of his neck in full chibi mode, Alon stands there wondering if these two powerful figures are having yet another hilarious misunderstanding about his true identity. I mean, look at his expression. He's literally questioning all his life choices right now. Whoa! The camera pans out to reveal a breathtaking sight, an entire grand convoy stacked to the brim with glittering treasure chests, luxury goods, and armed escorts. Alon internally reminds himself that while he follows a strict personal rule of never turning down free cash, this ridiculously opulent haul goes way past a simple gesture of goodwill. Side-eyeing the massive pile of loot, Alon calculates the heavy political strings attached to receiving a royal bribe from a ruling monarch. Normally, a gamer like him wouldn't care, but knowing how messy political traps get, he decides the smartest move is to politely decline. Dramatic defiance. Alon bows respectfully and tries to turn down the outrageous riches, but the king instantly panics. Throwing his arms wide under a theatrical golden aura, the king begs him not to overthink it, desperately swearing it's just a friendly present because he likes him so much. Clasp? Grasping Alon's hands with terrifying, intense energy, the king looks like a man fighting for his absolute life as he pleads with the count to just take the loot. Check out Alon's completely soul-drained face here. He looks like he's being held hostage by an overly generous monarch. Rattle! Realizing resistance is futile, Alon finally accepts, and their regal black and gold carriage rolls through the city gates under the bright desert sun, escorted by white horses while Utia and the king watch them vanish into the distance. Standing side by side on the sand, Utia offers a devious, satisfied smirk under her black veil, cheerfully noting how smoothly their little diplomatic negotiation went. Talk about having absolute control over a whole kingdom. Stress level over 9,000. Cut to the king's face looking like an absolute hollow shell, surrounded by a dark, crackling aura as he realizes he survived another encounter with Count Palacio. He's so utterly traumatized and exhausted that he's even craving the illicit magic herbs he quit 13 years ago. Seriously, Alon's accidental intimidate stat is completely broken. Inside the smoothly riding carriage, Alon completely sheds his noble stoicism. Tucking small bags of solid gold coins close to his chest like a dragon guarding its hoard, he floats in pure bliss, celebrating that this massive payoff will finally wipe out his territory's crippling financial deficit. Lounging across the luxury seats, Alon sighs happily about wanting a simple, peaceful life, but Evan, sitting on the opposite bench, polish-checking his blade, can't help but point out the massive irony considering Alon generates pure chaos wherever he steps. Thumbs up, Evan flashes a sparkling smile, predicting that at this rate, the Count's crazy adventures are going to keep them insanely busy for the next few years. Naturally, a tiny chibi Alon below gets hit with an immediate shockwave of existential dread at the thought of more work. Seeking comfort in simple pleasures, Alon casually announces that he wants roasted sweet potatoes for dinner. Poor Evan stops dead in his tracks, staring back in pure, unfiltered disbelief like his boss just requested a dragon egg. In full lazy chibi mode, Alon deadpans that based on yesterday's meal, Evan has officially been promoted to a master sweet potato chef. Evan starts flailing his hands in total comic panic, realizing his cooking skills have accidentally sentenced him to culinary duty forever. Scream! As the carriage speeds across a breathtaking, sunset-lit desert canyon, Evan's desperate shrieks echo into the sky, begging the Count to spare him from eating sweet potatoes every single day. Honestly, the visual contrast between the peaceful scenery and Evan's internal meltdown is pure gold. Suddenly, a high-contrast text panel flashes on screen. Only the truth hurts, and petty people have a long memory. Gotta love when the manhwa author drops a hilarious meta-truth bomb right in the middle of a comedy routine. Home sweet home. A gorgeous panoramic shot reveals a sprawling white marble palace estate surrounded by pristine fountain pools and lush gardens as their carriage finally arrives back at the estate grounds. Swoosh! Servants scramble up the grand entrance stairs hauling heavy luggage, while Evan dashes through the courtyard like a blur, clutching a precious jar of preserved treats like it's a holy relic. Scenic transition. Packing light with only their essential travel gear, the duo sets off on the road toward Lartania under a breathtaking golden sunset. Since it's right along the path to Raxus, Alon views this detour as a much-needed relaxing vacation. Rattle! Sunlight streams through the carriage windows as it glides along country roads, catching Evan staring out thoughtful on one side, while Alon quietly reflects on the mysteries surrounding his power. Noticing Alon's deep silence, Evan breaks the quiet to ask what's bothering him, pointing out that the Count has been staring into space way more than usual lately.
Close-up on Alon's sharp gray eyes narrowing as he dives deep into his internal thoughts, replaying the bizarre encounter with the ancient Dragon Queen in his mind.
Flashback. We cut to Utia's mesmerizing spirit form glowing in dark gold aura as she explained magic fundamentals, revealing that mages with spirit projection can manipulate absolute laws and essence manifestation.
Mysterious theory! Utia pointed out that Alon's ability to cast top-tier magic without chanting defies all established laws of nature. She concluded he's either a legendary supernatural entity beyond human comprehension or an ancient god who completely lost his memories. In the present, Alon stares solemnly ahead as Utia's haunting dragon profile fades back into his thoughts. Resting his chin, Alon internally scoffs at both theories with a complete deadpan face. Leave it to our main character to totally shut down dramatic lore explanations. Game lore reveal. Alon rationalizes that if he were really some divine being, he wouldn't have spent years suffering through agonizing RPG grinding and trial runs. The whole era of forgotten gods was literally just standard video game lore text he read during his hardcore gaming days. Min-maxing reveal. In fact, the only reason he knows those dramatic high-tier incantations and complex hand gestures is because in the original game, casting rituals gave a mandatory 10 attack power stat buff. Talk about bringing competitive gamer min-maxing into a real fantasy world. Slumping forward in total exhaustion, Alon realizes that trying to explain modern video game mechanics to high fantasy dragons is completely impossible. Seeing his master folded over in stress, Evan nervously asks if it's really that serious of a crisis. Straightening back up, Alon decides not to lose sleep over it. After all, the real priority is figuring out whether the impending world-ending apocalyptic calamity from the game storyline is about to strike this realm. Trying to cheer his boss up, Evan puffs his chest out proudly and promises he can always count on his loyalty. Amused, Alon casually hands him a jar of luxury gourmet dessert as a reward for his top-tier companion service. Flustered, holding the sweet jar, Chibi Evan screams out in a blushing panic, swearing he didn't give his emotional speech just to get free treats. Clack! Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts inside the carriage as Evan tightly presses his gloved palms together right in front of Alon's face. Prayer mode. Evan closes his eyes in a divine glowing halo of light, solemnly declaring he's performing a sacred religious ritual, leaving Alon looking completely bewildered at his companion's sudden spiritual awakening. Hilarious reveal! As the sun sets over the red-tinted clouds, Evan's sacred prayer turns out to be a desperate plea to the heavens. Please, God, let tonight's dinner be anything except sweet potatoes. You can't even blame the guy after eating them for every single meal. Time skip. A few days later, we arrive outside a high-end antique and gift boutique in the bustling town of Lartania. Stepping into the elegant, sunlit store filled with polished wooden counters and rare curiosities, Alon browses the displays, looking for a proper thank you gift for his hard-working administrator. Thoughtful boss, remembering how hard Ryan worked during their last meeting and how her old fountain pen was practically falling apart, Alon inspects a sleek, luxury green fountain pen on the glass display, deciding it's the perfect match for her. Juicy gossip. While shopping, Alon overhears two wealthy merchants leaning over a counter nearby, whispering wild news that another member of the ruling Council of Three, a corrupt official named Bhima, was suddenly found dead. Dramatic shadows. The rumors grow darker as the townspeople mention that with Riot already dead, the only surviving member of the entire council is Ryan. Look at this incredible panel showing Ryan sitting under a green glow while her rivals lie slain on the blood-soaked floor. Gasp! A sudden shockwave hits Alon as he freezes in place, realizing that all three council members were locked in a brutal power struggle, which means cute, quiet Ryan might have single-handedly assassinated her political rivals. The merchants whisper that while people claim it's just infighting rumors, the timing is far too terrifying to be a coincidence, leaving Alon sweating bullets over his innocent-looking employee. Standing motionless near the shop counter, Alon strains his ears as the two men lean in closer to drop the most shocking detail of all. Realization strikes. The merchants reveal that the slain council members made the fatal mistake of slandering Ryan's secret patron. Alon's eyes go wide in absolute terror as he realizes Ryan slaughtered two top-tier politicians just because they talk trash about him. Talk about insane yandere loyalty.
Night at Caliburn Palace. Cut to a striking night view of the illuminated Caliburn Annex Palace, where mysterious figures inside are fuming in pure rage over recent events. As dark clouds gather over the palace, political forces begin moving in the shadows, setting up an explosive conflict for Count Alon's next destination.
Imagine crashing into a royal palace only to find the second Prince of Caliburn throwing a total temper tantrum over a guy everyone calls a rabid dog. Prince Tyrion is sitting there swirling his whiskey like a budget villain, utterly obsessed with why everyone respects the man he hates most.
And who's the guy driving him crazy? None other than Deus Mycalian, the legendary second blade of Caliburn. Armed with a dark eclipse sword and aura so thick it could cut glass, Deus enjoys the kind of terrifying fame that keeps petty royals up at night. Rumor has it Deus even flattened the first blade, Reinhardt, in a duel like it was nothing. But swoosh, behind all that terrifying aura lies a legend that gets weirdly hilarious the deeper you look into it. According to secret reports, Davy spends his private nights locked in his tower, awkwardly practicing hand gestures like an amateur trying to figure out how to cast magic. Seriously, watching a top-tier swordsman practicing spellcasting poses in his bedroom is pure comedy gold. It gets even worse during official high-level military meetings. The moment anyone so much as breathes the word mage, Datus abandons all formal protocol and starts dropping endless fanboy monologues about Count Palacio. He's literally preaching to his fellow knights about how Palacio turned a wasteland into snow and stood up to outer gods, leaving everyone thinking his friendship is borderlining on full-blown worship. Clink. The poor guy polishing cups in the background looks ready to jump out a window as Deus keeps gushing about how charming the Count is. Naturally, hearing that Deus is basically running a fan club for Palacio causes Prince Tyrion to smash his fist down in sheer envy. Crash! Tyrion snaps, screaming at his spies for giving him useless gossip instead of dirt. He remembers how Deus humiliated him back when Tyrion was aggressively harassing a noble lady, claiming his sleazy behavior was just the modern trend of courting. Bam! Spam! Deus didn't care about royal trends at all. He gave Tyrion a royal beating right in front of the court during an informal duel. Honestly, you've got to love how Deus uses his total lack of social awareness to beat up arrogant bullies under the guise of etiquette lessons. Ever since that beatdown, Tyrion's reputation tanked hard, while his brother took center stage in the race for the throne, leaving Tyrion desperately clinging to power by any shady means necessary. Enter the dark forces. To keep his royal ambitions alive, Tyrion struck a deal with a shady figure from the Ashkelon underworld, sealing a contract inside a glowing pocket realm. Flap, standing alone in his dimly lit study, Tyrion smiles like a criminal mastermind, reading over the secret deal and convincing himself that this offer is a guaranteed win-win. The instructions are simple. Apply political pressure to Count Palacio, and the mysterious pilgrim will grant him ultimate power. Tyrion figures since he's already back against the wall, taking down Deus's idol is his golden ticket. The petty prince gets an evil smirk on his face. Finally, he gets the chance to ruin the life of the very Count that Deus worships so much. Flap! Tyrion chuckles to himself, rationalizing that the risk is minimal since Deus wouldn't dare attack him without the king's official permission. Man, talk about famous last words right before disaster strikes. Kaboom! Out of nowhere, the entire front wall of his private study shatters into a million flying wooden splinters and stone fragments. Tap, tap. Thick purple smoke rolls into the destroyed room as heavy footsteps echo across the floor, and a dark figure steps through the wreckage like an ominous grim reaper. Crackle! Standing in the shattered doorway surrounded by violent purple lightning, Deus Mycalian glares cold death at the prince, stepping right over the unconscious guards he just flattened outside. Fwep! Tyrion stumbles backward against his desk in pure, unadulterated panic, screaming if Deus has completely lost his mind. Deus just stands there with a terrifyingly calm face, stating he just came to ask a quick question. Dark aura flares up around Deus's pitch-black eyes as he ominously reveals he heard defamatory rumors about Count Palacio circulating over the last 2 days, and he knows Tyrion started them. Trying to play it cool, Tyrion scoffs that rumors might just be the truth, but Deus shuts him down instantly, telling him to fix it or suffer. Tyrion tries to act tough, bringing up Deus's past revolt, but the mood in the room drops straight to absolute zero. Deus deadpans that one can never be too careful about an accidental structural collapse of this palace annex. Tyrion freezes, sweating bullets as he realizes Deus isn't here to debate. He's subtly threatening to drop the roof on his head. With a straight face, Deus claims he's merely concerned about the quality of building materials, while Tyrion's inner monologue goes into total breakdown mode. You gotta appreciate the artistic contrast between Deus's stoic threats and Tyrion's sheer inner terror here. It's top-tier dark comedy. Stepping right up to Tyrion's face, Delius demands a clear answer.
Tyrion tries to hold his ground, foolishly believing Dalius is just bluffing and won't dare cause real damage without a valid excuse. Crack! Daius raises his hand, and dark spatial cracks begin tearing through the ambient air like spiderwebs of pure destruction. No! The entire building begins to violently shake. Dust rains from the ceiling as structural cracks spread across the walls, sending Tyrion into a frantic panic. Massive shockwaves tear through the library shelves and stone pillars as the annex literally starts collapsing from the sheer pressure of Daius's magic. Boom! Slashes of dark energy slice through walls and furniture alike, destroying centuries of royal architecture in a matter of seconds. Wrapped in glowing purple threads of spatial magic, Daius calmly notes that the crack on the 8th pillar from 18 years ago seems to be causing serious stability issues. Clung. With a cold glare, Daius mockingly declares that Tyrion's tragic death will serve as a great reminder for proper building maintenance, while Tyrion desperately clings to an overturned desk as the room disintegrates beneath him. Kabam! An explosive eruption of energy blows the roof clean off the Caliburn Palace Annex in a massive shockwave that can be seen for miles. Scream! Bathed in absolute terror, Tyrion loses every single drop of his royal pride, screaming at the top of his lungs that he'll surrender and do whatever Daius wants. As the dust settles over the obliterated room, Daius calmly inspects the debris, casually remarking that the crack was just surface level after all, and praising the palace architect's fine craftsmanship. Talk about gaslighting at an elite level. Daius smiles politely, lying through his teeth that he rushed over out of genuine worry for Tyrion's safety. Meanwhile, Tyrion sits on the floor utterly traumatized, mentally screaming that Daius is an absolute irredeemable psychopath. As Daius turns around to leave, Tyrion secretly vows revenge, but Daius pauses, casually dropping a massive bombshell that if Tyrion doesn't want the king to find out about his secret ties to foreign underworld syndicates, he better behave himself. Leaving Tyrion completely broken and kneeling alone in the wreckage, Daius casually strolls out like he just finished a pleasant afternoon chat. Grrr. Close up on Tyrion's face, twisted in pure, vein-popping fury as the reality of his total defeat sets in. Rah! A blood-red sound wave screams across the screen as the prince completely uses his mind in solitary rage. Bam, bam! Tyrion unleashes all his bottled-up humiliation, violently smashing his wooden desk into splinters with his bare hands. Swoosh! Back at the main palace, gossip spreads like wildfire among the servants, claiming that Daius beat up the second prince again just to protect his sister, praising the second blade for his supreme generosity. To make matters even funnier, public perception flips entirely, with fake news spreading that the bad prince attacked Daius first while Daius was just trying to check on his health. You've got to love how political spin works in fantasy manhwas. Meanwhile, back in the sunny city of Lartania, Count Alan steps out of the luxury antique boutique with his trusted companion Evan after finishing his shopping trip. Inside the store, the adorable green-haired administrator Rhine presents a magnificent decorative box containing a rare artifact pen, telling her patron there's no need for him to pay. Alan insists on paying with a heavy sack of gold coins, pointing out that since this is a personal gift for someone special, he wants to buy it proper. Sparkle! Rhine presents the sleek green luxury fountain pen on the glass counter. Seeing her subtle delight, Alan feels a surge of warm relief, regretting that he didn't buy her a nice gift much sooner. Alan internally chuckles, convincing himself that sweet, innocent Rhine could never be involved in ruthless political assassinations, while the background visual hilariously reveals Rhine looking like an absolute demon lord holding chained victims in dark green flame. Spam! A hilarious mental image shows Rhine casually executing corrupt politicians into oblivion without blinking. Poor chibi Alan sweats profusely, desperately trying to reassure himself that his cute employee is harmless.
Tap, tap. Walking side by side down the grand marble hallway of the estate, Alan politely bids farewell as their brief detour comes to an end.
Looking down the sunlit corridor, Rhine softly expresses her disappointment that he's leaving so soon, while Alan explains he must hurry back to handle territory affairs, completely unaware of the boutique owner spying from behind a pillar. Glow! Clutching her hands to her chest under the falling golden leaves, Rin flashes a captivating, expressive smile, warmly telling Alan to never hesitate to call on her whenever he needs help. Looking back at her gorgeous, radiant smile, Alan genuinely thanks her, quietly wondering to himself if his eyes are playing tricks on him or if cold, calm Rhine is slowly becoming more expressive around him. Imagine thinking you've finally secured a peaceful journey, only for the universe to hurl absolute chaos straight into your path. As the luxurious carriage rolls away from the majestic gates under a gentle breeze, Ryan watches her patron leave, totally oblivious to the unhinged storm brewing just down the road. With a sweet, enchanting smile and a gentle wave, Ryan bids farewell as the carriage disappears into the horizon. But let me be real for a second. Behind that angelic facade lies a woman capable of obliterating entire corrupt factions. So you know this peaceful scene is just the quiet before an absolute hurricane. Leaving behind the majestic, cloud-piercing towers of the estate, Count Alon's carriage heads deep into uncharted territory. As scenic gardens and serene architecture fade into the background, the peaceful atmosphere quickly gives way to the open road. Chuckle. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, we get a peek into the daily routine of our summoned heroes as two adorable chibis munch on sweet chocolates, with one dramatically threatening to pull out his tragic childhood backstory from age 7 just to justify his sweet tooth. Honestly, using a childhood trauma card just to hoard dessert is top-tier petty behavior. Crash! 5 full days after leaving Lartania, the carriage glides along a stunning coastal highway with seagulls crying overhead and sunlight glittering across the deep blue ocean. Screech! Suddenly, a high-pitched voice screams, "Stop!" right in the middle of the dirt road, forcing the horses to lock their hooves and kick up a massive cloud of dust. Tap, tap. Evan dashes out of the carriage in a panic to see what suicidal maniac blocked their path, only to find a tiny blue-hatted kid standing there with a magic staff, deadpanning a single urgent word, food. Point. With supreme confidence and his oversized wizard hat tilted back, the little kid points his finger right at them, bossing them around like a warlord demanding tribute, except he's literally just begging for a meal. You've got to respect the sheer audacity of this pint-sized mage demanding food like he owns the highway. Tap? Count Alon steps out alongside Evan, scratching his head in pure confusion at the bizarre sight of a mini wizard acting like a toll collector. Flash, striking a high-drama anime pose with brilliant blue light exploding behind him, the kid grandly announces himself as Pelin, a rank 3 prodigy from the prestigious Blue Magic Tower. Doom! Leaning back with maximum arrogance, Pelin claims he's offering them a once-in-a-lifetime privilege to gain the favor of a genius mage. Look at this kid trying to negotiate like a grand archmage when his stomach is literally growling louder than a dragon. Shush! Before he can finish his grand speech, an angry voice screams, "Hey, Pelin!" as a blue pigtailed girl charges out from the bushes like a furious demon. Freeze! But the moment her eyes land on Count Alon, the girl completely turns to stone, her jaw dropping in absolute stunned shock. A quick memory bubble pops up showing how little Pelin had boastfully dragged his exhausted sister along, promising he'd secure their next meal all by himself. Tire! Poor Penia was literally running on 0 stamina, dragged around by her hyperactive younger brother who thought begging on the road was a brilliant tactical play. Spaff! Ouch! Before Pelin can utter another word, a resounding smack echoes through the air as Penia instantly flattens her idiotic brother into the dirt. Aplati! Throwing herself into a full prostrate bow on the ground, Penia frantically apologizes to Count Alon, explaining her brother grew up sheltered in the magic tower and has 0 social awareness. Seeing his scary older sister act so polite and respectful, Pelin's eyes pop out of his head with a giant bump on his skull, unable to process this sudden personality swap. In his head, Pelin is losing his mind because just yesterday, this exact same sister slapped a high-ranking noble without skipping a beat. Talk about dual personalities. This girl switches gears faster than a sports car. Bam! Nice shot! A hilarious flashback reveals Penia casually winding up her staff like a baseball bat and launching a target straight into the stratosphere frozen inside a giant block of ice. Doom! Completely shattered, Pelin dramatically curls up in a beam of light on the ground, lamenting how the harsh reality of the world broke his hero sister, while Evan just stares at him, thinking kids nowadays are totally out of their minds. Whip! Feeling humiliated, Penia turns to her brother with pitch-black eyes and a glowing mana orb, threateningly ordering him to shut his mouth if he wants to see tomorrow. Paff! Paff! Off-screen violence ensues as sound effects flash across a bright red background while Penia dishes out some strict sibling discipline. Panting from her physical workout while smoke rises from her knocked-out brother, Penia chuckles nervously while Evan mutters under his breath that mages really are a bunch of unhinged weirdos. Watching the chaos unfold, Alon recalls Penia's character from the original game, recalling how she had a notoriously twisted personality, but considering the apocalyptic state of the world, it was totally justified. Taking pity on the duo, Alon casually offers to let them ride along in his carriage if they're heading toward Raxus, though he politely notes they have the right to refuse. Arg! Hooch! Penia doesn't hesitate for a single microsecond. She clasps her hands together and begs at top speed to be taken along. Clung, clung. And just like that, the majestic 6-horse carriage continues its journey along the scenic ocean coastline, with 2 new freeloading passengers on board. Niam niam! Inside the cozy carriage, Alon watches in amusement as both mages scarf down giant loaves of bread like they haven't eaten in a month, asking what got them begging on the road in the first place. Between giant bites, Pena explains they're on an official mission for the Tower Master, but after a nasty fallout with a corrupt merchant caravan, they had to make a swift escape. Realizing she needs to prove her worth to keep the free food coming, Penia quickly offers crucial intel about their destination, Raxus. As it turns out, the information Penia drops is far more explosive than Alon ever anticipated. Whispers! Penny reveals that ships are mysteriously vanishing near the Relic Coast, pulled directly down into the abyss by unseen underwater forces? Glub, glub. Underwater visuals show shadowy aquatic creatures dragging sunken ships into the dark depths as Alon internally panics, realizing that the Fishman faction shouldn't even be active at this point in the timeline. Alon's mind races into overdrive, analyzing the game mechanics, knowing that while Outer Gods spawn dynamically, the aquatic fishmen schedule was supposed to be completely fixed. Glow! Staring at the hauntingly beautiful merfolk imagery, Alon connects the dots. Their premature arrival breaks all logical rules of the original storyline. The lore depth in this story is honestly top tier, keeping us on the edge of our seats with every single revelation. Connecting the unnatural timeline shift to the broader cosmic threat, the terrifying reality dawns upon him.
Dark aura. Covering his face in deep concern, Alon realizes this anomaly can only mean one thing. A new outer god is preparing to descend upon the world much sooner than expected.
Clung, clung. Breaking the tense atmosphere, the carriage finally rolls into the bustling streets of a coastal settlement. The driver taps on the carriage roof, informing the Count that ground transport ends here and they'll need to proceed on foot toward the harbor.
To reach the capital city, their only path forward requires securing passage on a sea vessel across the Gulf.
Panorama! The visual expands into a stunning, sun-drenched view of the port of Kimin, located on the outskirts of Raxus in the Principality of Korkia. Kra! Stepping onto the wooden pier where gulls circle overhead, Alon approaches a private vessel to inquire about passage fees. Gra! The greedy ship captain smirks and demands an outrageous price of 100 gold coins per person, sending Pena into an absolute vein-popping rage over the blatant scam. The shady captain smugly shrugs it off, telling him it's his boat, his price, and if they don't like it, they can wait 2 weeks for the public ferry. Observing his total lack of fear, Alon realizes this guy definitely has powerful, corrupt nobles backing him up. Cling! Without batting an eye, Alon casually drops a massive sack containing 400 gold right into the captain's hands, leaving Evan completely dumbfounded by the absurd flex. Tap. As the group walks up the wooden plank onto the deck, Alon rationalizes that wasting 2 whole weeks is far worse than spending gold, especially when he's sitting on a dragon's hoard of cash thanks to the King of Coloni.
Ha! A hilarious mental image shows Chibi Alon facepalming as he realizes mages are supposed to be insanely wealthy, wondering why he just paid 200 gold for 2 broke kids who were begging on the highway.
Vroom! With sails unfurled under the endless blue sky, the grand vessel cuts through the ocean waves, setting off toward a dangerous new chapter filled with hidden threats. Imagine dropping a massive sack of gold for a peaceful ocean cruise, only for your entire crew to get motion sick and ambushed by high seas terrorists on day 1. As our ship cuts through the crystal blue water with a loud splash, Count Alon's group sets sail under what looks like a picture-perfect sunny sky. But that serene vacation vibe crumbles in record time. Count Alon leans over the wooden railing, soaking in the ocean breeze, while poor Evan is completely collapsed over a stack of wooden crates, groaning in absolute agony from brutal seasickness. Alon casually tells him to lie down, but Evan is basically fighting for his life right now. Blag! It gets even worse over on the main deck. Pena is literally hanging over the edge throwing up her guts, while her hyperactive little brother Pelin aggressively shakes her, shouting at her to pull herself together. Honestly, seeing a grand archmage completely neutralized by a mild ocean wave is hilarious. Magic can blow up mountains, but it can't beat motion sickness. Shwa! As the sails catch the wind, Alon internally chuckles, realizing that seasickness is the ultimate equalizer. His own mana core might be tiny in this body, but for the first time ever, he's actually grateful for his weak constitution, because he feels totally fine while everyone else is suffering. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the peaceful ocean silence is shattered by violent collision sounds ringing across the hull. The entire deck shakes as a terrified sailor screams out at the top of his lungs that they're under attack. Boom! Another massive impact hits as a giant warship forcefully pulls up alongside their tiny vessel, casting a huge, dark shadow over the water. Panic instantly erupts on deck. The greedy ship captain quakes in his boots, looking around in total horror as mysterious figures start jumping across the waves. Alon turns his head, instantly sensing that these invaders aren't your run-of-the-mill ocean bandits. Zoom! Multiple heavily armed pirates swing down from the ropes like wild acrobats, letting out wild battle cries that send chills down everyone's spines. Whoosh! Leading the raid, a smug pirate commander leaps through the air with his cutlass drawn, wearing a cocky grin that screams total confidence. Look at this guy's flashy entrance. He's acting like he's starring in a blockbuster movie when he's literally just guarding a boat full of puking kids. Doom! Tang! The heavy wooden ships slam together with a deafening crunch, rocking the deck violently and threatening to send everyone tumbling into the ocean. Bam! Alon grabs onto a wooden support beam to keep his balance as the ship tilts. Looking around, he sees the helpless crew trembling in fear as armed pirates board from every angle. Quickly reading the battlefield, Alon realizes both Pena and Evan are completely out of commission due to their stomach issues. He reaches for his magic ring spike, but hesitates, knowing that if he unleashes high-tier offensive magic on a cramped wooden ship, he might accidentally blow a hole in the bottom and sink them all. Schling! Before he can even make a move, a sharp metallic blade presses directly against his throat. Alon flinches slightly as the icy steel touches his skin. Tack! The pirate commander stands tall over Alon, holding his cutlass firmly at his neck, coldly threatening to split him in two if he makes even the slightest sudden motion. Facing a sword to his neck, Alon keeps his pulse stone-cold steady. He calmly analyzes his options and decides it's smartest to play helpless and go along with them for now. Seriously, Alon's poker face in life-or-death situations is insane. Most people would be crying, but he's out here calculating tactical risk. Shwa! The camera zooms out to show the massive pirate vessel locked alongside theirs as the cowardly ship captain immediately starts whimpering and begging for his life. Desperate to save his own hide, the corrupt captain frantically offers up all the goods on board, muttering under his breath that he just needs to deliver the secret basement cargo to someone named the Seawolf. To make matters 10 times worse, the captain points straight at Alon and the mages, blabbering to the pirates that they can capture a wealthy noble and powerful mages to sell for a massive ransom. Hearing the captain blatantly sell them out, Evan glares in pure rage while bound in heavy ropes, cussing out the greedy bastard under his breath. Alon just sighs, deadpanning that he completely expected this level of scum behavior. Zioot! But while the captain is busy rambling, Alon glances over and notices something intriguing. Pena has quietly slipped her hands out of her magic cuffs. She might be seasick, but her stealth skills are low-key top tier. Fwhip! Seeing Pena break free, Alon quietly readies his ring spike behind his back to snap his own bindings, while the corrupt captain keeps blabbering on, boasting about what a lucrative deal he's offering the pirates. Boom! Suddenly a heavy weapon slams directly into the wooden deck right in front of the captain, shattering the floorboards with a thunderous thud and instantly cutting off his whiny voice. Surse out. The sudden shockwave sends the captain jumping out of his boots, his mouth frozen wide open in sheer terror as a suffocating heavy pressure fills the air. A heavy dark aura swirls across the screen as a dramatic title card drops in bold lettering. The Sea King? Doom! Stepping out from the glowing light comes a towering warrior clad in gleaming white armor, holding a massive trident. The Sea King, the legendary ruler of the ocean pirates. Narrative text boxes reveal his terrifying reputation. This absolute monster of a man personally slaughtered dozens of naval captains and single-handedly sank over 50 heavy warships. He even completely wiped out Black Tooth, who was known as one of the most ruthless and feared pirate lords in the entire realm. The manual art team really went all out on this dynamic flashback panel. The dark blue aura and water physics look like a cinematic cutscene. The dramatic tension builds higher and higher as title cards slowly scroll across the screen. The one and only Demon. The hype buildup here is insanely cinematic, setting this guy up as a literal walking force of nature.
Boom! Radiating an overwhelming blue aura that makes the wooden deck creak under his boots, the Sea King steps forward, scoffing with deep disdain at the mention of taking a noble hostage. Fwip! Sweat pouring down his face, the greedy captain frantically points his finger back toward Alon, crying out that the noble is right there, bound in ropes. Meanwhile, Penia stares over in complete bewilderment, wondering in her head why Count Alon is just chilling on the floor like he's at a picnic, instead of flexing his god-tier magic to flatten these guys. Freeze! The Sea King turns his head toward Alon, but the moment his eyes land on Count Alon's face, his terrifying aura completely vanishes. His eyes widen in utter, unadulterated shock. Alon blinks back, recognizing the iconic white hair and trident instantly, calling out his name in surprise. Radon? Tap tap. Throwing all pirate decorum out the window, Radan charges straight down the deck toward Alon, panicking and yelling at top volume, asking what on earth his boss is doing tied up on this garbage boat. Whoa! The pirate crew stands there completely frozen, with their jaws hitting the deck, unable to comprehend why their ruthless, cold-blooded boss is suddenly acting like an overly excited puppy. Pelin and Penya's eyes sparkle like giant anime stars. They can't believe Count Alon is casual best friends with the literal walking calamity of Raxus, now totally convinced Alon is the ultimate Chad. Schlack, clang! In the blink of an eye, Radon's friendly smile turns pitch black as he whips his heavy trident around, cleanly slicing into the greedy captain with brutal precision. Dark blood splatters across the gleaming weapon as Radon glares down with cold, murderous eyes, completely unfazed by the execution. Talk about zero chill. This guy switches from loyal follower to terrifying executioner in half a second.
Psh! A fountain of dark blood erupts into the air as the captain's body falls, while Radon turns back to Alon with a bright, cheerful smile, casually promising to escort his boss safely to Roxas.
Chibi! Switching into a hilarious chibi art style, Radon cheerfully suggests taking a quick pit stop at the 7 archipelagos first, so they can grab some food and catch up on old times. Alon's sweat drops while staring at the gruesome mess, agreeing to the detour while internally sweating buckets, wondering if Radon has already turned into one of the apocalyptic 5 sins in this timeline. Boom! Fast forward a short while, and the grand vessel finally docks at a massive sunlit harbor city. The moment the group steps off the boat, Evan and Penia literally collapse onto the cobblestone floor, groaning in sweet relief to finally be on dry land. Blur! Poor Penia and Evan are still clutching their stomachs puking, while Pelin gazes up in pure wonder, shouting about how massive and stunning the island city is. Looking out across the bustling port, grand ships line the docks, while merchants and sailors go about their business, creating a vibrant coastal paradise that masks the dark underworld secrets hidden within the archipelago. Radan leads the group through the crowded streets with effortless authority, as local pirates and merchants instantly clear a wide path the moment they spot his iconic white hair and intimidating armor. Watching the tough locals bow their heads in sheer terror, Alon realizes just how massive Radon's influence is in this territory, confirming that having a legendary pirate king as a loyal subordinate is going to make navigating Raxus 10 times easier. Meanwhile, Penia and Evan finally recover their stamina, walking behind Alon while whispering in hushed tones about how insanely powerful and connected their mysterious benefactor truly is. With powerful new allies by his side and the shadowy threat of the aquatic outer gods lurking beneath the deep ocean, Alon takes a deep breath, ready to dive headfirst into the epic adventure awaiting them in the 7 archipelagos. As Alon hauls his heavy suitcases down the dock with Pelin cheerfully strolling behind him, he can't help but feel a bit underwhelmed. Expecting lawless, chaotic pirate alleys with drinking brawls and sketchy docks, he looks around in total confusion, realizing this place looks way too civilized to be a notorious pirate haven. Whoosh! The camera pans up to the glowing golden sunset over the horizon as Alon realizes this isn't just some messy ocean hideout, it's a meticulously planned high-end metropolis. Turns out this whole majestic domain belongs directly to Radon, serving as his main operational stronghold across the 7 archipelagos. Dun dun dun! Expanding across the screen is an absolute architectural masterpiece, the first archipelago. With its sparkling white castle, perfectly symmetrical rows of luxury estates, and lush green avenues, it looks more like a royal empire's capital than a hideout for ruthless sea dogs. Man, Radon really went from budget pirate to city-building grandmaster. Chibi time! Slipping into a hilarious side story, Alon suddenly wonders why everyone in town recognized his face the instant he arrived. Turns out, back when he inherited his estate, Evan forced him to pose for an official portrait for the local orphanage, and the resulting artwork turned out to be a hilariously cursed, deeply traumatized sketch that basically made him a mythical meme before he even set foot on the island.